So even though the tariff prices will increase, I think the amount of activity will weaken. I think the Fed will ultimately reduce rates this year, probably still 2 times. I'm no longer certain about 3. You'd have to get some pretty weak employment numbers in the next 2 months.
Guys, I'm looking at sectors here. The worst sectors right now are industrials, energy, and materials. I find this very interesting. And you were pointing out, look at Freeport-McMoRan, which of course is a copper producer. That would be certainly materials and industrials related. And it is tanking. What kind of connection do you make, Peter, to why certain sectors are getting hammered?
Because I think a lot of
Donald Trump's August 1st deadline is here. Well, almost. Tomorrow is the day new tariffs are set to take effect. The president's 90-day pause gave importers a chance to stockpile at a lower tariff rate, and many companies planned ahead, but some brands are already announcing price hikes. Joining us now, former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors under President Biden, Jared Bernstein, and director of economic policy research at Veda Partners, Henrietta Treyz. And Henrietta, starting with you, we know that prices are going to go up. At least we've had announcements from Adidas, Procter & Gamble, Walmart, Ralph Lauren, Mattel, Subaru, Nike. That's not a small amount of companies. Are more on the horizon?
Yes, more on the horizon. One of the biggest that I'm still waiting for right now is towards Canada, understanding what the tariffs are going to be there, if they're going to get that 90-day delay that Mexico just got. There are tariff hikes coming across the gamut of everything that you're buying for, vehicles, back to school, sneakers, anything you're using for camp and after school activities. All that stuff is on the chopping block and subject to what will be tomorrow as high as 40% tariffs on, sneakers and all the apparel you wear to spend your summer months.
Jared, the president continues to frame these tariffs as a charge on countries. So walk us through this. Help us understand by tomorrow when these tariffs take effect, if a product comes into the U.S. from another country, who's paying the bill?
The importer, the U.S. company that imports the good, they pay the bill, full stop. Now, after that, they try to pass that cost down the chain. So that means importers, then wholesalers, retailers, distributors, all the way down to the last person in that chain holding the bag, and that's the consumer. And the history of this, this is empirical work that we've done over the years, so this isn't that much of a guessing game, is that the bulk of the pass-through lands with the consumer. She's at the end of the chain. She's the one who's going to feel the most of this, and as you've suggested, we're already seeing signs of that.
And Henrietta, as you can imagine, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has a take on who's going to pay for this. Here was his comment right here on this air last week.
Who pays the tariffs is a choice, and what we've seen thus far is that the manufacturers are eating a substantial portion of the tariff and taking it into their profit margins.
So is it a choice? Will the companies then absorb the cost, or are we going to all pay more for all of the things we like to buy?
Yeah, no, the data is exactly the opposite of what Secretary Bessent is suggesting. The manufacturers are importing even more of their products right now in the run-up to August 1st, tomorrow, because they know that the tariffs are coming. So they're trying to front-end load all of their inventory to help them mitigate what will ultimately be these 20, 30, 40, even 50 in the case of Brazil, tariffs on all their imports. So it's not that they're shifting their manufacturing, they're just pulling forward all their inventory in the hopes of getting it ahead. That's going to come to a screeching halt at midnight tonight, and those costs are going to be passed on to consumers.
Jared, is this just the first time that we may see inflation start rising, and could the effects of this start carrying through the third and fourth quarter?
Well, first of all, let me point out that there are two buffers in front of the consumer. One is the inventory buildup that you just heard about, and the other is what Scott Bessent said, profit margin, squeezing profit margin. Those buffers are now demonstrably eroding. Companies can't do that forever. Eventually, the inventory build down gets run down, and at some point you have to start protecting your margins. That's where we're at right now. I do believe that we're going to see more of this. I think we're seeing the tip of the spear. And one reason I believe that is the list of companies you showed at the beginning of this segment. Now, every one of those companies know that they're getting on Donald Trump's wrong side when they do what they did, which is go out and say, we can't help it, we're going to have to raise prices on consumers. So there are incentives for them not to do that. The fact that they're doing that, I believe, is going to give permission to many more retailers, wholesalers, distributors to start passing prices through, again, ultimately to the consumer. So I'm afraid we're going to see more of this as the trade war goes on.
Henrietta, let's talk about the new tariff threats against India. I know it's head spinning, hard to keep track of all of these, but tomorrow we're going to see tariffs go from 10% to 25% for India. And there's also the looming threat that President Trump could impose a 35% tariff as a penalty for their dealings with Russian energy. So what products could further be impacted?
Right. These are all your electronic components, everything from a computer to a calculator, textiles, rugs, home furnishings, all of that is going to get a very high 25% tariff rate. And the one thing I'd like to point out here is that even though manufacturers are trying to downplay, or they have been at least until recently, trying to downplay the impact of these tariffs, the American public is incredibly attuned to the fact that these are taxes that they have to pay. A CBS poll that came out this morning shows 66% of Americans, a huge number, believe that their costs of everyday.
Just hours before President Trump's trade deadline was set to take effect today, he signed an executive order announcing sweeping new tariffs for dozens of countries, as well as formalizing the trade deal frameworks that his administration had already negotiated with a handful of nations. These new rates range from 10% to as high as 41%, and they're scheduled to take effect on August 7th. In an exclusive phone interview with NBC News, Trump said that it was too late for other countries to avoid the higher tariffs, but then added the door will always be open to compelling offers. Say, quote, it doesn't mean that somebody doesn't come along in 4 weeks and say, we can make some kind of deal. When it comes to America's 3 largest trading partners, talks with China do continue with an August 12th deadline approaching, and Trump announced yesterday a 90-day extension for Mexico. However, Canada was hit with a 35% tariff on imports. That goes into effect today. The president addressed the higher rate just hours before he signed it.
They have to pay a fair rate. It's very simple. They've been treating our country very badly for years. And look, we like Canada. I love Canada. I have so many friends in Canada. But they've been very poorly led. They've been very, very poorly led. And all we want is fairness for our country.
And Paul Mary, we have said a lot. There isn't much that's ideologically consistent from President Trump that believes in tariffs. It's an exception. He certainly does and has for decades. There's been just so much sort of chaos and unpredictability into how these tariffs have been rolled out. I think that's what we're doing in some ways. He's been trying to get these deals done. Give us your read, though, as some of, today's the deadline, as some of these tariffs go into effect, at a certain point, American consumers are going to start to feel them.
Yeah, first I want to laud your segue from the baseball trade deadline to the global.
Alex Corson deserves credit for that. The indefatigable executive producer here. That's Alex.
Good morning, Joe. So, when you look at the right at some point, I mean the economy. I was just listening to CNBC on my way in here, and talking about the signs, concerned about the signs of the economy weakening and that the tariffs starting to take hold. If we look at it, though, from a political lens, you see polling that shows people think that the economy is doing well. And I've seen enough focus group data to know that part of the reason why people think that is because in January and February, everyone thought that the economy was going to collapse because of the tariffs, and it didn't happen, right? So I think that in terms of how Democrats should talk about this, it is in the context of this is more, he said he was going to get elected to lower costs. And what we're concerned about is what we're seeing instead is a lot of chaos, not any move to actually lower costs. And these tariffs could have that kind of impact, but bring it back to what he said he was going to do and how that has not happened, right? Grocery prices haven't really gone down. That hasn't happened. People are concerned about housing in particular and how affordable that is. And bring it back to that, as opposed to what this, as opposed to predicting, you don't want to predict some kind of economic impact flags from the tariffs.
All right, we'll bring into the conversation now former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors under President Biden, Jared Bernstein. Jared, good to see you this morning. Let's start, if you will, by taking a step back. There's been a lot of sort of conflicting numbers, data that's come in the last couple of weeks, just about the state of the economy, whether how healthy it is or not. Well, let's start there. Give us your assessment. Just as August 1st arrives, these deadlines arrive, how is the American economy doing right now?
It's not doing as well as it was before Trump took office, and certainly before the trade war. Probably the best overall measure of how the economy is doing is GDP growth, and that was trending north of 2%. It's around 1% for the first half of the year. The job market is still in pretty good shape. We heard that from Chair Powell this week. But at the same time, we're seeing some cracks. Employers have really slowed the rate of hiring. They haven't engaged in layoffs yet. You can't have a recession without layoffs. And in fact, I don't see a recession coming at least in the next 6 to 12 months. What I do see is slower growth and higher prices, aka stagflation. That's tough for American consumers. It's tough for the Federal Reserve because those forces go in opposite directions for them. And I think it's largely a symptom of this really foundationally misguided trade war.
So, Jared, let's talk now about this trade war and these tariffs about to take effect. What sort of impact are they going to have on the American consumer? Yes, but also some of the core businesses as they try to factor this into what they're doing.
When goods arrive in this country, imported goods arrive in this country, the tax or the tariff on those goods is paid by the importer, by the American company that imports those goods. That's the first so-called incidence of the tariff. Then you go down the chain. So it's importers, wholesalers, retailers, and standing at the end of that line is the American consumer. And just as we just heard from Jen, a lot of those people who voted for Trump did so because they believed he was going to lower prices. It's not a matter of when this consumer pass-through will occur. We are now seeing it. We're seeing it at the company level through lower profits, and that's corporations eating some of the tariff. But that can only go on for so long. They can only let their profit margins get squeezed for so long. They're already working through their buffers on their inventories where they front-loaded to try to avoid the tariffs. We are now unequivocally seeing tariffs pass through to consumer prices. We're seeing it in furniture, toys, we're seeing it in apparel, we're seeing it in electronics, and we're just going to see more of that as time goes forward.
Hey, Jared, it's Sam Stein here. That map, it made me anxious. There's so many different numbers from so many different countries. I want to talk about the process here and how we got to those numbers. First of all, it's unclear to me where Trump derives all this authority to set these numbers. For instance, if you look at South Korea, we had a congressional ratified trade deal with South Korea. Someone that super whisked away by Trump and different numbers from the country. But secondly, one of the things that we've noticed in the past 6 months is that if the markets react negatively to any of this economic news, Trump just goes with a different effort or delays the negotiations. That, to a degree, has prevented some of the worst outcomes, I would argue. But surely there is some side effect to having this back and forth, or uncertainty, I should say, around the tariff rates. And I'm kind of curious if you can illuminate what that side effect is.
Well, there's a lot to unpack there. By the way, this morning the markets are poised for a pretty big sell-off in the equity markets. We're already seeing that across Europe and Asia as well. In terms of the process, you mentioned the South Korea trade deal. We had a trade deal with Mexico and Canada. It's one that was originated and signed by no less than Donald Trump himself. No question that, and now he's talking about a different trade deal with Canada. So there's no question that these measures lead to considerable uncertainty with businesses, and it's one of the reasons why those cracks in the economy I described in my first response have been so problematic. Businesses are basically saying to themselves, especially those exposed to tariffs, we're going to sit on our hands in terms of investment. Business investment has taken a hit. We're going to sit on our hands in terms of hiring. everyone's going to build that warehouse extension, but you only see where this lands. So as long as the plane never lands, that kind of uncertainty just festers. And the problem is, and I think a lot of folks are getting this wrong, this is not over today. Anyone who thinks that we've resolved the chaotic trade war on August 1st is engaged in wishful thinking. There's lots more negotiations going to go on, especially when Donald Trump realizes that many of these side deals he thinks he's made with the EU, with Japan, to buy hundreds of billions of dollars worth of American energy or invest, those are extremely flimsy. And the trading partners on the other side, they don't see it the same way he does. And I think when that reaches him, he's going to start renegotiating. So I don't see that uncertainty going away, Sam.
We will have a lot more on these tariffs and other in our nation's economic picture throughout the show. We also get a jobs report later today. Former chair of the Council of Economic Advisors.
We'll do it live. We'll do it live. And things stuck. 5, 4, 3.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for joining the program. My name is Joker with the Face Radio and the Face. Today I got two stories we're going to drop out here, and then for you locals viewers only, we're going to be doing some dating profiles today. Believe it or not, I can't do those on YouTube anymore because they say it's specifically picking on people, and I guess you can't do that anymore on YouTube. So, along with everything else, requiring age verification if you're in Australia, and soon the UK, and probably in 6 months in the United States. That's the new world we're going to be looking at. So, it is what it is. Canada blames Joe Rogan and Red Pill, specifically the manosphere. Oh, you evil men that are discovering that maybe you don't want to bow down to feminism and you want to lead a strong masculine life about lifting weights and not believing the government and doing your own thing and finding stoicism and being a healthy male. How dare you? Oh, I almost forgot mine. How dare you? Evil people. So, from the CDC report claims watching Joe Rogan and the Manosphere is causing couples to divorce. Now, why is this? Well, it's because Joe Rogan talks about different topics. He talks about being anti-government, not believing in the jabs, not believing in the lies they feed you, not believing in the leftism, not believing in the feminism, not believing in all the causes, not supporting aborters, not believing in teachers that are out there teaching our people bad things. But Joe Rogan is dangerous. The message. That's what Joe Rogan's about. A CBC report published Wednesday, this is just a few days ago, has sparked debate. I would ask if there's no debate. Your kids, CBC stands for Canadian Broadcasting Communists because they're state-funded leftist organizations, kind of like PBS and NPR is in the United States before they got defunded by El Jefe Trump. They say, alleging a rise in male interest in online personalities such as, wait for it, say it with me, everybody, Andrew Tate. That's right, they got to throw that name out there in every single article. He's representative of men's spaces. And of course, Joe Rogan, two figures often associated with the so-called manosphere. Joe Rogan's not associated with the manosphere, but since he doesn't go along with men's propaganda, of course they lump him all in. Same with Jordan Peterson, same with most Matt Walsh, or anybody that's not all in on feminism. It's becoming an increasingly common factor in divorce proceedings, according to the women that apparently don't know anything. Just in case you want to read along. The state broadcaster's article highlights the views of Swift Current-based family lawyer Scott Byers, who claims he's seeing a new and unsettling dynamic in his legal practice. Men allegedly adopting misogynistic views that he argues are encouraged by online male influence. Now, we're really going to break this down, which we always should. What is misogyny now? Misogyny used to be being demeaning to women, hating women, being bad to women, treating women poorly. That's what it used to be. What does it mean today? Anything that doesn't go along with feminist propaganda. That's it. Nothing. That's all. And so now, if people like us, we just say, look, I'm not on this plantation anymore. I'm not doing this anymore. I'm not on board with nonsense because you guys have absolutely lost your minds. Well, then you're misogynistic because you're not agreeing with everything that women want. That's really where we are with misogyny. It's not the same man that women met years ago, Byers told CBC. He put his earbuds on and he's listening to these podcasts. Thinkers associated with the so-called manosphere. The term manosphere, as used by the state broadcaster, remember this is as used by the state broadcaster, not by us, refers to a coalition or collection, of online influencers that discuss masculinity, true, gender roles, true, men's affairs. Yes, not cheating affairs, but just men's that make their lives. Often critical of feminism, yes, in their content. That is accurate, surprisingly enough. CBC's article links this online environment to an increase in force violence, citing examples where men allegedly adopted traditional values after engaging with content from the Joe Rogan podcast or others. So, once again, what they're really saying is you all are very toxic and bad because you're not eating the corporate and the government and the media's bullshit pie. That's really what it boils down to. Anecdotal accounts in the report include one woman who said her American partner began to ridicule and control her after consuming manosphere content. Another case involved a man who reportedly changed his views on parenting after being injured on the job and spending more time online. Once again, what does this mean? He began to ridicule and control her. More than likely, she was trying to control him. This is what feminism is. We want 50. You need to work. Your money is mine. Your money is the family's money. No, my money is mine. That's one-way street. Now, I'm not saying that happened in this case, but it happens in many of these cases. On top of that, he says, you know something, I think I'm making the money. I think you should pull more weight around the house. You're staying home all the time. Maybe you should go. Maybe you should go. Maybe you should learn how to go. And all of a sudden, because that's not the all-empowering feminist line, oh, you people, Rex, how dare you stand up to them? Did he harm her? No. Did he hurt her? No. He just changed his views. Now, how many guys here listening to this broadcast? How many guys here have dated somebody, a woman, that said all the right things, was all the wonderfulness, until you got in a serious relationship and she moved in with you? Or you got married, or you got in a situation where it's not easily split apart. You'll find that they quickly change all the time. And if they listen to some feminist dogma online, well, that's okay. That's all right. But if a man does it, and a man becomes more independent, or more strong, or wants to put his foot down, oh, you misogynists. Critics of the CDC report called it a politically loaded effort to pathologize alternative male perspectives, especially those that challenge progressive views on gender and relationships. No one would accept a publicly funded article that claims feminism forces, said Michael Thiessen, a conservative commentator, but somehow it's fine to do it reverse and with taxpayer dollars. Byers also claimed that men often try to self-represent in court, allegedly driven by the belief that the system is biased against them. They see this as the fight of their lives, he said, fighting the good fight on behalf of men and boys everywhere. Now, I'm going to put a pin in there. I actually have a video from CBC, the Canadian Broadcasting Communists, and this is the woman telling you that you're misogynist. This is the woman telling you to get back up to the table, pick up your fork, grab a little whipped cream so there's a little bit of sweet, and take a big mouthful of bullshit pie. This is her. Now, in this video, they actually have the audacity to blame men and say that our views are skewed. Well, I'm going to play that for you, but before I do, first, let's hear from today's sponsor, Black Forest Supplements. What could FDA has cracked down on nearly all clinics offering field regenerative therapy. Why? Well, not just safe, because if you can repair your knee without surgery or fix your back without opioids or first aid without a prescription. Who loses? Big Pharma does. The insurance companies, the hospital chains. They don't want you to be strong. They don't want you to be independent. They want you hooked on meds and insurance and a job you hate just with working health. Because a self-sufficient, pain-free population that's unprofitable and ungovernable. Luckily, my guys over at Black Forest and over Flavanol. Studies have been done to show that Flavanols and Cocoa stimulate stem cells to actually do a really dark job. And we make it to a grade school. We learn from our teachers. We remember protein shakes. I prefer coffee with a little bit of heavy cream to help break it down because it does break down better with fats. It tastes great. The benefit's real. No sugar, only 20 calories. They fire up your stem cells. That's the big key. If you're experiencing significant aging, slow recovery to immunity, or you're 20% off, come me. I make some with coffee, and it kind of tastes like hot cocoa, but without all the sugar. Anyway, I'll leave this photo up since some of you over on Locals mentioned you wanted to fap to it. Go ahead. Go ahead and just pause the video at this point. You guys can catch up. That's fine. Go ahead. Take your time. Anyway, she goes on, and this is the mouthpiece that the CBC decides to shame you for listening to men's content.
You've probably come across misogynistic content online.
If a woman is going out with a man, she belongs to that man. That's his woman.
Sometimes it's known as the manosphere.
Men must lead. You know he's really masculine. He scares the out of you.
We want a man who acts like a man.
Men aren't men.
They just show Charlie Kirk for like 1 quick second saying men should lead. Oh, we should. Should we not? Is it now misogynistic to say men should lead? Should he have said men should lead alongside of a good woman? Should he say men should follow women? This is kind of what we've been talking about. Anything that doesn't actually have anything to do with real misogyny, they label it as such.
Well, and ideas in those videos are making their way into intimate relationships.
Big jokes about how many good points Andrew Tate has.
She said her ex-boyfriend would shame her for her appearance, not allow her to speak to her friends, and would walk the phone she didn't talk. The lawyer spoke.
Okay, so one dude was kind of a dick, and that's the basis of your story about Joe Rogan and the man's.
He said some of the clients come in after their partners have been radicalized by online content.
Radicalized by this old man, that Jordan Peterson. Damn you for telling us to clean up our rooms and to be healthy and cry at every opportunity you can nowadays.
Wrote a very narrow definition of what it means to be a man, along with the false narrative that feminism comes at the cost of males' rights.
Clients come in telling me, you know, my spouse isn't the person that I knew they're being fed these sort of toxic ideas, many of which kind of shade over into misogyny and into gender-based and family bonding, and it's a new and unsettling dynamic.
If this dynamic leads to divorce, it can take hard cases to resolve.
They're often animated by what is a demonstrably statistically false perception that the family courts are biased against husbands and fathers.
Pause. A demonstratively statistical, I forget what exactly he said. Basically he's saying it's not true that fathers are overwhelmingly harmed in the courts. Let's ask our good friend, Brock. Now, I know you guys hate Brock. I know some of you don't like AI. But it's very good for scouring studies and newspaper reports. And this went through, I don't know how many sources, 65 sources in a minute 24. It literally shaves hours off of my day. So I can go for the level. See what I did there? They say, I said that in cases where alimony is paid, what percentage is paid by women and percentage by men? Say for child care and who gets custody. They say alimony spousal support. Approximately 97 to 98% of alimony payments are made by men. Maybe 2 to 3% paid by women. No, let me think. I'm not real great at math. We should have my calculator here somewhere. I'd say that kind of overwhelmingly impacts men in divorce. And I'm pretty sure we just blew this Card's argument out of the law.
And, they see this as the fight of their lives.
Professor Neil here on TikTok is known for denouncing misogynistic content. He says it's a pretty new concept for married men to get stuck in the manosphere. Influencers like Andrew Tate usually target men who feel rejected by women.
They offer really simple diagnoses, very complex problems. And then their solutions are also very simple too. So what is the problem? The problem is that men aren't men. You got laid off from your job because you are not manly, boss is not man, maybe your boss is a woman.
Wait a minute. See, this is why we need to push back against this stuff. Okay, let me ask you guys. Raise your hand if you've been fired for not being manly. Anyone? He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's just making this is word bound. I've never heard any content provider or a content creator say anything about, well, it's fired because of what the man did. Really?
We let society degrade and evolve and not occupy the space of importance they don't think the roles that men are supposed to. If we want to fix it, if we want to solve the problem, men just have to be a man of the act.
Survey says true. Yes, we have degraded. We have devolved. We have billboards that are showing men that aren't men in women's clothing that aren't women, and women that are not men but also kind of women who call themselves women as men having babies, men giving birth to babies, but they're not men, but they were women. They took some testosterone, so they have a beard, but then they call themselves men. Like, yes, we have devolved. What about OnlyFools? Look at all the OnlyFools content. Something like 3% of women are on OnlyFools in one way or another, and it's something like 10 or 50% of color. Yes, we are degrading. Yes, we are devolving. How many women out there right now are saying, men are bad, we don't need men, men are inherently evil, I hate men? I mean, I've played 100 or 1,000 of those clips. I could play 100,000 more, but we get tired of it. Right? We've got so many problems with these women heading up police forces, heading up our military. Look what just happened in Cincinnati. You've got a jazz or a music festival where, 4 or 5 people, white, got beat up by a large group of black people. And the police chief comes out and blames the black people? No. The bartenders that might have given people too much alcohol. The social media influencers that shared the video to show everybody what the news isn't showing you anymore because it's minority, not white crime. Yes, we're devolving. We need strong people that think with their brains and have stoicism and don't always think with their hearts and their emotions and their overreactions, because it is dragging us down a very deep well. You have to be smart to think your way out of a problem. You can be dumb to feel your way out of a problem. And if you don't believe that, just look at just about everybody that's in power in the governments right now. They're trying to feel their way out of problems, and it is completely collapsing.
Points out how this is just an elaborate sales tactic in order to sell products or attract views.
They are actually creating the problems that they claim to be solving. And I think that we can see that in the examples of these men who are radicalized and become unrecognizable to their partners.
This might be a sign to start talking to your partner about what they're consuming online.
Oh yes, there you go, ladies. You better start policing what we're watching online. That'll work out great. And apparently, I'm creating the problem so I can get views. I'm convincing all these women to only date 5 to 10% of men on the dating apps. I'm convincing women to hate you. I'm convincing women to divorce their husbands. I'm convincing women to date the over 6 foot tall, 6 figures. It's all my fault, as well as Andrew Tate's, as well as Coach Greg Adams, as well as Rollo Tomassi, as well as. This is word salad, and they know it. They don't believe this. I mean, well, actually, they do believe it, and that's the problem. They actually believe they have the answers. And what is the answer? Well, it's not to listen to men. It's not to help men. It's to silence men. It's to police what they can see online. It's to require them to put in their identification into the web, into the government, so they can monitor what you watch online, i.e. in Australia, i.e. in the United Kingdom. In some ways, it's not quite as strong in Canada yet. It will be there soon. And who knows if they try to creep it over here in the United States.
Oh, it's been a long day. It's been a long day being back. I'm just exhausted, man. I mean, today I'm tired today. I'm exhausted. It took all this out of me. I mean, I just got to sleep, but it took it out of me just trying to do all this, man. This has been impossible. I've been running nonstop the past, week at least, if not more. Pretty much the whole time. Pretty much this full, 2 years plus, going on 3 years, but recently I kind of turned it up a notch and been going harder than ever. Like I said, we're trying to make it to that threshold. Over $89, whatever's going to accrue today is going to accrue, and that's the best I can do. I don't think we're going to make it that far, but I don't know. God works miracles, I have no idea. So if a bunch of views somehow would come in right now, it's possible, I guess. I don't think I've ever made $10 in a day, that's for sure. That's a lot on here, but I don't know. I'm trying my hardest. So I know I got quite a bit of views already within the day since it accrued yesterday. And just trying to keep going, man. Trying to have some output. So I got to get back, try to release some more of what I can, and just do the best that I can and go from there. There's nothing else I can do, but yeah, I'm exhausted. God, give me the strength. It is extra hot today, too, conveniently. It's always like clockwork. That's all. That's facts. Whenever you got something you're trying to do, it's like clockwork. But trying to make it happen. I mean, I need everybody donating. Please, if you donate, I'll take anything, but just try to send some sufficient amounts of money. That's all it is. That's all I'm looking at it as. We just got to get these funds. So, like I said, hopefully people will step up some more. And I really appreciate all y'all, man. You know what I mean? Whoever, I appreciate anybody who contributes and donates. You know what I mean? Also, like I said, if you donate, there we go. If you donate, they got a whole boat. If you donate, and they're honking at me. If you donate a larger amount, it helps to do this. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think it might be too hot out here to even have this part of the suit. That's the thing. Because I can feel it right now because I'm walking with it on. It's extra hot, man. I was looking at the weather yesterday and I just knew it. They don't say 95, 96, but out here that's realistically 100 and something easily. I mean, I don't know if it could be over 110, 113. I mean, it's hot. It's hot as hell. So, I mean, I know they're not, detecting it right or saying the right number. It's hot as hell, that's for sure. But I don't know. Gotta try to see what I can do right now. I don't feel good at all out of it. I'm just trying to hold on to the best I can. And, that's the thing, man. That's why I don't have time to play around with folks. That's what they don't get. I don't got time, man. I'm a grown man. I work too hard. So y'all act like things are easy for me. things are all made impossible. You understand? I did everything by myself forever. That's why I would never let anybody, tell me that my reality isn't my reality, brother. You know what I mean? Like I said, we ain't got time for that, man. Y'all need to show some love and appreciation and support. It's that simple. Y'all need to show some respect. Good. I don't have to ask at all. What do you mean? Like I said, if we were having this conversation face to face with any of you, it doesn't matter who it is, right? All y'all know that I would tell you what to do, and that's it, and you do it. So what do you mean? Like I said, I welcome anybody. I challenge anyone. Like, please try to tell me something. I don't care who you are. I'm going to tell you how things go. I'm a grown man. And I know how to follow the rules. That's why I do, so that I can exercise my power and authority. I have divine authority. Just got a reading, divine confirmation directly from God. Again, I sit at the right hand throne of God. He just told you, go look at your community wall. He just told you, he's who licensed me. I was given divine authority. That means authority over everyone, any agency, anyone, any department. I'm above them. I'm their superior because I'm ordained by God. You understand? Nothing fake about it. You have divine confirmation right there on your wall. What do you mean? See, nothing is in question here. They folks know what it is. They know I'm a divine being. They know I'm sent by God. They know I'm a real angel. I proved it all right in front of your face. So, like I said, that's what Batman is. So, we just got to try to keep pushing. But, I don't know how I'm going to get through this right now, man. It's like, literally, it's that hard. I feel horrible. You can hear it. Feeling it all. But, try to get up here. Too tired, man. But this is what it takes. Oh, that's the snake. This is what it takes when you're trying to get somewhere. You folks don't even understand. I'm running on E. That's why we need real support. No, we don't need breadcrumbing. We need real support. We need the funds and the money there. We're waiting. We're waiting on y'all. All y'all still can't get it together. All y'all still every day want to have the same attitude and outlook. Come on, man. Put some money up. Put the money up. Come on, bro. I go into town. It costs me money every time I go into town. I pay $3 for a gate pass. All this I do off my own funds. Come on, bro. Put some real money up, man. Donate some money. I can grab a bike in 5 seconds. It requires going over there. It requires my money. Everything costs money. Time is precious. You understand? Like, y'all the ones dropping the ball, man. All you got to do is send some money, man. Somebody needs to donate over $100. It's getting ridiculous. It's ridiculous, bro. Been doing this for almost going on my 3rd year. Donate over $100, man. Be a real donator. Y'all got to get your money up. Straight, I don't know what you're doing, but it ain't working. Real talk. Every check I make is over $100. I don't know what y'all talking about. It ain't making no sense, man. Like, real talk. You work a regular job, should be no excuse. No. And if everybody would band together and donate, we could get the funding instead of wasting my time talking to me, making up lies and nonsense, right? Acting like something's funny. The only thing funny here is all you. What do you mean? This is serious business, official tissue. Serious as it gets. That part is clear as day. Yeah, so, I don't know what to tell you, huh? I really don't. Hold up. Take off this part of the new part of the suit vest right now. It's too hot, man. I can feel it today. This is not normal heat. This is probably the worst day we've had, I think. It's ridiculous. No wonder that happened, Christina. I'm so sorry, honey. I really am. I wish you would have told me. Please, that's why I asked you, please keep me informed on what's going on so I can at least try my best to help and know what's happening and tell you advice, what to do, you know, how to do things. We all got to help each other.
Oh, no.
You and I especially.
My favorite egg.
We all we got.
Not just book smart, but street smart.
done.
Fire sale.
Might have been it. I believe so. Here's little doggy. Time to move. Too much inside every day. Yeah, man. Oh no, I know God's working on me, man. He made me so strong. Changed how I walk, even everything.
Max armor.
Just incredible. And that's the thing, you know, these folks on the internet, all of them don't do anything but sit there like Biggie Smalls. All they want to see is your downfall. That's all they ever wanted to see, right? You watching me rise. You watching me rise nonstop. I'm reaching a whole new level. After today, it's a wrap. I mean, I'm putting my all out on the field today, doing the best I can, and that's it. That's it. And I just got to try to get some rest, recuperate, bounce back harder, you know, trying to get this done and start building the next one. Because at some point here, we're closing in on it anyway, where we're going to get this check completely approved. So it's going to happen. I mean, I guess that's when they go ahead and figure it out. I guess after the day. So we'll see what happens. But dude, it is hot, man. What is this? And that's what I'm saying. I mean, yeah. And then everybody wants to copy my concept. I say the weather's controlled. Charles wants to say the weather's controlled. I say proof in the pudding. Charles wants to say proof in the pudding. That's what I'm saying. When you got people and they trolling in reality, that's a no-no, brother. We're going to call you out on that every time. They want to be involved so bad, like they act like that's participating. You ain't a part of nothing over here. I'm just addressing you and exposing you. That's it. Because I get paid to do it. That's my job, to expose the truth. Truth, always, at all costs, brother. That's what wins. Truth. Truth and righteousness. It is hot as hell. It ain't been this hot. This is, yeah, they doing this on purpose. Oh, man. Too much. Hold on. Y'all gotta step up. Like real talk, this is a whole project we're doing. It's a real thing. See, that's the thing. They can never walk in my shoes for a millisecond. Want to say something. You can't got nothing to do something. So y'all can come close to Al Christian. Believe that. What? See, I train almost every day. I come out here in the heat every day. I'm out here all day long. All day. You think y'all can handle that? Nope. Then how are you going to compete? See my point? Silliness. It's nonsense. And that's the part I can't stand. We got a society that, like I said, instead of doing their part to support and help and making some sense, they still have the same attitude. Like, they just act like, oh, I'm on my own. Like, you're on your own. Like, okay. I mean, trying to be positive. Really trying. It's hard, man. It's just normal human reaction. It makes you want to say, well, when I get blessed and I have it easy, why should I do anything for any of y'all? You know, but I'm trying not to be like that, truly. I like helping people, but I've had it so hard. They've made it so impossible. I've been sabotaged so many times. It's just unbelievable at this point. Pretty much every day I have to go through this. When people could just make things easy and possible, it's already hard enough. But I figure it all makes me stronger. I drank a little bit more water, got a little bit of water in my system. I got water with me, but it doesn't feel like it's a water thing right now. I don't know. Drank some soda a minute ago. It's just too hot. And when you're tired and you're this exhausted like I am, running on E, and you're out here, this is a bad combination, bro. So hopefully y'all help me if I need help out here. But I'm trying. God, give me the strength. Please keep me moving so I get back at least. Get me out this heat, please. It is that bad. And then look, these people think they sweet time. Can't be out here, man. I gotta get out of this heat. Can't be in it. I can feel it in my everything. Oh, man. Yeah, I can feel it getting to me too, from being tired. Well, I need Christina around. Honey, if you hear this, I need you to check on me, please. I need you to be here if you can. How long is this going to take, man? I've got to get going. I've got to get out of this nonsense. This is ridiculous. Thank you. There's a guy with a principle. Got to get the hell out of this heat, man. I got to get over here as quick as I can. I got to get out of this. Too much. Ain't right. Here, what I got to do is get people. It's crazy too how they all be driving, they all in the AC. Not one of them can stop and help or anything. Like, sometimes someone does a little bit, very minimal, but it's always minimal help. But that's the thing. I just don't get it, man. I really don't. I don't understand how folks claim they have money and everybody want to talk money, but y'all can't put people on and help pick each other up. That don't make no sense. It's easy as that. All any of these folks got to do, right? It just takes one of them to send me like $1,000. Here's a couple of grand. You're put on. You got nothing to worry about. Pay it forward, or pay me back over in time when you make it. You know what I mean? Like, how is that a difficult thing when you know you're going to get your money back? And these folks want to talk about business. See, I don't know nothing about business. That's the first thing I would do. If I saw a dude that was as strong as me and was Batman, I would invest in him immediately. Because it's just common sense. If you help him, you give him money, you can see he's going to do way more with it. Look how smart I am. Look how resourceful I am. So, why would you not be like, well, here you go. You feel me? Like, here's a couple of racks. Do your thing. Just don't make no sense. Folks do not have money. I don't want to hear nothing about no money. See, that's all. Action talks louder than words, bro. When you got somebody like Charles Walker talking about money, See, he focused on being petty. And see, I got to go through survival every day, sir. Just like you. It's hot as hell out here. Okay? I have to deal with things you don't have to deal with because you ain't walking miles every day in this heat. You know, when I'm out here, I'm just out here. I got to do what I got to do. You know, like, it becomes a real serious situation real quick every day. This ain't no game, it ain't no joke. It's serious as hell. God, give me the strength. Pull me through this. Get me over there. I can get the hell out of this. Just get me in the AC. Please. That's all I ask. Get me over there solid where I'm awake. You know? Ridiculous, man. Absolutely ridiculous. It's exactly how it goes. And it'll never make any sense, you know? I'm doing everything I can. And I mean, y'all really dropping the ball for real. That's all y'all do. Be acting like, oh yeah, you should be grateful and kiss up to who? For what? Like, bro, y'all are literally breadcrumbing me, dog. I'm worth millions of dollars, man. Just give me the money. Well, y'all could have given me the money 8 years ago. Like, dude, just send some real money, bro. That's all you gotta do. Send some real money, you're good to go. That's all we need. Give somebody enough money to actually get their business where it needs to be. The business is built and running. All I need is the capital. Charles is sitting there talking about, like, it's just crazy, bro. Like, you're just so funny. Walking contradiction. I ain't never seen nothing like it. Talk about jelly roll. Talking about that other dude. That's crazy. Like, that's really crazy. That's crazy that you think that they have money. The guy who made Medea, I forget his name, I don't care, he doesn't even exist to me. And you just gotta notice how they are. Like, look at them. Like, you can't see how everything I ever said about you is true and a fact. I mean, all jokes aside, partner, I mean, look at what you're doing, buddy. I mean, you can't be serious, man. You know, and this is what these folks do. They make it literally impossible. Every single day. There's no need for this. None. Sit here and carry other people's burdens for no reason. Because y'all can't think. God, like, I'm tired of this, bro. God, please change this. Like, straight up. Please change. Like, I'm sick of waiting. This, please change this. This got to change, bro. There's no reason for this. None. I'm making money. I'm doing well. I'm doing great. I'm doing my job. I'm working hard. Unbelievable, man. You know, we have got to build a support system. We have got to. The part that makes no sense, I'm doing it all on my own. That compromises me. You understand? This is serious as hell out here. Don't get it. And then they expect you to do a miracle every day. Every day I do a miracle. Think anyone could do this by themselves? Like, crazy little homie? Never seen nothing like it, bro. Ever. Folks got an answer for everything. See, that's the thing. That's exactly why I don't waste time. That's exactly why I tell y'all fools what it is and put you in your place quick. See, I don't got time for your immaturity. Because it'll cost me everything. Well, it's all good. All y'all can sit there and act coy and keep acting like everybody's invisible. Don't worry, I'm going to address everybody face to face. Direct. Don't you worry. See, folks think they can treat me some way and then, oh, it's all good, I can't do nothing about it. You want to bet? You want to bet? You got the wrong dude, homie. All y'all. Like I said, I'm going to be having face-to-face conflict with everybody, all y'all. 100%. Yeah. And we stay G-checking and sunning folks I'm going to be going on a cross-country tour addressing all sorts of people, especially on here, but right in front of you. Oh, you were saying what online? Remember how you wanted to treat me? Right. Remember how you act every day? What's up? Huh? How you feel now that I'm right in front of you? Right. Y'all folks, it's funny, son. But it's all good. Get ready, because that's coming. That's the first thing I'm doing. Y'all folks is crazy, son. Like, real talk, bro. You can't help somebody. It's 103-degree heat. You just told me. That's why we send real money, right? So we can get me right, right? That's why we do our part. We do what we're supposed to do and what we're told, so that we can run things efficiently. So I don't get caught up like this. I just don't get it, man. Why y'all can't listen? It's not that hard, man. You know, that's the thing. No, I'm not just getting upset or anything like that. No, I tell y'all time and time and time again how to do things, what to do. I'm tired of repeating myself. Like, this is not an option. This is my survival. You understand? So y'all folks is on YouTube playing. I don't play. This is my life. Feel me? That's it. Y'all got to get with it, bro. I am not you. All y'all are entitled. Y'all got support system. I built everything in my life by myself with my 2 hands, and ain't nothing going. Better stop with them little invasive, weird questions, too. Ain't gonna play that at all. Like I said, I'm gonna keep on putting you on your plate. I'm gonna keep on addressing with everybody, everyone. But over here, we face our problems. Real talk, we deal with problems. Quick. I don't know what you mean. I'll better get with it, bro. Real talk. Got these people coming on here, they just talking. Literally just yapping, trying to copy my energy like they talking like me. Got 0 power. Don't make any money. What? Yeah, y'all fools are stuck working regular jobs, but you couldn't make it on here. So why you run around lying, right? Acting like you me. Y'all ain't in my position. Told you, I'm the only one that make money on here. Because I did everything legitly. Everything. Hard work. Impossible. All odds against me. All these people against me. Tell me about nothing. Can't tell me about no hard work. Can't tell me about nothing. You try to get out of the road just in case. That way, if anything does happen with me, at least I'll be in the grass. Somebody will see me out here. I hope. Yeah. I can't believe this. I mean, 3 years. Going on 3 years, man. I mean, still facing challenges like this. That's insane, dude. 3 years. It took 3 years. Oh, we're going on a 3rd year, and y'all still haven't come up with no money. They got the audacity to talk about money. And every word is not positive. Like, what? I hear it right there. It's probably a snake. I felt something earlier. It wasn't that. I think it was a plant or bush. I felt something on my foot. I don't think it was that. It's hurt me. Probably just walked right by him. You got to pay attention 24 hours a day. Even though I'm so tired, I can't even see straight or think. I don't get it, bro. Without survival, I'm trying to survive. That's why I go so hard. I don't have a choice. I got to go out and get it. I gotta get it. Yeah, I gotta get it. Gotta get it. Gotta get it. Oh boy, it's funny. I'm the ghetto hood Batman for right now. We're gonna get there. Oh, we made it out the hood, but you know, this isn't exactly. Yeah. This isn't the March of Dimes. How do you think we fund this organization? We're not exactly the March of Dimes. Oh, y'all are funny. How the hell? I don't even know how I'm still walking. How the hell is God keeping me going? Please, God, get me there. A couple more miles. Miles, yes, miles. Just to go anywhere, get anything, I gotta walk miles every day. And I still got stuff I gotta do. Like, it's just crazy. Everything I do by myself. Every day, bro. Come on, son. These people so poor they couldn't send $200, $300. Can't say, yo, here's a real birthday present. Yo, homie, you just accomplished the impossible. We're proud of you. See, that's a support system. I don't got that. I don't got family that love me and care about me and help me. I got family that sabotage everything I do every day and hold me back. I got family that make everything impossible for me for no reason. When they can just mind their business. What? It's ridiculous. And then, oh, that's not enough. Let's have everyone target me on top of that. Yeah, it took everyone to go against me, and y'all still couldn't deal with me. Still won. Still defeated you. Ain't that about it, you know what? And country boys can't survive. Country boys can't survive. Country boys can't survive. I saw a white boy out here today. He looked alright. He looked kind of cool. I talked to him, chill with him. He seemed alright. I don't know if he's homeless or what. He told me, he said, Batman, where were you at when whatever happened under the bridge? And I asked him, like, did something really happen or what? He was like, yeah, it happens all the time, but I don't know if he's being serious because he was kind of laughing, you know. But I'll see him again out there. I'll talk to him. But he seemed all right. That's the type of folks I like normal people that make a joke and joke around. He had his own thing he was doing. He was going to McDonald's. I mean, like, that's what normal people do. Like, real talk. Like, everybody has their own issues and problems, but you could tell, hold on, you could tell a person is more with it, right? When they're, yeah, you can stop. You can wait. No, you can wait. You can wait. You can wait. You can wait. Ain't gonna do nothing. So, yeah, like I said, understand? Yeah, and I'll look right at you. Yeah, you can honk all day, but I'm looking right at you. What's up? Right. Hear about you, fool. Yeah, I told you that. That's what I'm talking about. We're going to talk about y'all every day. Like I said, they entitled as hell. All of them ain't going nowhere. They ain't doing nothing. And they be all the same people on the same itinerary, same program. And out here, all y'all want to do is complain. All of them. They go run and whine and complain. When y'all the ones that are way out of line and weird as hell. I'm not here to cater to you. This is my country. Get that right. It's my country. You come around me, you act right. You come around me, you drive right. What do you mean? It's like I said, see, now there's a passive-aggressive agenda with all these folks. That's why they sit in there asking me silly questions. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Are you serious? What kind of question is that? Like I said, it's all designed to, like, create fear. There's no fear over here. We stand up to you folks. I ain't from the valley. I mean, have I what? Bro, all I come from is problems and issues. I don't want against everybody. Believe that. All my problems and issues already over and dealt with. What do you mean? I'm a boss. That's what they do, is sit there and monitor you, looking for a passive-aggressive excuse. Act like they're your friend, and in the process, they trying to mess you over. Boy, stop it. Stuff don't work with me. Like, I don't know what folks are talking about. I got nothing to hide. I run the streets. I took it over with power. Dominance. Yeah. I'm not acting. I don't walk around. I do the real thing. Like I said, I just think it's funny. There's one. I think it's funny when they try the same tricks over and over again. It's always the same thing. With the phones, the addresses, the same things over and over again. All that stuff ain't going to do nothing, brother. It ain't going to work. We way past that point. Literally. We went past that point. You've exhausted all your options. All you folks. Now you got to just sit there and let me win. Because you never had a choice. You can't stop Batman. You can't stop me. That's the truth. They can't. I ain't talking about nothing. I'm trying to fix my mask. But the thing don't want to cooperate. Guess I'll do it when I get back. Or tomorrow I'll do it. Just try to put it on for now. It's a lose. This is good though. I mean, if it wasn't so hot, this is good stuff. This little vest I got because, like I said, I'll be able to put plates in it. Y'all don't get. I'm designing the bat suits more and more as I go. So the issue is I don't want it to be too tight, because I'm trying to breathe and I'm moving around a lot, and I'm just trying to not cause any, physical issues unintentionally. So, because it's going to be right around my rib area, around my lungs and all that. Y'all think this stuff is easy. It ain't easy. It's a lot of semantics. It's a lot of stuff. I have to make my cape shorter, a lot shorter, out the gate, because when I ride the bikes or the scooters, it has to be short enough. Well, at least a little bit of shade. It has to be short enough so it doesn't get caught in the rigging. We did all that. We don't do test runs or trial runs. We just get out there and do it and figure it out as we go. There's no school for this. I handle all the semantics being Batman. That's a boss. They want to talk about you a mechanic. This is kind of a different thing. It's a little bit similar, but it's a gift. It's a gift. Y'all want to talk about MacGyver and stuff. MacGyver's nothing compared to me. I'm building bat suits, functional, protective bat suits. They've been trying to figure out how to do this whole time. I'm going and buying stuff at Goodwill and building bat suits. You think this is going to be the only build? No. I'm going to keep building them. I'm going to try to build more. That's what y'all don't understand. I have a whole bunch of different prototypes until I figure out what really works the best. You feel me? When you sacrifice one thing for another, movement for protection, protection for movement or speed. You sacrifice how it looks for the protection level or for the, accessibility of the functionality. Just telling you the truth, people tried to build bat suits. Oh man, hold on. People tried to build bat suits for a long time. I wish I could just stop here and take a nap. Right at the top. Probably be better off than keep going in the seat. I don't have a choice though. A couple more miles. Like I said, you know how many folks have tried to build functional bat suits? I mean, it's a lot, bro. I mean, nobody figured it out. The closest I've seen is 3D printed ones that look great, but I doubt they're very protective. They're probably made out of plastic, and that's the thing. They say that you can get the composite materials and the resins for the 3D printers, and if that's true, I'm going to figure it out. Me and Christina are going to work our way up through 3D printers. I'm going to be an expert on that. Trust me, I'll figure that out. A 3D printer is right up my alley. That's the type of stuff I'm good at. I'll figure it out real quick. I'll read all about it. Read all about it. Extra, extra. There's a pink one. Real pink one in the sewer. But yeah. It's too hot. Stand in the shade for 2 seconds. I don't care about you, but looking at me. Batman, leave Batman alone. Leave me alone. Quit looking at me. I'm a human. Treat me like one. And you know what I'll never say? You know what I'll never say, Wofford? I'll never say that I don't want to be Batman anymore. But you would. You'd say, I don't want to be Batman anymore. It's too hard. Immaturity at its finest. Imagine offering someone an opportunity and they start denying who you are. What does that have to do with the conversation? That was in left field. Like, what? This is literally how the conversation went. Hey, Charles Wofford, I'll help you build your business on your land manually because I'm a man's man and I'm a survivor and I can go out there and I can figure it out. Homeboy started saying, You're not famous. What? What? That's not even a sufficient answer. What? Answer the question. Do you want your business to be built or not? You're not famous. Okay. Yeah, I'm really not famous. That's why I am. Like, what? Like, yeah, all that rhetoric comes from the same weak individual. I'm not here for you. See, that's the thing. They want attention. They want validation. This is getting scary, man. Come on. Come on, God, give me the strength. I didn't get to do what I wanted to do, too. That probably would have helped me. I got little secrets and tricks of the trade. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Yeah, oh yeah. Kyrie, stop and do that real quick, yeah. You should know what I'm talking about. Some of you, the public doesn't, but y'all do. Mm-hmm. Well, I stay doing my little therapy. You know what I'm talking about. I still do it. It helps me too. I feel like it helps. Kind of hard on my body with what happened to me sometimes, but overall, I feel like it helps. It helps me with the training, man. Like, I do it, and then I do the lifts, and I end up doing them better half the time. Like, it really works, huh? I don't know what y'all talking about. But believe what you want. I don't really care. It's not for y'all anyway. I just share my knowledge. But I'm tired. I'm about done. I need some real sleep, man. I'm tired. And I still won't get it for a good while today, probably. Man, just can't even keep going. I'm tired.
Okay, guys, it's McDonald's time. Breakfast. McDonald's breakfast. Didn't get anything too fancy today. Just a wrap, 2 hash browns, coffee. Oh, yeah, this is the wrap that put a hash brown on it. So I got 3 hash browns. Technically. These things are pretty good, though. I like these wraps.
And see, that's the thing, you know, when people don't get, when you have no choice, you have to just become superhuman, right? In the process, that's what ends up happening. It makes a very strong human being, because I didn't have nobody to turn to. You see how right now I don't? No, I'm out here. I'm stuck out here. I got to do what I got to do. That's what y'all don't get. Oh, I'm going to be good right now. I'm going to get in the AC and chill, but you got to get there. Just saying, once I'm out here, I'm on foot, man. Yeah, bro, nah. All these folks can miss me with their fake fan support and their inability to drive and their inability to act like a normal person. Like, oh, I'm supposed to be quiet about it. Well, y'all do your illegal activity and nobody does their job or anything about it. I'm okay. You know? Like, you know, if y'all, this is the thing. Everybody is just such a walking contradiction. There's a lot more I could say. I could speak on everything that's happened and recently, but I'm just going to keep it real. Y'all folks just don't know how to do things. I'm telling you straight up. I hope I'm going to be all right. I'm feeling it. Come on, gosh. Never let me down. Carry me through this nonsense. Carry me, God. Not that heavy. Carry me, I'll jump in your arms. Carry me, God. Please. I'm tired. Can't do it no more. Make my legs work. See, this is what it takes. Definitely what it takes. Yeah. I know you're driving and you're in the AC. You'll probably get mad. You probably watch the channel. I could say more, but I'll be nice. That man's a nice guy. Bang. I'll tell you one thing, man. Fools be looking at me, they look away now. Back in the day, some of them would actually try to pretend, and then I'd pull their card. Now, for the most part, they all kind of keep it pushing. They all respect it and know what's good. They fear me. That's the truth. That's the thing. I mean, how you going to sit there and give me your opinion? I just don't get that. Like, I just think it's very two-faced and hypocritical. You know, and I just think that's crazy. You know, you can't get past that. I mean, you can't act like, oh, it's really all good and this and that. Like, nah, you know, what the deal is people have an agenda and they want to control me, and I'm uncontrollable. And I'm going to keep showing that every day. This has nothing to do with y'all. There's nobody who controls me, especially in the Valley. I don't work for anyone, right? I'm just an uncontrollable, independent, sovereign Batman. And that's what it is. You know, your opinion, you're more than welcome to give it, but nobody's asking. Nobody cares. I'm just saying it's passive-aggressive nonsense. It's basically trying to guilt trip and act like that's the way I take it. You know, like real talk. Like, what's a passive-aggressive agenda, bro? When you That ain't right. That ain't cool. You know, so I can't sit here and be fake like, you know, like, that's the thing. Like, look at what happened. Look at what just happened. And I'm reading about everything I'm reading about, and I'm like, yeah, like, think about that. Like, that don't make no sense. I'm just saying. I'm entitled to my opinion. That don't make no sense. See, like, that's what I'm saying. Like, there was just an example in other words publicly of everything I've been saying to educate folks that do that they don't know, that they don't really care about. I don't care about it. You know, it's one thing to say the right thing, but like, you know how you meet people like that? A lot of women do things like that. They say all the right things, but their actions don't match up. You know what I'm saying? It's just like there's a way they're shaping the words to make it sound nice. Like I'm saying, I'm not saying everybody's bad. I'm saying people might be good. I mean, you know, a lot of folks are actually just doing their job, and they're doing the right thing. I give credit to those who do. But I'm saying, what's the excuse on a holistic level that if you read about these things and you read the articles, I'm not going to kiss up these fake statements on here. I'll tell you. Read the article on what happened. Basically, what it says is that it was their fault, as usual, that it was their negligence, that they could have done something to stop what just happened. Right? That's the reality. And nobody else got the courage to say so? That's what I'm saying. I mean, bro, you understand how serious the situation that is of what just happened? I mean, I'm not going to live here. I'm not scared of nobody here and none of y'all. I'm going to say the truth about you. This is what I do for a living. You can target me, you can do whatever. You know, and you're going to lose. You know what I mean? Because that's why I stand up for myself. I'm going to always stand up for myself. You know? Because I noticed that's what these folks try to do. They're all cowards, and they try to get you in a position where they think you won't defend yourself. They try to literally tell you, oh, don't defend yourself. We don't keep defending ourselves. From whoever, whatever. You know, I matter, and my life matters, and it's all that matters. And I'm seeing example after example, actually. There's camera footage of people pointing out kind of the same thing that these folks don't care. They don't care about us, especially out here. They don't. They might fake it till they make it. Maybe some of them even do a little bit, but I don't know. I think that there's too many corrupt individuals everywhere. You know what I'm saying? That's the issue, so I don't know. Like, something has to change and has to give, because if you're not approaching any issue humanely and you're in a position to help people, and that's your job, you know, like I said, it sounds cute to say things and talk, but when it came down to it, y'all didn't help. Y'all didn't help that lady. You didn't. And I'm sorry, but 100%, you can tell yourself what you want, but 100% y'all were responsible for what happened. I read the article. Y'all were responsible for that, as usual. The same thing with why I lost my job out here. They were responsible out here for me losing my job. I helped them and did them a favor. That means technically they owe me money. Actually, and I'm filing a lawsuit over everything anyway. I'm filing a lot of lawsuits. So, no, I'm not going to lie to you. That's why I did this for a living. I'm going to say the truth. I never lie. Y'all were responsible for that. How the hell are you going to sit there and just play aloof? And that's the thing, like, if you listen to what was said on here, like I said, they got people brainwashed, bro. That's not what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to actually get in the mix and get involved. Yes, you are. You're not supposed to just sit there. That's the craziest thing I've ever heard. That's not their job. I'm telling you the truth. Their job is to get busy. Actually, their job is to, you know, part of it is right as far as helping people and all that and serving people, but to sit there and say, you know, I mean, I'm just saying I disagree. I mean, you know, to sit there and say, I'm a professional witness. No, you're not. That's not your job description. Your job description is to get in the mix and protect people. Literally. That's the job description. And it contradicts statements that have been made by the same individuals working the same job before. Because back in the day, they used to tell me, like, oh, you don't respect the fact that we're putting it all, like, what they're risking, basically, doing what they do. So that would make the assumption, making a statement like that they're really doing their job and they're getting in the mix and getting busy. You get what I'm saying? And getting involved in a lot, So it's like, I just don't get it. I mean, it just all seems, honestly, I'm sorry, but it seems corrupt. It seems like exactly what I'm here to see and witness. I'm the one witnessing it. And it seems like what I'm here to expose. It doesn't seem like, that's the thing, that my point is people would love to shine a magnifying glass on me, but I'm not the one under the magnifying glass. It's actually all y'all who are, under the magnifying glass and the telescope and being analyzed and watched by me. Like, my job, honestly, at this point, with God, part of it, is to more so monitor y'all and make sure you're doing your job and that you're actually helping people. So that's why the ones who do that, or at least talk a good talk and pretend that they're doing that, that's what we need. I mean, that's not that that's what we need. We need people that are actually doing it. But my whole point is, what I'm saying, like, the folks who, I don't need that again. I'm getting sick of that. I'm sick of dogs just coming out of nowhere. My cat person, anyway. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't understand it. I really don't. It's weird. But, I'm just saying, like, we need people who are actually going to do their job. That's the thing. Like, and I'm just saying, every instance that happens, it proves more so and more so why people don't take you seriously, why people view you as a joke. And I have nothing against people who are trying to make that better and work on that situation. I'm glad they are, and I'm glad they're doing what they do. But that's the same reason why, we can pretend here, but I don't really want a line of communication with anyone, right? Or any of them like that, because there's no point. But what? You already know that's going to go south. You already know if I have a line of communication, it's only going to be used to say whatever, whenever. And I could be wrong. Maybe some folks are good people and friends, but that's just not my cup of tea, man. It never has been, and it never will be. That thing just fell from that tree. That was crazy. Sign from God. Maybe everything is falling apart for the Walkers. And all y'all about to go to prison, all these folks on YouTube. But yeah, I mean, like I said, people might be decent people, but I'm just saying, there's a big difference between making it sound good, and I really think that some of these folks are really good at their job. I think that they're outstanding citizens, and I think they're doing the right thing. So let me say that. I truly do. Some of these guys are amazing, and that's what we need. But I'm just saying, as a holistic level, it's too passive, the attitude, to where it's not allowing anything to change for the better. Does that make sense? He's tripping because he's seeing Batman. I think he's a worker. So, what we need, and this is just the truth, and I'm not complaining or anything like that, I'm just stating the truth. What we need is people who are going to get involved the right way and do what they need to do. I'm not telling anyone to do anything. I'm not telling anyone what to do. It's not my place. I'm fairly well aware of that. I'm just saying the truth and giving my advice. I just think it's wrong to basically be responsible for what's happening and then just try to sweep it all under the rug. I mean, come on, bro. There's no need for situations to get this serious or be that serious. And to put all the blame on the people who are just being human beings, that's the part that I can't stand, because they do it every single time. Hold up. And that's what needs to change. Like, you're human beings too, bro. You're not, all of you work these little jobs. It's pathetic. You're not above anybody. I don't know what you tell yourself or think. They really they want to become their job. Like, you're not your job, dude. You're a human being like any other. You all have relationships. Everybody got issues within their relationship. What do you mean? it doesn't mean they deserve to go through something. You know what I mean? So I just don't agree with. And doing something and actually winning, you're not considered anything.
This so-called crypto king is now facing life in prison for this elaborate scheme, which involves allegedly kidnapping a wealthy businessman and holding him hostage for his crypto wallet. So, this is John Waltz, who many people refer to as the crypto king. He rented out a $40,000 a month townhouse in Manhattan, lived like a king, and allegedly ended up torturing a 28-year-old businessman and crypto investor for 17 days straight. The dude was allegedly beaten, forced to take illicit substances by two men who were trying to steal his Bitcoin seed phrase.
Arrested barefoot and in a robe, crypto entrepreneur John Waltz expected to appear in court today, accused of kidnapping and man steal his Bitcoin password. But Waltz waiving his appearance at the last minute, his lawyer taking no question.
I have no comment about this.
The crypto king of Kentucky, Waltz now facing charges of kidnapping and unlawful imprisonment.
Okay, so let's break down the key characters of this case. We have John Waltz and William Duplessis, and their alleged victim, Michael Valentino, to Fostro Carduran. In early May of this year, Italian businessman Michael Carduran flew into New York from Italy after he had allegedly been lured by threats to his family. What he didn't realize was that he was walking into what prosecutors described as a torture chamber. Off the bat, I mean, this is just insane. We usually cover more lighthearted stories on the channel, but this is just straight up disgusting. They literally pulled the fly here now or we'll come for your family that you normally see in thriller movies, but in real life. Carduran, he was held captive in a luxury 17-room Soho townhouse rented by John Waltz. And apparently John Waltz is known within the crypto community as the crypto king of Kentucky. So for 17 days, Carduran says that he was beaten, shot, burned, and forced to smoke various substances. And that is putting it extremely light. This was not your average crime scene, according to police reports. One scenario described it as the following. Waltz allegedly carried the victim to the top of the stairs, hung him with the banister, and threatened to end his life if he did not provide his Bitcoin password. What a wonderful vacation to America this was for this Italian man. Man, I feel bad for him. I mean, this is just fun. Keep in mind, while their endgame goal might have been acquiring passwords, it doesn't seem like they planned on leaving them there unscathed. Whether that's mentally or physically, it's just super dark stuff of Bitcoin. And as you can guess, they didn't stop there.
Prosecutors revealing new details about what they say went on in that multi-million-dollar Soho townhouse. Court documents say a 28-year-old man was allegedly there for more than 2 weeks, or Italy under threats that his family would be. According to court documents, the victim, possibly a former business partner, was threatened, stripped of his password and devices, then beaten, shot with a saw, forced to smoke, even dangled over a staircase, told to give up his Bitcoin password or be...
I mean, this is just absolutely insane. And the victim allegedly had about $28 million in the wallet that they were trying to get into. So I guess they lured him in with threats to his family while staying in a multi-million-dollar home. They torture him for the information. And bear in mind, this guy was known as the crypto king of Kentucky, meaning the crime is being committed by a dude who, at least online, portrayed himself as a wealthy person. As we do with Bitcoin crypto, though, that can end pretty quickly. Yeah, I'll be making a video on that shortly. And honestly, I can't even say too many of the details of what actually happened in this house because YouTube would wipe this video from the face of earth. But what I can say is it involved a fire, a chainsaw, and much more. And if all of these allegations are true, I mean, these guys should not be in prison, they should be under the prison. You're probably wondering, how did he survive the situation? Well, according to prosecutors, Carduran finally convinced his captors that his Bitcoin password was actually on his laptop. So when Waltz went to get it, Carduran made a run for it. He bolted out the front door and flagged down a traffic officer.
In stunning surveillance footage obtained exclusively by WNBC, that 28-year-old man from Italy being running barefoot and bloody to a traffic cop and pleading for help.
Inside the townhouse, police found a saw, illicit substances, chicken wire, t-shirts with pictures of the victim with a pipe in their mouth, body armor, night vision goggles, ballistic helmets, a firearm, Polaroid pictures of the victim with this firearm pointing to his head, and ammunition. I mean, as I'm listing up the list just kept getting worse. Every item here just sounds crazy, except night vision sounds pretty sick, to be honest. You're like, come on, like, why would they need night vision?
Once the victim escaped,
And once NYPD got involved, they obviously did a search of this luxury location and found all sorts of incriminating evidence, photographs, weapons.
But Wilkes and Duplessis, they were arrested shortly after, and they pleaded not guilty to charges of kidnapping, assault, and unlawful imprisonment. And both at the time were being held without bail. I mean, I'm honestly really curious how their lawyers plan to go about this not guilty plea, because half the evidence that we've seen isn't going to sit well with the jury. It is a common misconception that crypto cannot be traced, but if any of that money was withdrawn from the victim's crypto wallet, that money most likely would have been traced and linked back to them. Their first pretrial appearance was on June 11th, where they pleaded not guilty to charges of kidnapping, assault, unlawful imprisonment, coercion, and criminal possession of a firearm. Their next appearance was on July 15th, where they appeared before a judge for less than 10 minutes before the trial was postponed, awaiting additional evidence. But our most recent update, being July 23rd, both Woltz and Williams were granted a $1 million bail package. These next quotes come from the ex-user Lauren Conlon, who has gone to every court hearing and has stayed up to date with the whole situation. Apparently, the judge had this to say.
The judge made sure to say that they will not accept crypto or Bitcoin as part of the bail payment.
They must also wear electronic ankle monitors, surrender passports, and go through a security inspection every 72 hours. So, naturally, considering their not-so-guilty plea, their lawyers are trying to say this case isn't what it seems. Defense attorney Sam Tolkien, who represents Duplessis, said in court, the story that he is selling just doesn't make sense. The defense also says there's video of Carteron having a time of his life during the alleged captivity, alongside a video showing him at stores, church, clubs, and dinners. They even say there's footage of him at an eyeglass store showing him calmly smoking a cigarette on the street just before his escape. However, none of this footage is available to the public as of now. But so far, prosecutors are not buying. Sarah Kahn said victims of abuse are not always going to act in a way that we expect people to do.
The prosecution is saying, no, that's not accurate. The victim here, there are text messages between John Waltz and his assistant, where his assistant's like, hey, can I take him here? Can I take him there? And asking permission for the victim to be able to go outside and things like that.
And here's the thing, for Carteron to have managed to escape the way he did, he would have had to convince his kidnappers to walk into the other room. Honestly, I'm surprised if he was held there for that long that he managed to escape that easily.
And the prosecution also said that John Waltz ordered the victim to be in a cage, and she said they found cattle prods and, like dog collars and obviously chainsaws. A lot of that has been reported. But the judge, Judge Caro, at one point, he said, wait a minute, you're not saying, and he said this to the prosecution, he said, you're saying that the victim was cut with a running chainsaw, were you? And she's like, oh yeah, I'm saying that. And he's like, wait, didn't you show me a picture of that? And she's like, yes, I did. And he actually goes, well, that didn't even look like it broke the skin. And the prosecutor was like, well, they burned it to make the wounds, to cauterize the wounds. So it seemed like Judge Caro wasn't buying everything that the prosecution was saying.
But it just seems like everything is very back and forth in this case, from the use of the chainsaw to the overall kidnapping itself. So you've got one side saying he was kidnapped and he had to escape. Then you have the other side saying, yeah, but look, here's footage of him running to the officer covered in blood. And that makes matters even more confusing.
The Fed searched John Waltz's house in Kentucky and essentially found a manifesto of some sort where it said that, they told people, or they were telling people they were government agents, and they were kind of obsessed with intelligence, and they wanted to take they were planning to take all of the crypto and the Bitcoin away from evil people that wanted to use it for terrorism. So they were targeting evil people, or something like that, and it was all written in this manifesto.
So now, another part of their crypto kidnapping scheme was to essentially tell people that they work for the government, and that they're doing this for the greater good? Like, what is the story? It just doesn't make sense.
The prosecutor said that if they told the victim if he didn't cooperate with them, that he would be a terrorist, and, there were text messages about this fantastical plan to steal all of his money, and they found different documents when they searched the place, and the documents were basically wanting the victim to fill out his Bitcoin and crypto information, and a document that said he was violating the Patriot Act. Really wild stuff.
I mean, these guys are taking their role play to a whole new level, it seems. Not to make light of the situation, but, like, I just can't picture dudes running after the guy with a chainsaw, trying to force him to sign a legal paper. Like they're LARPing Jason from Friday the 13th or something like that. Like, the whole situation is just crazy. And then on top of that, there's this, like, government LARP involved as well.
You know, going back to some of the text messages, he's like, Your Honor, all the text messages between John Waltz and his assistant and William Duplessis about the victim, he's like, it's a joke. They even refer to him as Hog, this nickname they gave him because of his you-know-what side. So these text messages are totally taken out of context.
Okay, that kind of seems like a typical response we see on this channel a lot. Oh, that was taken out of context. Like, guys, you have a whole arsenal of, torturing and kidnapping tools, all within your apartment, and obviously the victims who ran out covered in blood. The situation does not look like a out of context moment.
They also brought up the February alleged kidnapping involving John Waltz, you know, just to add to their case. And yeah, the judge was not convinced. So, yeah, they will be out on bail as soon as they can get it all together.
So the incident reference here took place a few months prior in February. A Holiday Inn employee contacted the Kentucky police after being approached by a distressed hotel guest. The woman, who primarily spoke German, showed the employee text messages from her son, saying that he was being held by armed individuals. Using an online translator, the employees interpreted one of the messages saying, "They don't want to let me go. Bitcoin. Need help. They are armed to the brim." The woman explained this was only her second time in the U.S., and that her son, who lives in Switzerland, was staying with friends named John and Kayla at a house in Birdsville Road and nearby Smithland. While she didn't specify who was holding him for ransom, the information was relayed to local authorities. The Patica dispatcher noted that Livingston County was already familiar with both the address and the individuals involved. Following the report, a Patica officer confirmed that the name, John Waltz, was being associated with that location. So we have multiple victims, text message evidence, physical evidence, and a history of a similar situation. Apparently this has all been shown to a judge, but he's not fully buying it yet. Interesting. But I guess you never know, and obviously the public has less information than the judge. So we kind of just have to wait and see what happens. Because, I mean, we've seen so many cases where the situation has done a complete 180. So honestly, I don't know if there's footage of him during those 17 days of torture out in public acting
According to Fortune, something like half, or more than half, of internet traffic these days is bots. In Parallel, which issues a bad bot report, found that almost 50% of internet traffic comes from non-human sources, with 20% of that being so-called bad bots prone to a host of malicious activities. Bots generate fake page views, clicks, impressions, and user sessions, all of which inflate top-line web analytics data. The distortion directly impacts metrics, including conversion rates, average session duration, and the like. Cybersecurity firms, which admittedly may be talking their book to some extent, claim ad fraud bots also click on pay-per-click ads or simulate user activity, causing companies to pay for traffic and conversions that never represent real humans. They put the damage at hundreds of billions of dollars per year around the global internet. It's been a problem for a long time, but like 50% now. Didn't they say Twitter is like the most bot-driven social media website? That Twitter might be as much as 3/4 bot-driven? Was that from the same article, or was that from a separate article talking about it? 70%? Did I mistake that? 70 to 80% bot activity. The internet, as we understand it, basically, like, it's not even going to exist. The whole thing is built on ad revenue. Running big websites is expensive. The server space, it's not easy to run. Here, where in the section do they talk about Twitter specifically? I don't think that's in this article. See, I see this, which is apparently paraphrasing from another Fortune article. Out of more than 40 million visits to TikTok, only 2.56% were determined to be fake. Facebook sent 8.1 million visits, and 2.01% of monitored visits were classified as inauthentic. But no other platform comes close. X is nearly 76%.
Antonovich tells Mashable, oh, this is a Mashable article, that it's not out of the ordinary to see spikes in fake traffic on social media platforms during big events like U.S. elections. However, he has never seen anything close to X's 75.85%. Have you seen your message requests lately? I feel it. It is a bot website, yeah. You know, the implication of the dead internet theory, spread of bots everywhere, such and such, is that ads are no longer an acceptable way of funding the existence of websites. Do you have any idea how terrifying that is? Speaking as somebody who makes a significant portion of his money on ad revenue, for one. But, like, the only reason the internet in general is free is because of that. That's the reason why. Like, none of this is free to run. You have server space. It costs money to host that information. You were right when you said YouTube should be a subscription service. Yeah, no, I meant it. And this is part of the reason why. Because the more and more of this information comes out, the more and more people are going to say, well, we're not going to pay you to host our ads if the only people clicking on these ads are bots. They don't represent any conversion from viewer to purchase. They're totally inauthentic. The only kind of advertisement that seems to really make a difference is like when you, an influencer, like if you're a YouTuber or a TikToker or something, if you directly advertise for a product, that might carry with it some kind of meaning. But the conversion rates from advertisements that are like posted on the webpage seem to be borderline nothing. The Something Awful forums were ahead of their time. This is an older article, but companies can track the buys from ads, so they should know, right? Yeah, but they're not necessarily tracking the purchases. They're also tracking the conversions. How many people see an ad and then click on the ad? See, it's not easy to really get a relationship between ad conversion rate, how many people click through to the actual product page, and how many people buy. What about people who click through to the product page and then buy later? What if they're influenced by the ad, and then a month later, they're like, I could use a product like this. Oh, I remember. And then they go back to that product, you know? It's really difficult. For the most part, what these advertisers have to rely on is like direct click-through conversion. You see an ad, you click on it, it's an indication of interest. But a bot can do that. Maybe it doesn't necessarily correlate directly to a purchase, but that is the metric that a lot of these advertisers have been using for years, decades now. So if that metric does not work because there are bots that are like trained to click on ads and supply that fake data, unironically, to me, this is a good argument in favor of online digital ID registration, but one that correlates only to the abstract concept of a human being, not to a specific data profile that you have in particular. An anonymized, a data blip that is granted to a human being, a citizen, whatever you prefer, that verifies when you use a website that you are a human being, but it doesn't carry with it any additional information. There's no demographic information except for, I suppose, your age. It doesn't convey your race, your browsing history, anything like that. No, the EU age verification app also has like other data packaged with it. What prevents someone from just putting the human token into their bots? Well, then it couldn't be used by a human. I think there are ways. You'll forgive me on this, but I think that there are ways of like directly attaching this info. Like, imagine if you had to use a social security number to use a website. Like, people could theoretically give their social security number to a bot, but like, would they? And if that's the case, then, like, at the very least, the limit to how many malicious bots are going online and faking their identities with that kind of information, it's limited to the number of humans there are on Earth. Like, for every bot that's doing that, you would need to have a human being who's, like, been willing to attach that data. And any individual bot farmer might be able to give their ID away to one, but they can't give it to multiple. Or people might rent out their identities. This is possible. I agree that it's not like a problem that's instantly fixed. I'm only saying that I understand and sympathize with this approach. My argument, though, is that this would need to be done in a way that is totally anonymous to the person using the identifier. The only thing it's attempting to identify is that you are a human being. Because, man, the bot traffic online, what are advertisers going to do when 90% of all internet traffic is bots? What about 95, 99? What is anyone going to do? What is the point of going online and trying to build a social media profile, of being an influencer of any kind, of making art and putting it out there, when for all you know, every view, every like, every comment could be done by bots that are just trying to fill up a profile of legitimacy so that when they click on ads, the ad package that's given to the advertising corporation looks more authentic, so more money is given to them. Do you understand? I would have to look at the details to hear about it. I've heard otherwise, and the subject's too complicated for me to do a glance at most of that. I know we're past the surveillance Israel portion, but Apple is mass hiring IDF Unit 5200. Yeah, a significant part of the reason why we fund Israel so aggressively is because we use their surveillance of Gaza as a test bed for our tech surveillance ship, our Palantir ship. Big tech loves Israel, not because they're Zionists, nothing to do with that. It's because it's a firing range for their technology. It allows them to test out all these cool facial recognition auto turrets and spy satellites, all this deep state tech. Israel's deeply evil, and they take the money. They love the money. They don't care. Not to be a dickhead contrarian, but why should we care if advertisers can't track our purchasing patterns? I'm not arguing that they should be able to track our purchasing patterns. I'm arguing that if you create so much noise online that advertisers can't determine anything about anything, also not just advertisers, influencers. How do you think it would feel for me? And I mean this, by the way. How do you think it would feel for me if I'm making arguments, I'm sharing my beliefs, I'm doing my stand-up comedy, whatever, I'm streaming, and then somehow I find out that 95% of the people watching, commenting, liking, subscribing are bots? Don't you think that would be a little bit despair-inducing to me? Genuinely, I understand that it's a joke and you all can say, well, I'm a bot, I get it, but I'm trying to engage with a serious point. That would feel horrible for me. Even the threat that it could happen. You still get the bag, though? No, because as that becomes more pervasive, the advertising value of the views becomes lower and lower. The more pervasive the bot problem becomes, the more that money gets spread around, the more advertisers are not willing to pay whatever the current price per click is. So I do lose money, sure, but also I lose in the sense that I have to deal with the fear that all the time I could be talking to an audience of effectively nobody. Yeah, don't you guys remember the Adpocalypse? A bunch of YouTubers who you guys probably liked and enjoyed, got hit really hard because an earlier iteration of this problem happened, People overestimated the viability of advertising click-through as a monetization model, and as a consequence, the money dried up and people started making a lot less. Websites that dry up. Websites you enjoy, Who's to say I'm not a bot? I don't find this funny. We're talking about a kind of existential social death here. Obviously to an extent in my career, but also, it is very scary. The internet, as we know it, is built on the idea that when you get algorithmic data, you are getting it from human beings. Or at the very least, that the human noise is much more prominent than the bot noise. Because bots have been online for a long, long time. It's just now they're capable of getting around detection systems CAPTCHAs and stuff. Isn't this all not going to matter soon because the ID laws are going to kill all the bots, or am I mistaken? I would be interested in seeing how that pans out, because even if there are ID laws in the United Kingdom for people using, let's say, YouTube, does that change the fact, then, that bots that are registered in India could post? There's a broader issue with website usage here, since it's all international. And then there's the fact that you're giving your information away to a government, you're giving it away to private corporations, you're feeding those sort of out of your machine, which is itself a big bot. Right? The internet runs on the fact that there is value to capture by humans paying attention to something. If you can't verify that it's human attention, there's no value. Exactly. Fundamentally, yeah. Basically, all commerce and all social engagement, all of which, online and offline, are built on the idea that there's something uniquely valuable about the attention of other human beings. Whether or not they're paying you money. If you're out there in the street handing out pamphlets or yelling into a microphone about how you're on strike outside of a business you don't like, it matters if there are people listening to you versus people not listening to you. If there are, say, animals listening to you, like there are squirrels around, that might be delightful, but it's not useful to you, of course. They're just chilling. If there are bots listening in some capacity, machines, it doesn't matter. Humans matter. And it's just getting worse and worse and worse. We're also, at some point, probably going to have to massively streamline the internet as well. We're going to have to cut down on how much money it takes to access stuff online. Because it costs money to run a website, right? Like all the, forgive my lack of understanding of how anything works, all the tools you have to build, from the servers to the homes, you know? It's a whole thing. To an extent, it can be made cheaper to run a website if the website doesn't have that much content on it. Like, YouTube is very expensive to run because it's got, 1 billion hours of video, more than 1 billion. I wonder if eventually all websites are going to go back to, like, an early 90s text ASCII format, you know what I mean? Like, because now that nobody trusts the value of a click, because there are bots everywhere, the only way to profitably run a website is to make it so that when people access information from your servers, it's the tiniest amount of information possible. Literal, like, kilobytes of information. There was a funny article about how a lot of Japanese web design being super outdated has resulted in it being way cheaper to have websites hosted in Japan than in most Western countries. That's interesting. I know most of the web is loaded stuff. Yeah, no kidding. I'm not, like, knowledgeable on netcoding, but, like, my understanding is that right now, if you scroll your mouse cursor over the taskbar at the top of a website to get a drop-down menu, somehow that is causing, like, more information to be pulled from the server than what you could have pulled, like, an entire website from before. Like, we're so wasteful with our internet resources now because we're like, oh, whatever, it's all cheap, it's all free. Just, Squarespace this, Squarespace that, make everyone rounded, beveled edges everywhere, drop shadows, da-da-da, and it's like, okay, well, now every time somebody uses this web page, they're pulling like 16 megabytes of data when the actual useful information on it is maybe like 3 kilobytes. Like maybe we should scale it back a little bit. Just a little bit. Maybe we don't need everything having like a drop shadow and an animation. You get what I mean, right? Make everything look like MC Master. Oh, beautiful, yeah. This web page loaded like a nanosecond. That's nice. Yeah, I mean, it's unironically like a lot cheaper, right? Honestly, the security infrastructure is what causes that. Look, I'm not an expert on netcoding, and I won't pretend to be, but all I'm going to say is this, okay? I know how badly optimized modern games are because they're like, well, everyone has 64 gigs of RAM and a 4090 anyway, so who gives a shit, okay? But when you really knuckle down and try to make a well-optimized game, there are developers that have made miracles happen. Anyone play Death Stranding 2? Making a website is significantly less complicated than making a video game. I'm sure there's tons and tons of work that could be done to reduce the scope of website design bloat and make it much cheaper to host a website. You know what I'm talking about? Like, if you could make the internet profitable that way. You could run a website and it's like, oh, the server costs are like $600 a month or something, and then it's like, and now, even though the same number of users access that data, maybe you bring it down to 300, maybe 200, maybe 100 a month. The funny thing is the stuff they're talking about, like Drop Shadow Beveled Edge, isn't even what causes the bulk of the download. They download like the whole toolkit to do everything you possibly. If I knew a little bit more about netcoding, I would probably be like raging the fuck out right now, because what I would do is I would like go to a web page. I'd go to like the front page of YouTube, and then I would do some bullshit that shows like all the information I just pulled from YouTube, and I'd be like, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Why? And I would like, this isn't this. And if you needed this, you could just pull it on a separate page. You don't need this for everything. You know what I'm talking about? A lot of it is trackers too. That's true. A lot of it is trackers. A lot of it is openly malicious. Yeah. I mean, like, if you need a perfect example of how badly designed so much of like internet infrastructure is, it's not exactly internet infrastructure, but dude, Chrome's RAM usage is like, that like 90% of Chrome's RAM usage is like the Google Palantir eyeball staring at you in everything you do, right? They don't even need to take up that much RAM. They're doing it just for the love of the game. They're like, there's like a fucking Balrog it's sitting in the code, eating up all the data that you give it. Anyway, sorry. I'm kind of talking like way out of my field of expertise here, I guess. I don't.
Aslan! Aslan!
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. I hope your day is starting off as fantastic as it possibly can. There's more great news for Canada and our economy. Let me start by summarizing some of the nonsense that's dominating the media these days. And I'm speaking of the media as a whole, not just right-wing media or left-wing media, but across the board. They've just bought into the nonsense, and they're being led by the nose by the U.S. administration, just regurgitating the talking points that they're given. Here's a headline in CNBC: Trump's tariff deadline is near. Here's a look at countries that have a deal and those that don't. Get this: Trump's suspension of reciprocal tariffs will end on Friday, which means the world could face higher tariffs once again. The U.S. has managed to make only 8 deals in 120 days. Key trading partners without a deal so far include Canada, Australia, and India. And all of that is nonsense, because Canada actually does have a trade deal with the United States. It's called the USMCA, and most of our trade is still governed by that deal. But somehow the U.S. media now has taken the talking point from the White House that deals are being made. And they go so far as to publish this chart of deals that have been struck. And they have on the right column here the tariff rate before agreement, and then in blue the tariff rate after trade agreement. And you can look at some of the numbers. For instance, China on the bottom, the tariff rate before agreement was 145%, and now the tariff rate after trade agreement is 30%. So this is the new definition of the United States now. First, the president holds up a big sandwich with a list of all the countries in the world and a number beside each country which represents the tariff associated with that country, the amount of tax that the United States will pay on imports from that country. And on that sandwich board are some ridiculous numbers like UK 25%, Vietnam 46%, China 145%. And then after some time goes by and some threats are made and some delays are made, some bureaucrats behind the scenes start talking about these numbers, and now they have a new list of numbers. Instead of 145%, it's 30%. So U.S. companies, instead of having to pay 145% tax on Chinese imports, will only have to pay a 30% tax on Chinese imports. This is called a trade deal in the United States now. But as far as the United States, the biggest trade deal, as reported in the Yahoo Finance, the Canadian press, China and the U.S. agreed to extend tariff policies. So delayed again after constructive in Stockholm, as reported on Reuters. The Mexico trade deal is extended, delayed for another 90 days. Mexico will continue to pay a 25% fentanyl tax. He obviously misspoke, and what he wanted to say was U.S. importers will continue to pay a 25% tax on all Mexican imports, which I implemented by executive order using a fentanyl emergency as the excuse. And as reported on CBC News here, our Prime Minister just recently said, surprise, the Canada-U.S. trade negotiations may not conclude by August 1st. Mark Carney said, there are many aspects to these negotiations. We are engaged in them, but the assurance for Canadian business and Canadians is we will only sign a deal that's the right deal. That's a good deal for Canada. So no rush. So let me go back to the start and just try and unpack this really for you, because it's amazing these days that you can take utter nonsense and ridiculous garbage and package it as news and sell it to people. I fully believe that there's 150 million Americans that actually believe that their government is negotiating deals with other governments. And the only thing that's really happening now is the United States administration is trying to decide how much it will tax its own people on the import of goods from other countries. And they've successfully sold this to the American people as the government is fighting for you and making these countries pay to do business with the United States. Look, we're going to make the UK pay 10%. We're going to make the Philippines pay 19%. South Korea, they're going to pay 15%. And China's going to pay 30%. And they're just basically bidding with a number of tariff, which represents how much tax U.S. importers will pay on goods that are imported from these countries. They're not a great deal. They're just a number, and it's just a matter of how much pain the United States wants to impose on themselves. And it looks like from these numbers here, it's going to be somewhere between 15 and 20%. And the U.S. government has sold this to the American people as being a great trade negotiation. When in reality, what's going to happen is, let's just pick a number here. Let's look at China. tariff rate before agreement was 145%. So American companies importing products from China were set to pay 145% tax, which meant they weren't really going to import anything from China because that's a ridiculously high number. And now that number, the tariff rate after trade agreement, is 30%. So American companies that want to import things from China are going to have to pay a 30% tax when that good is received in the United States. Now, there's a few things that will happen as a result of this. Number one, Chinese companies that are exporting to the United States may not want to lose a lot of market share, and they may lower their price a little bit. If they know those American companies are going to have to pay 30% tax, they might buy less of our stuff. So we can afford to lower the price just a little bit to ease that more. And that's described as the Chinese are going to eat the cost, they're going to eat the tariffs. Well, they might eat a little bit of it. They might lower their price a little bit and get squeezed a little bit. The second thing that will happen is U.S. companies that import these Chinese goods that have to pay this 30% tax. Their costs will be higher, and they'll have to sell the products for more money to make the same amount of profit. So they'll have to increase their prices. That'll happen for sure. But they may not increase their prices a full 30% because they're going to fear that American consumers may not buy the stuff for 30% more. Maybe the U.S. importing companies won't raise their prices the full amount of the tariff that they're going to pay. They need to absorb a little bit of that cost and to decrease their profit. Maybe they'll increase the prices 20%. Whatever the numbers are. But at the end of the day, this is real. Trickle down economics. The regular schmalls, the middle class, low-income earners, the bulk of Americans who buy stuff will have to pay more. Maybe not 30% more, maybe 10 or 15% more. Maybe the American company will make a little bit less profit. If they make a little bit less profit, they may not be able to afford increasing the wages of their workers, who, I guess, would have to be those same middle to lower class Americans that work at these companies. Overall, it will be a self-imposed burden on their economy. Wealth is sucked up from the lower and the middle class and redistributed to the United States government, which will collect all these tariffs. The United States government will decide who they give that money to. And if you read the big, beautiful bill, and I know none of you have read the big, beautiful bill, but it includes extending massive, massive tax cuts for the ultra-rich. This whole scheme will go down in history as one of the most massive redistribution of wealth from the lower middle class up to the richest class. And the disparity between the ultra-rich and the poor will just become greater. And ironically, it will happen with the support of plus or minus 100 million of those U.S. middle and lower class earners who can use the full support of this because they will have no idea how it works and what's actually. Now add on to all of that it doesn't really matter what those numbers are or what any trade deal is, because the United States can just change its mind sometimes every 15 minutes. Any deal or any number that's negotiated or agreed upon isn't worth the piece of paper that it's written. Here's a headline from CTV News. Trump shocks the market with scaled-back copper tariff. U.S. prices plunge. I'm not going to read the whole article, but just point out that this is another example of the president opening his mouth and spewing out nonsense that there's going to be a big tariff on copper. Copper prices skyrocketed in the United States, and then when the details came out, completely different than what he had said. And quoted here in this article, markets are now busily repricing refined copper much lower after Trump's epic policy. You can have from one minute to another deals completely overturned, rhetoric skewed, and the markets go into chaos. There was a day, not so long ago, that if someone in politics were to make statements that would affect the market, commodities, the trade on the market, that in the past was against the law and would be investigated. There would be investigations on who knew this information, who bought before the statement was made, who sold after the statement was made. This stuff was taken seriously years ago, and now it happens almost every day, and it's just reported in the news as, hey, this is news. You could be negotiating a deal with the United States now that you were told had something to do with fentanyl and something to do with balance of trade or other things that make no sense. And then all of a sudden one day, The president could just say, well, Canada is planning to recognize Palestine as a state. That will make it very hard for us to do a trade deal with them. Any number that you've negotiated in the past or written down, or he's held up on a billboard, all of a sudden that's out the window. That's the fog of inflammatory rhetoric that we have to live with day to day. Those are the headlines that you read. And people tend to take them seriously and react with fear or surprise, or we're supposed to react somehow to all these things. But really, we should just put that aside. This is all the nonsense that's happening, and world leaders have started to realize that. Just ignore that and go on with business. Start diversifying your trade. Start making deals with other countries. And carry on with business. But cover the nonsense. Let me show you some real news now. That's actually very good for Canada. Reported on CBC News here just recently, the Bank of Canada holds interest rates steady at 2.75%. As the economy shows resilience in the face of tariffs. The Bank of Canada held interest rates steady. It did not lower interest rates because it didn't feel the need to try and stimulate the economy. Because our economy is doing just fine, even though all this tariff rhetoric and nonsense is going on in the background. Reported in the Financial Post, July 31st, Canada's economy on track to meet expectations in the second quarter. Our GDP looks set to dodge the contraction expected by economists and the Bank of Canada. Statistics Canada said in a flash estimate for June that the economy grew by 0.1%, driven by increase in retail and wholesale trade. And if you're a pessimist, you say, oh, wait a minute, 0.1%, that's a tiny number. How could you say that's good news? Well, it's good news because almost every economist and the Bank of Canada and most Canadians and most pessimists thought when the United States imposes these tariffs, our economy is going to crater and everything's going to be a catastrophe and we won't be able to survive. The economy looks like it's chugging along just fine. And you have to put that in perspective. It's chugging along just fine in the face of all these tariffs. And I predicted this and talked about this in previous videos that I did months ago. A month ago, no one was expecting this. Everyone expected the Canadian economy to crater and our unemployment rate to skyrocket. Well, unemployment is down and our economy is doing just fine. Meanwhile, reporting on Yahoo Finance here, Trump gets his tariffs, Americans get price hikes. And reported on Yahoo Finance for the United States, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge shows price increases accelerating in June amid tariff uncertainty. So while Americans are seeing increased inflation and increased costs for everything that they import from every other country, most countries are just shrugging things off and forming new trade alliances and doing just fine. The Canadian economy has added jobs, the GDP is fairly steady, there's been no catastrophic collapse, we're not in recession. I'll close with this, I'll just read you a headline and one quote. This is not related to the economy, but just read this. This is the state of what's happening in the world. Trump, this is from CBC. Trump is threatening Putin with a tighter ceasefire deadline. Russia is shrugging. Russian state media barely covered the development. In a post on Telegram, Andrei Gurulyov, a member of Russia's State Duma and a former army officer, called Trump's announcement a fresh statement with the same old Trump, which no longer works. He goes on to say, we don't bet on Trump, just as we didn't bet on Biden. We bet on ourselves. Now, I'm not implying any support for Russia or anything that Russia's doing. I just thought I'd read that quote for you because it kind of encapsulates the feeling of the whole world with respect to the United States and Donald Trump. And for Canada, that quote, the ending of it, holds true. We have to bet on ourselves. We just have to keep moving forward, accelerate our nation-building projects, buying Canadian, choosing Canadian, boycotting U.S. goods, not traveling to the United States, keeping our money in Canada, keeping our economy growing, and doing what's right and what's best for ourselves. The sky is not falling. The doom and gloom and the ridiculous rhetoric that's blown out of proportion at this point.
The White House just moments ago announcing an executive order setting reciprocal tariff rates from 10 to 41% on dozens of countries. President Trump saying Canada, America's closest allies, now face a 35% tariff. And that we're just hours away from those tariffs going into effect. But what does that actually mean when the tariff numbers sort of change at the whim of one person
on any given day at any given time. There's some questions here. Those are questioning goodness. Richard, I was reading your social media post where with, your typical call it like it is. You said that the trade agreement comes down to quote largely garbage, and you won't throw it away, shall we say? No, there's a reason that you were saying.
Right, because the president only has one thing in his goal, and that is a headline tariff number. 50%, 20%, 10%, doesn't matter. This goes back decades, as you know, Aaron. Donald Trump loves tariffs, so he got his headline number. As for the rest of these deals, Japan invests $550 billion, EU $600 billion, $750 on export. UK, is a good one. The UK will adopt a structured, negotiated approach further. To own and control selected finance, but there's no mechanism for any of this. There's no enforcement. There's no penalty. Nobody knows what this is.
I'm going to build the fact that the $5 billion is still in the blank state that has struggled, right? And 10 years later, that's $100 million.
And that's why exponentially better. Correct. And again and again and again, the president is not what he wants. It is a headline and a tariff. These deals will never come to fruition. If I'm wrong, there'll be pickles, there'll be change, there'll be fudge. They will like the thousands of pages and take months and months to negotiate. We don't do it like this.
No, and even when you say, oh, it's this number, it changes all the time, to your point about enforcement, there's no one even knows what to enforce or where to enforce, right? So
each one of these countries is going home, got away with 15%, never mind that other garbage. We've got away with 15%. I know this because I've spoken to the ministers involved. They are all basically saying, how can we get away from this with the least price payable?
And they feel that they're...
Well, but they're fooling themselves, Aaron, because tonight's a good example. In the last 3 days, we've had Brazil with Bolsonaro, we've had India with some sanctions, and tonight we've got Canada with Palestinian recognition. So tariffs are going to be used again and again and again in the future as a tool of foreign policy. Any deal that anybody's agreed.
All right, well,
I don't say this like it.
No, I know you don't, and that's why I said when you say, God, you're not saying it very silly, right? You're saying it very seriously, which is why I want to talk about it. And thank you very much, Richard.
White House says countries will see new tariff rates higher than 15% if they would not enter a trade agreement with the United States.
Today, and long story short, it's really quickly. I want to go through the details of this in the end. So first, headline, Financial Times. U.S. labor market rose sharply to only 70,000 jobs in July. Okay, and this particular number is 73,000 jobs. That is under what market / Wall Street was expecting. I think they were expecting like over 100,000. I think so. We're short of expectations. But then there's more. A big part of the headline as well is they revised the previous couple of months down that they overcounted jobs to the last time they marked the revision of 258,000 downside. Okay, so let me read through more of it, try to make some sense of this for you guys. So it says the U.S. economy added 73,000 jobs in July, while previous months were revised sharply downward, feeling concerns of a cool down in the American labor market. So again, the job data came in weak this month, and in the last couple of months before that, the numbers were off by quite a lot. Right? 8,000 downward. Friday's figure from Bureau of Labor Statistics was below the 105,000 anticipated by economists polled by Bloomberg. It came on top of huge revisions to May and June hiring data, which were slashed by combined 38,000 positions to, then they say in May we had 19,000 jobs, and in June 14,000. So if the trend continues, this number that we got this month at 73,000 will probably be revised down. Also, if the trend continues. Not good. yeah, you guys already know the stuff. Then you have another big number in not a good direction. The June unemployment rate was up to 4.6%. So again, unemployment's going up. Revised jobs down. The last couple of months, the jobs was short of expectations, and I think we have an unemployment rate of 4.2%. That may not necessarily count. A lot of people, be it underemployed, you're not paid enough, or you're not working enough hours. You guys know this. There are many jobs out there these days that are gig work or sort of like contract only. There's no security, or this kind of numbers that say the 4.2 unemployment. Some people would just quit looking altogether, just dropped out of the system, right? So there's a lot of things that are under factor. A lot of people say that you could double this number if you want to get like a real sense of where we are, and you'll know in your neck of the woods, be it from family, friends, people around you, what people are saying. I hear already for young people it's really hard to get a job coming out of college, and I know it's really tough out there. I really do know. So that's why it's ridiculous when the Trump people always tell you that everything is great. The bond markets are responding. Sort of the bet now, the last time we checked, maybe 65 to 70% chance that the Fed will cut next time around. Now the rate cut alone won't necessarily be better, because the problem is that the Trump people are threatening to the whole tariff trade war thing, and that would basically cause the cost to go up. So unemployment is going up, the costs are going up, inflation is obviously going to be going up. Things aren't looking good. That's why I'm going through this up with you guys. This is just breaking now. There's traders in futures markets up their bets on interest rate cuts. The U.S. Federal Reserve pushing up the chance of rate cut.
Republican senators will do anything to restore Americans' faith in government. Well, except ban inside the trade. This is just another day. As most of you know, every job goes through the sacrificing. Maybe a part of your social life, maybe some family time, maybe it's money. Well, when it comes to that third one, Republicans aren't quite ready to surrender just yet.
A bill that would ban members of Congress from buying, selling, or owning individual stocks is making its way through the Senate. The Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs voted 8-7 today to advance the measure for full consideration. Nearly all Republicans on the panel voted against the bill except for its sponsor, Senator Josh Hawley of Missouri.
First off, I'm glad that Republican Josh Hawley supports this ban on congressional insider trading, but I refuse to heap any amount of praise on someone who gave a full fist of solidarity to insurrectionists on January 6th. The bar is not so low that merely introducing one piece of good legislation negates the fact that you advocated for an overthrow of the U.S. government because you wanted pets from Trump. But back to the actual legislation. For some reason, it is not currently illegal for members of Congress to buy, sell, or own individual stocks, which seems odd considering they're privy to information that other stockholders, for example, the public, are not. So Hawley proposed legislation called Preventing Elected Leaders from Owning Securities and Investment Funds, otherwise known as the Pelosi Act, or sometimes referred to as Josh Hawley is an asshole and can't propose legislation without trying to score political points. Now, as part of negotiations with Democrats, Hawley changed the name to the Honest Act, and this would prohibit members of Congress and their spouses from trading or holding individual stocks, and they'd have to comply with an audit every 2 years. And if this sounds like a good idea to you, well, you were not Senator Fixie.
So this idea that we're going to attack people because they make money is wrong. Is absolutely wrong. We should cherish all of our different backgrounds. Every one of us has a different background. I've got a business background. But what I was just accused of is making money, and somehow I can't be fair and do things the right way.
That's right, we should cherish all different backgrounds, and it is just gross that anyone would insinuate Senator Rick Scott would make money in some untoward manner.
Senator Rick Scott is one of the richest members of Congress, and part after making a absolute fortune as the CEO of a healthcare company that was accused of defrauding Medicare and fined over $1 billion. What was at the time the largest healthcare fraud settlement in U.S. history.
I wonder if the background of someone who accrues their wealth by defrauding Medicare is one of those ones that Rick Scott wants us to cherish. But I'm sorry, Richard. You were saying?
How many people in the arts, how many of you don't want to make money? Anybody want to be poor? I don't.
Well, of course not. I mean, if you were poor, that would mean you just had your health care cut, your food assistance cut, and on a daily basis you've been watching a decades-long attempt to demonize your very existence as a lazy, freeloading member of your country, all by people like you. So I get why you're poor. But it wasn't just Richie Rick who didn't want his money curtailed. When President Trump heard something happened to his most prized possessions, no, I said his most prized possessions, well, that he simply could not have tolerated. And Josh Hawley was put.
Why would one Republican, Senator Josh Hawley from the great state of Missouri, join with all Democrats to block the refuse, sponsored by Senator Rick Scott, with the support of almost all other Republicans of Nancy Pelosi's stock trading over the last 25 years? He said it smells very much like, to me, like sabotage. He's playing right into the dirty hands of Democrats. This bill is great for Pelosi and her husband, and bad for our country. I don't think real Republicans want to see their president, who has unprecedented success, targeted because of the whims of a second-tier senator named Josh Hawley.
Wow. And you think Josh Hawley's just going to sit down and take that? Well, he did. In fact, after that tweet storm, Hawley did what he does best, got on his best pair of running shoes, and sprinted on over to the dear leader's house to explain that what Trump was mad about wasn't even in the legislation. According to Hawley, Mr. Trump said that senators told him falsely that the bill would force him to sell off all his assets and properties, including his Mar-a-Lago estate. And so I said, well, that's just false. It explicitly exempts you and all your assets, Hawley told reporters on Capitol Hill Thursday. So we walked with that, and he was like, oh, that's not what he had been told. See, it was all just a big misunderstanding. Donald Trump was clearly misled about what this bill would do, and thought that it would be a bill forcing the divestment of stocks would somehow also mean that you have to sell your home. Sure, an honest mistake. But now that the mistake is all cleared up, certainly Donald Trump supports the effort, right?
Conceptually, he of course supports the idea of ensuring that members of Congress and United States senators who are here for public service cannot enrich themselves.
Conceptually, he supports it. So it's a done deal, right? After all, when has Donald Trump ever lied about something by throwing out some empty rhetoric about concepts?
Have concepts of a plan.
And famously, Trump turned those concepts of a plan to replace the Affordable Care Act into something much more... Sorry, I can't even finish that sentence. He's done nothing. But concepts of a plan notwithstanding, let's take Levitt's claim that politicians shouldn't enrich themselves while in office at face value. Carolyn, your boss, the sitting president of the United States, just used the White House's account to promote the ribbon-cutting ceremony at his private...
It is day 193 of the second Trump administration, and we are starting tonight, you guessed it, with money, power, and politics. For weeks now, midnight tonight is set to be Trump's big deadline for countries to pull regional target or face the big tariffs he announced on just yesterday. continue to emerge. Trump wants people to focus on the big, beautiful things. But the reality is, he's just pushing the deadline again. Like, has Taco Tuesday become Taco Thursday and Wednesday?
Rate, so it's not like it's going to go down from that. In fact, these are the highest tariff rates we've had in centuries. So we should assume that that's the reality. Well, exactly how much it's going to be, which country is still not going to be there. What's really critical is that it's the one country that's going into effect tonight, as opposed to I think it's wants to make a message to capitalism and America. At the same time, the 35% rate
these tariffs, according to the president, was two-part. One, to bring manufacturing capabilities. To completely unrelated issues like foreign policy, you have to question what the ultimate goal is here. The president touted this week, or actually today, he said that tariffs are bringing, quote, trillions of dollars into the U.S. I have not seen an estimate anywhere close to that, but they are saying that it is bringing billions of revenue into the United States. So, there's all these mixed messages of what the point is, and ultimately what it comes down to and what it's going to come down to, what the American public is going to care about, is not about trade imbalance, but about how is this going to impact their pocketbooks when they go to Walmart, when they go to the grocery store.
Justin Bieber is falling apart. The industry of building is once again profiting off this downturn. Each new post and videos from his basis of filters which graphic incredibly about religion, identity, and cycle. Most of his fortune is what $500 million and his career is being ripped away from him. And nothing seems to make sense. Why should nothing make sense? Realize that Justin did find his reality. It's been manufactured behind the scenes within just 13 years old. And in July 2025, this debut is the first time with all years. A surprise project from Swag, the same machine that great is now feeding into construction. Because this industry is what's suffering each of the likes of. But to understand what's really happening to Justin right now, we need to go back to the beginning to truly understand what the 13-year-old muscular industry in Ontario became one of the most exploited figures in politics, who serves as a warning to anyone who's using the industry, and helped save him, promised to protect him, and ultimately became the evidence. It's 2015 and a charming-looking 13-year-old people singing Ego So Sick on the steps of the Avon Theatre in Stratford, Ontario. His mother films him with a cheap camera that loads into YouTube so his grandmother can watch, and within weeks that innocent video attracts the attention of Smooth Braun, a 27-year-old music executive hunting for the next big thing. One flies Johnson and a single mother to Atlanta, and the pitch is very tough. Fame, fortune, and a chance to live his dreams. There, Justin meets Usher, one of the biggest guys in the industry in that time, so it doesn't take long for gradual contacts to sign. Photo ops are arranged, and taking contacts. A small town Canadian boy that hates a big one. The early years seem to be they became one of the most watchable years in history. This concert sold out for minutes, much about the and behind the scenes, 14-year-olds already started to lose control of their life. His last guest became a video. His voice cracking his coming content discussed by talk show hosts. His awful teenage years broadcast globally like something straight out of the Truman Show, where everything in his life is designed around what he can watch and fun. And the generous American supposed sweetheart at the time repeatedly ambushed the teenage Justin with embarrassing content during his videos. She's suddenly displaying photos designed to humiliate her, that laughing looks uncomfortable. Then he calls ransom this and she rushes it off. It's just not as fun. This war is psychological manipulation disguised as influence. Even more disturbing was actress Jenny McCarthy's behavior unfortunately, as she multiple times gets to finish Justin inappropriately, including one straight to kiss the man while he was accepting the war. It's visibly disgusting and causing exposure. Even people like James Corden are some touching, but perhaps the most sinister figure in Justin's early years was the footage of their interaction with that it was genuinely disturbing. If one held famous influence did he promise a 50-year-old Justin being offered in a house. These weren't just casual offerings, they're classic grooming behavior using expensive gifts to create obligations to him. Apparently he's repeated with numerous leftovers, though perhaps not as young and as vulnerable as Justin, that would help. Even more troubling is the footage where Diddy openly said that Justin should know better than to talk about what happened to his plays.
And he knows better than to talk about the things that he does with Big Brother Puff on national television.
Diddy had custody of 15-year-old Justin for 14 months. Just let us see again. An adult man with a documented history of very inappropriate behavior given unsupervised access to a child star for 2 full days. There's also strange photos that appears to show Diddy checking Justin for a while. This teenager might be recording a conversation. Given what we now know about Diddy's lifestyle, from parties and music artists, those 48 hours might take on a much darker side. You can actually see the nervousness in his face, and that's only a road to a much deeper, hysteric depression that makes you wonder what is the subject of this post-all. All of this is happening, and it gets to the of life. Everyone around him is always screaming. People hate him everywhere. Paparazzi's always following him. His entire life from his earliest memories has always been watched and recorded. All for other people is entertainment. Anytime he's involved, that's too constant. Anytime he feels awful in his career as a young teenager, he's exposed to his entire world. But actually the most shocking thing for Justin and other child stars women to see the what's happening inside and the roles of those close to them who seem to fail them. Throughout this period, managers stupidly positioned himself as Justin's guardian. The narrative was part of the belief that a wise older brother guided a talented kid to a danger of fame. They were inseparable. Braun made himself essential within every aspect of Justin's career and personal. But this wasn't really protection. It isolated people and made them dependent on scrutiny, an extension of parasitic industry. He controlled Justin's schedule, his finances, his relationships, and his career decisions in his entire life. He positioned himself as the only person Justin could possibly trust in this dangerous industry. And he was the one who would dictate Justin's life forever. In Justin's case, he just didn't realize what was happening until it was almost too late. The spark in his eyes from his early YouTube videos gradually dimmed with each passing year of this, replaced by a hollow stare that spoke of someone who's been emptied out. So fast forward to 2020, Justin Bieber's career was in full swing and generated between $500 to $1 billion during his career. His concerts always sold out stadiums. His albums would always go platinum. His merchandise was a global phenomenon. By any reasonable measure, he should have been set for life. He was only up from here, right? This is what people imagine when they think of living the dream. He had ultimate success, all the connections you could possibly ever want, all the money you could ever want, all the fame you could ever want, even the looks you could want. Justin quite literally had everything you could wish for. But in reality, he had almost nothing. In Justin's financial situation, he was apart behind the scenes. And how does someone have $1 billion and end up financially desperate? It may seem impossible, but it's a well-trodden path to young people in the industry. A slippery slope that you struggle to get off. It's a classic music industry debt trap that catches many young, successful artists, those with the biggest, purest dreams, and some of the easiest targets. Here's how it works. Record labels and management companies at the top of the industry give artists advances. Upfront payments that look like free money, but are actually loans against future earnings. The catch is that these advances are recoupable, meaning they can just be paid back through the artist's share of royalties, which typically range from 10 to 60% of total sales. But it gets worse through something called constant collateralization. That means if one album flops, the debt carries over onto the next project. All of Justin's future earnings from any source the contract covers get used to pay off old debts. So a failed album in 2015 could still be eating into profits from a hit album in 2020. Now, obviously Justin wasn't exactly broke here in the traditional sense. His current net worth is still estimated to be around $200 to $300 million, but the vast majority was illiquid, and he faced a severe cash flow crisis in 2022, as sources claim that he was on the verge of financial collapse and was so cash poor that he had to borrow a friend's credit card to play golf. But before we continue, I want to tell you about O2. O2 was an all-in-one management software business in the world. After this phase was paralyzed. As you can see, this side, that building. That smile on that side of my face. This nostril, not really. So there's full paralysis on the side of my face. He'd been diagnosed with Ramsay-Hunt syndrome, a rare neurological condition that left him unable to blink from one eye or move half his mouth. He said his lifestyle was starting to take a huge toll on his health. Any reasonable management team would immediately have cancelled the tour and prioritised their artist's health, but allegedly his team continued to push him to perform. When Justin finally couldn't continue, the financial implications were catastrophic. He owed the concert promoter $26 million from a $40 million advance. Instead of helping his longtime client find a solution, it's alleged that Braun's company stepped in with what appeared to be a generous offer. They would cover the $26 million debt to AEG and allow Justin to pay them back over 10 years. On the surface, it looked like Braun was saving Justin, but in reality, he might have been transferring Justin's debt from one master to another, himself, the guy who controlled his entire life. And when Justin only made one payment before stopping, the debt just kept on growing. And then the hole starts to get deeper and deeper. And by 2023, Justin's business manager, Lo Taylor, conducted a financial review and made a shocking discovery. Braun had allegedly been overpaid $26 million in commissions over the years. Allegations turned to theft, and it also turned out that Taylor herself might not also be trustworthy. Firstly, although referred to as an accountant, she's actually apparently not qualified as one.
She was playing the role of business manager, which is a financial role, even though Lou Taylor had no financial background. She was not even an accountant.
She kicked off her career managing Britney Spears' sister, then acting as a spokesperson for the Spears family. Lou then ended up also managing Britney Spears and has taken all the credit for establishing Britney's conservatorship. And in classic Hollywood style, she was also later accused of having an affair with Britney's father, Jamie. It's a typical story of control and greed in Hollywood. Braun's company then eventually responded to Taylor by conducting their own internal audit, which concluded that Justin actually owed Braun an additional $1 million in unpaid commissions. Justin's team called this audit corrupt. The conflict escalated until they got one of the world's most respected accounting firms to conduct an independent investigation. After 6 months of forensic analysis, PwC delivered their verdict in April 2005. Justin owed Scooter Braun $8.8 million in unpaid commissions. Let that sink in. After earning close to $1 million after years of sold-out tours and platinum albums, Justin Bieber was revealed to apparently be millions in debt to his own manager. The audit was so damning that Justin's team didn't even dispute the findings, as Bieber's finances were pulled apart in a very public way. The psychological damage was beginning to become impossible to ignore. By 2024, this revealed a man in deep crisis. The media put Bieber's downfall under the microscope, and he was starting to crack, just like anyone would in this Truman Show reality. Quote, people told me my whole life, well, Justin, you deserve that. And I personally have always felt unworthy to post on social media. Like I was a fraud. Like when people told me I deserved something, they made me feel sneaky, like damn, if they only knew my thoughts. How judgmental I am, how selfish I really am. This was a textbook trauma response from someone who's been manipulated his whole life. The industry had convinced him that his success was undeserved, that he was lucky to have people helping him, and that questioning their methods made him ungrateful. But his entire life was owed to them. Back in December 2022, when the debts were mounting and traffic problems spiraled out of control, Justin made a decision that would haunt him forever. He sold his entire 291-song catalog to Hypnosis Songs Capital for $200 million. 28 years old, Justin became the youngest major artist to ever sell their entire catalog, essentially trading his life's work for a bailout of debts the industry system itself had created. A year later, he acquired Scooter Braun, but had been holding meetings for a new potential manager for about 3 years already. It's reported that Haley and Justin's wife led that decision. However, Braun, who also had Ariana Grande as a client, lost her business too. Within the last year, Braun also lost Demi Lovato and a bunch of other pending losses, all deciding they either want to go in different directions or they just outgrew him as a manager. Taylor Swift accused him of profiting from her distress when he acquired her music company, stating this is the worst case scenario, and describing it as someone who tried to dismantle her music legacy, now owning her entire life's work. Let's where there is smoke, there's fire. Whatever the reason, Scooter has since retired. Throughout this financial crisis, Justin's relationship with Haley became another target for industry exploitation. Their 2018 marriage was supposed to provide stability, instead it became another source of content and speculation. Every public appearance was analyzed with certain corruption. Every social media interaction was dissected. When they looked happy, it was used to sell the narrative of the happy couple. When they looked strange, it was forceful, generating clicks and engagement. Then they welcomed their son, Jack Blues, in 2024. But their parenthood became another magnet for controversy. On Justin's first Father's Day, he posted that his fatherhood was not to be removed. With Haley later posting, Father Day sucks hands. This was later removed, and the damage was done. The breaking point then came in June 2025 outside a Malibu restaurant. Justin, now a father, tried to protect his family's privacy, but he was the story.
That's Father's Day. That's Father's Day. That's Father's Day. That's Father's Day.
Dead. All dead. You're not getting it. It's not talking to you. It's not talking to you that I'm standing on business, is it?
This desperation was genuine, and his plea for basic human dignity was felt like his government, and now it's just became another father. Father's desperate attempt to protect his family. One of many brothers in the entire business father. Hollywood is so remote, unfortunately for his parents, as a matter of every parenting life for his stars. Anything just like new family addition will be insane. They tell us and you get no reason for David's categorizing evidence. So by early 2025, the damage was accumulating as Justin started looking more and more messed up in public opinion. appearances. His Instagram posts became increasingly erratic and concerning. In one series of deleted videos, he used face-distorting filters and spoke in a high-pitched voice, claiming he spent part of his childhood in Alaska and making rambling religious references.
Alaska living. I mean, I caught a couple. I was over there, I was fishing on a dock. I was, must have been 17, 18, 2 months old. And I doubt you, what I tell you, I'm reeling in. Yeah, reeling in. I don't mean to get in between.
His body language showed distress, with constant fidgeting, avoiding eye contact, and disconnection from reality. That revealed either some serious mental health struggles or just substance issues. In more lucid moments, his words were just heartbreaking, stating he was broken and the client was going to his pocket. Meanwhile, his physical appearance started to indicate drug use or just bad health, despite his team denying his allegations and saying that Justin is actually doing really well. He once even admitted to alcoholism and said he started taking pills. Now those ladies seen at Coachella quite thin and gaunt and clearly inebriated girl on night. When you compare it to the young and Justin Bieber being pregnant by his mother, it's a very stark contrast. Now it's obviously hard to have an empathy for this guy, especially when he seems so insufferable in the years gone past. But it's scary to see what happens when an industry gets its hand on a child and doesn't let go for 18 years. Even his mother's later admitted how pissed about the industry. In her 2012 memoir, she revealed how she felt personally responsible for every contract and deal that shaped her son's future. And she was just terrified of making decisions that might steer Justin towards the wrong people or damaging relationships. She admitted to following her instincts and acknowledged that her worst fears may actually turn true, as Justin was indeed steered towards unhealthy relationships with figures like Diddy. And those very contracts she agonized over became the financial chains that would bind her son for decades. And then, in July 2025, two things happened that started to surface the true nature of Justin's downfall. He settled his debts with Scooter Braun for over $30 million, and he surprise released his first album in 4 years. His comeback album, Swag, is a window into Justin's soul that looks so different to his earlier, more innocent music. It sounds like 21 tracks that feels like someone processing trauma in real time while the industry that broke him cashed in. Track 14, Therapy Session, was Justin telling comedian Drewski, "I've had to go through my struggles really publicly. People always ask if I'm okay," starts to wail. Other tracks touch on his turbulent relationships and marriage. The timing isn't coincidental. With Hailey's beauty company Rhode selling for $1 billion, the couple finally had the cash to buy Justin's freedom. But even as Justin paid up, Braun's people were telling reporters that Scooter felt taken advantage of and had been patient with Justin while he parted away millions. Meanwhile, Justin's desperate search for meaning led him deeper into spiritualism. His Instagram became a stream of religious posts and pleas for spiritual guidance. Rather than a place of solace and peace, even his faith became another exploitation vector, as Justin threw himself into Hillsong Church, a celebrity megachurch known for its come-as-you-are aesthetic and A-list congregation. In 2014, during one of his darkest periods, he moved in with Pastor Carl Lentz for 6 weeks, becoming completely dependent on the charismatic leader who baptized him at 2 a.m. in an NBA player's bathtub. The relationship was described as mutually beneficial. Lentz helped rehabilitate Justin's public image.
I believe in Uganda. I'm fully bullish on it. And it's set because we have the right context. We're with the first family Uganda, so the president's daughter.
How much did you put into this?
That one, it was $75K.
That one, you personally?
Yeah, me personally.
It is an ineffective government. Everyone's all up in the mines in Africa. No one's willing to invest in this one, not even China.
China's actually very heavily involved in Africa.
In your mind, you dumb.
They refuse to do business in America. That's the point.
Camera Elite is the best YouTube membership on the platform, and I just upgraded it. 3 exclusive dedicated shows every single day, Monday through Friday. And for this final day, I am paying for you to sign up. Sign up for it.
I'm Eli. I'm 29. I live in New Orleans.
We'll do it again.
And I'm a financial audit. And we are here now, and I'm going to say that I live in New Orleans.
Okay, yes, we know you live in
I refuse to do business in America. That's the point. There's no point. There's so much blue tape, red tape.
Okay, Eli. Thanks for coming on. Something about doing business. I'm glad are you a business owner? I'm asking.
Yeah.
Usually I ask, what do people do for a living? Are you telling me you're a business owner?
So I'm a software engineer by trade for 8+ years.
I don't know what does this have to do with
because it plays into the whole idea of taking funding from those companies and investing into zero entrepreneurship.
Okay, software engineering.
Yes.
Very good. Not
Yeah.
the highest cost of living area, declining city population-wise.
Exactly.
Before Katrina, but Katrina really emphasized it, so it shouldn't be that hard to live there in software engineering. However, we just did a thing called Fat Stack Week. You would fit in Fat Stack Week, as this is what we qualify as a fat stack. What is going on? How much do you make? How much do you make?
Sure. So I make $8,000 after tax.
8,000 net.
Yeah, monthly. Yeah, monthly.
Incredible.
Yeah. Well, what's spiced up even more? I'm actually deferring the taxes right now, so I'm getting $10,000 a month.
Why?
Because of the current financial situation I'm in, and also just the cost of business expenses.
Situation you'll be in comes 6 months, 7 months, 8 months max.
Well, yeah, we have a doomsday clock ticking here for next tax season, right? But I'm the type of guy, I like my back to the wall. And that's where really the fight comes in.
Like you're back against the wall.
Yep. Rock and hard
That's
place.
how we want to live our entire financial situation.
Yeah, it works. Especially when you're in your 20s. I think that's really good as a 20-year-old in your 20s to really full throttle it. High risk, high reward.
29, I thought.
Yeah, 29.
Such a, okay.
Yeah.
For a second, you're still in your 20s.
For a second, yeah. 2 more months.
Come tax season, it won't be a back against the wall. It'll be taking 8 back shots against the wall in order to make that bill do.
Yeah, we have a plan.
We have a plan.
Yeah, we have a plan. That's going to work.
Well, educate me on the plan, then. I would love to become educated, Elon.
Yeah, sure. So I'm actually one of the co-owners of a gold mine in Uganda. Yeah, actually, I can break it down for you too. It makes sense. We talk through it, and by the end of this year, understand and see that this is the way to go.
Co-owner, what's your share?
So my share is 10% in the mine itself and 5% mineral rights of the actual plot of lands that we would take
I'm
minerals
sure
from.
people are going to be so happy about this, and that is not controversial at all.
I love it, you know, because like I said, there's so much red tape in America. I don't want to do business here anymore. You need to look at emerging economies
to be done.
Yeah, so prior
America,
I have like the COVID testing era when we had everybody saying COVID test. Me and you guys built like a software engineering app that was for COVID testing, right? So
software engineering.
Yeah, well, you would engineer it software-wise. We didn't pay for software engineers. We built it ourselves in 6 months, and then when it was released, people would get their finger prick, blood test, and then the results would be on the actual app itself. And that's
Theranos 2.0 worked really well the first time.
Yeah, it went well actually. We partnered with an actual doctor that had an actual medical license.
Why you're a mega millionaire?
Yeah, well, what happened was my business partner.
White tape? Wasn't the tape that was colored red?
No, it was not the red tape this time. It was a guy in the business side before I learned the business world really that took advantage, treated us like Indian software engineers for a contract, right? That we didn't know what was going on because we did it. He made an agreement with the doctor saying, "Oh, we give you a larger share if you cover all the fees for the nurses, things like that." Come to find out, down the road, we were paying it. Our cyber company was paying those fees, and so we never broke even. We made a good amount of money from that, but it all went to pay the debt that he took out.
How much did he take out?
Well, like $25,000.
So you only made 20. Your successful business was you only made $25,000.
That was what he took out as a loan, and they had to take care of it.
You know, what is the state of this company today? The test?
It still exists, but he now is running it as a slightly different name.
Do you own?
Yeah, I have 9% shares in it still.
9%? Is it making money?
We don't know right now because again,
you don't know.
Yeah, well, this is why. So the reason why is that the original LLC has been disbanded or ended, correct? And he created another one called, which is slightly different. And so I'm not sure the legality of that one day. You know, it's like
you haven't talked to a lawyer.
No, it's not the funds for that right now. I'm kind of in other endeavors at the moment.
They're all.
Yeah, we're gonna backtrack to that one.
No, well, I'm gonna go where I want to go in this conversation.
Meaning,
I appreciate it.
I mean, as myself, one day after we finish the gold operation, I'm gonna backtrack to him.
Okay, gold operation.
Exactly.
What is this gold thing?
Okay.
I have to know.
Yeah, I'll break it down for you.
Break it down.
I got it. I'll break it down. So, anyway, I'm from New Orleans. My longtime friends from there. It's from New Orleans too. Let it pan out here. African American, right? He did his ancestry test and found the tribes that he was from in Africa, right? So for several years, he was going ahead and, doing philanthropic work, investing in the communities. Long story short, we're in Uganda.
we have a really...
You were in Uganda.
He was in Uganda. He went to Uganda. He spent probably the past 6 months of the last year there. Again, working with one of the mine owners who's a Ugandan guy. And also making lots of networking connections there, right? And so when it came time, we have this mine there, but we need obviously investments to get the operations going. There's lithium, all kind of other minerals besides gold in there, correct?
Yes, mineral-rich content.
Exactly.
Proven mine.
Yes, the Chinese actually came like 2 years ago, and they did a whole technical report on the mine.
And if it was great, they would be mining.
Yeah, they were actually, the Chinese wanted to buy for 2 to 3 million. They said no, because that's really undershooting the value of it. If you have lithium...
So you're buying for hire with your huge net worth that is substantial when you're paying taxes.
This is a strategy.
Yeah, the strategy.
So you can do consignment, meaning there's other people who have gold in Africa that don't have the money or funds to get it out of the country, right? So that's where we come in. We have the export license, the mineral rights license, all of that to export their gold for them.
Okay.
And so with the profit of that, what we would do is then go ahead and start renting equipment to do our own mining.
So you have gotten profits from that?
Not yet.
Of course not.
It's been about a year and a half. It's a very complicated.
Of course it has.
Yeah. It's very
Why is
complicated.
it very complicated? I'm sure it is.
Okay, so we did an actual export round. We had an investor that stepped in and was like, hey, I'll cover you guys.
An investor for an investor for an investor. This is about the third line of investment in order to you get the funds in order to start mining in a mine that you hope it
Yeah, it's a start, right? You baby steps, you build it up, so you have
baby steps, sure.
Yeah. So anyway,
especially Africa.
Yeah, of course. But I think people really look down at Africa a lot, and as an emerging economy, there's so much potential there. And I think people look too much in the U.S. as, yeah, there's investment vehicles in the U.S., but if you're looking for higher returns,
higher returns, riskier returns.
Exactly.
Much more volatile countries in terms of course, does that leadership exist in the next 10 years?
Yes, high risk, high reward.
Where does the newest country exist? On the African continent.
Right, but Uganda is a very long-term and more stable compared to obviously Congo and other places.
Sure, but I am saying there's a reason why many people take safer investments. It's not saying it's a bad kind by any means.
Of course.
But emerging comes with emerging difficulties.
Exactly, but we're not scared of difficulties, but we're taking them head on.
Of course not. Why would we be scared of that kind of risk? Because we have absolutely unlimited tolerance because everything's worked out so successfully on what you've done your entire life.
Like I say, let them cook, right? Let them cook. We're cooking.
That's what they say?
Yeah, let them cook. The recipe's almost done. The dish is almost served.
Yeah.
We're almost here.
Okay. Yeah. The export thing, which is you need investment for the export thing in order to be able to fund the actual usage in the mine.
Exactly.
Not even that has worked at the beginning, so nothing's cooking.
So this is what happened. Well, we did cook. We're about halfway through, 75% cooking, right? So
now we do 75%.
Yeah, so the investor met us in New Orleans, right? And we sat down and said, sure, I'm going to go ahead and cover all the fees, everything. My partner flew to Uganda. When he arrives in Uganda, the investor's like, sorry, actually, my financial advisors tell me it's too risky. I'm not going to do it.
Almost like it's an emerging economy, and this thing is not 100% motivated.
You go to your word. If you say yes, and you have a guy to fight all the way down first.
I agree with Bob in the word. I think if someone's putting up likely millions, they probably want what is considered a more proven return.
So this is just for the export of some gold. So in Uganda, it's 7% fee to do export taxes for gold. So 7% times the price of gold at the time, bullion to be specific, right? So let's say right now the gold price is 100K, which is not too far from that per kg. That would be, say, for 5 bars, 35K. At the time, we were doing 15 kg. So my partner's in Uganda, now doesn't have the money, so I step in.
I feel extra confident that it has been under an authoritarian regime since 1986.
Yep, very confident.
Yeah, authoritarian regimes in Africa, certainly never known for coups.
Hey, people in China, authoritarian regime, they still do business there too. They take the risk. There's a lot of countries.
That's been proven for multiple decades now, though. Multiple decades now. It's not on a continent with endless coups.
But by then, you don't have time to make the return. If it's already been proven, it's already too late, right? You need to go to areas where investors won't go as much. I mean, look at all the great commodity dealers and stuff in the past, all these big companies.
Yeah, but Vietnam's much more stable, and that's an emerging economy.
Right, but Africa is a different level of extreme of returns. That's
right. Extreme of risk.
Exactly.
Okay, how many of your investments, your little businesses, have actually played off? Because, again, I would suggest that much because this usually suggests your... So what has actually worked? Big successful guy.
So we actually did able to get the gold out of Uganda.
Besides the gold, what have you done that has been successful?
Nothing yet. We're still working on it.
So I absolutely have no trust in anything you're saying in terms of the return on investment that you can have.
Exactly. You got to work on first. You know, try different things, and that's what I did for several years. And now we're on this one, and I have proven I was able to get the gold out of Uganda. I put my own money up. The problem was the buyer, which we flew to Turkey to meet him personally, was rushing the gold delivery. So last minute, we're like, all right, this is the only route. Went through Kenya, which is going Dubai to Turkey, right? Well, when it got to Kenya, they got seized up in customs, and so there's 1.5 million bar.
I would never invest in an economy that is reliant on 42% of their economy being from oil. Oil.
Well, gold reserves there are huge, and our mine is near the border of Congo, so the parts per million are like 0.30, very high. And so just when we start digging, it's going to be a really massive one. Even now, when they're doing artisanal type mining, I mean, they're getting 1 to 2 kgs every few weeks. And that's just from artisanal, from people in the area using shovels.
Sorry, 42% live in poverty. I had the wrong statistic there, but...
Yeah. But, again, it's all...
No, their oil's not even fully on... What?
Yeah. Again, we're talking about gold here, and that's
yeah, but they've been trying to get their oil economy online for a long time now, and they can't even get that. And you're trying to get gold out of there. Good luck, dude. How much did you put into this?
That one, it was 75K.
Yeah,
75K.
You personally?
Yeah, me personally.
You put in 75,000.
Yeah, my partner's in there in Uganda waiting. The buyer's in Turkey waiting. Like, these are moments.
Yeah, waiting forever and ever and ever.
Well, I sent the money. They went ahead, tested gold, everything.
By the way, I'm just gonna let you know.
Yeah.
It was based on knowing some successful people.
Okay.
What successful people do with their money. If this was a slam dunk easy, everyone in the world would be doing this and eating you alive.
And it wouldn't be worth
it. You would not basically have access to this.
Well, right now it's a gold seller's market. Everybody's buying gold. Dubai, Hong Kong, Turkey, all these refineries. You can bring it to Dubai right now.
So if it was such a good business, many successful people would be doing it, and you would not have access to these as that.
The barrier to entry is very hard, though. It's very difficult.
Exactly, which is why the wealthy person would be doing it and not you. Well, who do you think has better connections? Who do you think has better funds to get in there?
Well, that's the thing. So now we have really good connections. We are direct.
And also, if it was actually worth it, China would have upped their offer.
We have, I mean, the Chinese, they traditionally always undercut you so cheap.
They want a good return on their investment, but
exactly,
if it was actually worth it, they would still...
2 to 3 million to insult. That's why it was not taken.
Insult, I don't think so. Yeah. Insult's not a personal endeavor.
No, so now we have really good relationships.
And how many businesses have you tried to do at this point, then?
With what?
How many businesses have you tried to do? You opened this conversation with red tape or whatever.
Yeah. So in the U.S., I also invested in one of my partners and a mentor that was doing the phone program. You know, where they would sell phones, and it was like travel phones. Yeah, the little government subsidized phones. They call them Obama phones. You remember those? Where in every
honestly, no.
Yeah, the government subsidized phones for low income people, and so you would have these agents out there.
Did we stop this?
They still do it today. But the problem was
people just going to break it.
Well, they still do it today because 2 years ago it was going on in LA's operation. You set up tents and you go ahead and people would go check their social security.
And there's a business based on this. How?
Yes, so you partner with the actual companies that have the phones. So Verizon has subsidiary companies that go ahead and give you the phones to sign up for the government offers, and you get a certain cutback on that. So I invested in that a couple of years ago with my mentor that I met in Miami, and that was one of my first.
Mentor, oh good.
Yep.
Oh, good, absolute death. What is your mentor?
Yeah, so my mentor was from Colombia, but she moved to Miami when she was 19. And she's very well connected in the world. We're talking Carlos Slim, Bocelli family. You know Carlos Slim. I hope you know him.
It's not ringing a bell.
Yeah, but it's just financial odd. Carlos Slim was on the Forbes like a few years back.
So many people on Forbes. I don't know.
Yeah, he was the richest man in the world though on Forbes. Like I don't know, was it 10, 15 years ago? Look him up.
I don't jack off over rich people. Okay, I know his face though.
Yeah, exactly. You've seen him before, right?
Yeah,
he does all the whole telecom industry in Latin America.
I don't care.
The whole banks. Yeah. So anyway. She introduced me to him. I went to Mexico City. I was, talking to them, getting to know them. Basically, just getting my face into that kind of world and understanding. Yes, I did. And it was great. I mean, I talked to him a bit. He said, because I was at the thing.
Why you're an uber successful entrepreneur?
It's about getting the knowledge back. I didn't have anything going at the time that could present saying, hey, invest in this. More so, I was just following my...
Guys, we all know people like this in our lives, right? And where do they end up? Have we ever seen one of them be successful? Personally, in my life, no.
Well, this is going to be your first.
You're going to be doing this forever. You'll fall into pyramid schemes. You'll fall into everything, anything quick.
No.
I'm surprised you've even put a year and a half into this.
I don't touch pyramid schemes at all. But I'll tell you, when you're in Mexico City, but we do Carlos Slim, his family, the Bocelli family.
You met a successful rich person once.
No, other times too, other events we would go to, dinners.
Meeting people doesn't mean you're using that as, oh, I met this person, that means...
No, that was using that to validate.
It gave you such a boost of confidence.
I was using that to validate my mentor and that which she does and what's important with that. That's
and the
all
mentor's invested in this mine.
No, I'm not bringing that to her because she doesn't see the vision for it. Yeah.
Oh, you're.
Because she's more in the luxury and the real estate side of things.
She's more in the side where she has made money and she's not losing all her money and she's unsuccessful.
Well, I've invested her heavily. She's still trying to build a luxury clothing brand site, so I'm waiting on that return.
Me.
Yeah.
Morons. I'm surrounded by morons. Me.
Well, this is a thing, okay?
If you want to surround me, go to calebhammer.com/apply. You can come on the show, by the way. For f***'s sake, what am I even dealing with here?
So, okay.
Yeah, so what?
Yeah, so a few years investing her, being involved there. That's why I lived in Miami for a year and a half, was to be close to those different deals and watch everything play out. And I saw her Rolodex of connections, and I'm like, I want my own. And so I've been building that for the past year and a half. And
it's worked out so well.
It will work out very well. I know it will. I mean, right now, I'll tell you this, look, we have really good context in Ghana.
You have a girlfriend?
Yes, I do.
What?
Yeah. 8 months. We make 17th of this month.
Huh?
Yeah. We make 9 months.
Oh.
July 17th.
Okay. Awesome. Wonderful. Congrats.
Yeah.
Why the f*** is she putting up with this?
Because she believes in me and she knows I will get it done.
Oh, no,
She's never once had doubt.
She's never once experienced this. She has not been surrounded by people like you.
I've told her the entire story. She knows my business, everything involved in it.
I know, she just has the example of other people like you. This crashes and burns, man. This crashes and burns.
No.
Okay, can I ask you just a question before we get into these finances? Because there's too many here to go through.
Yeah, go for it.
What the f*** is wrong with just a consistent 10% return on your money?
Because I believe in your 20s, you should really go all in, full risk. Why would I?
Because it is your best decade in your life for compound growth.
But I also
Meaning
had
if you were
to
taking-
travel around the world at the time to go to Turkey, meet the buyers, to set things up that normally you couldn't do with a family and kids.
Yeah, and they almost had a coup a few years ago, too. You're picking great places.
Yeah, I believe in Uganda. I'm fully bullish on it. I think the emerging economies are the best place to go because the U.S. has so much red tape. I know a mine owner in Wyoming in the States here, and he can't even sell his gold yet. He's waiting on environmental permits.
What is this obsession with gold? Well, yes, there is red tape.
Because this is why, look, and I saw this coming when we
This
went.
is in Europe, though, man. It's so much easier to create a business here and be successful. Listen, I've done it. I have to jerk myself up, but look where you are.
Yeah, but that's not my passion. My interest is in commodities and in export business and moving things like gold
So
around
it's
the
red
world.
tape specifically in the only little thing you care about, which is gold.
No. I mean, in America, it's just like everything is involved as, red tape involving the mining industry.
Well, I made it work. Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So it's only in mining. You only
Yeah,
care
that's
about mining.
what I want to do. That's what I know I want to make happen. And
Well,
I
guess
have
what,
the
buddy? We
opportunity.
just found, and this might, if it's those rare earth minerals, we just found one of the largest mines ever in the United States.
Yeah, but that's for other different types of minerals too. Gold, you can keep finding it, but the demand for it is so high. And you know why? Because the de-dollarization of
goes focus on gold. Okay.
Yes, I'm fully bullish, locked in on gold.
Again,
Mhm.
let's be real. If your private student loans have you eyeing a third job at the local taco stand, maybe it's time for a better plan. Why Refi is your lifesaver at the minute. But we know that historically S&P 500, all of your fall down is combined it's 10%. If you're investing your strong income throughout your 20s, you would be a multi-millionaire every time.
Okay, but
It says you're going to crash and burn and die in poverty, and this girlfriend has no idea what she
where's
is.
the story in that though? Just sitting there, save 10% return, working your cheap office job. I mean, we're
The
scary.
ability to retire, the ability to live a good life.
Yeah, but when I worked 40 years for some company, that's scarier than
You could cut back. You live in a cheap area. You could probably do 20 years.
I'd rather make
You
more
could
than
fire it.
No, that's like the whole boomer mentality. Hold up, save up your money, let it get hit by inflation, squirrel it away.
By inflation. Inflation's not 10%. Yearly basis.
I mean, look where we're at now. Just people have invested all the years, like the inflation's raising higher and higher.
Okay, inflation's at like 2.5% right now. Actually, it came in today, 2.9.
Yeah, I mean, inflation numbers in the U.S. now are going down finally, but again,
Okay, they've been down for the last year.
Long-term trends I'm talking about, inflation has gradually risen. That
Long-term
dollar's
trends, it's inflation
that
at
dollar's
about
down
3% historically.
10% now this year
Yes.
in value,
Yeah, absolutely.
and it's going to keep going down again.
And it endlessly fluctuates.
Of
but
course,
yes.
I know it endlessly fluctuates. That makes sense, of course, on central banks.
Of course, yes. We know we have historic in this country
there's a bigger-
about a 3% inflation rate on average if you take it across the board. But again, average S&P 10%, so you are getting a 7% difference there. People are retiring. People are making their lives actually work. People are living purpose, and they are actually getting to a point of success where they're able to retire, they are able to live a life of meaning.
Yeah, you're not guaranteed it. Okay, you put your retirement fund by the time there. Look at people who probably retired on COVID time when everything crashed.
That was the quickest rebound we've ever had on the market. Okay. That's incredible. In fact, that was one of the best money-making opportunities we've ever seen in this country.
Look at the long-term fundamental direction, right? I believe the U.S. is turning down, right? We're looking at BRICS, right?
Who's the replacement?
BRICS.
BRICS.
Russia, China, Brazil.
Yes, Russia. Incredible economy.
Yeah, they are actually incredible. They put the tariffs, right, on them, and they become so self-sufficient as a country.
They moved to China.
Yeah, and exactly. They're becoming their own entity and own world thing.
And China has a declining population, the United States does, and no one is immigrating to China. So what are they going to do when they have two workers?
It's the world's largest population ever, and they're all involved in BRICS on that side of the world, right? And they're becoming one of the top economies. So I think BRICS move forward.
The world's reserve currency. BRICS is going to do it for Russia.
China has their currency, for example.
Again, it's a very controlled central government. Even investment of it's a cheap man. It's no place
where the government prioritizes their specific country.
Europe's population is declining at a horrible level. They can't even return here.
Europe and the United States, there's the declining birth rate, but we are having immigration that is replacing it.
Right.
So we have workers to replace. China is not.
But that's destroying Europe. Look at Europe now. I mean.
Okay, this is not the conversation.
Yeah.
This is not the conversation.
To bring it back is that gold is the future. They're getting rid of the U.S. dollar reserves and stacking it as.
And your mind is so successful.
It will be, yes. Again, when we get things moving, it's so easy to sell it. I mean, you got to Dubai, January.
So easy, which is why, again, no one else invested in this.
It's only been a year and a half.
No one else has invested in this. No one else has invested in this.
There's other people out there.
No successful people have invested in this. If this was an easy gold mine, it would be all of planets that are successful.
Again, they don't see the
but
they don't see the
they see making money. I understand the doom and gloom. These are going to be very doom and gloom. Everything's correct. They don't see you get all the trend here.
That's going to be the that's going to be the of course, every time I could give up that part.
I care about your finances. I can give up about that.
I'll tell you, one day you're going to see maybe
I don't give up
a month or two.
This conversation. This is not financial audit, you dumb. You're not running the conversation. Tell me your score 0 to 10.
I'm rating myself right now. Like,
yes.
Okay.
No, I want to 5 minutes.
Okay.
Answer. Yes. No.
Okay. Right now, the current stance, I will give it like a 2. It's invincible right now.
And you're doing absolutely nothing that has a proven return on investment that would actually benefit you. Well done. I'm not anti. But you're not making it sound like I'm so anti. I'm going to grow forever. Like, you're so from that extreme. You sound like I'm on the extreme other side of the moronic. I hate it. Guys, get your financial score. You can take the assessment for free at calebmember.com or click that link in the description below. And make sure you download our dollar-wise budgeting app. You get free trials back in the anniversary to save money and get our budget-friendly cookbook, which is something is mailed directly to dollar-wise central. All of our educational sections bundled for a version of the app. Check it all out. Link in the description. Okay. I mean, they're telling me that when you were talking to them, you legitimately believe that all of your problems that we have here are going to be solved in the next month or two.
Yes.
Meaning business heads.
Yeah, and this is why I know. Actually, today, my partner's meeting an investor in New Orleans, and he's going to fly to Uganda.
Investor that we're meeting.
And they're flying to Uganda together with the cash to buy turkeys there, and it's done. And it's context. And Uganda's the president's daughter. We have the the public hospital. And so now that we have everything lined up, a year ago, we've learned to become masters of our trade. Back there with the right contacts, knock us out the park. And when that happens, all this is wiped away. All this is wiped away. But in the meantime, I'm trying to start the bleeding. Stop the bleeding.
How many people do we know in our lives that are like this? I'm sorry,
I'd rather be that than the opposite. Be like, oh, I'll never make it, or successful. This will be successful. This is success. Chasing your dream, your vision, no matter what.
No, not no matter what. That is a moronic statement. Chasing your dream no matter what. No, we need to be more people their dreams are.
That's what gear is because of the direction and diligence of things like that. If you're look, yeah, that's all. And this where you're. I've been going out with the content. We have contacts. Family there.
No. Annoying.
Things lined up for success.
Nothing.
I mean, we have support from the government. You have people lined up waiting for you to come back into export.
It's an authoritarian regime. Absolutely. You have that 42% of the property. They've been trying to get their oil industry going forever. They cannot get that offline. It is an ineffective government. Everyone's all up in the mines in Africa. No one's willing to invest in this one, not even China. You have no idea what the...
China's actually very heavily involved in Africa.
And you're mine!
Many.
Oh, you don't?
They do it on many different places. China's all over the card. Yes. Yeah, the platinum card. So, I mean, it's an Amex card, and I got it for. Like,
that's why I get all your accounts. Here, yeah. It's absolute logic that is all fine. I was able to. He's still. He makes that all. I was going to say, well,
I knew what the gold operation was. This was years ago, and I just wanted to get some cards. You know, at that time, I didn't have much.
20 years.
You'll see me. You'll see me in a couple months. Very absolutely will. I'll be excited to follow.
I will be. Okay, so you've had this for how long?
I've had this one in 2017, right after Punch.
Yeah, just like the gold, which is why he's holding. And this person completely negated any device you would ever get. I'm steady. That's more dangerous than something that is well spoken. That's something that they are passionate about. So that they are complete morons.
The depth of that I have business before.
What was that prior involvement with this business
program, the luxury clothes thing?
Yeah, look, all of you are going to die in poverty. This is going to be fun.
I wish
First time I'm going to cheer for it.
I wish I would have invested more now than what I've done with her back then. Because like, if I had that
kind of in a couple years, and hopefully you actually learn your lesson and just invest in things that have
this became my new motivation here to succeed. I can't wait. I'm excited actually. This is going to be great.
$1,681.43. That's the minimum payments. You're lucky you have a strong income. What is your job? They'll be watching this.
Job. Who's they going to be watching?
People who employ you.
Yeah, I could care less. At the end of the day, I'm doing good work, and
I'd get a little nervous if I had a complete moron.
I've been with them over 3 years now, and I'm with them.
And, just get live. You know you're the best points. Always do. Someone keep you around.
Hey, that's what matters most, right?
To a point.
I mean, no one's my team like, oh no, he has all this debt. But then look at right, it's really good.
It's your vanity. The way you speak on things, man.
I'm able to keep things compartmentalized in different boxes.
I really hope so. Of course. So, because I don't want you to get fired either. I'm not even suggesting that. Of course. I'm just like, dude, you look like a lunatic.
Well, at the end of the day, the work I keep, I'm an actions guy, not a looks guy. Look all I want, but the results speak for themselves. And in terms of top engineering, I had a good career.
$1,651 is automatically high minimum payment. You're making an $8,000 a month. That's just one card a month. This is one card out of so many cards that we. Listen,
so keep going. That's just the start.
Yeah, that's what I was doing.
Yeah.
$136.26 of interest. Not interest, of new charges were in the pay in full. Pay over time. And or cash advances was $780, much more and that creating a substantially high minimum monthly balance on that. Then there's the plan balance, which you plan B is $62 and crazy man. What the f are you doing? Why are you spending $1,919 to $16 on this car?
It was between that Amex Platinum and the Amex Platinum, I just everyday used cards. Like those are ones like expenses.
But there was a points game, just like you're in the gold game now, just like you'll be in some other.
Yeah, I asked them like the Quicksilver card when I get.
You're losing interest down here. It's getting completely negated. You're not mathematically making this work.
Either way, I have certain things I have to
Hey,
pay.
what are you making next month in your goals?
Next month? I mean, if we close this deal, 100K commission.
Yes.
Yep. I mean, nothing's guaranteed in business. That's always, that's a call. He's got guaranteed. Well,
It's a good hedge.
Yeah.
It's a good hedge. Nothing's guaranteed.
Exactly.
It's a good hedge, my guy.
Appreciate it.
That's really good. Real quick. Okay, when you expect to know for a fact.
So, they're meeting today. Actually, during his meeting, they're also meeting there. He's already verbally said he's spending over 115K for the deal. And so by the end of the month, they are flying to Uganda. The goal. So, well, now before I'm 30, this deal will be closed. Before I'm 30.
What day?
What day? We don't have a specific day. We want to set a date then? Because he said July 23rd is when he's free. The investors will fly to Uganda. Okay.
The day you should expect your pay.
Okay. The day I should expect my pay was set August 20th.
Is that a reminder? August 20th.
August 20th.
Let's follow up, and we need to vet it. I want to see screenshots of everything.
Let's do it. Let's vet it.
Good luck. But doesn't all that money have to go into the equipment, even if you do get paid out, which...
No, so this is our strategy. We put that amount there. Obviously, some of disperse ourselves because we invested so much to cut back on interest. And then, unfortunately, back and forth. And we have an investor who's has a Harry.
You needed to buy equipment.
Yeah, but we have an investor that's in the States. There's
so many investors.
But this one here has a condition. He says, when I see you guys deliver gold successfully, I will put a large amount for you guys to begin mining. So when the document report us going to Turkey and delivering this gold, he will put in a large amount of capital so we get gold to get by large. It's like $300,000 to $500,000 to start.
Why he's agreed to.
Yes. Yes, he will put a large amount into this operation. Once he sees us, we just need to deliver 5 bars. He just needs proof of concept, and that's what we're doing, proof of concept.
Horse Critters, can you please create a certification on not being an absolute moron so I can get this to this guy? And then even it gets gold is an actual idea. Doesn't mean saying your confidence is crazy. This hubris.
I mean, I'd rather have confidence or overconfidence. If you were to have overconfidence.
No, there's confidence in something that is proven. How about that? So it's better. No. This one.
Well, okay. Follow it.
Let's see what you purchased. Appleville, Amazon, Prime, D1 Training, Netflix, Monetis, Amazon, Appleville, Amazon, Disney Plus, Smart Credit, Sevenfold Admission, OpenAI, ChatGPT, Electric and Map. Alright, it's a restaurant, looks like. Royal George Rafting, sponsored by Sandbox VR, Appleville. Then we have plan fees, and an Appleville. What the you doing? Pull up your Amazon, you tip. Just pull up your Amazon. I can have it. Screen recording will black out any personal. That's good. Let's see what we got. Fire juice back. Oh, here he goes. Exit rich. Oh, I know you've had more orders than this. I was just...
No, you probably expanded or something.
See, buy again. Lots of Sharpies and tutors, it's fine. Here, well, this is things that are recurring typically. So, yeah, a lot of the business books are going to be like that, but these are definitely like the self-help, like, kind of bulk business books.
Yeah.
And that's what I kind of made. Lots of bulk purchases, shower head, getting your girls some clothes from Amazon. Real nice. $8,000 a month income. Spoiling her. Amazon.
Gotta take care of her.
Luke, balls. Okay. Not crazy. And let's look at your Apple bills. Plus that would be plus each point, but again.
Yeah, you verify.
I have one for you. What the feeling will look you up in your business? I'm sure very fun people.
Crazy now. I'm not going crazy. Yeah, no. Okay. Yeah, you have to try to everything's 2x.
Yeah, it doesn't mean you guys have to go out all the time.
So we've been adjusting.
Listen, I make money.
Yeah.
I make money, pretty good money. I go for night. We eat homestead.
So we kind of did more of a breakfast approach now, where for breakfast we cook it at home, and now we're working on also the dinner.
What do you invest in businesses
thus far?
Thus far. 75 for the gold. What else?
75 for the gold.
Talk about everything else. Doesn't have to be perfect.
Okay, I'll give you. I mean, the majority of my debt is business, so close to 130,000 or so.
130,000. Very good.
Yeah.
Let's say you invested that over the course since you're what, 25, let's say?
Yeah, so I started investing 5 years ago.
Yeah, let's call it 20. Well, 35 years. How much would you say, let's say, a year you're invested into this? As you go.
A year?
A year!
Let's say like last year. I mean, that was a big jump.
A year!
35,000 last year.
How much a year? Just give me a number.
85 last year. This year I did
85,000 all of your income?
Yeah.
That's impossible because you have a lot of
That's why there's loans.
No, let's just call it.
Let's look at the loans.
Let's call it you invest realistically 40,000.
I see. Yeah.
Okay, so $3,333 a month if you weren't taking out debt to fund it, and you're living scrappy to make businesses work.
Okay.
Contribute that monthly 12 times a year. Listen, if I put this in the S&P 500, and I buy an SPY in Webull, I just open up Webull, I just put it in there.
Okay.
Yep. Delicious. I'm getting returns on investment 10% for the 35 years. By the time you can take things away, your tax advantage is not about great. Yeah, $16.8 million.
Okay.
Which would have been worth about $9 million in today's money.
Okay.
Which is pretty damn good. $9 million in today's money. What can you do with that? $9 million. And millions or four. That's like $360,000 a year. That ain't happening. $360 in today's money, in today's value. You could be having at 60 years old that you are throwing away.
I'm going to wait till 60 to have it. I'm not going to do that.
You're not going to. This is what happens every time someone like you does it, you don't have it. I'm just saying that's what you're losing. That's what you give up.
It's good to know the numbers
you
there.
have given up.
Okay, that's fine. I accept that. I'm completely okay with that. I know the risk and I know the reward.
I just wish I love the entrepreneurial spirit. I'm not against that. It's what you're doing, man. Why can't you do something here? Why can't you do something here that is on something more service or maybe software? Why can't we look at something where you can be a endless entrepreneur here where you keep trying instead of keeping the authoritarian regime, Turkey, all the why can't you just start something here?
That was just never my nature, who I am.
Just start something here? Let me guess. You're just using an investment asset. Doesn't invest.
Thanks for coming to Bodies by Weaver. Come again.
The fire flowers.
Yes, but I can afford it. It's not required for our survival of its business. But you have $140,000 in bad debt. $135,000 bad debt, then business debt of $12,000, low to no interest, low or no interest at $30,000. The total debt is upwards of $200,000. Now we know what comes in. How much do you spend last month?
Last month? I mean, it was probably a slight deficit.
By the way, may I just say, this is just based on, well, hold on. I'll give you everything here in just a second, but what do you think you spent? And that is what's invested as well. Let's let me ask you.
Okay, last month. 8, 10. Probably 8,500. So it's 9,000, I would say.
12,500.
12,000. I'll extra that, these are 12,000 to some things people have me still purchase and the money to pay that back. So it was 12,000.
According to the National Resource Governance Institute, which has a research paper on setting up Uganda National Mining Company. And then, according to an additional 15 courses here from the World Economic Council, the National Resources Again, Covenant Global Institute, Consulting, Science Database, European American Chamber of Commerce. Yeah, you have a 10% success rate.
Great, well, I mean, that's 10%.
90% failure rate on Ugandan mine operations.
Or, they probably do go in there, they'll connect to the government, to different administrative lines. They get zero. And how many of them actually spent time in Uganda versus some kid in his couch or some other
that's
entrepreneur?
a question I cannot actually answer. Exactly. But are you suggesting you're the only one that's gone in there with any kind of connection? Shut the up.
I'm not saying that. I never said that.
Your hubris is
I never said
you are
that.
so dead.
We will be the 10%.
A 10% success rate is horrible, where you nearly have a 100% success rate on a 10% return on your investment with the S&P 500. Not a promise on investment advice. But come on.
I would say we have at a 75% chance rate because of our connection.
Fees up this year so far, interest up this year so far on both these cards alone. This is a pathetic life that you are setting up for your girlfriend who has no idea what she's getting into. Is she in this building?
No, she's not.
Can I call her afterwards?
If you want to, you can.
Yes, I need to call her in the Financial Hour Post show, and I need her to know the mess she is getting in. She sees an entrepreneur, she sees happiness around this. She has not seen all the people like you that endlessly circle the drain their entire lives at the hope of a quick dollar.
She's on my team. She understands. She knows how we're
Ink
going to
card. Tell me what's going on.
Business Ink card. So that one, again, was spent on my prior mentor in business things. I have it.
Just the prior mentor business
Yep.
stuff. Hey, you're still spending on this. You're only making your minimum monthly payment. $367 is your minimum monthly payment. $12,499.80 is your balance. With $242.96 of interest accruing on a monthly basis.
Yeah, but
that's insane.
Right, but that card's not reported to my credit right now because it's a business card, so that's not the highest priority right now.
It's still thing you're losing money, and he has Xbox Live Gold being charged on this.
Yeah, I should cancel.
Obviously, you got your fees up to full $2,000 of interest this year so far. Mm-hmm. What is this? How long does this take to pay off? This must take decades. This is moronic.
Yeah, I mean, it'll take decades if you're not doing anything to fix it.
This was for the clothing brand and other successful investor endeavor that you've done.
Yeah, that was back then. So again, it was used for that
endeavor.
Back then,
a couple years ago.
Yeah, a couple years ago. Back then, it's not used for my current endeavor.
Well, no, you probably can't.
Yeah,
you can't. You have a limit. You can spend $310.
Yeah.
So shut up. That's not something to brag about. Shut the up. Okay, so tell me about this investment and what you did and what you spent this on, and now it's accruing interest. So actually, you bought a Tesla Model S a few years ago?
Yeah.
You think you can afford that while you're doing all this?
No.
I mean, that's like a $90,000 car.
Let me clarify. That was before I got into all these business investments. So that was before any of that involvement.
You are so reckless with your money. You are gonna make so much money through your successful career, your entire life, and you're gonna have $0 to show for it. In fact, you will only be negative net worth your entire life, and it's gonna be so sad to see.
At least I put that towards an investment and not wastefully on many other things.
Tesla's not an investment.
I know that, and that's why I sold it to invest in the business.
One of the quickest depreciating cars, and I love my Tesla. And I upgraded to the new
crazy story. So when I moved to Miami, I had it. Carvana offered me $85, which I got it at.
Wow, this is crazy. I'm so interested.
And then someone hit it, back-ended it, and I had to order the part to fix it. By the time I got the part, Elon Musk had depreciated Tesla's value, and I sold it at like $50K, so I lost $35 on it.
Oh, that was thrilling.
I know, it's horrible. And then it could
have been more invested in a story
even though. So yeah, they devalued, but at the time, devaluation was not as intense.
Great. So you gave her on your credit card, or your life money was spent on the credit card, and then you gave her your life money for survival to her?
Yeah, I mean, loans, credit cards, all of that.
And the clothing brand. Tell me what happened on that successful endeavor.
I mean, she's still working on it now. We have suppliers in Italy. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, at this point, I'm more focused on my own endeavors with the gold stuff. I mean,
not even your own endeavors, buddy. It's your business partner's endeavor who's African-American that has lineage back in Uganda.
Yeah, I mean, me and him are the perfect team, and we're going to make it happen. At the end of the day, I have him. He goes to Uganda. He handles those things. I handle a lot of other things involving in other partners. We have in Hong Kong, Dubai, other locations. So
This guy's so.
and you have yeah. So we have a deal right now working on between Hong Kong and Gold Supply.
Yeah.
And, no, the buyer's on board. They're waiting for the financier to get an RWA. They're doing block funds.
Everyone's waiting on someone.
Yeah.
Everyone's waiting on some investment in financing. Shut the fuck up, dude. You are so ruined. Oh, this is hilarious.
No, the gold thing, we have multiple facets and directions we're attacking it. So one of those will happen. It's a matter of time.
You're such a silly little goose.
The goose that lays gold eggs, so.
Hasn't yet. Never once.
It will.
Has attempted to.
Be patient.
$200,000 in debt. Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, this girl's going to make you some money. Maybe you might come to me for an investment one day.
Absolutely not.
We need a new office, Eli. I got you. Don't worry.
There's a new office?
Yeah.
In New Orleans?
Hey, maybe different locations.
New Orleans? A declining city?
Not New Orleans. I'll put you somewhere nicer. I want to do that to you. Put you in Miami. Got a lot of crazy people out there, crazier than me.
I never talk about this because honestly, I really don't give a. But here's the reality: I have a net worth that is substantially higher than you will ever even come close to.
Well, once this gold deal closes, you'll be looking up.
I never talk about this because honestly, I really don't give a. But here's the reality: I have a net worth that is substantially higher than you will ever even come close to.
Well, once this gold deal closes, you'll be looking up, not down. So.
Even if your gold deal closes, it's not even close. So this is not a jack-off test here.
If you look at mine ownership, that's.
Oh, you are just such an egotistical.
We'll be delusional years down the road, and we'll be talking about it like, yeah, you're crazy. Here you are now. So.
If I'm lucky, I will never see you after this filming is concluded again.
If you're lucky, you'll see me again.
Venmo? You have $5,044.54 on Venmo? What is wrong with you?
That was for the gold stuff when we did some cash advances.
Oh, this guy. Okay, tell me.
Yeah, when you're in Uganda, you have expenses out there.
Yeah.
And, you know, the gold market fluctuates, prices change, so we were off by a couple of thousand.
Yeah.
So I did a cash advance over to there, we did Western Union, and partners are over there, right, so you got the cash, and that's what we use to help us when we're exporting.
Oh, he's so limit by $44.54. This guy's a fucking keeper.
Wait, I have proof I got it out of Uganda. You can look, Nairobi, I have videos, proof of life. The $15 are the customs there.
Am I telling you didn't go to Uganda? No, I said you're over your limit, you moron.
Over the limit. And that's why we're working tonight to make this happen in person. Yeah.
You're over the limit.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
When was this spent?
I mean, that was...
When was this spent, you...
Here.
Then it would not be over the limit if you were working day and night. Shut the fuck up. You are a financial loser.
Hey, we start somewhere. We all start somewhere.
You're going only negative. You need to make minimum $200,000 just to get to zero.
Well, I have other plans too. I'm working to consolidate all this into one. So then they'll stop with it. I'm already working with people.
Listen, man, he's working with people, guys. He's working with...
I have someone, a friend of my business partner, working that helped me consolidate.
He's the guy that is never able to do one thing in his life on his own. He always has to have other people. That's the failure of an entrepreneur, by the way.
Hey, you don't win it by lone wolf. You need a team.
If you are incapable of doing anything yourself, you are never going to be successful.
I'm good at, and I let people do what they're good at.
Nothing.
I am good at making connections and having plans and visions.
Your connections have resulted in you only going further into debt and never having one successful investment that is returned.
Again, it's a dip down, then we're going up.
It's only gone down.
And it'll go
There
up.
is no up yet.
Well, you haven't seen the end of the story yet, so wait for the end of the book. You're like,
You get the stories, you getting hit by a bus outside of the office.
man, hey, then we have life insurance money. And then,
Hey, let me cash it out.
yeah, I'll smash you after.
I did not know this is what I'd be waking up today. 18 years to pay this off. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. You're a joke. You're over the limit on Venmo. For a year ago. For a year ago.
Shut it down and then use it later for
No,
rent.
it wasn't for a year ago. Then shut up. You actually have no idea what you're talking about. Or you're just lying. Or you're just saying things to make yourself look better. Shut up.
I mean, I paid it down for a bit and then it went back up again. That's how it goes.
You used it for fucking rent, out of all things.
Yep.
You are incapable of surviving. This poor girlfriend, this poor girlfriend, this poor girlfriend.
She's not going to be poor for long.
Yes, no, she's gonna run and...
Hey, I'll invite you to our wedding. There you go.
No, thank you.
You will see it. This will be the grandest one you'll ever see. Sponsored by the Gold Mine.
Ugandan Gold Knights sponsored wedding in New Orleans. I'm sure that'll be very popular there.
Good.
I'm sure that community is going to really appreciate
Don't worry,
it.
I won't forget your word inputs.
Hey, how's the just that you're so far in here? It's fucking stupid. Putting it on rent? Yeah, a dumb. Yeah, a dumb. Quicksilver, tell me, what's going on?
Yeah, that's one of my original first card cards, actually. I mean, that one was...
So it's like nostalgia, and that's why you're keeping it? When you're purchasing on it?
I mean, it's going to have older cards, right? It tributes your
credit, sure, but you're maxed out. So any kind of this being over maxed out has much more impact on credit.
Credit utilization.
Yes, it is a higher percentage impact on your credit than your credit length and age.
Exactly, but I've been trying to keep up with the overall debt. I haven't had that.
Okay, well, yeah, because this is maxed out, so shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it's maxed out for now.
Everything is for now. You're a for now person. You're just fucking... You're like you could just
not done
you could be outside fighting a homeless person and you'll just be beating him down and someone will be stopping. You're like, well, I'm only beating him for now, so it's okay, guys. I'm only beating him for now. It's okay.
You're like the guy who reads a book, never finishes it, never sees the ending of it. You read it.
I finish every book, even if I hate it.
Here.
No, that is absolutely incorrect. I finish every book, even if I hate it, and I hate that part about me. I hate that part about me.
Well, then keep reading the book. Keep reading the story.
I finish every movie as well. I hate
You'll
that
see
part
that in the
about my
story.
personality. Okay, you owe $1,456.83 on here. Why'd you come on here? I genuinely have to know, because you seem like the most delusional, hard set. You already know you want to go, motherfucker government. What's the purpose of you being here? Because right now I feel like you're wasting my time.
I'm just trying to stop the bleeding of the interest rates and stuff and trying to steady the ship to hold out long enough to close these deals. And that's one of the main reasons I'm here is I need a plan to just at least keep things steady until that time comes. I need to buy myself time.
Okay, so to stop the bleeding, well, I guess I can curate my thoughts to someone's goal, but I still don't fully support this Ugandan thing. I can curate what we're talking about today.
Exactly. Let's focus on that. Like, how can we meet in the middle and stop the bleeding?
$1,300 going into eating out. Alone, miscellaneous supposed to be $1,003. So there's an answer.
Yes.
Do you watch it?
I have a Quick and Simplify where I'm putting everything on there.
Okay.
I don't have a
Surely that's not working. You didn't know how much you spent last month, even though it was $12,500 when you bought me.
Again,
so
that is because I had other people we put somewhere together and actually it's your own time. So, you know, fix the biggest mission. I'm living this. I just need to see this stuff. What's faster?
Roger that. We're stuck in concept. So whether you're an aspiring content creator or just tired of editing Premiere and Post Mayhem, go to my link in the description and check out the video ads and enrich your own free advertising. That's good. Your anxiety. Yeah, check out. That's just a new traffic too. Tell me to tell what's up, it's actually, it's not someone like you does everything. No, it's someone like you does. that. Now you have limits that you can spend here again, and then you spend it. Now you have double debt.
I'm not doing that.
No, but that's what everyone in like you does. You keep having this confidence that's beyond confidence that you know exactly what's going to happen. But I have seen it time and time again. I've seen people doing business stuff like you, and they've all failed. We have statistics: 10% successful rate. Okay.
Well, it's not 0%. So
It's not 0%, but you can have a much better return on investment for the 75. And I've also seen people like you do the consolidation without actually fixing their behavior, and it just goes all the way up. But you can't. You don't even qualify for them now, right? Because they're all.
now, right now, I'm looking.
Of course, Remind me again. What's your score?
Like 690, 680, depending on the
Your
level.
utilization and debt to income must be just so substantial.
Those
That
are
it's
the two make it hard right now to get. So I'm looking at like some private investors to help with the consolidation.
Private who's getting invest?
Because I've never missed a payment. Hey, look, on my credit history, I've never
Guys,
missed a
out of
payment.
all private investors he's been looking for his entire life, now he's looking for a private investor to consolidate. Fine, I'll do it at 100% interest rate.
100% interest rate.
Yep.
I mean, I'm already paying in the 20s range already.
Yep, I'll do it at 100.
Why 100?
Because why the f would any private investor ever take you on?
Because they see my risk profile. I've never missed a payment. I've always managed my debt. I have a perfect history besides the amount of debt. And so I've never once missed a payment in my life.
I'll consolidate you your 100. Yeah, I'll consolidate your 180% debt. I will consolidate it at 18%. It can be paid over the course of 10 years. So whatever that minimum monthly payment equals.
Yeah.
But I put a lien against every single asset you own.
I mean, go for it. That's fair. Handshake right here. Watching this.
Thank you. I just made a lot of money. I'm gonna need to take a look at those assets first.
Good luck finding them.
Okay, so it sounds like it's not happening.
I mean,
which is why would anyone invest in you if they don't have that backup?
Because they see like
they need a backup.
Okay, sign all the legal
No
documents.
one's willing to give you a mortgage without actually the same with a car loan without the lien on it.
Sign all the legal documents you want then to make it.
You don't have anything to put a lien on.
Okay.
So why would they do this? This is such a beyond risk.
Again, look at my history. I've never missed a payment. I'm not going to miss anything. There's a consolidation. They can see all the different borough statements, all 3 major boroughs. Look at my smart credit report. I've never missed a payment. I manage it perfectly, and that's my problem. I just want to consolidate it together, and that's it. I mean, these cards are at 25, 29% APR. Yes, it's hard right now. And so, if I get down to 18%, that would be a life game changer. And
You'll just build up all your balances again.
I would not.
Yes, you will. You're not the one unique case in the history of this.
Well,
you're incapable of setting this ship. We have your spending. We have your
prove you wrong with that too, then.
You're going to find a new thing to invest in a few months.
No, I'm not. It's locked in. I've invested what I need to do. It's on autopilot.
I'm done with you. You're lost. You're so beyond confident. You're not willing to listen.
Then tell me what's your plan. Tell me what you want.
I've been trying this whole conversation, man.
You haven't come up with a plan yet. You've talked about the gold business.
I want you to get on the steady.
I want to steady too.
I want you to get out of these weird, risky investments, and I want you to just invest in the market, maybe some real estate. You can get your income, and you can get some good stuff done here. You can retire in 20 years and have an incredible life.
And that's what I want to do now. Is I want to stop the risky investments, cut the faucet off completely. Cut the faucet off completely and steady the ship.
No, I don't believe you. That is not what you think it is. Listen, this PayPal card takes 22 years to pay off. Close to maxed out as always. You owe $7,178 and 41 cents. So what's up with the PayPal credit?
PayPal credit. So that was for a course of like fundamental economics, so like interest rates, banks. Yeah, the loser
This is this guy. This is this guy.
Gold market, everything is helped a lot, just understanding the world economy.
Which that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. Because here's the thing: I'm not against education. Shut up for a second. I am not against education. There are good educational resources out there. I think Ramsey's is a pretty good educational resource. The Money Guy has a good educational resource. We collaborated with a lot of people, and we created our educational resources. Which, by the way, for example, the Money Guys, they're at $200. Ramsey's a monthly subscription. Ours is literally you get the premium version of our app and all 6 of our education programs that we collaborated with experts on, which has the lowest refund rate in the industry for a reason, because we have the best education. We do that all $197. When they get all of that, you get the PayPal credit debt, $8,000 to learn about economics. Buddy, I guarantee you our programs are better, and it's beyond cheaper. That's so That's the most dumb thing I've ever heard. You were sold on a lie.
No, so it also includes, Bloomberg Terminal, but their version of it, Prime Market Terminal.
It's not even a Bloomberg terminal.
But it gives you access to all like bank reports.
You don't need.
I do read through all the bank reports to keep up.
What do you do?
Keep up with commodities and the different markets.
You can't without that.
I read through all of them. They're more thorough. They have more researchers that pay $100,000 salaries to read these reports. I read through them all.
This is ridiculous. This is so moronic.
Okay, so I got hammered, so to say. So let's go with the plan now. Huh? What's next?
You just helped me. I'm correcting your behavior again.
Okay.
A massive economic course like this is not necessary. Now, a lot of people use the argument there shouldn't be courses because everything's free online. Listen, it's hard to organize things.
Yeah,
it's hard
time.
Shut up. It's not just time. It is also just hard to find the reliable information because there's lots of different opinions. So that's why we put together our stuff. So I get it, but this is way beyond a fucking. They just used and abused you. And I bet their refund requests are through the roof.
No, it's a great program. Plus the chill.
He'd do it again. And he's 30% anxious. What is this? Tell me what this is. Shut up. Tell me what this is. Looks like a firm.
Yeah.
Right, we owe 6,000 hours on a firm, essentially.
Sure.
So a firm, $5,855.82.
Yeah, so that's all apartment cost. December, January, I just moved in. Started from scratch, try to get literally everything. So you look at Target, that's for all kitchen supplies, other things.
Amazon. Helix Sleep?
Yeah, the
What is that, you dumb tip? Pull up your firm. I don't even know what your due costs are. Well, Klarna's coming up next. Fantastic. Well, I see a DoorDash Klarna in here. Let's find out.
No, I've seen those. I refuse to do that.
Yeah, because you're so smart.
I'm not that far lost.
How do you do that in this Ugandan thing, dude?
Gee, it's DoorDash.
Moron. This doesn't make sense. I'm not seeing all the previous charges and the one that just happened.
I mean, it's Affirm, Klarna, Klarna has a lot.
Oh, Affirm. Even on the Affirm thing here, I'm getting Amazon, Helix Sleep, Albany, Chart, Amazon, but I'm not seeing those on here.
That's a challenge.
So,
yeah.
And I don't even know what your payments are. I'm gonna say you probably have like a $500 payment.
Yeah, it's total?
I don't know.
No, probably.
I don't know, man. Okay, pull up your chart. Okay, chart. This is insane, dude. This is fucking ridiculous.
Okay, I can say someone on there really quick. So
sure.
The Airbnb on there you'll see was when we did a group trip, and I had everybody send me the cash for that, and so I put that cash to.
And you had to seek investors?
No, I put the cash to pay down some higher interest balances. Because Klarna had lower interest, so I kind of shuffled the cash over that way. That's why you see the Airbnb.
What's the interest on the Klarna? Usually it's like 35%.
That one? No, it's check it.
Tell me what was the interest rate that you put.
Oh, so that one, so they have like a Sapphire card and a Chase card, which is like 25 to 29% range.
Oh, 25, that is high.
Yeah, it is high.
This one's at 32. Shut the fuck up. You're the dumbest I've ever met in my entire life, and I hate you.
Well, there we go, miscalculated.
Miscalculated. You just didn't look.
Yeah.
And now I extra never trust you to make any decision you've ever made.
I mean, then that one is just moving cash around. I need more liquidity. And so, even if it's a little higher, it's still going to have it to move it to different places. Because you can't use Klarna to pay.
You don't know what you're talking about.
If I had a card maxed out.
You pretend like you know what you're talking about. You have no idea what you're talking about.
Card's maxed out, and I figured that out.
I'm not going to listen to it. Airbnb, Ticketmaster. We're not getting Ticketmaster if we're trying to survive Airbnb. It's so stupid. Ticketmaster, Airbnb, just endlessly throughout the history. Just over and over and over again. So stupid. So stupid. So substitute at 25% interest, which you build up right away again, which is why I know the consolidation won't work, because none of these were paid towards, by the way. 32% interest rate. Shut up. Oh, okay, what is this loan? I don't know what this loan is. It's a $7,173 loan. What is the loan?
But that's when I lease my car. So, you get to put down.
This is a. You took a loan for the down payment on your lease.
Yes. Made him stand up. Never seen this.
I can't stand your existence. These choices that you're making make no sense. This is such an obnoxious use of time. Getting swamp, everything is unpleasant. Is that a 10% interest rate?
Hey, it's better than the Sundays.
I don't want to hear your voice. What do I even call this? What is this loan?
Hello.
From who?
I think that is Upgrade or Upstart, one of those two.
Yeah, let's call it Upstart.
Yeah, let's do that.
Apply weekly payments to make it look a little more acceptable. Your girlfriend's getting into a situation where she has no idea. Or she's just literally, picked her up when she was waiting for her, and she does nothing. It's making sense.
Hey, there's more things than finances and people.
Yes, but you're gonna tear her down and bring her down a dark path.
No.
There is more than just finances, but you can pull someone down, man.
We're coming up.
No, this is a 401k loan, they're saying.
Oh, that's a set. Wait, that one is? Okay, so then the car one is probably 5,000 and the 401k is 7. Yeah, I had it mixed up there because the balances were both a little low.
You can't even keep track of your own debt yourself. Dude, I don't even know what to do with you. You're such a joke. Alright, yeah. Obviously that comes through your pay before it even hits. But if you get fired or you quit your job, that's gonna come due. Good luck, $10,000.
Of course, I mean, if you get fired, obviously that's not the best option.
Or quit. Yeah.
I'm not gonna quit.
Yeah, you really have no choice.
Okay, we'll quit once the gold hits.
Blue cash.
That's basically like a gas card for Amex. So they have a benefit on gas.
I don't want to hear your voice. $1,587.27 with a minimum monthly payment of $50.75. $177 of charges. Interest $35.23. 7 years to pay off. Not even coming close. Not even coming close to paying this off. Let me see what your girlfriend looks like. I want to see if this was a desperation thing or...
No, it's just a
or like
here. There you go.
Make sure she's not like a burn victim or something.
No, she's a very humble, beautiful girl. Supports me in
Yeah,
everything.
she's pretty. In fact, she's B-Dog typed. You guys know B-Dog the translator. Also member Hammer Elite. Tons of makeup. Some fake things.
That's B-Dog's type.
It is B-Dog's type.
No, that's not her.
He likes some fake.
She's 100% authentic and real.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, she looks like she's definitely a gold digger, for sure.
She's not. She's had many men in her past that had money that she turned down. No, because she does not want to be that kind of person.
Yeah, so she looks like a gold digger for sure.
Oh yeah, she looks like it, and even her work friends say that.
And she's hoping that he unlocks gold, however, she has no idea what this guy...
She got with me before she even knew the whole gold operation, too, so...
We'll let her know, don't worry.
She knows, and she knows now, of course.
Knows what?
The whole operation, everything.
She doesn't understand, because you're able to sit there, and you're actually able to sound halfway decent on what you're talking about, and that's the most dangerous thing. You're just not in reality with what you're talking about. You couldn't even tell me the success rate for these kind of minds.
I mean, again, I don't really care what the success rate is. I know it's in front of me.
Why would I want to know the success rate for something investment of 75%?
I still would have done it because I have the right connections now, so that's all I needed. So I can almost track out the success rate.
Gas, discount zone, done, fees, bullshit. I hate my life, and it's all great. Sapphire Reserve. Okay, you owe $780.29 on here with a minimum monthly payment of $40. Well done, you lost it. 100. Oops.
I have said this a lot better than other ones.
You don't deserve
There's
money.
no bright spot in the scheme of things.
$168 of purchases, $15.27 of interest accruing. Sweetwater Sound, $130.73 for fucking what?
I play guitar.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
You should just, you are all over the place. You have, nothing makes sense. Nothing makes sense that you do. It's okay to have a hobby, but just your spending is beyond out of control. What you prioritize, what you're trying to do in life makes no sense. You're such a mess. You're a mess.
Yeah, my priority is business. The near-term priority is how to stabilize the ship.
You're not even saving for your taxes, dude.
Yeah, I know. It's
You're not
coming. Clock is ticking. Clock is ticking. So
and it's not going to be an insignificant amount of money for your earning.
I know. It's going to be big.
And IRS is not what we're fucking with.
I know. You know, that's what it's coming.
Yeah, you are.
Well, that's what I'm trying
No. Even if I gave you the most aggressive plan, there is no stabilizing the ship before taxes because this is still beyond egregious. There is no stabilizing this. The only thing, if we want to prioritize IRS, is you just don't pay your debt, allow them to all your credit and go into collections and destroy you, and you just save it after taxes.
Yeah, I'm not doing that.
Exactly. I see no plan. No plan gets you there. I don't see a plan, especially not with your life.
I mean, my business plan is just going to make it. So I have that much belief in it that I see the train coming.
Restaurant also looks like great use of time instead of paying taxes. You have wealthy parents?
No. My dad's a marriage and family counselor. My mom, homeschooling.
That can make money. That can make money.
I mean, you can, yeah. I mean, he's 77 now, so he's...
One Main Financial. What's this? 9,210. Is that the... What is that? Is that the loan on the car?
No, that's not the loan on the car.
What is One Main Financial?
So that's when I was waiting for my bonus to come, so I used that as a
Dude! What are you doing at this point? Like, I've lost all just, like, surprise. I'm just like, what the f are you doing with your life?
Well, there's a start, no more surprise, right? Now you're just numb.
I am numb. $9,210. Minimum monthly payment, $396. At least you made the minimum payments for a few months, but I mean, it's only been a few months.
Again, I don't miss payments. No.
When was this? Your personal bonus was supposed to hit?
The bonus hit in, I think it was February.
Why couldn't you survive without your bonus?
Because I moved in apartment December, so I had nothing in that. How many
bedrooms do you have?
One bedroom, not bad.
This is expensive. Where are you?
So it's in Meadowhurst, just in its walls, and they just finished building it in December, right when I moved in. So I was waiting like a year and a half.
Quite expensive for New Orleans, one bedroom back.
Yeah, they're just in luxury market out here right now. So it's...
You think you deserve luxury?
Yeah.
I hate you.
Well, at least we established that. I'm pretty sure it was clear 30 minutes ago.
No, that's one of my most natural reactions, but I'm starting to dislike you as a person.
Okay, that's fair. We all have our beliefs and our opinions.
Because you have a disgusting mindset.
No, I think I have one that's rare, and that makes a lot of things happen that most people don't have.
Okay, here's upgrade. $27,631. What the f*** is that?
So that was one of the loans I took out for the Uganda gold export. Yep. Again, it's a last minute thing. He was in Uganda, we had to get it out, so I took out 2 loans for that.
And how much is your business partner spent?
My business partner?
Mm-hmm. The one who owns a bigger share, right?
So I mean, he has more of like the sweat equity on the ground equity. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, without him, it's impossible.
Yeah. How much did he put into it?
Probably, I mean, on his side, probably 3,000.
Okay.
Yeah.
For what equity percentage?
For his equity percentage.
What's his equity percentage?
It's I think 35%. I mean, he's on the ground in Uganda doing it day-to-day. So,
buddy, I will prepare the news for you and get it ready for a couple months from now.
Okay.
It's gonna be looped up, ready to go.
Let's do it.
Oh, big guy. Oh, big guy. I wouldn't be laughing. Your life is over.
Nah.
Yeah. $869. I mean, I don't even. These minimum payments at this point, do they even fit in the budget? Okay, we have another upstart Finwise. This looks like maybe this was the down payment for the car.
Yeah, that was the one I miscalculated. Yep.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Look, we need to get this situation
Wow.
under control.
We found you a day before filming this because we had a cancellation.
Yes.
This is
Yeah, one of those. But I'm sorry for last week. What did I say? So, it was a quick turnaround.
It really was.
I'll just shut up. I'm willing to, like, last second show up and figure something out here.
Well, we get literally hundreds of applicants a day, but
Yeah.
We don't really get people that cancel as much anymore.
Yeah, I mean, it's a priority to show up. It was like last second, I moved everything else out the way. Despite the craziness you see here now, I do want to set this ship however that's possible.
Yeah, but we just disagree. And I think your ship is going to sink.
I mean, we disagree on what I've done from the past, but going forward.
We disagree on that too.
Oh, well, yeah,
$145.
forward.
Shut up for a second. Shut the fuck up. You owe on this $3,877. $145 is your minimum monthly payment.
Wow.
That's
I felt like this when
okay, 1,681. Before I even look forward, I'm so interested. Plus $1,597.79. Plus $367. Plus $160. Plus $49. Plus $239 plus $500 plus $500 plus your total killing of $160.20 plus $50.75 plus $40 plus $396 plus $869 plus $145. And your minimum monthly payments right now will give you wiggle room of $1,250 so far. We're not even done.
Yeah.
That's your wiggle room for survival. So getting the boat,
Steady.
no, it's like it's literal bankruptcy. But you won't have changed your behaviors or fixed anything in your own life, so you're gonna end up right back here again. And I've had that conversation multiple times. So there is no steadying the ship.
No, things have changed. You can look at the trend of how I invested business in past years, and it's
not just the investing business. I saw you spending last month where you weren't investing in this business. You spent $12,500 where you brought in $8,000.
Right.
So I don't want to hear it. It's 12.58. Here's another one. What is this? Private student loans or what? It's a personal loan?
What's the balance of that one?
This one. The balance of this one is $12,137. The minimum monthly payment is $713.
Yeah, that was when I was in between jobs. And so I had low, capital at the time, so I had to put that on cards, and I reconsolidated cards onto that one.
How did it work?
Wait, how did it work?
How did it work?
I mean, then I got involved in the
How
business.
did it work?
Did
Did it work out? Did you rebuild the debt?
Yeah, business. This was when I first started
Exactly.
business.
There you go. This is worthless. This is a waste of my time. You're a broken financial individual. You will never steady this ship. Your minimum monthly payments equal your net income. Your girlfriend has no idea what she's going for. This is disgusting. What you are doing in life and this mindset you have, it honestly, again, the most damaging thing here is that you are able to sit there calm and collective and speak on this like you know what you're talking about, even though you and you think it's because of connections. I know people like you. The serial entrepreneur. Floyd won at one point as well. He was the person that was obsessed with endless connections, and he never actually succeeded in anything. He just worked to work on something. He never actually achieved anything. You never learned either. It's no, you won't. This is how you do it. I know people like you. You spend all the money on entrepreneurial courses. You spend all the money on the self-help books, and you never do a fucking thing. And you sit there and you're able to use the correct words to sound like you know what you're talking about, but you're not going to get any statistics and any success rates. You can't even speak about the country hardly in terms of the poverty rate or authoritarian regime, or they're trying to get oil off the ground, and they can't even do that when that would be the lifeline of their country. You can't talk about anything, and all you obsess over is connections. Oh, I need an investor for this. This is going to work out. That's going to change it. Hey, I'm only just doing that now. I'm not going to do that in the future, beating that down. No, this is, and I need you to hear this and like this rant that I'm doing, because you are headed down a dangerous path that you don't even see. You are in a privileged position beyond privileged position beyond privileged position to live an incredible life. Incredible life. Incredible. Beyond much higher than the median, the average, whatever American you want, you are in the top 20%. You are in that incredible position and you are throwing it away. You are damaging your girlfriend. You're going to damage any future children you might have. You are damaging your friends. You are damaging your family. You are damaging yourself. This is a disaster. This is a joke. You should be in.
on a mission to get 2 million people all around the world clean water. This village of Malawi now has clean water impacting over 1,000 people. This is the version of what is learning doing and the largest creator collab in history. Over 30,000 of your favorite creators are all coming together with over 3 billion followers combined. This could be one of the largest philanthropy projects in history. Team Water, all of us teamed up from around the globe to get clean water that will last decades to over 2 million people in need. All starting here in Malawi. Let's get right to water. We just installed this pump. This is going to be the first time we use it. So the first cup of water is going to the village team. It's always down in it. This entire community used to survive on water collected from puddles like this. And every drop had to literally be carried by hand. That's what they do every single day. What does this water look like? I mean, look at all that dirt. If I drank this, would I get sick?
Yes, you probably shouldn't.
I think we can all agree this is very unacceptable. I mean, look at those chunks of the dirt in this water.
They will no longer happen now that we have our water.
With local leaders, we make sure that clean water is no longer a concern here. Wow, look how excited they are. Over 1,000 people that live around here are going to be supported by just this pump. Orchid or Bid, who wants to sub in? I'm getting tired. These two have 55 million subscribers combined and are just 2 of the thousands of creators that make up Team Water. Here you go. That's the water. You mean it's going to last forever? As long as this well is maintained, which is obviously what Team Water is going to do, this well can practically last forever. The well we started at and this water pump are just the beginning. Team Water is on a mission to raise $40 million so that we can provide over 2 million people with clean water. Let's keep going. Next, we went to South America, where we received an amazing welcome from the people of Colombia. You guys are too kind. You don't have to do this. Amazingly, the pump for the local water source was designed from spare parts by one man with no formal training. You built this with recycled bicycle parts. And this well is what's currently supplying over 1,000 people with water. Oh my goodness. Out this pipe comes water that the communities are drinking. And at first glance, this water doesn't look too bad. But really, there are little particles of dirt and more importantly, bacteria that is constantly getting everyone here very sick. Which is why, literally right beside the well that Cristo made with bicycle parts, we built this giant water filtration system. And the system filters water in 3 stages. This removes dirt, sand, and large particles. The water is then pumped into here, which removes the bacteria and even smaller particles. And then it's pumped into here, which removes the saline. So that fresh water can be pumped through this pipe. If anyone deserves some first class water to come out of this filtration system, it's Cristo. You might guess. He's going right for it. Oh, he's down again. Do you approve? What did? Thank you. Even YOLO, with over 33 million subscribers, couldn't help himself.
This water is better than my home.
Team Water is going to go around the globe with all of your favorite creators, like Mark Bergman, the Stokes Twins, and so many more, with the mission of bringing clean water, the most basic human right, to millions of people. And they also built this massive water storage container that can hold the equivalent of 20,000 bottles of water. And because we brought a ton of reusable bottles, we couldn't wait to share the fresh, clean water with the community. Hey, we got water right here! But unfortunately, nearly 1 in 10 people don't have access to clean water, which is why we need your help to raise $40 million. On average, every dollar donated will provide one person with clean water for an entire year. To power the water filtration system, we installed a solar farm here, but we couldn't stop there. We also have a special surprise for all the little kids. That's your brand new playground! They're way more excited about the playground than they were about the water again. We then traveled to the site of an existing clean water project, where more than 100 kids come to school just to get clean water. Here you go! Here you go, little bit. Yeah, it's just empty! This community has access to clean water. It was still a problem, since people from over 4 communities have to walk far to reach the central water source. We added 3 tanks nearby for easier access. Now I'm going to show you how much walking it's going to save people in the community. Oh, these jugs are so heavy. It's hard to believe. Nearly 1 in 10 people don't have access to clean water. So, for every dollar they donate, someone on average will get
1 year of clean water.
Oh my gosh.
Well done, Timmy.
As you can tell, it's very hard to carry water. Team Water goes above and beyond to take care of people. And of course, we also gave this community a playground. And then we went just north of India to Nepal, to this small village where locals hike up a winding trail to reach this water tap where they rely on just a piece of cloth to filter their water. Behind me is one of the 3 tanks that's going to be providing clean drinking water to over 300 people in the community. This tank, when completed, will hold 15,000 liters of water, paired with a mechanism to clean the water, disinfect it, and make it safe to drink.
Once this is done being built, how long is the tank supposed to have service for the community for? Usually for at least 50 to 100 years.
We've teamed with WaterAid, our lead global partner, to help provide clean drinking water. They also support local governments that handle repair and make sure everything keeps working. Not only we're providing the project, but we're maintaining it for decades to come. We should probably get back to work. Yeah, we should, yeah.
You know, it's going to take over 2,700 kilos of concrete to complete this water tank. I think it's worth 18 hours today. But if it means these people get clean drinking water just one day early, I want 24.
Don't look me in the eyes doing this, bro. Those 3 water tanks will provide clean drinking water to 71 households and around 300 people. On average, every dollar donated is going to provide clean water for an entire year to someone in need. Make sure to donate. And if you're in the United States, you might think this only affects other countries. But science creator Mark Rober and I are hard at work. Because in 2022, flooding caused Jackson, Mississippi's entire water system to fail, which had this assisted living facility broken. Teeth, prepare meals for your food, just take a bath. And to solve this issue, we have a machine that pulls water out of the air.
That's right, an atmospheric water generator.
And I have no idea what that means, which is why I brought Mark Rober. What does this do?
So you know on a really hot day, your glass gets beads of water on the outside?
Yeah, because like the water goes through the glass.
It's not going through the glass, Jimmy. That water is coming from the air. This machine cleans down the air, and then it can't hold that water anymore. At which point you collect it in this big tank. Plus, it purifies it all in the process. It's basically just squeezing and wringing out air.
How is that humanly possible?
This water is so clean and fresh, you could use it in an operating room.
Yeah, cheers. Wow, science is amazing. This machine generates enough water for the entire assisted living facility, and they're going to be giving it to other people in the community who also struggle to get clean water.
Team Water, we are eternally grateful for everything.
And Team Water is also partnering with Dig Deep to give the people of Rodell, West Virginia, an updated water system.
In previous years, they just had a lot of problems with the infrastructure crumbling, so this should do a lot of good for this community.
All the way over in Ecuador, we're with Ricky LaMoon and 4 of his friends with over 120 million subscribers combined. And they're going to help clean up the water from this dangerously contaminated river. Even though it's very beautiful, the water here is dirty. The river is full of germs like E. coli and Giardia. And unfortunately for the village, right next to the river, it's the only source of water for them and their children.
34% of kids under 5, they got malnutrition and stomach issues.
So to change these kids' lives, we're moving filtration for each of the 3 water storage tanks, using reverse osmosis filters to make the water safe to drink.
Yeah, that comes out completely clean. It's like magic.
Excelente. I know that means very good.
Yes, this is very good.
And with some help, we're giving water filtration bags to everyone in the community, so they can have clean water with them anywhere they go.
Puede funcionar para que te la puedas tomar.
Did you tell her what the bag is for?
Yeah, I just told that.
I just checked. Thanks to the Amazon Rainforest Investor Coalition for supporting the amazing work that's being done in this video. Meanwhile, across the world in Zambia, fitness creator Brownie is at the largest community in this video. There are a staggering 9,000 people that do not have access to clean water here. And their only option is to dig shallow wells that often get polluted.
It's not covered, so when we receive rainfall, it's...
Joining us now, NBC News senior White House correspondent Garrett Haake, NBC News senior policy reporter Shannon Pettypiece, and Neil Irwin, chief economic correspondent at Axios. Okay, Shannon, let me start with you. A ton of economic news this morning. This jobs report, a big pullback from employers. What's the top line here?
Yeah, I mean, a real slowdown in the job market, and it makes...
Okay. Pretty good. How about you? Trump put the tariffs on Canada today. 35%. Mexico got a deal. Europe got a deal, but we didn't get a deal because like Mark Carney pissing Trump off. Because the other day, Mark Carney also announced that They want to recognize Palestine statehood. Trump said it's going to be really hard for Canada to get a deal if they do that, or even anyways. So Cardi is pissing off Trump. So even Mexico got a trade deal. You know, Trump doesn't really like Mexico. They want to build that wall to keep the Mexicans out. But even Mexico got a trade deal, but Canada didn't. Yeah, so we're like one of Trump's biggest enemies. You know, China didn't get a trade deal, Canada didn't get a trade deal. Like, we're up there with China and Russia, states right now. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, that's actually really valid.
Yeah. 35% tariffs. And I look on social media and there's some of the Canadians being like, oh, Trump really thinks that Canada cares about his opinion on Palestine. You're going to destroy Canada over Palestine. Don't you be careless. Yeah, so we start seeing prices go up over the next couple of months. Don't be surprised. We got some pretty crazy tariff. Like 35% is a really high tariff. Yeah. It'll affect jobs a lot too.
Yeah, I know. God, it's going to be really bad for our country.
Over 4,600. Yeah. So I have 10 ounces. It's really easy to calculate whatever the price of gold is. Just multiply. Yeah. I was watching that financial audit today. And this discovery came with $120,000 US dollars in debt. So over 100. They're moving debt that I have assets. But I could never get approved for that much debt. See, they're not so lucky that they could even get approved in the first place. But yeah, apparently that counts they gave $10,000 a month. They had to start garnishing his wages, started making $8,000 a month. But even though they're garnishing his wages and stuff, he still owes like $8,000 a month in interest. So he's pretty fucked. He should be making $10,000 a month, but they're garnishing $2,000, and then he still has to pay $8,000 a month in interest. So he's pretty fucked. Yeah, I know. Can you imagine that? Yeah, and that's why Caleb Hammond, the guy who does the financial, the host, he was the richest Americans. Instead, here you are on my show. You're broke. You're completely broke, and you're gonna have to file bankruptcy, even though you're making $10,000. Get through it somehow. She doesn't even realize the situation is there. Yeah. Later. Okay, you can't send me money now? Yeah, well, I'm gonna probably go out in like an hour here and get some food because that Myers push. Well, I woke up at 5 in the morning, so I mean, I'm not gonna be up much past 5. Oh yeah, definitely. Okay.
The job market looks increasingly shaky. I mean, we've been hearing from employers for a while that they had hiring freezes in place, that they just weren't going to add new employees because of all the uncertainty, whether it was about tariffs, maybe the uncertainty about what was ahead for AI, uncertainty about this tax bill that was coming, or just the fact that they really hired a lot of workers over the past few years, and now, they were starting at the point of hitting the brakes. But for workers, what it means is that essentially, if you have a job, you're probably in an okay position right now. The unemployment rate's still relatively low. Wages are kind of going up. But if you're someone who's trying to get your foot in the door in the job market, and I've been talking to a lot of...
And we do want to continue to discuss our top story today. For that, we're going to bring in Erin O'Toole for reaction. He is the former leader of the Conservative Party. Welcome. Thank you for joining us here in studio. It's nice to have you.
Good to be in studio again.
Okay, certainly, though, it is a busy day on the trade front. First, I actually just want to start with your initial reaction when we saw that announcement yesterday that, in fact, the tariffs against Canada for non-CUSMA compliant goods would move up to 35%.
Well, I was disappointed, but it's also a sign that we're in the final stages of a negotiation, and the president is trying to rattle his sword and have us maybe cave more or rush a deal. And I agree with Premier Ford's comments exactly. We don't just take whatever deal because there's more threats. President Trump, as I said when I was talking with you a few weeks ago, is under pressures as well. The IEEPA, the emergency tariffs, had a court appeal yesterday, and the 13-panel court was quite critical of the president's overreach. Congress controls trade, and they have to delegate it to the president, and they haven't here. So some of his tariffs will disappear. Some parts of our economy aren't covered by the 232 tariffs, like the steel and aluminum, because they're under the CUSMA agreement, or USMCA, whatever you want to call it. So we have to stay the course, get the best deal we can. And the president is also facing bad economy. The Dow's down 700 points this morning. We're seeing job numbers this morning that are negative.
Hello, I'm Matt Galloway, and this is the Current Podcast.
After months of back and forth steps forward and backwards, it is a threat the U.S. president does seem to be following through with. Donald Trump is hiking tariffs on more than 60 countries, including Canada. Trump has signed an executive order that increased a tariff on Canadian goods to 35% as of midnight. That's a boost from the 25% set in March. But it's only for goods that don't comply with the Canada-US-Mexico Trade Agreement, or CUSMA. In a statement, Trump blamed Canada for failing to cooperate on stopping fentanyl from crossing the border and cited Canada's decision to retaliate against previous tariffs. Prime Minister Mark Carney called the decision disappointing, but vowed to protect Canadian jobs. So, where does this leave Canada? Goldie Hyder is the president and CEO of the Business Council of Canada. Good morning.
Good morning, Catherine. Good to be with you.
Good to have you on to give us some perspective on this, Goldie. So 35%, but only on non-CUSMA compliant goods. And I think a lot of Canadians will have learned that now we're up to somewhere around 90% of goods that are actually CUSMA compliant. So the big question we're left with this morning is, how bad is this?
Well, look, we're very, very lucky to have the USMCA because it is what is saving us and our economy today. It is encouraging to see that those companies that were participating under the USMCA but not ever making themselves compliant are doing so. That is in everybody's interest that happen because it blunts the impact of what was announced yesterday and came into effect today.
So big picture then, how are you feeling this morning? I mean, you're noting that this is not as bad as it might otherwise have been if we didn't have this trade deal, but how bad is it really?
Well, look, I'm of two minds. First of all, let me just say, the empathy and that I feel for this government. There's no playbook for what is taking place. I understand their frustrations. I've heard their frustrations, particularly when it comes to the notion of these particular tariffs taking place because of the fentanyl. We know the fentanyl data. We know the response from the government has been robust. We know the investments that are being made, and we know the efforts that have been made to break up, fentanyl labs and so forth. So I can totally understand why they would be like, what else do we need to be doing here to avoiding this? But I think it speaks to a broader issue. I was in Washington this week meeting with the United States Trade Representative as well as the a number of senators close to the president and others who work for us there. And what I came away with is there seems to be a disconnect here. There seems to be a disconnect with how Canada has been approaching this, which is perhaps under what we would call, if these were normal times category, here's how you would go about it. But Catherine, we're not in normal times. This is not Ronald Reagan or Bill Clinton on the other side. And I think we've been trying to deal with things in an orderly fashion. Let's talk about the tariff, and then we'll pivot to the trade. What we got coming out of this week is it's all bunched together. Everything is bunched together here. And so this is a moment where if I were in the government, I would take this long weekend and I would reassess my entire strategy about where I am and what I need to do to get to a better place.
Is there one takeaway, one message you would have for the Canadian government about what they should be doing that they're not right now?
Well, the funniest thing I heard was Americans saying Canadians are playing chess. The problem is there's nobody on their side playing with them. And so maybe this isn't a game of chess, maybe it is a game of cards. And if it is, I tell you, Canada has a lot of cards. There should be no doubt about that. But I will say the other thing is this is not a surprise. This president is about relationships, and the number of times Americans with good intentions who cherish our relationship want to see it in a better place have said, just pick up the phone and call them. And I think our Prime Minister needs to do a little bit more of that from time to time and keep him close, if I can say that.
So if we look at the fact that some countries have had success in reaching deals, we'll call them that, although I think there are many questions about the fact that there doesn't seem to be a lot of paper to go along with these deals, and that the deals do still require some level of tariffs. But you look at the UK, Japan, all of the EU. Why do you think they were able to reach deals with Donald Trump and Canada? It hasn't been.
Well, as I said, I think there is a question as to whether we continue to believe that we're in normal times where we can talk about trade without tariffs, or whether we can talk about the importance of compliance with agreements that we have that Donald Trump created himself. These are not normal times, and this is not a normal situation. And I think the fact that a lot of people chastise the United Kingdom for getting in early at 10%, there's a lot of countries that would trade places with them today. So it was a calculated risk on their part. It may have paid off. EU clearly blinked, and Japan has done similarly. There's a lot of uncertainty about what really has been agreed to or not agreed to. And so I'm more in the camp of buy time, to the extent that Mexico was able to do so yesterday. You make the notion, you made you alluded to deal versus, the agreements. There is a difference.
Canada is furious at the Trump regime, but I think they're even beyond that. Canada recognizes its power. It knows it can be a superpower, and it's ready to smack down Trump's fascist regime gangsters. By now, I'm sure you know that Donald Trump has imposed 35% tariffs on Canada, and Canada was prepared for that. They know about this gangster regime, and one of the reasons that the Trump regime is citing, they're like, how could Canada recognize the Palestinian state? Why would you do that to us? Huh? Let me show you what Canada is doing right now. Everyone from the Conservative Party to the Liberal Party to the NDP joining forces and saying we're standing up to this gangster regime. So you had Premier Doug Ford, Conservative Premier of Ontario. He gave a speech in Thunder Bay in Ontario. Among other items he discussed was cancelling
a $100 million Starlink contract, among other retaliatory measures. But here he is saying that he spoke to Prime Minister Carney, the Liberal Prime Minister of Canada, the Liberal government, and said to Prime Minister Carney, we gotta fight back. Do not bow down. Do not give in to Donald Trump's demand. We'll stay strong. We'll stay united. Canada will fight back. You watch this.
So I wouldn't roll over. I told the Prime Minister, do not roll over. Hit that guy back as hard as we possibly can. And that's what we need to do.
Powerful stuff. Let me show you the longer version of that answer so you can see the full context. Here he is, Premier Doug.
Going back to your comments earlier about President Trump and the war, do you think it's possible for Canada to get a deal with Trump that doesn't include tariffs on certain sectors like auto, steel, and energy, and to be satisfied with that simple trade deal?
A great question. You know what's involved with President Trump? And, you know, we're united. First of all, I've never seen this country more united ever. In all areas of being in politics, and it's a great deal in all provinces, territories, municipalities, and everywhere. But, you know, partners are trying his best, but this guy will say something one day, and he'll wake up, and the cheese slips off the cracker, and then all of a sudden he goes the other way. And you're thinking, how do you deal with a guy like this? Are we hoping that we can get a deal with certain tariffs? Yes. But I always say, how do we pick back? And it's not the American people pick back at President Trump. But let's start controlling everything. Absolutely everything we possibly can. Like I-beams, those big steel I-beams. I didn't realize we don't make them here until found out during the trade deal. Or the rails that are beautiful. The cars are going to be made there. Sorry, the street cars are going to be made down the street. We don't make the rails, so we need to start making rails. Making sure that we make those steel I-beams, aluminum cans. Aluminum cans are my favorite. The Coke, the Pepsi, all these other beverages, the Molsons, the Vats, the craft brewers. We're the kings of aluminum in Quebec. They ship the aluminum down, 25% tariff. They get printed and formed, 25% back tariffs. So my question was, why aren't we making aluminum cans here? Now, we're going to be making aluminum cans. They're going to lose $1 billion to the business in the U.S. And same with tin cans from Tabasco. Ship it down to the U.S. They get formed. I had a meeting with the big users of the tins. Now we're bringing a line up here. And they're going to be losing out on about 1.3 billion cans, just on the tin cans. But I want to leave anything here. We're an economic powerhouse. You know, folks, we don't have to take a backseat to anyone in the world, and we sure the heck don't have to take a backseat to President Trump. He needs to remember, yes, they're our number one customer, but we're their number one customer. You hear about all these deals he's making, and they're good countries, Japan and Korea. But I'll give you an example. With Japan, said he makes this beautiful deal and God bless them. But they buy $79 billion worth of products, U.S., out of the U.S. Canada buys $359 billion U.S. off the folks south of the border. 9 million Americans wake up every single morning to produce a widget or a good just for Ontario alone. Those 9 million jobs are in jeopardy right now. We find more products off the U.S. than Japan, Korea, China, UK, and France combined. So I wouldn't roll over, and I hope the Prime Minister do not roll over. Hit that guy back as hard as we possibly can, and that's what we need to do. And we can do it. We can build anything here in Canada, absolutely anything. From the beautiful trains that we build here, to the planes, the automobiles, the satellites, the jet engines, and the list go on and on and on. And our strength are the people. We have the brightest people anywhere in the world right here in Ontario. So when everyone goes out, another very powerful tool are the people of Canada. When you go out and you go to buy a product, just flip it around the back and see where it's manufactured. And buy Canadian when you can. Anything possible. And I got to call one company out that I learned when I was Just 2 days ago, I met with all these tin can users and their food products. You know, is a company called Campbell Soup. They told me that Campbell Soup is putting a Canadian flag on their cans. They closed their plants here. They moved everything down to the U.S. And they put recipe made in Canada. What sort of nonsense is that? Don't let them put like you. I'm going to call them out again. I'm going to show you one of their cans. It's unacceptable that they do that. You know, don't try to pull one over people's eyes. Canadians are too smart for that. So please, when you go shopping, I know it's not always possible, buy Canadian as much as you can. So we're going to win this thing. In one way or another, we're going to go down. We're going to roll over. We'll keep fighting every single day.
You know, I think a notable thing to mention as I'm sharing this clip with you and Premier Doug Ford, and I know our Canadian viewers know this, but our United States viewers and international viewers may not. Premier Ford used to be Maple MAGA. He may deny it now, but he used to be a Trump guy, and he used to say how close he was to Trump and how supportive he was of those policies. But since Donald Trump declared these trade wars on Canada, starting with this new regime, this new administration, Premier Ford has been a powerful fighter against Trump. He's been, in my opinion, you can disagree with him on some other policies, sure, but when it comes to uniting Canada, standing shoulder to shoulder with Prime Minister Carney, I think that he's been pretty exceptional at that. In my opinion, on those issues, we'll let it be clear. So here he is again from this powerful speech. Let's play it.
Folks, we all know this is a serious time for our province and our country. With President Trump taking direct aim at our economy, his goal is to take every single business out of our country, out of our province, and bring it down to the U.S. But I'll tell you, I will fight like I've never fought before and continue fighting against President Trump and his radical views. I better stop there because I'll get on a rant. And I'll just tell you, our government is doing everything in its power to cut red tape and make Ontario and Canada the strongest economy in the G7. Our government has a plan to protect Ontario. And I always say our job is not only protect Ontario, but protect communities, protect families, protect jobs and businesses. And that's exactly what we're going to do, and I will not spare a penny to make sure we do it. We were going to protect Ontario from President Trump's tariffs by building a province that is more competitive, more resilient, and more self-reliant. As part of that plan, we're increasing our historic plan to build Ontario to more than $200 billion in infrastructure.
Yeah, as I mentioned at the outset of this video, this powerful the United States slapping Canada with 35% tariffs. Granted, it's on USMCA compliant stuff, so about 85% of the stuff is not subject to the tariffs as part of the USMCA. United States makes still Canada, but it's still a trade war. The United States declaring a trade war on what should have been our best ally. Okay, I apologize to all Canadian viewers, and I know that we stand with you against the Trump regime. You have allies here, but we know you got to do what you got to do in terms of the boycott, in terms of not traveling here. Do what you got to do. But here you have Donald Trump's Commerce Secretary, Nutlick is his name, Howard Lutnick is his name, and he, before Donald Trump imposed the 35% tariffs, Nutlick said, look, the president truthed out, that's Donald Trump's social media platform, that Canada should not have recognized the Palestinian state. Why would you do that? Well, how tone deaf can you be? You're recognizing Palestine? Here, play this clip.
But Canada, I take it, not so much, or not so good.
Well, imagine, like, the president truthed out that the Canadians put out, oh, we're going to recognize the Palestinian state. I mean, come on, don't be so tone deaf, right? The president is totally into trying to get peace in Gaza, and you're throwing your hat in the ring from Canada? Come on. You know, they still haven't solved dairy. They still have two countries on the whole world retaliating against the United States of America tariffs. China, which we all know, and Canada. So, you know what? I just don't see the president stepping off the gas. Now, Mark Carney came down and had a really nice lunch with the president when he first got elected. You know, if he makes that call and if he starts turning on the charm and if he takes off his retaliation, and stops the silliness, maybe the president will let it down a bit. But right now, 35%, that letter he sent,
is surely in the cards. Now, just back to Doug Ford's statement following Trump's announcement of 35% tariffs. Here's what Doug Ford writes. Canada shouldn't settle for anything less than the right deal. Now is not the time to roll over. We need to stand our ground. The increase in U.S. tariffs to 35% is concerning, especially with tariffs still in place on steel, aluminum, autos, forestry, and now copper. While Canada continues to benefit from zero tariffs on all trades that are USMCA compliant, representing over 90% of our American exports, we need to do everything in our power to protect workers, businesses, and communities from the impact of tariffs. The federal government needs to hit back with a 50% tariff.
We're watching for the latest on trade talks with the U.S. and whether Prime Minister Mark Carney will speak directly to U.S. President Donald Trump. Trump says that Carney called the White House yesterday, but he didn't speak with him. Trump later told NBC News he was open to more discussions with Carney. We have the Prime Minister's response to the tariff hike, saying he is disappointed, but he adds that Canada remains committed to the free trade agreement. Meanwhile, Ontario Premier Doug Ford is recommending a sharp response to Trump's move.
I wouldn't roll over. And I told the Prime Minister, do not roll over. Hit that guy back as hard as we possibly can. And that's what we need to do.
Now, for more on this, we are joined by Brian Clow. He is the former Deputy Chief of Staff to Justin Trudeau. He was also in charge of the Canada-U.S. War Room, which you also named the Canada-U.S. Friendship Room, I remember back in the day. Right. But you were in most, if not all, of the meetings with Donald Trump. So if anyone in this country knows what the current government is dealing with, it is you. And I want to sort of start there. You know, what do you make of what's happened over the last 24 hours?
Well, good to be here, Katie. We are at a point that in Donald Trump's unpredictable world is fairly predictable. Deadlines get set, we get to this point, we find ourselves in chaos, and we're in the moment right now. We don't know what the next few days will bring, and we're just going to have to take things hour by hour.
If you were in the Prime Minister's office right now, what would be your main priority right now in this moment?
Talking to officials, political leaders, obviously the Prime Minister, but also engaging outside with premiers, with stakeholders, and getting all the advice we can get on what move to make next. And I'm sure that's happening right now in Mark Carney's PMO. They've got to think now, what do they go back to the Americans with? Do they make another offer? Do they retaliate? Do they do both? And I think it's a good thing that officials and Dominic LeBon are staying in D.C. They're going to try to keep talking and try to sort this out.
So right now, Canada has been isolated on the world stage. All of these increased tariffs or new tariffs that are coming into effect, Canada is the only one that is seeing a new tariff that kicks in today. Even Mexico was able to reach some sort of agreement where they'll continue negotiating for another 90 days. Why is Donald Trump making an example of Canada?
I think it's two things. One, clearly he's bothered by Canada standing up for itself and retaliating. And I will make a note here. It is disappointing that only two countries, Canada and China, did stand up to this president. And it's part of the reason we're in the problem we're in right now. Other countries, the EU, Mexico, Japan, did not choose to retaliate, did not choose to stand up to this president. And I think the world made a mistake a few months ago by making that choice. So right now, Donald Trump is in a position where he can pick on Canada, make an example of us, and send a message to every other country. It's notable that that increased tariff hits Canada today, whereas every other country gets an increased tariff on August 7th. I think he's using us to send a message to the rest of the world. Don't retaliate, or else we'll treat you like we're treating Canada. And I think in this moment, and we're seeing it, and I have full confidence in the Prime Minister and his team, we've got to stand up strong and not feel bullied by this.
Do you think that when Prime Minister Justin Trudeau first made that announcement that Canada would retaliate, and we know that during the NAFTA negotiations when Donald Trump imposed certain sectoral tariffs back during that negotiation process, Canada did stand up, that Canada did impose retaliatory tariffs, so that when these new tariffs were threatened, I don't think it was a surprise to the Canadian people that Canada would fight back and would put those new tariffs on, retaliatory tariffs on. But in hindsight, seeing how Donald Trump is behaving now and really punishing countries that stand up, was it a mistake for Justin Trudeau to put those retaliatory tariffs on in the first place?
No, and it was the right thing to do in the first term. It worked. It got the U.S. president to back off. it was the right thing to do earlier this year, and frankly, it achieved some success earlier this year. It got the president to, despite his threats, back off the worst of his threats and exempt the vast majority of Canada-U.S. trade. That said, right now it's a very interesting choice for the Prime Minister and his team. Do they stick to what they said they would do in a situation like this, which is increase retaliation? I have been a big fan of retaliation, as I'm making clear right now. I think there has been a political consensus in the country that retaliation is a good move, but I do think they need to stop and consider whether to further retaliate right now, given Canada is standing on its own and the rest of the world is not standing with us.
I wonder what you make of the fact that in this moment, Canada, which is the closest ally of the United States, the integration when it comes to trade, the economy, national security, all of these kinds of things, and for so long, this relationship has been so friendly. What do you make of the fact that right now Donald Trump is making the example of Canada?
I think this is Donald Trump, and I'm a believer that the Canada-U.S. relationship and partnership will live on strong in the long term. But as long as Donald Trump is president, we're going to continue to face these challenges.
Do you think that there's anything different in this moment in these negotiations compared to what happened the first time during those NAFTA negotiations? What I've sort of heard is that, in those first round of negotiations, Canada could sort of rely on people around the president who were allies of Canada, who valued the Canada-U.S. relationship and knew how important it was to American taxpayers, American businesses, and they liked the cooperation. But I'm hearing that possibly there isn't that sort of buffer zone, that sort of pushback against the president. Do you think that's the case?
I do think that's the case to a certain extent. There's still some pushback around the president. There are business leaders, major players in the U.S. Congress that don't fully agree with his trade agenda. That said, clearly the president's much more emboldened this time around than he was in the first term. And unfortunately for Canada and every other country in the world, he believes, and his team believes, his tariffs are working. Unlike March and April, when he made these announcements, went too far with his tariff imposition, and they got a huge blowback, the stock market crashed. Now they've kind of found an equilibrium that is working for them. The stock market's at record highs. They're raising revenues from these tariffs, and they're not getting, to your question, they're not getting the same pushback that they were even in March and April, certainly not like they were in Trump's first term. So it adds to the very challenging situation that Canada is in as it's trying to negotiate this deal. That said, Canada has leverage here. We have cards to play. We've made some concessions already. The border spending, for example, that we did was something the Americans wanted. The increased defense spending that we did, we should be able to get some credit for that. And that's why I'm choosing to remain slightly optimistic that with the team staying in Washington, they can sort this out in the coming days or weeks.
Okay, so say you're in Washington. You're sitting down with Kirsten Hillman, who's Canada's ambassador to the U.S., and Dom LeBlanc, who is the minister who's in charge of all these negotiations from the Canadian side. You have a planned conversation with Donald Trump. What kind of points would you be making with Hillman and LeBlanc, who are leading the conversation on this? What would you want them to say? What point do you want them to make to the Americans?
It's I'm not there, as you know, and these conversations are so complex, and the list of issues that they are discussing is so long. It's hard to say what is the one thing that might be a breakthrough. But part one, try to get credit for what we've already done. The defense spending I just mentioned, it's huge. It's something the Americans have wanted us to do for a long time. We're now committed to it. We should get credit for that from the Americans. And also on everything else, steel, aluminum, autos, is there some sort of landing zone where maybe there's one more step toward the American ask that we can take, that we can live with, that can close this deal? But that said, we can only go so far. And to me, it is a somewhat, the Carney government deserves some credit for not just giving in to everything Donald Trump has asked for, unlike some of our partners around the world who I think I would use the word cave to Donald Trump.
My last question to you, and we're running out of time here, but if Canada makes, whether it's a concession or put something up that might make Donald Trump sort of get back on side, do you think there is the political attitude among Canadians, among voters, to see the Canadian government do something that might be good for Donald Trump, given all the pain and the 51st state rhetoric? Canadians are angry. Do you think there is the political space among the Canadian population to see the federal government do something that could be, seen as conciliatory to the Trump administration?
Well, this is exactly the balance that the Prime Minister and his team will be grappling with right now. I do think Canadians are willing to give some space to the Prime Minister to do some of the things the President may be asking for, but not too much.
Okay, Brian, we're going to leave the conversation there. We could chat all day. Brian Clow, who's the former Deputy Chief of Staff for Justin Trudeau, thank you.
Although Canada is facing the same deadline that the EU and Japan were facing and all these other countries are facing, Canada is actually not facing the same level of impact. In fact, the impact is substantially lower.
As the clock ticks toward the August 1st trade deadline, most of the world has already made its choices. Under pressure from the White House, the European Union and Japan both signed rapid trade agreements with the United States, deals designed more to dodge punishment than to secure long-term benefit. But Canada hasn't followed that path. Instead of rushing to cut a deal, Ottawa has held its ground. There's no shouting match, no walkouts, no celebratory handshake, just a calm, calculated decision to say, not now. And that's exactly what's frustrating Donald Trump the most.
Even if Trump goes ahead and imposes that 35% on Friday, you got plenty of observers out there saying that this CUSMA exemption is giving Canada a big competitive advantage.
Unlike Europe and Japan, Canada doesn't face blanket tariffs on nearly all of its exports. Thanks to the Canada-US-Mexico Agreement, CUSMA for short, nearly 90% of Canadian exports to the US already qualify for tariff exemptions. That's according to an analysis from RBC Economics based on compliance with rules of origin requirements. So when Trump imposed a 25% border security tariff earlier this year, threatening to raise it to 35% by August 1st, it wasn't the knockout blow some had expected. As long as the White House keeps CUSMA exemptions in place, Canada retains a built-in buffer that Europe and Japan simply don't have. This structural advantage allows Prime Minister Mark Carney to reject or rush their one-sided deal. His message is clear, even if unspoken. Canada isn't afraid of no deal, and it won't accept a bad one just to make the headlines disappear. What makes this different from past disputes is the quiet coordination inside Canada's cabinet. Behind closed doors, officials are reviewing contingency scenarios, not only for industry protections, but also diplomatic and legal countermeasures if Trump decides to escalate. This preparation has become a key part of Ottawa's confidence. For President Trump, that approach throws off the entire playbook. In recent months, he's relied on a combination of deadlines and economic pain to pressure countries into agreement. The EU, under threat of 30% tariffs, settled for a 15% across-the-board rate, one many European commentators have described as more symbolic than strategic. Japan followed quickly after, also under pressure. But Canada's resistance is something different. Ottawa hasn't staged the confrontation. It hasn't even refused to talk. It has simply declined to be hurried. This quiet defiance complicates Trump's narrative of victory. The U.S. administration continues to honor the CUSMA carve-outs, for now, but that also means Trump's threats lose much of their edge. And when the usual pressure doesn't work, frustration rises. Observers in both countries have noted the shift. Canada, by preparing for no deal in advance, has turned Trump's deadline into just another date on the calendar, not a crisis point. What's striking is the tone. Mark Carney hasn't escalated. He hasn't matched Trump's aggressive rhetoric. He's done something more unsettling. He stayed silent. That silence, paired with quiet preparation, has created an uncomfortable contrast. While Trump increases the volume, Canada lowers its voice and gains more control. Some political analysts suggest that Carney's strategy may even force the U.S. president to make the next move himself. Whether that's a concession, an extension, or another round of tariffs remains to be seen. But the fact that this uncertainty now cuts both ways is a shift in itself. As the deadline arrives, one thing is clear. Canada is rewriting the rules of engagement. It's no longer about panic or posturing, it's about patience. The kind of patience that only comes when you've prepared for the worst and realized it's not as bad as giving in. Trump may still impose more tariffs, or he may seek a last-minute breakthrough, but for the first time in a long time, he's facing a counterpart who isn't bluffing and who isn't afraid of walking away. And that changes everything.
We had a meeting, I wasn't sure. I said 50-50. I think you probably felt the same thing.
Just 1 hour. That's all it took for the President of the United States to go from calling a trade deal with the European Union a 50-50 chance to walking onto a stage and announcing the biggest trade deal ever made. This pattern isn't new.
I think Canada could be one with just pay tariffs. That's really a negotiation.
Days before, Trump used the same tactic with Canada, telling reporters there might be no deal at all and that Ottawa might have to just pay tariffs. Then, almost like clockwork, he flipped the script with Europe, moving from doubt to triumph within hours. It's less about negotiation at the table and more about building suspense for a dramatic reveal. From the outside, this might look like strength, but it's also carefully staged. Much of the real bargaining happens behind closed doors, while the public announcements are crafted to create headlines. For countries like Canada, this raises a critical question. If others are signing just to escape tariffs, should Canada resist this pattern and hold out for something more substantial? What Trump calls a deal is often just a framework, broad outlines without binding details. There are no published timelines, no enforcement mechanisms, and no clear terms on what happens if a partner country fails to deliver on its promises. This ambiguity gives Trump the power to redefine the terms at any moment, even after the handshake and the cameras are gone. It's a political advantage, but it leaves trading partners exposed. For Canada, this is both a warning and an opportunity. Instead of rushing to mimic what Japan or Europe accepted, Ottawa could push for stronger, enforceable terms. A real agreement that won't shift with the president's next press conference.
Well, the bottom line is that the American people are going to be paying a 15% tax on any imports from the world's second largest collective economy, and that's the European Union. That is not a good thing for American consumers.
Behind the showmanship, someone has to pay, and that someone is the American consumer. The 15% tariff on EU imports, announced with great fanfare, applies broadly, with limited exceptions for pharmaceuticals. Steel and aluminum imports still face 50% tariffs. For everything else, the price goes up. Businesses that rely on European parts, machinery, or raw materials now face higher costs, which will inevitably flow down to consumers. Whether it's auto components from Germany or specialty foods from Italy, the checkout price in American stores is climbing. The ripple effects go even further. U.S. small businesses that assemble imported goods or use European inputs in manufacturing will be hit the hardest. Unlike multinationals, they have limited ability to absorb cost increases or reconfigure supply chains. For many, this means slowing hiring, cutting hours, or passing costs directly to customers. In a fragile inflationary environment, these hidden taxes could undercut household budgets and business confidence alike. Meanwhile, the much-hyped benefits, like $600 billion in European investments or $750 billion in energy purchases, are vague and spread over years. There's no guarantee how much of that will create jobs or lower prices for ordinary Americans. In the short term, it's a tax disguised as a trade victory. This is where Canada might find leverage. By aligning with U.S. industries that depend on cross-border trade, such as auto manufacturers in Michigan or food processors in Wisconsin, Canada can highlight how tariffs hurt both economies.
We will, obviously, we're working on behalf of Canadians, and we will agree a deal if there's one on the table that is in the best interest of Canadians, just as the United States will do, and we'll use all the time that's necessary, and agree something that's in the interest of Canadians, if that's available.
The urge to sign a quick deal is understandable. No country wants to face 25% or 35% tariffs. But speed is not the same as substance. Trump's pattern of declaring no deal and then staging a victory is powerful media theater. Yet Canada doesn't have to play along.
A slower, more deliberate path could secure terms that truly protect Canadian businesses while avoiding the hollow optics that others have settled for. In trade, as in politics, it's not about who signs first, it's about who walks away with something real.
We're working very diligently with Europe, the EU, which covers a lot of territories, a lot of countries. But we haven't really, we don't have a deal with Canada. We haven't been focused on it.
Just days before his self-imposed August 1st deadline, President Donald Trump said it out loud. The U.S. hasn't really been focused on Canada, and might not even reach a trade deal. It wasn't just a shrug, it was a statement of disregard. In the middle of high-stakes negotiations, Trump dismissed America's largest trading partner as an afterthought. He hinted Canada could simply pay the tariffs, with no real negotiation. To many in Ottawa, this wasn't a threat, it was a signal. Because unlike his approach with Japan or the UK, where pressure was carefully escalated, this moment revealed something else: impatience. And that impatience may have just handed Canada a strategic edge.
Yeah, the first thing everyone needs to do is exhale, because what the president just said there actually lines up very consistently with what we heard from Canada's negotiators on the.
For weeks, the Canadian government has worked to manage public expectations. Prime Minister Mark Carney, Minister Dominic LeBlanc, and Ambassador Kirsten Hillman have all echoed one message: Canada won't rush into a bad deal. Trump's public remarks ended up confirming that very narrative. When the US president openly admitted a deal may not happen, he gave Canada cover. Now, if talks break down, Ottawa won't take the blame, because Washington walked away first. It's a rare case where silence from Canada was matched by a loud concession from the other side. For Ottawa, that's a communications victory, even without a signed agreement. Trump's comments also put his own trade team in a difficult position. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick and U.S. Trade Representative Jameson Greer have been actively engaging with Canada, describing talks as constructive and productive. LeBlanc has spent days in Washington, meeting with senators and senior officials. Yet, as his own officials were making progress, Trump sent a different message to the world. Negotiations might not matter at all. This internal contradiction weakens the American position. It allows Canadian officials to question who holds the real authority and to slow-walk discussions until a coherent U.S. stance emerges. The more fractured the American message, the more leverage Canada gains. But perhaps the biggest consequence of Trump's remarks won't be felt this week. It'll come in 2026. Under the terms of the USMCA, the agreement must undergo a mandatory review that begins with a Free Trade Commission meeting, expected by late 2025. Trump's team has already signaled plans to use that review to push for stricter origin rules, immigration clauses, and supply chain controls. However, if the U.S. imposes 35% tariffs on Canada now without achieving a negotiated outcome, that strategy may backfire. Canada and Mexico will be able to argue that tariffs have already failed as leverage. Worse, Trump may find himself entering the 2026 review with less credibility and fewer tools. Meanwhile, Canada is preparing its own parallel track, a proposed security and economic agreement to solidify its defense commitments and regional cooperation. That deal, still in early stages, could give Ottawa a new foundation for talks and weaken Trump's ability to dominate the agenda. What looked like a warning may actually be a leak. Trump likely believed he was turning up the pressure. But by speaking too soon and undercutting his own negotiators, he exposed the cracks in his trade strategy. He gave Canada a narrative it can control, a pace it can set, and a reason to delay until the balance shifts. There's still time for a deal, but if there isn't one, it won't just be Canada that pays the price. Trump's own credibility, heading into 2026, may be what gets taxed next.
We had a meeting, I wasn't sure. I said 50-50, I think you probably felt the same thing.
Just 1 hour. That's all it took for the President of the United States to go from calling a trade deal with the European Union a 50-50 chance, to walking onto a stage and announcing the biggest trade deal ever made. This pattern isn't new.
I think Canada could be one with just pay tariffs. That's really a negotiation.
Days before, Trump used the same tactic with Canada, telling reporters there might be no deal at all and that Ottawa might have to just pay tariffs. Then, almost like clockwork, he flipped the script with Europe.
What's up, guys? Got more quesadillas today. Some cookies. And today I got pineapple. Usually I'll get like the lime flavored or the mango one. Got pineapple today. I don't even like to eat it with sauce. I just like to eat it on its own. Look at this thing. That's delicious. Delicious. Oh, yeah.
Moving from doubt to triumph within hours. It's less about negotiation at the table and more about building suspense for a dramatic reveal. From the outside, this might look like strength, but it's also carefully staged. Much of the real bargaining happens behind closed doors, while the public announcements are crafted to create headlines. For countries like Canada, this raises a critical question. If others are signing just to escape tariffs, should Canada resist this pattern and hold out for something more substantial? What Trump calls a deal is often just a framework, broad outlines without binding details. There are no published timelines, no enforcement mechanisms, and no clear terms on what happens if a partner country fails to deliver on its promises. This ambiguity gives Trump the power to redefine the terms at any moment, even after the handshake and the cameras are gone. It's a political advantage, but it leaves trading partners exposed. For Canada, this is both a warning and an opportunity. Instead of rushing to mimic what Japan or Europe accepted, Ottawa could push for stronger, enforceable terms. A real agreement that won't shift with the president's next press conference.
Well, the bottom line is that the American people are going to be paying a 15% tax on any imports from the world's second largest collective economy, and that's the European Union. That is not a good thing for American consumers.
Behind the showmanship, someone has to pay, and that someone is the American consumer. The 15% tariff on EU imports, announced with great fanfare, applies broadly, with limited exceptions for pharmaceuticals. Steel and aluminum imports still face 50% tariffs. For everything else, the price goes up. Businesses that rely on European parts, machinery, or raw materials now face higher costs, which will inevitably flow down to consumers. Whether it's auto components from Germany or specialty foods from Italy, the checkout price in American stores is climbing. The ripple effects go even further. U.S. small businesses that assemble imported goods or use European inputs in manufacturing will be hit the hardest. Unlike multinationals, they have limited ability to absorb cost increases or reconfigure supply chains. For many, this means slowing hiring, cutting hours, or passing costs directly to customers. In a fragile inflationary environment, these hidden taxes could undercut household budgets and business confidence alike. Meanwhile, the much-hyped benefits, like $600 billion in European investments or $750 billion in energy purchases, are vague and spread over years. There's no guarantee how much of that will create jobs or lower prices for ordinary Americans. In the short term, it's a tax disguised as a trade victory. This is where Canada might find leverage. By aligning with U.S. industries that depend on cross-border trade, such as auto manufacturers in Michigan or food processors in Wisconsin, Canada can highlight how tariffs hurt both economies.
We will, obviously, we're working on behalf of Canadians, and we will agree a deal if there's one on the table that is in the best interest of Canadians, just as the United States will do, and we'll use all the time that's necessary. and agree something that's in the interests of Canadians, if that's available.
The urge to sign a quick deal is understandable. No country wants to face 25% or 35% tariffs. But speed is not the same as substance. Trump's pattern of declaring no deal and then staging a victory is powerful media theater. Yet Canada doesn't have to play along. A slower, more deliberate path could secure terms that truly protect Canadian businesses while avoiding the hollow optics that others have settled for. In trade, as in politics, it's not about who signs first, it's about who walks away with something real.
But I just signed the largest trade deal in history. I think maybe the largest deal in history with Japan.
Of course, Canada's relationship is far more integrated across the border than Japan's economy is with the United States, but it's still a good, valuable piece of insight.
President Trump just made headlines with what he calls the biggest trade deal in U.S. history. Japan, America's longtime ally, agreed to a 15% tariff on its auto exports to the U.S., down from the 25% that had been threatened earlier this year. In return, Japan pledged a massive $550 billion investment into the U.S. economy, aimed at energy projects, rare earth supply chains, and domestic manufacturing. At first glance, it looks like a classic Trump win. But for trade watchers, and especially Canada, it's something else entirely. The deal with Japan is not the end of a negotiation cycle. It's the opening move in a broader strategy. And now, that strategy is facing resistance.
The Japanese, very close allies with the Americans, and they're going to be hit with a 15% tariff. So are we, and that the president has basically said, look, no country will be exempt from tariffs. We're not going back to 2 or 3%. There will be a baseline of 10 or 15%, even for close allies.
The Japan deal came with terms that raised eyebrows in Ottawa. Despite the flashy investment number, Japan failed to secure the removal of key sectoral tariffs, particularly on steel. Those Section 232 tariffs remain in place, and the 15% auto tariff is still 5 times higher than the rate Japan faced before Trump returned to office in January 2025. For Canada, the implications are serious. If even Japan, with all its leverage, couldn't get a full exemption, then the odds of a no-tariff deal for Canada look slim. But here's where the story takes a turn. Instead of rushing to follow Japan's lead, Prime Minister Mark Carney is choosing a different path, one that signals confidence, not desperation. His government is now shifting from defense to offense. The goal? If the U.S. insists on keeping baseline tariffs, Canada will push to eliminate the sectoral ones on steel, aluminum, lumber, and autos. And if Trump won't, then Canada is prepared to act on its own terms.
I have no problem, but I don't trust President Trump as far as I can throw him. He constantly changes his mind. You just don't know who you're dealing with.
This isn't just a federal effort. Ontario Premier Doug Ford, speaking from Huntsville, put it plainly, Canada buys more from the U.S. than Japan ever will. $349 billion a year compared to Japan's $79 billion based on U.S. Census data from 2024. Canada isn't a minor partner. It's the customer that pays the bills. Across the provinces, that sentiment is catching on. From Alberta to Nova Scotia, premiers are pushing for deeper domestic production of steel, clean energy, and critical minerals. There's growing investment in SMRs, small modular nuclear reactors, and new energy pipelines that bypass U.S. dependency altogether. Canada's message is simple. If Washington won't ease the pressure, Ottawa and the provinces will make sure Canada no longer needs to ask.
He's our friend, and I don't consider Americans enemy. But right now, President Trump himself is acting like the enemy.
The Trump administration has used tariffs to pressure partners into action. But this time, the strategy might backfire. In recent months, Canada has quietly built economic leverage of its own. Imports of American steel and alcohol are already down. Tourism to the U.S. has fallen by more than 60% the first round of tariffs in March 2025, according to Statistics Canada. That's not just political protest. It's real economic impact. Now, as Trump promotes the Japan deal as a model for future negotiations, Ottawa is studying it closely. Not to copy, but to counter. The logic is clear. If Trump demands concessions to secure investment, Canada can demand fairness in return for access. And if that doesn't happen, Carney's team is preparing for a selective pushback through tariffs, market diversification, and regulatory shifts that affect U.S. companies operating in Canada. Trump's deal with Japan was supposed to set the tone. Instead, it may have triggered a new dynamic. Canada is no longer simply reacting to tariffs. It's rewriting the rules of engagement. Mark Carney isn't chasing a deadline. He's building leverage. And across Canada, premiers are reinforcing that stance, with pipelines, with manufacturing, and with a growing appetite to reduce dependence on U.S. markets. August 1st is the next marker in this negotiation. But for once, it's not just Trump setting the terms. Canada is now playing its own game, and it's doing it with eyes wide open.
But I just signed the largest trade deal in history. I think maybe the largest deal in history.
That we are hearing from the big three U.S. car manufacturers, GM, Ford, and Stellantis, which is calling this Japan deal at first glance a bad deal.
Detroit's automakers aren't celebrating. Just days after President Trump signed what he called the largest trade deal in history with Japan, major U.S. auto manufacturers made it clear they feel betrayed. The problem isn't the investment. Japan's promised $550 billion injection into the American economy sounds impressive. But behind the headlines is a 15% auto tariff, a rate that's creating deep cracks in one of America's most critical industries.
The American car makers, they import a lot of cars and car parts fully assembled and manufactured in Canada and Mexico, and they are paying a 25% tariff.
Here's the issue. Under the Japan deal, vehicles shipped directly from Japan into the U.S. now face a 15% tariff. That's lower than the 25% rate currently imposed on many vehicles made in Canada and Mexico, cars that are often assembled with a high percentage of U.S. parts and labor. For Detroit giants like GM, Ford, and Stellantis, this is more than an oversight. It's a direct hit to their competitiveness. These companies built cross-border supply chains under the U.S., Mexico, Canada, expecting stable and fair treatment. Instead, they're paying more to sell North American-built cars into their own domestic market, while Japanese manufacturers gain a cost edge. Industry groups and labor unions alike have raised concern. But the pressure is not just
In auto news, Stellantis posted a loss of $2.7 billion the last quarter, and General Motors reported its revenue is down more than 30%.
Stellantis posting losses in the billions and blaming it part due to tariffs.
Stellantis, the maker of Jeep and Dodge, is already feeling the damage. In the first half of 2025, the company reported a staggering $2.7 billion U.S.
You are looking right now at the Canadian side of the Windsor-Detroit border, what some industry experts are calling ground zero of this tariff war. Over $300 million worth of product crosses the Ambassador Bridge every single day. For more on the impact the tariffs are having, we're going to Drew Delphins. He joins us now. He's the mayor of Windsor, Ontario, and that is where we have reached him. Thank you so much for speaking with us this morning. As the mayor of a border city, tell us what changes in your world right now because of this new increased tariff on some Canadian goods.
Well, Katie, these are things we can't control, and that's part of the problem here. Donald Trump is trying to bring all of Canada, and certainly our community, being the auto capital of Canada, to bend knee. And so these continued threats, these continued changes of tariff rates cause uncertainty. Uncertainty causes people in my community to start saving for the rainy day and to put money aside. And in the piece before you went to break, you can hear some of the concern that folks have for their jobs and their livelihoods. It's not great. I'm still hopeful and supportive of Prime Minister Carney that they'll be able to reach a deal, because at the end of the day, especially in the auto space, we have created with the United States a tightly integrated, vertically integrated economy here. And it's regional. It's not Canada v. U.S. It's Canada, United States, and Mexico working together.
I want to ask you in a moment more about what you want to see from the federal government. But before we get there, the increase on tariffs, it's only related to specific goods that are not compliant to the new Canada, U.S., Mexico free trade agreement. But some of the tariffs that are not changing in this moment, tariffs on steel and aluminum, there are some carve-outs for the auto industry, but it's complicated and it's certainly not making it easy for the auto industry to sort of navigate this. wondering if you could paint a picture for us of just what this uncertainty and how these tariffs are affecting your community.
Yeah, so just think of the the steel and tariff on autos and the input costs of adding tariff rates into that. And you see what's happening, Katie. Even this week, Stellantis announced their quarterly loss, and it was in the billions of dollars. And they're not the only automaker who's in that position. And so you are starting to see these costs escalate. Obviously, 1 quarter is 1 quarter, but that can't continue. They're going to look to cut costs, of course, or they're going to look to pass those costs on to consumers. And ultimately, we have always said that a tariff on Canada is a tax to American consumers, and American consumers will ultimately pay the price. And so it's starting to happen. You're starting to see the pressure rise across the board in the United States. That's why Donald Trump's talking about giving Americans a $600 check, a rebate check, because of the success of tariffs. He's trying to buy some political time here. And so I'm hopeful that, when it comes to steel and aluminum, when it comes to autos, I'm delighted that USMCA is still being complied with, because there are great carve-outs in USMCA and great side letters in USMCA with respect to the auto industry and as it relates to Section 232 tariffs even. And so we need the time to find the pathway that's going to allow everyone to continue making great vehicles in all 3 countries, because we've been doing a great job for decades now, and we've proven that the free trade agreements that we have in place have worked to the benefit and success of all 3 countries.
So the federal government, throughout this trade war, it has taken a number of different approaches. Canada is only one of 2 countries to actually implement retaliatory tariffs in response to Donald Trump's trade war agenda. In this moment, what do you want to see the federal government do next?
Well, listen, I just stay at the table. Stay at the table, find a pathway that makes sense. But I agree with Premier Ford. Don't bend the knee on this. We have a lot to offer in this trading relationship. We have been a good partner. And there's no way that Canada should step down and say, okay, we're going to take the second-rate deal for the next 3.5 years. It would be unfair to Canadians. It would be unfair to our economy. And we have a lot to fight for because we have a lot to offer. We're not some junior partner in this relationship that doesn't have a lot to offer. And so we're behind Prime Minister Carney. We want to see him win, because when he wins, Canada wins.
We're tracking the latest reaction this morning to the increase of tariffs on some Canadian goods. A 35% tariff is now in effect, and it comes after Canada-U.S. trade talks failed to reach a new deal before President Donald Trump's deadline. Despite the pressure, industry leaders are urging Ottawa to stand firm and push for a better deal.
Don't bend the knee on this. We have a lot to offer in this trading relationship. We have been a good partner. And there's no way that Canada should step down and say, okay, we're going to take the second-rate deal for the next 3.5 years. It would be unfair to Canadians. It would be unfair to our economy. And we have a lot to fight for because we have a lot to offer. We're not some junior partner in this relationship that doesn't have a lot to offer. And so we're behind Prime Minister Carney. We want to see him win, because when he wins, Canada wins.
When we're taking that Team Canada approach, along with our national president, Lan Payne, advising Mr. Carney that we're very hopeful that he can somehow come to a trade deal and put some of these tensions at ease, because basically our opinion is no deal is better than a bad deal. There's no world where auto tariffs will let us be successful.
For more on this, we are joined by Flavio Volpe. He is the president of the Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association and a member of the Prime Minister's Council on Canada-U.S. Relations. He joins me here in studio. Flavio, I'm going to start with your hat, the Canada-U.S. Council Relations hat. What are you hearing about in terms of where things are going next?
Well, the team is still there. So regardless of this deadline, this arbitrary deadline passed last night, and the President North received 35% on the IAPA tariffs, Team Canada is still in Washington, working on the deal. And you're going to be there until either have the conclusion of a good deal for Canada, or then it's time to take the pause if you want to leave, because there just isn't the right deal. But they're in Washington while the rest of us start preparing for our long weekend.
I was going to say, again, not necessarily looking specifically at your role with the Automotive Parts Manufacturers Association, but more of a broader Canada-U.S. relationship question here. I'm curious, what is your initial reaction when you heard that Donald Trump was going to go ahead, he was going to increase those certain tariffs? These are the tariffs that he introduced under an emergency power, claiming there was an emergency at the northern and southern U.S. border about border security and fentanyl. When you heard that tariff was going to go from 25% to 35%, but the exceptions, those cargoes, remain in place. What was your reaction?
The cargoes are really important. For the vast majority of Canadian economy, it trades under the cruise money with USMCA compliance rules. Those are still, that exemption is still in place. The President was trying to do a few weeks ago, put everybody on this August 1st deadline, and then a whole bunch of bilateral conversations to play trading partners against them. And we saw that play out in that. We saw a deal announced with Japan, EU, and Korea, and the Americans looking at us saying, well, look what they accepted, and clear all of the solutions. They also big customers of steel and aluminum. Well, that deadline's passed now. The one thing that the Canada brought for us, we didn't rush into a deal just because it's pressure. So here are the morning after. We still have the sectoral tariffs. We had these IEEPA tariffs go up 10%, but really for everybody who's USMCA compliant.
4 months after President Trump announced his plan to shake up the global economy on his self-styled Liberation Day, he's imposed new tariffs on dozens of countries which haven't reached a trade deal with the US. Global stocks have dropped in the last 30 minutes. The US stock market has opened lower following falls in Europe and Asia as well. The tariffs, in other words, taxes on goods exported to the US, are due to come into effect in 7 days, with the exception of some Canadian goods, where tariffs of 25 to 30% start immediately. Brazil initially thought it had got off lightly with a 10% tariff. It's now been raised to 50%. And India has been hit with a tariff of 25%. Some of the steepest new levies are being imposed on countries like Switzerland, Laos, and Syria. Other trading partners fare better, with 15% tariffs on exports from the European Union, Japan, and South Korea. They are among the few who haven't managed to strike deals with Washington. The UK has emerged relatively unscathed with base tariffs of 10%. And China isn't included in the announcement today. Their 90-day pause is set to expire on the 12th of August. So what impact will the president's plan to shake up the global economy with tariffs on goods from virtually all America's trading partners actually have? Over the next few hours on the program, we're going to explore with our correspondents around the world. And we begin this hour with Michelle Fleury in New York, Davina Gupta in Delhi, and Ione Wells in Sao Paulo. Michelle, let's go to you first. Well, Donald Trump's been talking for a while, hasn't he, about a new golden age for America, boosting domestic manufacturing and growth. But this plunge in the New York stock market showed that the plan comes with some risks as well, doesn't it?
Look, I think Donald Trump was always clear. He feels that the global trade system is unfair and he wanted to do something about it. His favourite tool, as we know, is that word in the dictionary he says he loves, tariffs, and he rolled that out today. Now, the reaction here on Wall Street from investors, well, there is a degree of shock. Shock in part because of the 35% tariffs going on America's neighbours in the north, Canada, but also there was that extension for Mexico, another 90 days to try and secure some form of a trade deal. There was also more shocking news in terms of countries like Switzerland. What is happening is that investors are trying to grapple with what this means for companies, for the US economy, for consumers. And we're already starting to see evidence of the pain that it is causing. The latest job figures this morning showed a sharp drop in the number of people hired last month in America, 73,000. That was far below economists' expectation. There were also downward revisions for the prior 2 months. All of this sends a signal that companies who are looking for certainty aren't finding it, and so they're holding off taking on new employees. That is sort of one of the effects that we're beginning to see from tariffs. The other area that economists look at is that because this is seen as a tax effectively on foreign goods entering the United States, one that many people think ultimately will be paid for by consumers, people are waiting to see what this will do for inflation. Will it push up prices? That piece we have not yet seen, and that is something that economists are continuing to keep an eye out for.
Michelle, I'll come back to you in a minute, but let's bring in Davina Gupta in Delhi. Davina, what types of Indian products will be affected by these tariffs, and what are the prospects for working out a deal? It hasn't happened yet, but will it happen?
Well, that's, one would say, $1 billion question, isn't it? But when it comes to what type of products that are going to be affected, we're talking about labor-intensive sectors in India, including textile, leather, gems and stones. So these are sectors that support tens of thousands of jobs. And when I've been speaking to exporters who are involved in these sectors, they say they are completely uncertain. Their order book right now is looking empty because they don't know what kind of contract they can get into, and they can't absorb this kind of additional tariffs because one is not even clear whether it's going to be 25% or more than that, because the US is not happy with India's ties with Russia. So when it comes to negotiating a way forward, India has taken two-pronged approach. The first one is it's saying that one flashpoint in these negotiations has been India's agriculture sector, which has high tariffs to protect its domestic producers. So it said that it won't negotiate any kind of openness there for now because it doesn't want American goods, especially genetically modified goods, to come and take away businesses from these small producers. The second approach has been more diplomatic because India has said its ties with Russia are crucial. Russia is India's largest oil supplier, and it needs that to keep its energy prices in check. So it's trying to do that balancing act with the US, saying India's national interests are separate, its energy interests are separate, and our relationship with the US is something which is on the table. We can negotiate it. India is a large market for many US companies, from Apple to Meta to Tesla. So let's talk about that, and let's talk about a way forward from here, which no one knows when it could happen, but in the coming few weeks, we are expecting a US delegation to come here and see whether these talks can be ironed out, these differences can be ironed out.
Okay, Davina, thank you. So 25% tariffs on goods exported to the US from India. If we look at Brazil, it is a whopping 50%. We had some pictures, live pictures a moment ago. I think we can possibly bring those in of protests in Sao Paulo. People out there on the streets protesting against these massive 50% tariffs. And let's bring in our correspondent, Ione Wells, who's in Sao Paulo for us. So I understand, Ione, the Brazilian government is getting ready to announce measures as part of contingency plans it's been working on to try to support businesses with these huge tariffs. What more detail do we have on that? And presumably, in terms of public sentiment, as we're seeing from these protests, a lot of people feeling really, really nervous.
Yeah, that's right. There is a lot of anger here in Brazil as a result of these tariffs, largely because these tariffs aren't economic, they are political. Donald Trump in July falsely claimed that the US had a trade deficit with Brazil. In fact, it's the opposite. The US runs a multi-million-dollar trade surplus with Brazil, meaning it sells more to Brazil than it buys from Brazil. And yet, it has been hit with these 50% tariffs, although some products are exempt. And the reason for that is that Donald Trump has framed these tariffs as retaliation for the trial of his ally, the former right-wing president of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro, who is currently about to face trial on allegations he instigated a coup after losing the last election, something that Donald Trump has called a witch hunt, which Bolsonaro denies. The allegations include even a plot to kill the current president, Lula da Silva. Now, the US has announced 50% tariffs, including for coffee, which is, as you can see behind me, you see coffee plants everywhere in the state of Sao Paulo. It's one of Brazil's main exports. Brazil is the largest producer of coffee in the world, and the US buys about a third of its coffee from Brazil. So for producers here, for exporters here, that is going to be a big hit for them, but also going to be a big hit for US consumers too. The expectation is from exporters I've spoken to here that prices will potentially have to go up there, as well as businesses here having to absorb some of that extra cost. There is sort of hope about what contingency measures could be announced to try and support businesses at this time, although in terms of the reasons for these tariffs, the political reasons for these tariffs, there is no sign at all that the Brazilian government is planning to somehow sort of intervene in judicial proceedings. The Brazilian President Lula da Silva has stressed that the judiciary is independent. He has slammed what he's described as foreign interference from the US government. And so far, there is no sign of negotiations taking place. In fact, relations remain icy between the two presidents. President Lula, President Trump have never even so far exchanged a phone call.
The real hope from exporters, though, in the meantime, is that some kind of deal could be reached, because they are fearful about the impact of this. One interesting thing I would add as well, Jair Bolsonaro and his allies hope that these tariffs will put pressure on his criminal proceedings at the moment. However, some analysts here in Brazil actually think that could backfire, and that's partly because a lot of agriculture producers, for example, some of whom may well support Jair Bolsonaro or his causes, or may have done in the past, some of them will be hit pretty badly by these tariffs. And so, especially with the sort of public anger that we're seeing today, there is a chance that this will certainly turn more people against Bolsonaro than perhaps turn to support him. Okay, Ione, thank you very much. Ione Wells there in Sao Paulo, Davina Gupta in Delhi, and Michelle Fleury in New York. Thanks to you all. Okay, let's talk now to US-based business owner Chitra Agrawal, because owners there have been raising concerns about the impact of these wide-ranging tariffs on their businesses. Chitra is a co-founder of Brooklyn Deli. Thank you so much for joining us on BBC News. And we were just in Delhi with our correspondent a little while ago, and I know that you import spices from India, which you simply can't source in the US. So take us through the impact that tariffs are going to have on your business.
Thanks for having me, Alita. At Brooklyn Deli, we're making authentic Indian condiments and sauces, and so we really need these specialty ingredients like cumin, chili, coconut that are just not grown domestically. So we're getting hit on a lot of levels, not just ingredients too, but we also are importing glass and lids from Taiwan and China. We are really backed up against a wall right now, and we're a bootstrapped company. We have not been able to buy in bulk before this news has hit, so it's going to impact us greatly.
So how much of these additional costs might you be able to absorb? How much will have to be passed on to your customers?
Right now, we're just trying to figure out what exactly the impact is, because for India, for instance, it's 25%, but they're saying that there's going to be penalties for sourcing oil and weapons from Russia. So we are kind of in a limbo state right now, trying to figure out if there are alternatives, but in actuality, there's probably not.
So when President Trump talks about his plan boosting US growth, the golden age for America, what do you make of that comment?
Well, we are already producing our jarred products in the US, so we're supporting factory workers here. So it's not that we can bring our production back to America because it's already here. And the other piece of it is that the glass and the lids that we source from China and Taiwan, even with the tariffs, it's more expensive to produce those materials in the US.
If these tariffs hadn't been introduced, what sort of plans would you have been making for your business in the next, say, 6 months to 12 months that you are now not making?
Well, we would have been launching new products. We have a lot of product innovation in the pipeline, but right now, if I can't pinpoint my costs for my current products, I just don't feel comfortable putting out new products.
And very briefly, will it impact your employees, the number of employees you have?
Definitely. So right now, we have a hiring freeze. We're not bringing in any new employees, and I'm just trying to hold on to my team as best I can, but it's uncertain.
Okay, Chitra, really interesting to hear the real-world impacts of these tariffs. Chitra Agrawal there, co-founder of US business Brooklyn Deli.
China has pulled off something of a magic trick when it comes to oil independence. Hundreds of millions of people have moved from the countryside to the city, and they are making things. More than just t-shirts, toys, and tables. They're making semiconductors and solar panels, new port facilities, highways, railways, pipelines, fiber optic networks. But follow the oil. Like any explosively growing economy, here's how much crude oil China imported over roughly that same period of time. this is as expected, because when you're building factories, infrastructure, entire cities, you need what oil gives you, which is fuel, plastic, chemicals, even the roads that gas-burning cars are driving on. But here's the magic trick. The last 5 or so years, crude oil imports leveling off, even dropping in some years. How'd they do that? How did they reduce their dependence on the lifeblood of modern industry, the thing America produces more of than any other country?
So for the last 12, 15 years, certainly, China has been on a quiet and increasingly visible push to become the renewable energy superpower of the world.
China is the world's #1 importer of crude oil, about 11 million barrels of oil a day, which is most of the roughly 14, 15 million barrels of oil it uses a day. But over time, China began to acknowledge the possibility, the threat, that if the US decided one day it wanted to harm China, it could choke off its supply. Because while you can move oil by rail and you can move it by pipeline, most oil is delivered by ship in giant tankers. China actually gets 90% of its crude oil this way, and that is a strategic vulnerability.
Where the United States becomes important is that because with the size of its navy, the size of its military bases around the world, the United States is theoretically in a position to strangle China from access to its oil imports.
We can find a really good example of that in the South China Sea. The U.S. routinely deploys aircraft carriers, destroyers, and other warships to the area. It operates nearly a dozen military bases there. And consider this narrow waterway, the Malacca Strait, running between Malaysia, Singapore, and Indonesia. It is the main shipping channel between the Indian and Pacific Oceans. It connects oil exporters in the Middle East to oil importers like China. And it's one of the busiest shipping lanes in the world because taking it can shave 1,000 kilometers off your trip, given the alternative, which is to go through Indonesia's Sunda Strait instead. But let's say tensions over Taiwan boil over, and the US were to decide to block Chinese traffic through that strait, which would block almost all Chinese oil.
Chinese have been talking about this Malacca dilemma since the year of 2001, 2002, right? Because the transportation or the shipment of the crude oil can be easily disrupted by the United States, which has a exceedingly large naval presence in the region.
A big worry for the Chinese government is, can it reliably get those imports into the country without any risk of intervention or interception?
Now, the experts we spoke to mostly agree that a US naval blockade in this region would be seen as so damaging to China's interests that it would amount to an act of war, which means, in most cases, maybe the US would prefer not to go that far. But that just underscores the scale of the potential vulnerability, one that Xi Jinping himself pointed out just a few years ago. As a major manufacturing power, China has to secure its energy supply in its own hands. For him, this is a matter of national security, and one solution to this problem, rethinking the use of oil in the first place. With crude oil, you can make all kinds of things. Plastic, rubber, fertilizer, lubricants, solvents, asphalt is a big one too. But when we're talking about China, the primary use of crude oil is to make fuel.
12,000 cars lined up in a mad rush at Haikao in the Hainan province. These visuals have created headlines the world over for being one of the worst traffic jams ever.
And no country in the world has more cars right now than China. But that's only because China has so many people. And turns out, when you really dig into the numbers, you very quickly realize 450 million cars for 1.4 billion people means that most people do not own a car. Not yet, anyway. So there was the opportunity to upend the auto industry before it even really took hold.
For most countries, EV is seen as the future of driving, but for China, the future has arrived. Whether you're buying the car or building the car, providing the electricity or assembling the battery, everyone in China is entitled to government money and assistance.
China has invested massively in electric vehicles, but they
did it in a really shrewd way. The priority for China is renewable energy production. There's no point in having EVs if the EVs have to be charged off non-renewable sources for which you're having to rely on imports. So the EV strategy has followed, not preempted, the renewable energy investment strategy.
Yes, and I can show you 60 years of Chinese energy consumption in one simple graph to make this point. If you go back to 1965, you can see how China relied almost entirely on coal to generate electricity. Over time, oil came to form a more and more important part of the picture. But look what's happening here with hydro and nuclear and wind and solar. They've cut dramatically into the need for oil and coal. Today, China generates more wind and solar power than anybody. And just to give you a glimpse into what went into achieving that, with wind, for example, the magnets that help convert spin into electricity, those are made using rare earth elements for which China controls roughly 60 to 70% of worldwide production. If you want to talk about refining those raw materials, it's even higher. It's closer to 90% of global capacity. China has gone to great lengths to insulate its supply chain from outside interference.
China thought strongly right at the beginning, let's build the supply chain for the energy, then let's get the renewable energy construction going, and then let's move over to the EV capability. It's been intelligently sequenced.
And the Chinese government has played a very direct role in building that EV capability from the ground up. The Center for Strategic and International Studies in Washington figures over the last 15 or so years, China has spent north of $200 billion supporting the electric vehicle industry. And just to give you an example, for the last 10 years, China has exempted qualifying EVs from a 10% sales tax, which can be thousands of dollars per car. But there were also consumer subsidies, manufacturer incentives, priority for R&D funding, preferential lotteries for handing out license plates, all of which helped the industry survive and thrive at lower and lower price points. Look at this car right here. It's called the Steagle by BYD. It's the cheapest EV in their lineup, starting at under $10,000 US. And BYD recently overtook Tesla to become the #1 selling electric automaker in the world. Today, 7 out of every 10 EVs globally are made in China. Look how their industry has transformed in just the last 10 years. In 2015, 331,000 EVs sold in China. By last year, that number ballooned to 12.9 million, representing a larger and larger share of all cars sold. There are an estimated 14 million charging points across China, for crying out loud. You know how many there are in the United States? About 1/60th that number.
So, China's gone on a really interesting journey from infrastructure, critical minerals, domestic renewable energy production, EVs, exports. And the whole thing is a self-reinforcing chain.
As China builds out its EV industry, it has also worked to undermine America's authority in the global oil trade, circumventing it where they can.
Despite a raft of sanctions, Russia has continued shipping and selling its crude oil to the world.
It's estimated more than a fifth of China's oil imports last year was sanctioned oil, as in oil from countries that the U.S. tries to block. From Venezuela, an estimated 268,000 barrels per day. From Russia, 821,000 per day. And from Iran, 1.4 million barrels per day. Oftentimes, the buyers, independent refineries known as Chinese teapots. They're smaller, harder to track, and they operate with less scrutiny.
What a lot of them have been doing is importing cheap oil, refining it, and then selling it elsewhere in Asia. And they have made a lot of money doing that. It's apparently a very lucrative business for them.
And this isn't the only way China's reshaping the global flow of energy bit by bit. Another example, right now, the U.S. holds the world's largest strategic oil reserve. Hundreds of millions of barrels, enough in theory to replace months of oil imports. China is trying to build something similar.
China is one of these countries that when oil prices are low, when crude oil prices are low, they will increase their imports and they'll dump some of that oil just into these giant storage tanks that they're constantly building. So they have massive inventories of crude oil.
A stockpile that would insulate China if the US were to find a way to choke its supply. And China's other long-term play, what Donald Trump might call drill, baby, drill.
In 2019, we saw China's national oil companies roll out their first ever 7-year action plan for increasing exploration and production of oil and natural gas in China. And they started to pump tens of billions of dollars into this endeavor.
And this is an important detail because Chinese oil is notoriously hard to get at. It's deeper, more complex to extract. But consider, the ExxonMobil of China, it's called PetroChina, the country's largest oil and gas company, state-owned. Last year, they spent $38 billion on new infrastructure and new exploration. That's more than ExxonMobil and Chevron combined. They've been digging wells that, in some cases, run deeper than Mount Everest is high. Over the last several years, since around 2018, you can see what this growth in domestic production looks like. This line represents millions of additional barrels of oil per day. Not enough to cover what China needs on a daily basis, mind you, but certainly enough to reduce what it needs to bring in. And that's really the subtlety of China's position in 2025. To be clear, it needs oil, and it will continue to need oil for a long time. But what was only a few years ago explosive growth in its thirst for world oil has slowed dramatically. Some estimates even figure China's growth in demand will peak in just a couple of years and then actually start dropping thereafter. That would be a big turning point for a country that sees itself as eventually replacing the United States as the world's largest economy. The Arctic is undergoing a transformation. It's driven by global warming and intense global competition.
Global tensions find a new stage in the warming Arctic. Tonight, the U.S. closely monitoring growing military cooperation between Russia and China.
The Arctic is no longer a low-tension region.
You've got the incoming U.S. president calling the Arctic a top priority and promising to drill for oil and gas. Canada is massively beefing up its military presence, investing $72 billion over the next couple of decades into Arctic defense. And Russia and China working together on what they call a polar Silk Road.
There are more people, more interested eyes looking to the Arctic.
So why exactly is all of this happening now? Let's go through it. The Arctic is opening up. These thick blocks of ice are melting, clearing the way for ships to travel through. According to the Canadian government, by 2050, the Arctic Ocean will become an increasingly viable shipping route between Europe and Asia during the summer.
By the middle of this century, there will be no polar ice cap at the height of summer.
That's a big deal, because right now, the fastest way to ship goods from Europe to Asia is through the Suez Canal in Egypt. But as we've seen more and more, the Suez Canal is not always the most reliable route.
A giant container ship ran aground in the Suez Canal after losing power.
Civilian shipping in the Red Sea has become more collateral damage to the war in Gaza.
So what if, instead of going down south and passing through the Middle East, you could go north and use the Arctic Ocean as a shortcut across the globe? There are essentially two ways you could do this. One is using what's known as the Northwest Passage. This would take you through the Arctic on the North American side, weaving through Canada's northern archipelagos. The other route through the Arctic is known as the Northern Sea Route. This one passes through the Russian side of the Arctic Ocean, along the Siberian coastline. Both of these routes offer a much shorter path between Europe and Asia than the Suez Canal. It shaves off up to 5,000 kilometers. That's a third of the trip, or up to a full week. travel. And the warmer the ocean gets, the easier those routes become to navigate. Countries realize this potential, and so there is a battle for control.
Even non-Arctic states are looking to the Arctic and inserting themselves into the Arctic as much as they can.
It has potential shipping lanes. It has a tremendous endowment of natural resources.
The Arctic is full of untapped gold, nickel, copper, diamonds, platinum, and researchers believe it's holding about 90 billion barrels of oil and 30% of the world's undiscovered natural gas. And all of this is creating incredible tension, partly because no one can seem to agree which parts of the Arctic belong to whom, and because the prospect of friendly negotiation is shrinking. Shortly after Russia invaded Ukraine, the Arctic Council, which is the place where Canada, the US, Nordic countries, and Russia all got together to discuss these issues, they stopped meeting entirely, which brings us to North America's most pressing concern when it comes to the Arctic.
Guardrails that prevent conflicts are increasingly under immense strain. Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine has led us all to ask, who's next?
Up here on the top of the world, there is a vast expanse of ice and of emptiness. And yet Russia has made deploying its military up here to these extreme conditions a real priority.
Russia has, by far, the largest share of Arctic territory. Almost a quarter of its territory is north of the Arctic Circle, and it controls 24,000 kilometers of Arctic coastline. Over the past few years, it has been steadily building up its military presence in the area, investing in air bases, naval ports, icebreaker fleets, upgrading its submarines. Russia says this is to deter adversaries from even considering a potential attack, and to show that if an attack came, they would defend themselves at all costs.
Historically, Russia's northern coast there was protected by ice, and there wasn't a lot of traffic. And so as the ice is retreated, and all of a sudden it's sort of like this potential, attack point.
But all of this has the West on edge because it knows Russia is not content simply to defend its holdings. It wants to expand its sphere of influence.
We now have 7 of the 8 Arctic states are NATO, and Russia is not NATO. That can create conditions for tension.
People in North America have become a lot more concerned about what the Russians are up to, what Vladimir Putin is up to.
After the end of the Cold War a few decades ago, Russia closed dozens of military bases in the Arctic. It also agreed to a low-tension approach to Arctic disputes. But over this past decade, it has reopened 50 of those military bases. It's estimated that Russia now has nearly double the number of military bases in the Arctic than Canada, the US, Denmark, and Norway combined. And over the past year, it has ramped up weapons testing in the region too, including testing of hypersonic cruise missiles that Russia says fly at 9 times the speed of sound and have a range of over 1,000 kilometers.
The Arctic is the shortest distance between North America and Eurasia. And so if you are shooting missiles between those two continents, you're going to go over Arctic routes.
This Russian military base in the middle of the Arctic Ocean, for example, is actually closer to Canada's military base in Nunavut than Nunavut is to Ottawa or Toronto. And just look how close this Russian military airbase is to Alaska. According to NORAD, that's the organization that tracks and protects North American airspace, Russia has been testing bombers capable of carrying nuclear weapons from this peninsula, at times coming within just 50 nautical miles of Alaskan territory. Now, to be clear, there's no reason to believe that Russia plans to actually use these bombers to attack North America, but the fact that they're testing them that close to the US has them and Canada thinking maybe they should beef up their military presence in that area too.
Americans are nervous because they just don't know what to expect.
I think given the situation with Russia and sort of global geopolitical competition with China, we are very concerned about making sure that our missile defense architecture is fit to purpose.
And it's not just missile defense systems the West is focused on when it comes to the Arctic.
This is Polar Dagger, a mission intended to show Russia's decision makers what the U.S. military can do in the remote areas of the Arctic.
Between January and March of 2024, NATO conducted its biggest joint military exercise since the Cold War, called Steadfast Defender 24. One of its main focuses, the Arctic. NATO says the goal was to show their ability and intent to reinforce and defend the Nordic region in the event of Russian aggression, and to show their capability to carry out such operations in Arctic terrain.
We have a large number of Marines who have never been in the snow in their life.
Say, for instance, in a future conflict, being able to fly with different countries, just the one that is on station in that area at that time, is making us 100 times more dangerous.
20,000 soldiers, 50 plus ships, more than 100 aircraft from 13 countries were involved in these Arctic drills. Russia took this as a provocation. And since then, things have really started to ramp up. The Chinese military is involved too. In July, the US released this photo that they say shows joint flights by Russian and Chinese bombers near Alaska's coast. A few months later, China and Russia openly announced they were running joint aerial and sea patrols in the area. This video, recorded from the cockpit of a US F-16 flying near Alaska, shows a Russian fighter jet maneuvering within just a few feet of the American plane in September.
We're seeing activities by foreign states that are approaching northern communities, and that's a real problem.
Analysts have, for a long time, argued that Canada's Arctic is much too vulnerable. And that shows not just on a military and national security level, but among people who've lived there for generations.
In terms of airfields, in terms of naval and civilian port facilities, in terms of roads that are durable, that can survive climate change, massive underinvestment historically. And that's had an impact on the flourishing of civilian communities, but it's also had an impact on the ability of Canada to defend its sovereignty claims in the high north.
Canada's Department of National Defence underscored that very point recently in showing just how many fewer active personnel are stationed there right now. And the infrastructure, those important airports, naval ports, and bases, they are also too few. And what's there is in rough shape. 40% of the buildings are more than 50 years old.
We do not have the capacity to fight very hard in the north. We don't have the equipment, we don't have the training, we don't have the forward stations, we don't have supply depots. So Canada has a long way to go to get to, say, where Alaska is, but also even to get to where Scandinavia is, particularly where Norway, Finland, and Sweden are. They're very heavily militarized compared to Canada's north.
So Canada's plans are as follows. The government is investing more than $70 billion over the next 2 decades into new icebreakers and patrol ships, drones, special aircraft that track enemies in the air, on the surface of the ocean, and even underwater, dozens of fighter jets. The list goes on. But more than half of that investment is being funneled into NORAD, into new high-tech surveillance systems and upgrades to infrastructure like the airfields NORAD uses.
Some analysts say we should get ready for this. We didn't think the Russians would invade the Ukraine, and there they are, rolled into a deep war. Integration with the United States is a huge part of our defense strategy. When you look at the document, it actually talks about the North American Arctic.
That really does yoke the U.S. and Canada together very closely. It makes it clear that the U.S. and Canada would be a team together in the Arctic, and that we should be approaching some of our challenges together.
Analysts say this shows Canada is taking a significant step in the direction that the U.S. wants it to go in, to begin to address its vulnerabilities in the Arctic, and to shore up what is about to become a key battleground for resources and global influence. The stakes are only going to get higher. So this whole Greenland thing is getting kind of out of hand.
Well, President-elect Trump is putting the world on notice about his intentions to acquire Greenland.
Floating the idea of the U.S. acquiring Greenland, which is a Danish territory. He said he would tariff Denmark at a very high level if he does not give Greenland to the United States.
Donald Trump says owning Greenland is an absolute necessity. he wouldn't rule out ordering U.S. soldiers to take it by force.
Well, we need Greenland for national security purposes. I've been told that for a long time, long before I even ran.
That got attention from Denmark, to which Greenland technically belongs.
Greenland is not for sale. Greenland will never be for sale.
But then Trump's son, Don Jr., actually flies to Greenland.
We're really excited to be here.
He gives out a bunch of MAGA hats, takes pictures. Republicans are even making this a House issue. This is a draft bill authorizing Trump to negotiate for the acquisition of Greenland by the United States, and it's called the Make Greenland Great Again Act. I'll be honest, it's mostly aspirational, but what explains this obsession that goes back to Trump's first presidential term in 2019?
Donald Trump abruptly and on Twitter canceled a planned state visit to Denmark, apparently because the Danish Prime Minister didn't want to talk about Greenland and selling it to the United States.
Even tweeting, tongue-in-cheek, that if it happened, he wouldn't do this.
I'm going to give you the top 4 potential reasons Trump wants control of Greenland, some of which make a lot of sense. But we'll start with number 4, and we'll work our way to number 1. Okay, so I hesitate to even include this because it's a bit silly, but I keep seeing references to this notion that maybe Trump thinks Greenland is much bigger than it actually is. And for this book, a few years ago, The Divider, Trump, so he's giving an interview to the authors, and on the subject of the U.S. owning Greenland specifically, he says, "I love maps, and I always said, look at the size of this. It's massive. That should be part of the United States." Greenland is the biggest island on Earth, except it's nowhere near as big as most people probably think it is. These 2D maps that we see all the time, where Greenland's bigger than Canada, they're what's called a Mercator projection. Just a very clever way of showing the Earth as if it's been unwrapped from a globe and then spread out flat. But because that wouldn't unfurl into a perfect rectangular map, what we're actually doing when we flatten the world out in this way is stretching things out the farther away from the equator you get. Meaning, the actual size of countries in real life is more like this. Note, Greenland shrinks down to be more like the size of Mexico. And yes, it's clear when you look at our actual globe, Greenland and Africa are not the same size. Far from it. I won't belabor the point, but you can go to thetruesize.com and see this effect for yourself. It's kind of cool how different countries and territories shrink and expand in real time as you move them up and down. Anyway, does Trump want Greenland because it's massive? Maybe, but it's reason number 4. It's worth noting that Trump wasn't the first American, or even the first American president, to think of acquiring Greenland. In the 1940s, just after the Second World War, the Truman administration saw Greenland as a military necessity. This map from a 1947 edition of Time magazine does a really good job showing how Greenland was seen as a strategic buffer between the U.S. and Russia. Then, too, the U.S. was told Greenland isn't for sale. But even today, the island is still seen as a defensive bulwark.
The shortest route from Europe to North America runs through Greenland.
Russia is a major Arctic player. It has, by far, the largest share of Arctic territory planet-wide. Almost a quarter of its territory is north of the Arctic Circle, and it controls 24,000 kilometers of Arctic coastline. Over the past few years, it has been steadily building up its military presence in the area, investing in air bases, naval ports, icebreaker fleets, upgrading its submarines.
Up here on the top of the world, there is a vast expanse of ice and of emptiness. And yet Russia has made deploying its military up here to these extreme conditions a real priority.
So through this lens, we can understand Trump's claim that controlling Greenland might be an issue of national security. But Trump demanding ownership of Greenland, perhaps to use as a shield against Russia.
The consensus seems to be that military necessity does not explain this, in the sense that the U.S. already has a lot of what it needs to get out of Greenland militarily.
Right, because it ignores 2 facts. One, that Greenland already has a cooperation agreement with the U.S., specifically on military issues. And two, the U.S. already has a permanent military presence on Greenland. It's called the Bidufik Space Base.
It's more focused on the surveillance of space, satellite tracking, and listening stations, and also early warning of any attack on the North American mainland. It's part of the U.S. Early warning system, and it's focused on maritime surveillance.
If you're imagining a world where you have more militarization happening between Russia, China, the European Union, even Canada and the United States, you're talking about a region, a quite large region that needs quite intense surveillance at all times.
Bidufik is formally part of the U.S. Space Force. It has dedicated warning squadrons whose main job is to track and provide intel on incoming threats in real time. So, yes, there is strategic value in Greenland, which could explain why Trump wants full control of it. But as it stands, because Greenland already counts the U.S. as part of its own defensive backbone, military power is only reason number 3.
Global tensions find a new stage in the warming Arctic.
The Arctic is no longer a low-tension region.
The Arctic is opening up. These thick blocks of ice are melting, clearing the way for ships to travel through.
By the middle of this century, there will be no polar ice cap at the height of summer.
That's a big deal, because right now, the fastest way to ship goods from Europe to Asia is through the Suez Canal in Egypt. But, as we see more and more, the Suez Canal is not always the most reliable route.
A giant container ship ran aground in the Suez Canal after losing power.
Civilian shipping in the Red Sea has become more collateral damage to the war in Gaza.
So what if, instead of going down south and passing through the Middle East, you could go north and use the Arctic Ocean as a shortcut across the globe? There are essentially 2 ways you could do this. One is using what's known as the Northwest Passage. This would take you through the Arctic on the North American side, weaving through Canada's northern archipelagos. The other route through the Arctic is known as the Northern Sea Route. This one passes through the Russian side of the Arctic Ocean along the Siberian coastline. Both of these routes offer a much shorter path between Europe and Asia than the Suez Canal. It shaves off up to 5,000 kilometers. That's a third of the trip, or up to a full week of travel. And Greenland sits right in between these 2 routes.
The Arctic is melting very fast, and new shipping routes are becoming available all the time through what used to be just solid ice year-round. This is a channel that has just recently become sort of available year-round and is rapidly opening to Chinese shipping.
It isn't necessarily just about controlling that yourself, it's also about preventing others from controlling it. It's about preventing others from using it. The Chinese or the Russians, who are increasingly interested, for example, in shipping through the Arctic, the U.S. would like to take away from them the opportunity to be able to buy their way into Greenland.
We should remember, Trump's stated goal of owning Greenland is with a very specific type of security in mind.
I can say this, we need them for economic security.
Economic security, which trade would clearly fall under, hence being reason number 2. But there is another type of economic security that we haven't mentioned yet, and it is perhaps what best explains Trump's obsession with Greenland. There's an old joke in real estate, which is, you should buy land because they're not making it anymore. Except, in Greenland's case, this idea that melting ice is uncovering new land, that's immensely valuable, especially when you consider what's underground.
So Greenland does have enormous reserves of rare earth metals.
Greenland has known deposits of rare earth minerals that are about equivalent to the entire United States. And that's just the known deposits.
These minerals are incredibly strategically important, especially for the development of green technologies.
The thing to understand about Greenland is that it is potentially a crucial foothold towards a global green revolution. The energy transition away from fossil fuels and into things like wind turbines and electric vehicles, that's powered by a small group of what are called critical raw materials. Things like lithium, cobalt, nickel, graphite, copper, titanium, phosphorus, and then a whole bunch of rare earth elements with memorable names like dysprosium and ytterbium. China is the undisputed leader of the critical raw material supply chain, accounting for something like 60% of the entire world's production of rare earth elements. But Greenland has these things too. Check out the results of this geological survey from a research group there. Deep underground, on that frigid island, there's lithium, cobalt, nickel, graphite, copper, titanium, phosphorus. And here's exactly where you can find them, largely untapped in the millions of tons. The world is beginning to notice this. From the European Union's executive arm, 25 of the 34 critical raw materials identified by the Commission as strategically important for Europe's industry and the green transition can be found in Greenland.
You'll see the same minerals in things like flat screen TVs, you'll see them in cell phones, and you'll also see them in a lot of military applications, guidance systems, sensors and tracking systems, and so on. And so these are important minerals for the future. Greenland, it is known, has a pretty large supply of.
Part of the strategy could very well be to try and get the U.S. foot in the door when it comes to exporting those minerals before China or other powers can.
And Trump will be aware Greenland is on China's radar. It has clear intentions of digging up Greenland's hoard of buried treasure. Oh, and in case the minerals don't do it for you, there's also oil. The U.S. Geological Survey figures billions of barrels of oil just offshore.
People really don't even know if Denmark has any legal right to it. But if they do, they should give it up because we need it for national security.
So the 4 reasons I've outlined, or maybe just this one reason, explains the core of Donald Trump's stated desire to own and control Greenland. Whether he can do it, that's a whole other question. But it is worth noting, for years, Greenland has been looking for investors to help tap its potential wealth. And that is something the incoming American president knows how to do.
Canada is absolutely furious. It's not playing around when it comes to Donald Trump, his regime, and how the United States under Donald Trump is treating him.
We do want to continue this conversation with the impact of those tariffs on the Canadian economy and the ongoing negotiations for a trade deal. For more, let's turn now to Jean Charest. He is the former Premier of Quebec and also a member of the Prime Minister's Council on Canada-U.S. Relations. Thank you for joining us today.
Thank you, Artie.
Okay, so Mr. Charest, what does the federal government need to do to defend Canadian workers and businesses across the country?
Many times things understand fast that this is what I think the emergence of the last 24 hours, I think, there's a very strong consensus in the country behind Prime Minister Carney to take the time to make a deal that will be in the interest of the country. And this August 1st deadline was artificially set by President Trump. And you can see how arbitrary it is. You should also take notice of that, Artie, that some of the agreements he signed are not aging very well. I can tell you from the contacts I have on the European side that the European deal may actually fall apart. The reactions are so negative on that side of the Atlantic that it would be wise for all of us to take the time to make sure that we get this right. The other thing to take note of that's quite interesting is that Donald Trump must have a real hate on for an American, let alone Canadian, auto workers who are being punished severely by his administration. This deal in Japan, for example, on 15% tariffs on cars, doesn't play very well when there's a 25% tariff on non-American content coming into the American manufacturing sector, rising prices. And add to that a 50% tariff on steel and aluminum, costs that are imposed on the American workers, so that makes their products much less competitive. So when you look at all of this, it just doesn't make sense. It doesn't hold water. And you have to wonder if there's not going to be a collapse at one point in the marketplace. And once all of this becomes transparent and you see the effects. Plus, after that, the numbers on the American economy that are now emerging, and now we are seeing the evidence of tariffs on the American economy, on consumers, on the price of objects. This is just the beginning. So at one point, I think common sense will have to prevail, and Prime Minister Carney is right to take the time to make sure that whatever agreement we come to with the United States is in the interest of Canada, but also in the interest of other partners. We're not seeking to make a bad deal for the United States. We just want to make sure it makes sense, eminent sense for everyone.
When we're talking about the different sort of strategies that are being employed here, I've had multiple conversations with different levels of negotiators and different trade experts who have either been in similar positions or are representing unions, etc. And some believe, and the Ontario Premier is one of those individuals, who believes perhaps countermeasures is the way to go. That Canada has been conciliatory in a number of ways, and perhaps now it's time to hit back. And then there's the idea that perhaps it was because Canada did have countermeasures that this was sort of a punitive take that the U.S. president took when it came to singling out Canada in those tariffs taking effect today.
Marty, that option of countermeasures is on the table. It's something we may choose to do, that we've done in the past. Canada's always been of the thought that we need to meet force with force. I think that makes sense for us. But we have to be very smart about how and when we use countermeasures, just so that they have the most effect when we choose to move ahead with them. Keep in mind also that of all the countries in the world, because of the previous trade agreement renegotiated by Donald Trump himself in 2018, the vast majority of merchandise that goes back and forth is tariff-free. And so in that respect, the present situation is not a good one, but it's not as dramatic as it is for a number of countries who just have a straight-out tariff. And also in the negotiations, Artie, Canadians need to know that we do anticipate there may be a tariff regime, but what we're really looking for is an agreement that will be free of the effects of a tariff. And there's different dispositions or things that we can do in that respect. But that's what we're trying to accomplish here. So stay cool. Make sure that every option stays on the table, and the American side needs to know we do that. But also at this point, I don't know, I'd be encouraging American auto workers and the automotive industry in the United States to start speaking up, because they are going to be taking a huge hit by the Trump administration because of what he's doing now in deals with Japan and Europe and Canada and Mexico.
So how are those conversations going then when you look at the position of that Canada-U.S. Council? Is that part of the talks of trying to cooperate or find that common ground with those on the U.S. side who are feeling the impacts, and urging them or encouraging them to make their perspective or voices heard by the U.S. president, who we've heard time and time again is the one and only person who's making a decision on whether or not tariffs are coming into play?
Well, Artie, let's be very honest here. I mean, what's happening in the United States? A lot of people in the American business community are presently scared to speak up. But as we advance and we go down this path, and the effects are damaging, and the American car companies, automotive companies, are losing hundreds of millions of dollars. Think of Ford, of GM, that the employment numbers are starting to go south, the markets are going south. We need to create and help create an environment where people will speak up. And here is a very important distinction. Donald Trump is not the whole United States. The people are business people, do business with the United States. They're on our side. They don't agree with this. It doesn't make sense. So we need to encourage them to speak up in defense of their own interests, which is becoming clearer and clearer as we push ahead. And as we communicate with Americans, we need to draw that distinction and avoid sending a negative message to our American counterparts who are actually on our side, but should be encouraged to speak up, and speak up loudly and rapidly before it's too late in regards to their trading relationship with other countries.
Well, you have unique
Guys, where's the part where he talks about me?
You want me to mention his name?
Well, you can say who you're collaborating with. I don't know if one of my favorite creators. You can say
you asked, I don't know if we're going. If we're not going, I'll probably go to the game. But it's going to be with Aiden. Yeah. How's your, if you don't mind me asking, how's your relationship with Aiden? You got a relationship? Or?
No, I don't really have a relationship, but
I mean, I really wish you didn't say that. Damn, man.
I don't have any, problem.
Okay, yeah, I figured. I mean, you seem to be.
He doesn't know you, bro. But no, me and Dan have been on like at least 5 30 to 1 hour phone calls. Oh God, I have no reason to lie about that. We talk about a lot of personal shit, honestly. I'll be that. I have no reason to lie to you guys, bro. I swear on my life, I have no reason to lie to you guys, bro.
Now that we're on that topic, and we work, so you're still going to how does that work?
What a relief. You're alive and well. Sorry, I could not arrange a more welcoming reception.
Always nice to feel welcomed, even if it's welcome to hell. I was aiming for the crotch, but I'll take it.
I await you beneath the main residence. Try not to get killed before we meet.
You're welcome to shut up and help clear the way. Just saying.
How exciting! We are just a few steps short of restoring Nexus.
More objectives? I see mission creep is alive and well. Semtex thrown. I've gone from fuck this shit to cautiously optimistic. Sam said there were unique elements that could only be harvested here. I'd appreciate a few more fucking details.
Same. I do not want to think she is keeping something from us. Richtofen built a high-tech fortress nearby. I don't know why he bothered with this old house.
That man never so much as took a shit without involving some secret plan. There's a reason this is ground zero for his latest cosmic fuck-up.
Double points. Max armor.
Richthoffen's employees really
Plus
should
buckets
have
won't
asked what
catch me
happened to
with my
his
pants down.
previous organization.
Hell, they got it worse than we did. So I guess he's upped his game.
Tear them to pieces.
Oh, good! Going batshit in prison didn't affect my aim.
Max ammo.
You're smack in the heart of the fringe science district. I'm guessing Richthofen lived there full time. Saved himself the commute.
Maybe, Peck. Maybe he's dead. Maybe he's hiding. Either way, I'm finding out.
Bonus points.
We've seen a lot of crazy shit. But what I still find hardest to believe is that you let me live.
For once, Peck, we're in agreement. Just don't go picking out friendship bracelets.
Max armor.
think I'm onto something here.
Is it fun finding things? I think it is.
Right in the brain case.
Now you have two components. This is better than both.
That shit. Yup, that did it. They've been in there a while. They'll be hungry. I'm gonna smell like blood for days. Just like treading in dog shit. If dog shit blew your legs off.
Windows open for evac. Get it while it's hot.
Is that passion fruit with a hint of turpentine? I spell fun, C-I-P.
Greetings and salutations. You are
This thing hits half as crazy as it looks. I'm in for a good time.
Tear them to pieces.
Nobody tell the Soviet Olympic team about this stuff.
After one, out!
Max ammo.
Didn't like how I was looking at it. I'm sure as shit doing my part.
But I see what this whole thing, I think he actually, that was honestly the right thing to do. Was limit right now, but this is like around the time I got banned. We're talking luck. We're talking luck. Well, I think many of CIA, of course. It is what it is. I don't have an issue with it. It is what it is. I think the guy's nice. I like that chat. I like that. You guys think that was a diss? I don't think it was a diss. Zeus, don't you just love her?
The jobs report was released this morning for the month of July, and the results were bad. It was worse than bad. It was terrible. Not only did the results come in below expectations, but the report says that they overcalculated the amount of jobs that were created in May and June by 258,000 jobs. Okay, so in the month of May, the U.S. government reported that the labor market added 144,000 jobs, but in fact, it was only 19,000. They reported that in June, the labor market added 147,000 jobs, but in fact, it was only 14,000. Okay, now let's cover the jobs report for the month of July. So for the month of July, the U.S. labor market added a net 73,000 jobs. This came in well below expectations. It was ranging from 110,000 jobs to be added all the way up to 140,000. And I just want you to keep this in mind, that I expect, and probably so many other people, that this July figure, that the 73,000 jobs added, it's probably going to be revised downward heavily. It could even be negative. So we are clearly on a downward path, and the labor market is weakening. And the unemployment rate increased from 4.1% in June to 4.2% in July. And as you can see, it's steadily been rising since 2023. Now, when you look at wage growth, as you can see, the rate of wage growth has been declining since 2022. So for the month of July, it came in at 3.9%. So it was education and health services that added the most jobs in the month of July, coming in at 79,000 jobs created. Okay, but if you look at manufacturing, this sector lost 11,000 jobs in July. And I just want to say that the whole point of tariffs is to create a manufacturing revival and boom, but that is clearly not happening. Now, I know that some people are going to say that it's going to take years for that to happen, the manufacturing revival and job creation in that sector. Okay, but if that's true, then perhaps it's going to take many more years of job losses for that to pan out. Now, I want to show you the Doge effect on the federal workforce. For the month of July, federal government employees fell by 12,000. Since January of this year, the federal workforce has shrank by 84,000. So yes, that is a lot. However, I just want to put that into context. The U.S. government has approximately 3 million civilian workers. Now, before I show you the reactions to this jobs report, I want to show you the most recent Challenger report that came out on July 31st, which covers layoffs. Okay, so here are the industries that have seen the largest amount of job cuts in 2025 so far. Governmental jobs have experienced the most cuts. So far in 2025, there have been 292,000 job cuts. However, it is the wide belief that there's going to be many more to come because some of those cuts have been delayed due to legal issues. So the technology sector has seen 89,000 job cuts this year, so that's a 36% increase compared to the same time covered in 2024. And in the retail sector, there's been 80,000 job cuts this year, so that's up 249% compared to the same time last year. Okay, so what is driving these job cuts? So it's actually a variety of reasons. Doge is the primary driver of the governmental job losses within the federal workforce, so that should be no surprise. And then you have market and economic conditions that were cited by many employers as the reason for the job cuts. So this simply means a weakening economy and issues related to inflation, economic uncertainty, among other things. So employers cited this as the reason for more than 171,000 job cuts this year. And then you have closings being another big driver of job losses. So this is simply when companies go bankrupt or they restructure. So this has led to more than 120,000 job cuts this year. And you also have technological updates. So employers have cited automation and AI implementation as the reason for more than 20,000 job cuts in 2025. All right, now let's break this down by region. So what part of the country is getting hit the hardest? It's clearly the East Coast because of the job losses at the federal workforce. So job cuts have risen by 219% in the East Coast compared to last year. Now in the Midwest, it's definitely not as bad. Job cuts have increased by 8.7% compared to last year in the Midwest. In the West, job cuts have risen by 11% compared to last year. And in the South, job cuts are up by 34% compared to last year. Okay, now I want to show you how this jobs report was received. But first, I want to show you this video clip of Jay Powell, who's the chair of the Federal Reserve, and he expresses his opinion that the labor market is solid. But this is before today's report was released, so please take a look.
The labor market data we still think is continue to think is the best data we have on the economy, and that shows a 4.1% unemployment rate. It shows wages, still at a healthy level, but moving ever closer to what we would regard as long-run sustainable, consistent with long-run productivity and 2% inflation. So the labor market is actually still quite solid.
Okay, now I want to show you this video clip of Jay Powell saying that the main data point that he's going to be looking for in today's report is going to be the unemployment rates. This is so important because this is a big part of what he's using to determine whether to cut interest rates or not in September. So please take a look.
On labor, given the fluid labor supply situation, is there a number for this job before we get on Friday that would look to you like equilibrium job growth? The main number you have to look at now is the unemployment rate, because it's true that the demand for is in the form of, let's call it, just say payroll jobs. That number has come down, and so has the break-even number.
Okay, now with that in mind, here's how the market reacted. So before this jobs report, the market expectation, and this is according to the CME FedWatch tool, was that there was a 41.3% chance that the Federal Reserve will cut interest rates at their next meeting in September. Now, after this report, the odds of an interest rate cut in September have jumped up from that 41.3% to now 82.8%. So that's because the jobs report shows that the labor market is much weaker than believed for May and for June, and it came in well below expectations for July. And the unemployment rates went up. So basically, the Federal Reserve is being put in a position where they're going to have to lower interest rates to save the labor market, because that is a part of their dual mandate. Okay, so what does that mean? Ultimately, it means that there's going to be more easy money on the way, and rate cuts are shortly going to be followed by quantitative easing, which means more money printing. So that is your labor market update for today. That's your jobs reports. Please let me know what you think. I look forward to reading comments. Thank you for the support, and I wish you a very nice day, a very nice weekend. Take care. In today's video, we're going to make a prediction about what's going to happen on July 30th. Okay, so on July 30th, the Federal Reserve will decide whether to cut interest rates or not. So according to the Federal Reserve's most recent projection, they did this back in June, they predicted that they're going to cut interest rates 2 more times this year in 2025. And as you can see, there are 4 more meetings left this year, so what's going to happen? And of course, this is so important because if the Federal Reserve starts cutting interest rates, then that's going to be inflationary. And this is also going to help the stock markets, Bitcoin, and precious metals. So let me walk you through this. So the Federal Reserve has 2 responsibilities. They call it their dual mandate. So their job is to ensure maximum employment and price stability. So in plain English, that just means that they're going to set their policies to ensure that our labor market is as good as it can be, and that inflation doesn't get out of control. Of course, that's what they're supposed to do. Whether they're doing a good job or not, that's a matter of opinion, and That's for you to decide. So the most recent jobs report for the month of June was released in July. And that report beat expectations. It actually smashed expectations. So the report says that the U.S. labor market added a net 147,000 jobs, beating the expectation of 118,000. And the unemployment rate decreased from 4.2% to 4.1%. And because the jobs report says that the labor market is doing so well, if you think about it, then that's less pressure for the Federal Reserve to cut interest rates to save the labor markets because the labor market doesn't need any saving, according to the report. Okay, so when you look at the labor market, it supports the arguments for the Federal Reserve to not cut interest rates. Now, I want to show you this video clip of Jay Powell, who's the chair of the Federal Reserve. So he's talking about how healthy the labor market is, and when it comes to inflation, you're going to see it for yourself. He says that he doesn't want to cut interest rates right now because he wants to see how the tariff inflation develops. So please take a look.
You know, from our standpoint, what I can say is that the U.S. economy is in solid shape. Inflation has come down. The unemployment rate remains at 4.2%. As I mentioned, real wages are moving up. It's a good job creation is at a healthy level. Unemployment, again, as I said, low. Labor force participation in a good place. So, and what we're waiting for to reduce rates is to understand what will happen with really the tariff inflation. And there's a lot of uncertainty about that. Every forecaster you can name, who was a professional, forecaster with adequate resources and forecasts for a living, is forecasting a pretty significant. Everyone that I know is forecasting a meaningful increase in inflation in coming months from tariffs because someone has to pay for the tariffs.
Now, I want to show you the latest inflation figures, and this is from the month of June, and this is CPI inflation. So as you can see, the rates of inflation has been coming down over the past few years. However, the rate of inflation is still above the Federal Reserve's desired rate of 2%. But now, you have tariffs in the mix, and that's, of course, affecting inflation, and Powell is saying that the tariffs are going to increase inflation over the coming months. And if inflation is expected to accelerate, then that's a reason to not cut interest rates. And from the most recent CPI inflation reports, we're seeing tariffs accelerating the rate of inflation, particularly, no surprise, in goods inflation. So CPI headline inflation has shot up from 2.4% in May to 2.7% in June, which is, of course, a very big jump. And the thing is that retailers are gradually passing along the cost of tariffs to consumers so that they don't sticker shock and lose customers. So therefore, tariffs are expected to further accelerate the rate of inflation over the next few months. According to Jay Powell, he says that if it weren't for the tariffs, then he would have already started cutting interest rates by now. So I want to show you the video clip.
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to Luke's Goldies, and you're probably thinking, Luke, this camera view looks a little different than normal. Well, it is. I just got one of those, like, GoPro, it's actually the Action 5 Pro. It's basically like a GoPro, and honestly, I think this is going to make vlogging a lot easier, especially with all the dirty stuff I do, like, fish work. I can dunk this in the water, it's waterproof. This is going to take vlogging to the next level. And just check out the quality. Check out the quality on this thing. And honestly, the microphone, I'm pretty impressed with it too. But anyway, there's a lot on the agenda today. And the first thing is getting some coffee. Why, hello, miss. I was going to ask you the same thing. Wow, guys, look how beautiful the morning it is. So yeah, it's like 6:30, 6:40 a.m. Lily has to go to work soon, but we're just going to go get some coffee first. And start our days. Wow, it is cold. Warm coffee will actually be nice. Okay, we have our coffees now, and we're walking back. Walking back home. Luckily, there's one place close enough to get coffee near us. Alright, guys, we are back at the Goldfish Greenhouse. Look at this thing. Look at this thing. I just, sometimes I like to just come in here and just bask in its glory. I like to just come here and sit and see everything I've done, because it's really cool to see what this place used to be and what it looks like now, and all the crazy amount of work that's gone into this. It's just awesome to finally see it come to life. And also, since my last long video, things look a little different around here, so I want to explain a couple things. So you might be looking at these right here and thinking like, Luke, what the heck are these giant totes? Well, I actually got these off Facebook Marketplace. They are just IBC totes, 275 gallons each. So I got 2 of them for 550 gallons. And this is just going to be, some water storage. So what I'm planning on doing is I'm not going to run the well directly into the troughs, ever, because it's a very high flow rate. What I am going to do is I'm going to run the well and fill these up, and then anytime I want to change the water, I'm honestly thinking I'm just going to trickle in water from these big totes, and then there's an overflow on there, and I'm going to have it trickle out at one end over there. So I don't know if I'm not planning on doing large, volume changes here, just because the well water is at a different pH and the fish probably wouldn't take it. So I'm really going to be trying to do more trickle in, trickle out systems. And this is the area where the water will be held, so that I can just attach a hose to it and trickle it out. And I actually did get these little hose attachments for these valves here, so I can just connect a garden hose on here, and I can just mildly open this, and it'll trickle out. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool? Okay, but what about all this filtration here? So, if you've been watching my short videos, you'll remember I had one initial pump, this old water pump, that starts in the end of one trough, and then it's piped all the way down to our first filter here. So this one filter basically cycles the water through the entire system, because once it enters down out here, it travels back through the troughs like this, all the way back to that pump. So this is basically the main flow, thing. But these 2 bins over here, so I haven't even really filled them up yet with media. I've put a couple sponges and some padding and stuff, but when my troughs are at full capacity, I'm definitely going to need more filtration. Now right now, for the amount of goldfish I have, honestly, one of those bins would be enough, because I don't have enough goldfish to really fully stock this thing up, but I will in the future. That's the whole reason I'm doing this. So I added some more bins of filtration here. Now, I don't know how well you can hear me, but I'm just going to fill these with filter media and more sponges and more filter padding and everything, just so we can have as clean of water possible. We want to have as clean of water possible. And honestly, the water is looking nice and clear now. You see that? So there's a slight cloudy haze to it, but honestly, it's looking pretty clear. It's looking great. But yeah, basically, after all the clean water flows through these troughs, I figured as it went through here, it would probably be dirty, because the bulk of the fish are going to be in this trough, because this is the biggest trough. So the bulk of the dirtiness is going to occur right here. So I figured after it goes here, some of that water could be due for some more filtration over there. And the really cool part about all this is, yes, we have this amazing trough system right here, but look what we have here. Look what we have here. We have a lot of space here. We have a very large amount of space here. You know what that means? Spare space in the greenhouse means more fish systems. Yeah, this will not be the only fish system in here. This is just the beginning. The bulk of the beginning for the grow outs for the adults. But my hope is honestly to build a couple tank walls. Could you imagine having like an aquarium glass tank wall there and another giant cool glass tank wall here? That's my hope. And then also some other tubs and stuff for babies, because I'm not going to put the babies in here, so I'm going to have other systems and other things around here to grow out the babies. Anyway, that's enough of me just talking about this whole system and everything. What are we doing today? What am I going to do today? Well, today we are going to be seeding this thing with bacteria. So I know the water looks, generally clean right now, but it's not going to look like this for long. I am basically going to go into my basement. I'm going to clean a bunch of sponge filters, get a lot of the muck, get a lot of the bacteria out of them. I may even replace a few of the sponge filters and bring those filters here. And then I'm just going to be seeding this thing with a ton of beneficial bacteria from my systems down there. And that's really going to improve the cycling rate to get this thing fish operational. Okay, I'm in the fish basement now. I have a bucket here. I'm getting some aged water in the bucket. And I am going to clean a ton of sponge filters, get all the gunk, all the muck out of them, and I'm going to be using that to seed the bacteria in the other system. Now you might be thinking, Luke, is there even beneficial bacteria when you clean the sponge filter? I thought it stays on the filter. And you're wrong and you're right. Yes, beneficial bacteria stays on the filter, but also a good amount of it gets knocked off. When you're there and you're physically squeezing and going like this, with that sediment, like the dirt and sediment in a sponge filter adds to the surface area. That sediment itself is a surface in which the beneficial bacteria grows on. And when you remove that dirt and sediment and muck out of there, it basically floats into this water over here. You got a bucket full of poop and debris that's covered in beneficial bacteria. It's just there. Anything with a surface, the beneficial bacteria will grow on. Dirt is a surface. So, look at all our goldies here. It's been a long time since y'all been on camera, huh? I got a home I'm preparing for you. I got a beautiful home I'm preparing for you guys. But first, let's get your filters. So, just like any regular old filter cleaning, we're taking the filter off. We're taking the sponge, and we're squeezing it. We're squeezing the dirt off of it. Okay. We're just squeezing. We're squeezing. We're going to get a nice seed of bacteria here. That's why sometimes if you're having trouble with your system stability, they say don't clean all your sponge filters at once, because you may remove a little too much beneficial bacteria at once. However, if your system's properly stocked and you're not way overloading the ammonia, you should be able to clean all your sponges and be okay. But if you're... Yeah, exactly. But here, so millions of student loan borrowers prepare for higher payments. Then student loan borrowers are bracing for significantly higher monthly payments as the Trump administration moves to widen the gap with the federal government's own. I'll immediately pause here. I will say this out of the gate.
A sign inside this Northeast Calgary gym is raising eyebrows, as it reads, "If you're not naked, you're not coming in." Labeled as sauna rules, this sign alerts guests of what is expected. In this case, no clothes, no shoes, no exceptions. We showed gym members the poster for their reaction.
No, I won't be a part of this. This is so hilarious and so stupid, I think.
Personal choice, right? So if you feel safe, you can do it, but they don't have right to put that.
I'm not offended. So it's a comment. It's not that big of a deal. I think it's pretty normal.
Locally owned and operated, Gold's Gym provides guests with a workout area, changing area, and in this case, a sauna. Keeping in mind playing by their rules. Online reaction of this sign has been direct and varied. Miles saying, "Crazy how we have become so uncomfortable in Western society about nudity." While some, like Anonymous 375, are less forgiving, saying, "I can understand outside clothes and shoes, but flip-flops and swimsuits should be allowed."
According to Alberta Health Services, they say they do not directly regulate nudity in private businesses, unless it poses a public health risk. But in this case, a public health inspector will follow up with the facility to reinforce the requirement that patrons use towel.
Imagine a world where your city knows when your bus is late, adjusts traffic lights to help ambulances pass faster, and even predicts when a pothole will form before it happens. Sounds like science fiction. It's already happening in Canada. Canadian cities are quietly turning into models for what future smart nations might look like. And what's surprising is not just how advanced this transformation is, but how ethical, inclusive, and people-first it's becoming. Before we jump into everything that's happening, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share it with anyone who's into tech, cities, and the future. Alright, let's get back to it. Let's start with Toronto. Often seen as Canada's tech capital, Toronto has been experimenting with smart city tech for years. Back in 2017, Google's sister company Sidewalk Labs launched an ambitious project on Toronto's waterfront. The goal, to build a neighborhood from the ground up using sensors, AI, and data to make life smoother, safer, and more sustainable. While that particular
Ears and eyes are the
project
best weapons.
was eventually canceled due to privacy concerns, it sparked a national conversation. How can Canada lead in smart city tech without compromising people's rights? Here's the thing most countries would have either pushed through despite the criticism or given up entirely. Canada did something different. That conversation led to something remarkable. Rather than abandoning the idea, Canadian cities took a different path. They began designing tech not just to impress, but to empower. The Sidewalk Labs controversy became a teaching moment, not a roadblock. Cities across Canada started asking better questions. What do citizens actually need? How can we use technology to solve real problems without creating new ones? Montreal, for example, launched a citywide open data portal that allows citizens to track everything from snow plowing to park maintenance. But here's what makes it special. It's not just about transparency for the sake of it. Citizens can actually see their tax dollars at work, in real time. When your street gets plowed, you can track it on your phone. When a park gets renovated, you can follow the progress online. Montreal won Canada's Smart Cities Challenge in 2019 with a project focused on making mobility more efficient and increasing access to fresh, local food for vulnerable citizens through smart technologies. The city developed an app that centralizes multiple transit options and uses technology to connect communities with local food sources. It's not just about having cool tech, it's about addressing real social issues. In Vancouver, smart traffic systems adjust light timings based on real-time traffic data, cutting down commute times and reducing emissions. But they didn't stop there. The system also learns from patterns. If there's a hockey game at Rogers Arena, the traffic lights automatically adjust before the crowds even start moving. If construction is happening on Main Street, the entire grid adapts to keep traffic flowing. The city has also introduced what they call smart crosswalks that extend crossing times for elderly pedestrians and people with disabilities. Sensors detect walking speed and adjust accordingly. It's a small detail that makes a huge difference for accessibility. Calgary installed AI-powered flood sensors in critical zones to provide early warnings and prevent disasters. Given Calgary's history with devastating floods, this isn't just convenient, it's life-saving. The system can predict flooding up to 48 hours in advance, giving residents time to prepare and emergency services time to position resources. But Calgary went further. They've integrated weather prediction with their entire city infrastructure. The same system that predicts floods also helps optimize snow removal routes, adjust building heating systems, and even plan outdoor events. It's like having a crystal ball for city management. But what truly sets Canada apart isn't just the tech, it's how the tech is used. Unlike some countries that rushed to install surveillance systems, Canadian cities prioritize transparency and consent. In Edmonton, anytime data is collected, the city clearly informs the public about what's being gathered, why, and how it's being used. Citizens are not just data points, they're partners. Edmonton has gone even further by creating data democracy councils, where regular citizens help decide how their city's data should be used. Imagine having a say in whether your city should use facial recognition, or how long data should be stored. That's exactly what's happening in Edmonton. Another key aspect is inclusivity. In many smart city plans globally, marginalized communities often get left behind. But in Canada, cities are making deliberate efforts to bridge the digital divide. In Winnipeg, free public Wi-Fi in underserved areas ensures everyone can access digital services. But they didn't just install routers and call it a day. The city partnered with local community centers to provide tech support and digital literacy training. They have digital navigators, community volunteers, who help people set up email accounts, apply for jobs online, or video call family members. It's about making sure the smart city works for everyone, not just the tech-savvy. Halifax has launched digital literacy programs for seniors and newcomers to help them navigate online healthcare, banking, and city services. The programs are offered in multiple languages and are completely free. The city even provides tablets for practice sessions. Indigenous communities are also being brought into the conversation in meaningful ways. In British Columbia, a collaborative project with First Nations groups is using drones and sensors to monitor environmental changes on ancestral lands merging, ancient knowledge with modern tech in a way that respects sovereignty and tradition. The project isn't just about collecting data. Indigenous knowledge keepers work alongside scientists to interpret what the sensors are detecting. Traditional ecological knowledge helps explain changes that sensors alone might miss. It's a perfect example of how Canada is building partnerships, not just installing technology. In Saskatchewan, Indigenous communities are using smart technology to preserve languages. AI-powered translation tools are being developed specifically for Cree and other Indigenous languages, helping keep these languages alive for future generations. These innovations are not just domestic success stories, they're being watched around the world. Urban planners from Europe, Asia, and Africa are studying how Canadian cities are integrating ethics, sustainability, and accessibility into their smart frameworks. The smart cities market in Canada is expected to reach $229.5 billion United States dollars by 2030, with a compound annual growth rate of 26% from 2024 to 2030. But Canada isn't just exporting technology, it's exporting values. Canadian companies are now consulting with cities worldwide on how to implement ethical smart city frameworks. The Canadian model has become shorthand for responsible urban innovation. Let's also talk sustainability, because this is where Canadian cities really shine. Smart waste bins in Ottawa notify city workers when they're full, reducing unnecessary pickups and fuel usage. But Ottawa took it a step further. The bins also sort waste automatically and provide real-time feedback to users about their recycling habits. In Regina, LED smart streetlights dim or brighten depending on foot traffic, conserving energy while keeping people safe. The system has reduced the city's street lighting energy consumption by 60%. While actually improving safety ratings, the lights can also change color to indicate air quality levels or severe weather warnings. Quebec City uses predictive weather data to optimize when and where to salt roads, cutting cost and environmental damage by 40%. The system even accounts for wind patterns and snowdrifts to minimize salt usage while maximizing effectiveness. One of the more futuristic examples is in Waterloo. where partnerships with local universities are driving research into autonomous shuttles and robot delivery systems. These aren't just experiments, they're being tested on real streets with real people under careful regulation. The University of Waterloo has created what they call a living lab, where students, researchers, and city officials test new technologies together. Autonomous vehicles navigate real campus and city streets. Delivery robots bring food to students while navigating pedestrian traffic. It's like a glimpse into the future, happening right now. But here's what's different about the Waterloo approach. Safety and ethics aren't afterthoughts. They're built in from day one. Every test includes extensive public consultation and transparent reporting of results. Canada is also quietly becoming a leader in digital governance. The cities of Guelph and London are piloting blockchain-based systems for municipal record-keeping, reducing bureaucracy and increasing security. Guelph was one of the winners of Canada's Smart Cities Challenge in 2019, focusing on improving civic engagement and service delivery through technology. In Guelph, citizens can now track permit applications, vote on municipal issues, and even participate in budget discussions through secure digital platforms. The city has reduced processing times for permits by 70%, while increasing transparency. Meanwhile, national efforts like the Canadian Digital Charter are laying down ethical guidelines that local governments are using to make sure smart tech works for people, not against them. The Charter isn't just suggestions, it's becoming the foundation for how Canadian cities approach technology implementation. What's more impressive is the collaborative spirit. In other countries, private companies often dominate smart city development. In Canada, local governments, academics, nonprofits, and citizens are co-designing solutions. It's not about profit, it's about purpose. Take the example of Bridgewater, Nova Scotia, another Smart Cities Challenge winner. The small town is using technology to support its aging population. Smart home monitoring systems help seniors live independently longer. Community volunteers are connected through apps to provide support when needed. The technology serves the community's specific needs rather than imposing a one-size-fits-all solution. Canadian innovation isn't limited to big cities. Small towns and rural communities are also embracing smart technology in creative ways. In Thunder Bay, Ontario, smart sensors monitor the health of the city's aging infrastructure, predicting when bridges or roads need maintenance before they become dangerous. In Charlottetown, Prince Edward Island, smart parking systems have eliminated the frustration of circling downtown looking for a spot. But more importantly, the system has helped local businesses by directing customers to available parking near shops and restaurants. Canadian cities are also integrating smart technology with healthcare in innovative ways. In Victoria, British Columbia, air quality sensors throughout the city provide real-time data to residents with respiratory conditions. The system can predict bad air quality days and send alerts to vulnerable populations. In Saskatoon, smart technology is being used to improve emergency response times. The system analyzes traffic patterns, construction zones, and even weather conditions to determine the fastest routes for ambulances and fire trucks. Response times have improved by an average of 15%. Of course, challenges remain. Funding gaps, cybersecurity threats, and the need for more tech talent are ongoing concerns. But Canadian cities are addressing these issues not by cutting corners, but by building trust. Cybersecurity, for instance, isn't just an IT department concern in Canadian cities, it's a community-wide effort. Cities regularly conduct public education campaigns about digital safety. They've created cybersecurity councils that include citizens alongside technical experts. The funding challenge has led to creative partnerships. Cities are working together to share costs and expertise. A traffic management system developed in Vancouver might be adapted for use in Halifax, splitting development costs and multiplying benefits. The smart cities market in Canada is projected to grow by 11.15% from 2025 to 2029, reaching a market volume of $1.45 billion United States dollars by 2029. But for Canadian cities, growth isn't just about market size, it's about impact. Plans for the next few years include expanding AI-powered healthcare systems, implementing citywide IoT networks for environmental monitoring, and developing new forms of digital democracy. But every plan includes extensive public consultation and ethical review. Canadian cities are also working on smart region initiatives, where multiple municipalities share technology and data to solve problems that cross city boundaries. Climate change, transportation, and economic development don't stop at city limits, so neither should smart city solutions. They know that a truly smart city isn't one that just uses AI. It's one where people feel safer, more connected, and more in control. Canadian cities have proven that you don't need to choose between innovation and privacy, between efficiency and ethics, between progress and people. The Canadian approach has influenced smart city development worldwide. Cities in Europe are adopting Canadian-style public consultation processes. Asian cities are implementing Canadian privacy frameworks. African cities are using Canadian models for digital inclusion. But perhaps the most important export is the idea itself, that technology should serve communities, not the other way around. So, next time someone asks where the future is being built, you might want to point them north, because from Toronto's AI transit systems to Calgary's smart infrastructure, from Indigenous tech partnerships in BC to digital inclusion in Nova Scotia, from Montreal's mobility solutions to rural innovation across the prairies, Canada is quietly setting the gold standard for what smart nations could and should look like. This isn't just about having cooler gadgets or more efficient systems. It's about reimagining what cities can be when technology serves people instead of the other way around. It's about proving that innovation and ethics aren't opposites, they're partners. Canadian cities aren't just getting smarter, they're getting wiser. And in a world where technology often seems to divide us, Canada is showing how it can bring us together instead. The revolution is happening quietly, politely, and inclusively. Very Canadian, indeed. And if this inspired you, hit that like button, leave a comment sharing which innovation surprised you most, and subscribe for more deep dives into the untold stories shaping our world. It costs you nothing, but it helps us a lot. Until next time, stay curious.
So Canada is at risk of losing everything because Mark Carney decided in the last minute of negotiations, hey, you know what? I'm going to take the most controversial stance on the most controversial topic that I possibly can, and Canada will officially back Palestine as a state in September. And that really sent a shockwave across America, the media, politicians, and just the whole, conglomerate machine system that functions. And it turns out that it's not necessarily a deal breaker, but it will have an impact. So yeah, we have that to look forward to. Also, Doug Ford is back to threatening America. Remember that fat pig with rabies who's like, we're going to cut off the power to 1.4 million homes in America. He's back to making threats to Trump. So yeah, everything is going as it should in Canada. I guess this country is literally, the part of the culture is being anti-American. For those who don't know, liberalism in Canada has been redefining since the dawn of Canada what it means to be a nationalist in this country, and that is somehow being, anti-American or proud not to be American. Instead of being proud to be Canadian, it's proud to not be American. Kind of weird, but hey, that's just our culture, apparently. I disagree with it heavily. I think that we should be more intertwined with America. I would like to see joint military bases in America. I would like to see phone providers that are American in Canada, even American banks. I'd like to see more variety of barbecue chips in our grocery stores. When you go to America, there's Southern barbecue, Western barbecue, Eastern barbecue, Northern barbecue, Midwestern barbecue, light barbecue, heavy barbecue, real barbecue, American barbecue. You get the point. There's a lot of different options, and Canada doesn't really have any options. And it turns out that we might not even have a trade deal at the end of the day. So yeah, I hope you stick around for the full video. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to another video, everybody. Before we get into it, I do really want to encourage you all to hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't yet already. That does really help grow the channel. We got a lot to take a look at in this video, so again, I hope you stick around for the full thing. Now, this video is not sponsored. In fact, there's actually nothing that I really require of you or I'm going to ask of you, except there kind of is. One of my good friends, his dad was just diagnosed with stage 3, I believe, throat cancer. And, I mean, he was on the cusp of having to retire, and now he can't go to his job, not going to qualify for EI, I believe, and he's, just totally down on his luck. And if anyone out there would like to donate to that, this is the GoFundMe that's been set up. My buddy doesn't even know I'm doing this, so it'd be super awesome if we just kind of shocked him and his world and his father, and we're able to raise a little bit of money for them. So I'm gonna put the link down below in the description or the pinned comment below. And honestly, I'm just gonna say it again, fuck cancer. I absolutely hate cancer. If cancer was a country or a place, we would nuke it without hesitation. Like, I hate cancer in its entirety. Without further ado, let's get into the news. Breaking: Donald Trump signed an executive order to make America fit again. Obesity's been plaguing America, North America, the world, and, he's bringing back the presidential fitness test to schools. Here he is signing the executive order.
Doing pretty well, right? Good job. Okay, so we got it.
There you go. So that is pretty freaking cool. Bringing back the presidential fitness test to high schools is, I think, a phenomenal thing that America's doing. And Canada should do something similar. That's just my opinion. I'd love to know what you guys think down below. And then we gotta talk about this crazy story that was on the news a few days ago. I've been meaning to talk about it, and I just haven't yet. This Quebec man was detained by U.S. Coast Guards while fishing in a lake? That's super weird, but let's take a look.
I'm never going to be the same. You see, it comes and goes. I can't stop it.
Edouard Lallemand is still very emotional when he talks about what happened on Sunday evening. Lallemand was out fishing near Venise, Quebec. The water connects to Lake Champlain in the U.S., but Lallemand says he knows for certain he was on the Canadian side.
I'm seeing them. They're coming towards me, and I know in my heart I'm in Canada. I said, they can't do nothing to me.
The boat that was approaching, he says, was the U.S. Coast Guard. They asked him to turn off his engine. He complied. They told him he was in U.S. territory.
No, I'm very sorry. I'm in Canada. And I said, I'm quite up to talk to you guys, but you cannot arrest me. You can't come across the border and pick me up. And he did.
Lallemand says he started his engine and tried to make his way further into Canada, but he says the Coast Guard followed and tried pushing him into the U.S. Eventually, his boat capsized. Lallemand was in the water and says he was drowning.
You know what they're doing? They're tying to my boat to their boat. They're not even taking care of me. Not at all. I'm the one that told them. The third time I went down, coming out with water in my mouth, spitting it out, I said, throw me a buoy.
He says he was handcuffed on the U.S. Coast Guard boat and eventually turned over to Border Patrol. He was detained and placed in a holding cell without a proper explanation, he says.
I thought you were arresting me. No, sir, you're detained. I said, detained for what? I said, you arrest me. I didn't do nothing to you guys. I didn't even hit you guys.
In a statement to CTV News, the U.S. Coast Guard says the operator was informed that he was in U.S. Customs waters. While the Coast Guard's 29-foot response boat was alongside the vessel, the operator put the vessel in motion and ignored commands to maintain course and speed for boarding purposes. The vessel then made an abrupt turn and struck the port bow of the Coast Guard. They go on to say that Lallemand boat capsized and he ended up in the water, but the Coast Guard promptly recovered him. He was eventually transferred to U.S. Border Patrol custody, and the Coast Guard says the actions of the operator of the Canadian vessel are currently under investigation.
We treat our pets better than they treated him.
After hours in a cell, Lallemand was released.
When I saw him coming from the...
At least it was only hours and not days. It sounds like a messy situation, two sides of the story. I hope there's video footage for this person's sake that would maybe help clear his name, but it is real out there. If you are on the water that shares a border with America, you can't just, cross that border. I mean, people that are on the lower mainland, just southwest of Vancouver, south of Vancouver, in White Rock, which is a bordering town. Sometimes the tide goes out. The water will go out so far, 500 meters, a kilometer, something like that, that you can walk the shoreline. And people have found themselves on the American side by walking that shoreline, and they get in trouble. Of course, there's usually ample signage, but when you're out in the middle of a body of water, it's a little bit more difficult. You just have to be careful of that. Again, when it comes to the ins and outs of that story, I don't really know what side to believe. I just find it very interesting, and I wanted to share it with you guys. What do you guys think about this? Because it seems like it's pretty freaking messy. And then we're going to take a look here at our next piece, which is $2.8 million announced for forestry skills training in Northern Ontario.
The provincial government is investing nearly $3 million in the North's forestry industry. Nipissing MPP Vic Fideli announced this morning $2.8 million from the Skills Development Fund training stream to the Canadian Institute of Forestry. The money will support 75 forestry workers in Northern Ontario to train for jobs in the industry. The funding is in partnership with Collège Boreal and will help provide skills-based training focused on high-tech harvesting machines.
Interesting. I think that we should be putting more money into our forestry sector. I'm all for it. But since we are talking about Ontario, we now have to take a look at Dougie Boy, the fat pig with rabies. Nope, not mentality, just the fat pig with rabies. Not too long ago, only a few months ago, this is what Doug Boy had to say.
We also need to be ready to dig in for a long fight. We need to be ready to escalate using every tool in our toolkit. That includes surcharges or even outright restrictions on the critical minerals and electricity we supply to the United States. The critical minerals and electricity they depend on. Today, I'm writing to every senator, every congressman and woman, and the governors from New York State, Michigan, and Minnesota, telling them that these tariffs persist. If the Trump administration falls through on any more tariffs, we will immediately...
I see you have arrived safely in West Virginia. Is your payload secure?
If you read the so-called Sentinel artifact, yes. But the miracles promised to me.
The director requisited this mention to what you might call my hardware.
I very much wish to examine your mainframe, Sam. That sounded less cynical than intended.
Right in the CPU. Weapon got your pawn? Cool. I'm in. Hell yeah. I sure as shit know what to do with you.
I promise the Sentinel artifact will deliver results, but using it may prove as difficult as it was to obtain.
Seriously? I swear, Max has better kiss all our asses when we bring her back from the dark ether.
What's what?
Only a fool would pass this up. This thing could kill on safe. count on you, Box.
Max armor. Double points. Tear them to pieces. Max ammo. Bonus points.
What? The real mystery is how they cram it all in there. Hey, things are looking up.
I would like to help pick things up, but I am manually disrespectful.
Messy, but damn it, it gets results.
Max armor.
even if I help secure my business.
So I didn't roll over, and I told the Prime Minister, do not roll over, get that guy back as hard as we possibly can, and that's what we need to do. And we can do it. We can build it. So we're going to make this one way or another.
Down like dominoes.
What time of night do you close this, young lady? Wait, what? I mean, hello, good of you to join me.
This ain't NATO regulation. Back to the grave.
Subject hand-eye coordination is... It's fine.
So this is President Trump's response to Mark Carney saying yesterday that Canada will recognize Palestine as a state.
Any time is the right time for a nog.
Essentially, they said that we were a dead country. 1 year ago, we were a dead country. Now we're the hottest country in the world. Look at you people. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world. People are like, yeah, do you have one? Yeah, that, great. It's very simple. I've been charging tariffs to our farmers. So,
Collateral damage. The gift that keeps on giving.
Double points.
We can extract you now. I checked the rotor shaft and skids myself.
absolutely phenomenal. But that's my opinion, folks. I would absolutely love to know what you guys think down below in the comments. Now let's see what the media is saying, because, again, we are on the brink.
Little expression on your face, just like Charles Walker has. The Walkers are having another struggling day, and we're out here having the unity. We're out here building the kingdom of God. Right? That's what we do.
Tear them to pieces.
You couldn't get us noted, holding me to be upset.
Why did you learn that? I noticed there's a lot of
Your efficiency has been noted.
kids love it. Kids love it.
Why do things the hard way?
Double
Thing too, I mean, real things that give them something to look up to. That's really important. That's vital. I think people forget that. A lot of these kids, they don't have a real role model or anyone to look up to. Hell, a lot of them don't even have like a real father or a father who's around. You know, and I was blessed. God blessed me and blessed me more than enough to have an amazing father and an amazing dad. So, you know, everybody deserves to have a good father, man, or, you know, to have a role model and a figure to look up to. Truthfully, everybody deserves that. You know, so, you know, maybe that's why Charles Wofford is the way he is. You listen here, Waffle Wofford. You keep my name out your mouth. Come over here and get my wife's name right, Christina. That's from the other guys. It's Christina. In the movie, it's like Christine is. It's hilarious. But yeah, man. I'm a real role model. I'm a role model. I'm an icon. I'm a public figure. I'm a whole lot of things. I'm an inspiration. I'm a walking miracle. And I'm also the real Batman. That's right. You will do nothing about it. How's everybody doing out there today? I hope you're having a swell day. A lot of these wage slaves are probably disgruntled and frustrated and passive aggressive as they are every day. Who cares? Wage slave. Gotta go to your 9 to 5. Extra level. Well, like I said, we're gonna keep on pushing. We're gonna keep winning. That check is over $111. Folks. That's right. Over $111 all the check. You know. Got us in the report.
What's that?
Like I said, our
Oh, yes, well done. Extra credit for you.
Told you we'd have a blast here.
Like I said, I'm sure that's not how you
15.
anybody.
This is starting to
But
get
like
fun.
I said, I appreciate the money. You know, I'd be transferring that money every time. Every time that money comes in and transfer. I wish you'd donate a little bit more. like I said, I do appreciate regardless of that quite a bit at home. But I'm just saying that we can send a higher amount. Or that way there's so much out of it. You send it first. Take that in. Send it in. Won't count the tuna. Here's $50.
Energy mindset.
And then you take taxes out that one time.
Stuck here.
Save money that way.
Now that's a summer cut.
They going nowhere. We all know the line. Back up. So we got to do it.
You want a medal?
I'll think I'm
Bonus point.
Are you finished demolishing the beautiful home?
oh. What do you know? A traffic jam around.
Okay, yep, like it.
Alright, hold on. Yeah, there's the wrong man there. You don't know what that is. See, that's the thing is I concept that I just do it. It's written all over me that I'm the one
I'm down. Get me back in the fight.
And like I said, I do the real thing to stand up against corruption.
Oh no!
Necessary
Did
service.
it get to you in time?
I'm a good person too. I do want to quote that bank book. You're evil. I'm necessary evil. For real. That's the way I want to talk to Joe, boy. It's on. And this gives you power over me. You feel in charge. That's what I want to Joe Walker. He's like, nobody's anybody's boss. You sure about that? Because it kind of is feeling like I'm not going to go as far as to say that 100% I feel like your boss. I truly do. In fact, I feel it's the UPS drivers here. Matter of fact, I feel like I'm going to get. I feel like you're going to end up having to sell me that land up top. I feel like whatever I want, I'm going to get. You know, I want that land. Why? Because I can build on it for real. And I can actually do something with it. I want that land. Not that it's going to matter to Christina and I. Me and Christina are going to have everything we need. Right? He looks scared. But, I mean, I want that land. I want that land. I want them to sell me that camper. Right? For a fair price, though, like $5. It ain't worth nothing. It ain't worth no grand, even. All that together ain't worth a grand. You got that handed to you, brother? Right? So, if you got it handed to you and you beg, right, shouldn't you just sign it over for free, like you said? He real bothered, too. He just like the penguin. It's crazy how much I get folks in the feelings just by saying the truth and talking. I mean, he really bothered by it, too. Nobody's better than anybody. How you doing? Nobody's better than anyone. Nobody's anybody's boss. Well, I'm telling you what to do, Charles. I'm keep doing it every day, and not bother you. We'll be right back.
Hi, welcome back to Joe Blogs. In today's episode, I want to talk to you about the BRICS Alliance because it's now in real danger of falling apart. Donald Trump is on a mission to punish the BRICS countries, and he recently announced an additional 10% tariff for all countries that are members of BRICS. Now, BRICS originally was just Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. However, in 2024, Egypt, Ethiopia, Iran, and the UAE also signed up. And in January this year, Indonesia
Welcome to Liberty Falls. Population? Well, less than yesterday. Never been so glad to see backup arrive. Hell, lucky I'm still in one piece. I need you to look for survivors. Subdue any threats. Help me save this town. Copy? with 3 of our scientists in town trying to stop the outbreak. Find them, bring them home. We need brain power as much as firepower.
They would have to pay 10% tariff just for that one thing, and they won't be a member of
I heard that one.
Double point.
On top of whatever's agreed with each individual country. Go on to look at that in a moment, but I can tell you that all of the BRICS countries appear to be punished by the USA. So Donald Trump,
the people who lived here trusted us.
very
We failed them, and I can't even explain how.
Give me a weapon and let me do my thing. Yes, sir. I know a fucking force multiplier when I see one.
so that another country can take over and meet the standard. If you have a strong president who's going to lose the standard,
Max Armor.
you would lose the standard. You
Is this box nailed down? 'Cause I have an idea.
the world standard dollar. That would be like losing a war.
This thing could kill on safe.
We would not be the same country any longer. We're not going to let that happen. The dollar, you ever hear the expression, dollar is king? The dollar is king. We're going to keep it that way. And you're saying people aren't intelligent. They can, but they're going to have to be right.
Let's check it out. He doesn't want the BRICS coming anywhere near this. Closing down.
Bonus point.
Manifesting. Ray gun. Oh, auto shotting with incendiary ammo.
So hit that subscribe button. It doesn't cost you anything.
Really, a subscription is just an indication that you like the channel, but it helps me with the algorithm and YouTube and all of those sorts of things. So please do that if you haven't done so already. And also, thank you so much to everyone that's supporting me. If you bought me a coffee, sent me a YouTube super thanks, or signed up as a Patreon, you got these. It's the second largest economy in the world. And you'll know that at one point the tariffs were reported to be 145%. That was at the height of the trade war. However, it's now been agreed that they'll be reduced to 30% for most Chinese imports into the USA, plus this additional 10% that's now being charged for all members of BRICS. So all imports to the USA from China are now going to cost 40% more than they did before Donald Trump took over. That's actually not as bad as Brazil, which has now been hit with a 50% tariff. So that is significantly penal. Now, there have been some exceptions to that. The USA have actually carved out orange juice because they import a lot of orange juice from Brazil, and also airline parts, and the other one is energy products. So any oil that's being exported from Brazil won't be subject to that 50% charge. But everything else, all of the items, will have 50% plus a 10% charge. So that was bad news for those two countries. But India saw itself as a close ally of the USA. You remember back in February, Modi actually flew to the White House, and we had a joint press conference where both Donald Trump and Modi said that they were friends and that they were hoping to forge a long-lasting and fruitful relationship. And it was reported that India was expecting a tariff to come in at around about 13%, which actually would have been less than the 15% recently announced for Japan and South Korea. However, that hasn't really played out the way India thought it was going to. And on the 30th of July, the first indication that we had that things weren't going as smoothly as we thought, when Donald Trump posted this on his Truth Social website. It says, "Remember, while India is our friend, we have over the years done relatively good business with them because their tariffs are far too high."
Welcome to Colton Hall. I trust your journey was uneventful.
Well, I almost stitched Beck's mouth shut, but otherwise, well, poco por favor, tracking the Sentinel artifact halfway around the globe.
Enter the manhole and descend to the mainframe chamber. Time for us to meet face to face.
If you have a sense of smell, go ahead and switch it off. None of us have seen a shower in weeks.
31st of July says, what's in the administration? They let's keep it that way until Medvedev, the failed former president of Russia,
Ready to dazzle a born skeptic by creating life out of thin air?
Indeed, I am, Herr Doctor. But our team must still complete some final arrangements.
Ah, solid add to the kit.
Double points.
So this is basically what I'm saying. I'm now going after all of the BRICS countries, including Russia, and Medvedev saying Russia, we're the biggest single trading partner for export. Show what those exports are made up of. The size of the bubbles here relate to the size of business or big bubble. Exports from India, even the biggest single export. So, box, operation, so these
Tear them to pieces.
they relate to excessive objects.
Max ammo.
The percentage of the
So it's 5.3%. So quite a big chunk of all of those in.
Florida Premier Danielle Smith sharing her 2 cents on the latest trade war development. In a social media post Friday, Smith praising the fact that the vast majority of Alberta goods sold to the U.S., such as oil, gas, and agricultural products, remain tariff-free. But it's not all welcome news to Smith, as her post continues to say the increase to 35% on some other Canadian goods is disappointing, noting the harm it will bring to business owners on both North
And joining me now is Dan Kelly, president of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. Dan, thanks so much for your time. How do you see the state of negotiations as we've been now blown past the August 1st deadline and the impact it's having on so many small businesses you represent?
Look, the worst case scenario didn't happen, but the second worst case did, and that is ongoing uncertainty over trade. On top of that, it's not going in a good direction, going in quite a bad one, with rising tariffs on at least a chunk of Canadian trade, the elimination of the de minimis rule for small retailers that sell goods into the U.S. market. It's right now all that. Not at the end of the road, but pretty close to it.
Of course, tariffs for these goods that are not compliant with the CUSMA trade agreement are being hit with 35%, and there are sectoral tariffs, but you also brought up the point that uncertainty is also a huge problem for businesses right now.
It is. Look, yeah, you're quite right. There are a number of exporters, including small guys, that are going to struggle to meet that CUSMA exemption threshold. It's not for the faint of heart. It's quite an undertaking to become CUSMA compliant. If you have hundreds or thousands of goods from different countries of origins, it's a big mess. But it is at least technically possible. The part that isn't changing right now is the uncertainty over trade. It's probably gotten worse rather than better. And that is what's choking the Canadian business community. I talked to a small business owner this week who said that he has been holding on to his staff even though demand has dropped for his products, hoping that the trade deal would be reached and that he could move on to a brighter day. But he said he has run out of bandwidth, can no longer pay his staff if the trade deal isn't signed, and as a result, he's going to have to begin layoffs right away.
Your organization, CFIB, is calling on Ottawa to release funds that have been collected from Canada's retaliatory tariffs. What else would you like to see from Ottawa?
Look, I'm not going to be able to criticize Mark Carney for not getting a deal at this point with Donald Trump. I'm not sure the Pope himself would have enough patience to try to get a deal landed in the time frame allowed. But what I am going to be critical of is if the government doesn't start to release some of the tariff revenues it's already collected to support small businesses. That's what's needed right now. For those guys that are facing layoffs or uncertainty, they need some help. They need it now. And the government has collected a couple $1 million extra in this tariff, in our tariffs. That's the money that needs to be released, and the Prime Minister made a promise to do just that.
Dan Kelly is the president of the Canadian Federation of Independent Business, and as he's been detailing, many small businesses incredibly concerned about the impact of these tariffs. Dan, always appreciate your time. Thanks so much.
Anytime.
Friday night's usually when, you have a lot of people out here, so like these streets are all dead. You see those trucks right there, some people say they're ice.
Small businesses across the country have become the sites of ICE raids.
Federal agents in unmarked vehicles en masse seizing boxes of items.
Pulled in, as a matter of fact, in a restaurant down the street, and they just raided the place. It's people who have worked there for years. It's something else.
Nowhere is that tension more apparent than in McAllen, Texas.
To be real, we're in the state of crisis.
I literally felt like the population was gone. Employees are scared to go to work.
In 2024, McAllen reported record-breaking sales tax earnings due to their economic relationship with neighboring Mexico. A 12% increase from 2023, with almost $100 million in additional sales tax revenue, showed that the border economy was booming. Now, all that is changing.
We're trying to get the bad people out of here first, and we're doing that. We're taking them out by the thousands.
We went to McAllen, Texas with Senator Bernie Sanders to hear from the neighbors of some of the detained workers.
McAllen has a population that is heavy immigrant population. People who are documented and undocumented. We are right on the border of Texas. We're only about 5 miles away from the Texas border. Employees are scared to go to work. So our construction workers, our field workers, our service industry workers, our yard men.
They're not criminals.
Personal friends, family members. There's a lot of us here, but there are thousands of our friends and family members that wouldn't even drive here because they're afraid to drive in the streets at night.
I literally felt like it was a ghost town. Stores were empty. We went in and there's just literally no one shopping. And the shopping in downtown McAllen is part of the livelihood of McAllen.
But that's the workers, people that work in restaurants, they're not showing up to work.
Here in the South Texas, we enjoy our Fonduce, seafood, and one of my favorite places, it's all Spanish-speaking people. 6, 7 Spanish speakers, all of them
Yale University estimates that between 20 and 25 billion in annual federal and state taxes will be lost due to the loss of workers, closure of businesses, and reduced spending habits across the country. In response to Trump's declaration, ICE stated that their quota of 3,000 arrests per day could not be reached without raiding businesses that have been briefly exempted, like restaurants, hotels, and farms.
We have fought very hard right now, and we have filed a lawsuit to prevent the administration and ICE from detaining people just because of the work that they're doing, the language that they speak, the color of their skin.
They're picking up anyone who looks a certain way.
The rhetoric they will use is we're throwing out these violent criminals if you think of do. But when you go after people who've lived in this country for a long time, worked hard, pay taxes, live by the rules, that is not working so well for Trump.
To ask the Democratic Party to take the narrative of immigration and to stand for us. Because we are workers, we're good people. And if they do not take the narrative and start writing immigration reform, the Republicans are going to continue to call us names and berate us. And that's not fair. So please tell the Democratic Party to stand up and also take some of the risks along with us.
You guys want to play a guessing game? You got snacks. It's cool. Hey, you guys want to play a guessing game? Okay. I wish I had some prizes.
I'm at this strawberry festival in Ohio, and I'm asking a question that most Americans get wrong.
The CEO of Lowe's, you know the hardware store? How much more do you think he makes compared to the average Lowe's worker who is helping you find the screwdrivers or whatever?
3 times.
3. Also 3. Okay. How much more do we think the CEO of McDonald's made than his workers last year? I'm going to say 9. The CEO of McDonald's made 1,212 times what his average worker made. 557 times more. 410 times more than the average Home Depot worker.
Regardless of their politics, there's one thing that most Americans agree on. CEOs make way too much money.
I'm a paycheck to paycheck woman. It's not fair. I'm a laundry lady. I make less than $15 an hour.
I was the manager at McDonald's.
Okay, so you've seen it from the inside.
Unfortunately, yeah. But it wasn't always this way. If you go back to even just the mid-1960s, CEOs were making about 20 times as much as their workers. Today, that ratio has exploded to 290 times more. So, what happened? This is the story of how the wealthy took a weird corporate trick that used to be illegal and used it to supercharge their wealth at the expense of their workers. And when it gets here, it could get way worse.
Slapped it for good luck.
Felix Allen used to work at Lowe's Home Improvement in New Orleans.
I started at $12 an hour. And straight up, there have been people who were alive, when Martin Luther King Jr. was working on the Poor People's Campaign, working at our store, making less than $15 an hour.
Those figures track with what most Lowe's workers make nationwide, about $33,000 a year. The company's CEO made 557 times more in 2023.
And we're going to be great. One thing that became frustrating pretty quickly was understaffing. Often there were too many customers and not enough people in red vests. It's stressful. It wears on you.
It's not just Lowe's. Workers at Home Depot, CVS, Starbucks also say that understaffing is endemic nationwide. But all these companies are super profitable. I mean, wouldn't it make sense for them to just have enough staff scheduled on the floor to help their customers? That's just good business, right? Well, it used to be. Let's rewind back to 1979. That's when Lowe's graduated from a single North Carolina hardware store to a nationwide chain with a listing on the New York Stock Exchange. Back then, the CEO of a company like Lowe's basically had 3 options for what to do with their profits. They could put them back into the business, They might use some of it to reward all of those new shareholders with a payment called a dividend. Maybe they use it to invest in their workers, pay for them to learn a new skill, or at least hire enough of them at a high enough wage to help their existing customers. Or maybe they do a little bit of all three. Remember this chart? This is the era that we're talking about. The gap between the average big company CEO and their typical worker was about 25 to 1. Corporations were largely reinvesting in their innovation process, and in some cases, because of strong unions, paying their workers living wages. But then something shifted in American corporate culture. It would eventually lead to the explosion of CEO pay that we've seen since then. It was a complete revolution in the way American companies were run. There's a scene in the 1981 Danny DeVito movie, Other People's Money, that actually does a pretty good job showing this new way of thinking.
I'm not holding Richard. Are you going to liquidate me? Let's go.
Danny DeVito plays a corporate raider who is trying to convince the shareholders of a small New England cable company to sell him their shares so that they can cash out when he liquidates the company.
You invested in a business, and this business is dead. Let's have the intelligence to sign the death certificate of our employees, or our community. What will happen to them? I got 2 words for that. Who cares?
He tells the shareholders that the company has done them wrong by not prioritizing their payouts.
They sucked you dry. And our stock, 1/6 what it was 10 years ago.
DeVito is styled as the kind of lovable villain of this movie, but he actually represents a way of thinking that was taking over American business at the time.
The way that we have thought about the purpose of the corporation since the Reagan Revolution is to make as much money as possible for shareholders.
We're going to turn the boat loose.
I refer to this as shareholder primacy.
In the movie, the shareholders eventually agreed to sell to DeVito's character over the objections of the company's CEO. In real life, shareholders found a way to make sure that CEOs always put their interest above everybody else's. Instead of paying CEOs a salary in cash, like workers at the rest of the company, start paying them in company stock. The idea spread like wildfire.
Well, if one CEO starts to be paid in this new structure and you see their compensation go up very rapidly, that's going to spread very quickly across the entire ecosystem. It's like keeping up with the Joneses.
Something else happened when CEOs started getting paid in company stock, and it goes a long way towards explaining why companies like Lowe's won't schedule enough workers to help customers, or pay their employees like Felix a living wage. Remember those 3 options that Lowe's and other companies used to have for what to do with their profits? Well, in 1982, right before CEO pay started to really take off, they added a 4th option: buying shares of the company's stock. Here's how it works.
Let's say each share of Lowe's stock sells for $100 on the open market. Then the CEO of Lowe's decides to use some of the company's profits to buy back some of those shares. Now, all of a sudden, with fewer shares remaining, each share is worth a bunch more. Ta-da!
If this is reading to you like some kind of scammy corporate magic trick, you're not wrong.
For much of our history, stock buybacks were illegal.
The lawyers of big companies knew that a company could be accused of manipulating its market price if it went ahead and did stock buybacks.
That changed when Ronald Reagan was elected in 1980 on a platform of deregulation, and he picked a Wall Street executive to be the head of the SEC. And that SEC chair decided that allowing stock buybacks would help companies that wanted to enrich their executives and their shareholders without really having to do anything to improve their performance.
The Schoolhouse Rock theory of investing holds that in order for a company's stock price to go up, they have to actually do something, like increasing their pollution. I mean, their sales.
Looks as if their sales are going up sky. Better go on the road, tell them to buy.
But with buybacks, corporations can raise their stock price without actually doing anything. I mean, just workers created nearly $7 billion in profits last year. What do? Use it to make a bunch of your part-time workers full-time so they can help customers? Gotta pay the shareholders their dividend. Don't want to get fired. Use it to pay your employees a living wage so they stick with the company longer. Or use it to do a massive stock buyback, which literally makes the shares that you own worth more and ensures that you get that $3 million bonus. Why wouldn't they? If you put an incentive structure in place where CEOs legally manipulate the market price of the stock that directly and indirectly affects their own compensation, why wouldn't they?
They can inflate their own paychecks without having to do anything to improve company performance.
Stock buybacks are a huge reason why the pay gap between CEOs and their workers jumped in the 80s and 90s and has stayed high ever since. You've seen consistently companies like Lowe's or Walmart or Starbucks where workers have been organizing. They have billions of dollars going out the door in stock buybacks. They say they cannot afford to pay their workers even a very, very low basic wage.
They're literally buying back their own stocks. It's hard for me to understand, but it's clear that if they're doing that, they got some coin to throw around. And they're getting paid however many hundreds of dollars per hour. And yet, my coworker who has worked at Lowe's for 20 years is making less than 15. It's almost like laughable. It's obviously incredibly offensive.
When companies started paying their CEOs in stock, it helped kickstart a massive nationwide transfer of wealth from workers to CEOs and shareholders. More recently, that wealth transfer has come to overnight thanks to one specific loan.
Another huge turning point was the 2017 tax reform.
The biggest tax cut, biggest reform of all time.
Now, as Trump and the Republicans are working overtime to make these tax cuts permanent in his big, beautiful bill, it's easy to see how it will supercharge this wealth transfer from workers to CEOs, because we already have the evidence.
The biggest giveaway in that 2017 reform was the slashing of the corporate tax rate from 35 to 21%.
This change gave corporations a huge amount of cash to throw around.
Company leaders promised that they would use their windfalls from that tax cut and funnel it almost immediately into workers' hands through wage increases and bonuses.
You're going to start seeing a lot more money in your paycheck.
Well, what happened after that bill was passed? A handful of companies gave some modest bonuses, but then that was it.
Can you guess what they did instead?
It's not just a big year for earnings, it's a big year for buybacks. Are expected to hit a record $1 trillion this year.
Companies announcing big share buyback programs along with their earnings reports. Of course, the irony of it being named the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act is that very, very little of these savings went to the workers. Many people, including myself, were predicting that we would see buybacks as a main way that companies were utilizing the gain, but we saw it in levels that I didn't even expect.
It really changed the norm for stock buyback spending.
When we did a big tax cut, or when they took the money and did buybacks, that's not building a hangar, that's not buying aircraft, that's not doing the kind of things that I want them to do. We didn't think we would have had to restrict it because we thought they would have known better.
Clearly, they don't know better. And even if we take Trump at his word here that he didn't know companies were going to do all these buybacks with their tax savings, it raises a really important question. Why is he about to run the exact same play? Trump's big, beautiful bill gives corporations another massive tax cut, but it doesn't put any limits on buybacks or tax them more aggressively, which was something that one of his own cabinet members, Marco Rubio, floated back in 2019.
We do want to create a preference for reinvesting it back into your business to increase productivity, innovation.
And you want to guess why Rubio's buybacks tax isn't on the table this time around? Because days after he merely suggested it, Wall Street investors and their protectors in Congress threw a proper little fit. One investment advisor told CNBC it was part of a war on wealth. Another called it an attack on democracy in a Financial Times op-ed.
I'm not sure what the problem is
is we're trying to solve here. Yes, there have been stock buybacks too. I just don't get this, the alarm over a perfectly normal, healthy aspect of a market economy.
Legislators saying we know better how to deploy corporate capital than the managers in the business.
Fast forward 6 years, and there is not one peep of buybacks opposition among Republicans. So that's the story of how CEOs ransacked America's corporations and took everything for themselves. It used to be a literal crime. Now it's just business as usual. And it's no wonder that so many Americans feel that the politicians who let this happen aren't representing them.
Do you all feel comfortable sharing who you voted for in the last presidential election?
Did vote.
If you had a candidate that was running on a platform of capping CEO pay, would you have voted?
Well,
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, let them know what it's like for us regular people. I didn't vote for president. If there was a presidential candidate out here talking about capping CEO pay at, I think what you said, like 3, 4, 5 times, would you support that candidate? Yes. It's not something that you hear politicians talk about a lot. Why do you think that is?
Yeah, the big donors, a lot of previous politicians, their wives, their families, that are all capitalizing off of this money. There's a whole lot of votes out there available for purchase.
But you think that, like, regular folks, people who are working for a living, yeah.
I would definitely vote for a president like that.
Thank you so much for watching our video. If you'd like to see more stories like this, be sure to like and subscribe to get more Perfect Union in your feed. And if you have ideas for stories we should investigate, drop them in the comments below.
I've worked my whole life, and this is what it comes down to? Some greedy person wanting his big chunk out of what little bit I had?
How much longer can you afford to live in your home?
1 month. I don't know what I'm going to do. Hope that I don't wake up tomorrow. That's crossed my mind.
One of the most important forms of affordable housing is under threat. They're called manufactured housing communities. You might know them as mobile home parks or trailer parks, and they often get a bad rap. But 22 million Americans call them home for a reason.
We're pretty much the last oasis of affordable housing in this country.
These parks are at the foundation of America's housing market, often the last line of defense against homelessness. But over the last decade, these communities have become the target of a new kind of landlord: private equity.
Private equity firms are increasingly getting involved.
Some of the biggest investors in America have moved into this industry.
People living in a local mobile home park outraged over the sharp increase in lot rent.
Rents were raised by nearly 60%.
Their rent could increase by thousands of dollars a year.
A group of mobile home residents are protesting their living conditions.
It's like you genetically bred a superior predator and let him loose in a target-rich environment. This is actually a good day. Sometimes it's like,
This corporation is putting profits ahead of the safety and welfare of our local citizens, and this we will not allow.
So why have manufactured homes become private equity's latest target? And what can be done to save one of the last forms of affordable housing in the country?
We lived in manufactured homes for 50 years, maybe more.
Madeline Beckett lives in a park outside of Lansing, Michigan.
This park was run the way a good park should be run, by the same couple for years and years and years. They were a little stern, or she was a little stern. She was a lot stern, but nobody pulled any punches with her.
Like most people in manufactured housing, Madeline owns her home, but pays monthly rent to the park owner for the land it sits on.
When I retired, I looked at my money and my situation, and I thought, okay, great. I knew what the rent was. It was a third of my income. But I don't live high in the hog. I'm not going to Paris anytime soon. And then the conglomerate came in and offered, apparently, the owner money that he couldn't resist. I looked it up, and I went, oh dear, I think we are in trouble.
3 years ago, a private equity firm bought Madeline's community and later sold to another firm. Since then, her monthly rent plus fees have jumped 50%.
Instead of what I thought the rent was going to be, it's $200 more. I have nowhere to go. Just the other day, my daughter went with me to the food bank, and I hadn't done that before. I haven't been poor. I worked for 45 years. There is no American dream anymore. All it is survival.
During the pandemic, institutional investors started to buy more manufactured housing than ever before. Between 2020 and 2021, they made nearly a quarter of all manufactured home purchases in the U.S. Today, 12 private equity firms own at least 1,200 parks nationwide, according to the Private Equity Stakeholder Project. In Michigan, private equity owns 1 in every 10 parks.
There is an overall trend in our economy to identify who has the fewest choices and then squeeze them.
Paul Terranova organizes manufactured housing residents in Michigan.
While folks often call them mobile homes, they're not really particularly mobile. Wall Street investors, private equity firms, hedge funds kind of figured out that folks living in manufactured housing communities are trapped.
It costs $10,000 to $20,000 to move one of these homes, and most people who live in them can't afford that.
You think about the fact that the average manufactured housing resident lives on about $35,000 a year. That's generally out of people's range.
Because they can't move, they're uniquely vulnerable to predatory landlords who can charge the highest rent residents can bear.
There's a guy named Frank Wolf who runs something called Manufactured Housing University.
Okay, we're now in our second part. We're getting that again. So here we are.
He was quoted saying something along the lines of, owning a mobile home park is like owning a Waffle House and having your customers chained to it.
The big thing is they can really tolerate revenue increases really well. And it pretty much works throughout America because there's so much need for affordable housing right now.
That business model, a reliable stream of payments from captive tenants, is a big reason why these parks are so lucrative, providing investors with one of the highest annual returns of any asset in real estate. Higher than offices, commercial, industrial, you name it.
Hey, trailer park.
This is a financial play. They don't care about this. They just as soon evict us, take our homes, and rent them out to somebody else for $200.
Theo Gantos lives in a park near Flint, Michigan. 3 years ago, it was taken over by Homes of America, an affiliate of the hedge fund Alden Global Capital. Alden Global is best known for buying newspapers across the country and distributing their assets.
Yeah, we had a pool, before the Homes of America. We still pay the same amount as though we had a pool, and as though we had a community center, but we have a community center here.
Since 2021, Homes of America has gone on a buying spree, spending nearly $300 million to acquire 138 parks across 17 states. They've raised rents and aggressively evicted residents. After years of neglect, only about 15% of the lots in Theo's park are still occupied.
And who is Homes of America? Homes of America is just a shell within a shell within a shell. Homes of America is Randy Smith.
Randall Smith is the founder and chief investment officer of Alden Global. He lives in Palm Beach, Florida. As of 2017, he owns 17 mansions. He has since sold 14 of them for a reported profit of $57 million.
Yeah, this is the plunder of private equity. This is what they do. Okay, everybody ready? Everybody rolling? All right, good afternoon.
In August, the county prosecutor brought charges against Homes of America's local LLC for operating the park without a license. It's the first time that the owner of a manufactured housing park in Michigan has ever faced that criminal charge.
A key element in the North Morris Estate's inability to obtain a license is its seeming refusal to fix the park's water problem.
Well, when the water comes out like this, it kind of realizes what's wrong there.
Hopefully, will get the attention of the out-of-state corporation that owns this park and force its officers and directors to do the right thing for the residents of this community. It's clear to me this corporation is putting profits before people.
Honestly, the board should need a Randall Smith, CEO of all of it. But he's hiding himself behind multiple shell layers. So getting to him is hard.
These big companies buying up these communities now need some oversight. Because right now they're free to abuse residents in pretty much every way they want.
Holly Hook lives 30 minutes away at another park, owned by private equity firm Haven Park Communities. That's the same company that bought Madeline's Park, and it owns 63 other parks across the country. In the last 6 years, Haven Park has doubled Holly's housing costs. To avoid homelessness, she's had to take on 2 roommates. What power do you have right now in the existing legal structure to do anything about the rising rent or any of the fees?
There's absolutely no recourse right now. About a year after this started, it's like something just broke in me, and I started talking to some neighbors, saying we've got to gather and do something about this.
Residents were up in arms, and they started going to their local township council meetings and city council meetings, and a few of them were able to make contact with a couple of state representatives, a Democrat named Senator John Cherry.
A lot of people from the district went up to him and told him about what Haven Park was doing, and that's what got him interested in drafting the bill package.
What the legislation tries to do, in the broadest sense, is to weed out the bad actors in the industry. What we're trying to do is make sure that folks don't get exploited. That's what this is about.
State Senator John Cherry is the sponsor of legislation that would protect residents from the worst abuses of predatory landlords. The bills were drafted in 2021 by a coalition of residents and advocates in direct negotiation with the landlord and district group.
It was a very collaborative process that actually included the Michigan Manufactured Housing Association.
The legislation would require landlords to justify any rent increase above the rate of inflation in front of the state commission. It would also limit the fees that landlords can charge, make utility charges transparent, require notification when a park is sold, and force landlords to pay fair market value for a home if a resident is evicted.
These are really modest protections, so it's not everything that we need right now. It's not going to set the rents back to what they were or anything like that, but it would start to make things more fair. It would just be a modest start.
In the state's last legislative session, the legislation passed the House with overwhelming bipartisan support.
The bill was passed.
But then something changed.
In the early part of 2022, the Michigan Manufactured Housing Association did a 180, pulled their support, and it died in the Michigan State Senate. When we looked at the records, we did see that that coincided with the Michigan Manufactured Housing Association Political Action Committee suddenly getting some very big donations.
Over the course of a year, 2 Haven Park executives gave $358,000 to the industry PAC.
And that's right when the Manufactured Housing Association just totally pulled their support to us.
That money is some of the people that I know, that's their grocery money. That's their prescription copay. That's the medicine that they're doing without and the food that they're doing without because these people were gouging.
The most vulnerable residents in Michigan are being taken advantage of. And some people have to choose between rising rent and medications and food.
In February, Holly, Theo, and other residents went to the state capitol to lobby for a new version of the bill package.
I'm testifying in support of Senate Bills 486 through 490. There's no free market when residents are trapped.
Its fate will be decided in the upcoming legislative session, this September and October.
We have overwhelming support from the Democrats in the House, and we have some Republicans who've committed to support as well.
How many legislators would you say you met?
I would say at least 100 of them. We've met with almost all of the Michigan Senate or their staff, and now we're starting to work on the House.
Manufactured housing communities are just one type of property that large investors have targeted in recent years. But these parks are ground zero in a fight that affects all of us. The fight for meaningful control of our neighborhoods and for housing that people from all walks of life can afford.
Everybody deserves drinkable water, and everybody deserves to have affordable housing. We just want a livable place.
Thanks so much for watching our video. If you'd like to see more stories like this, be sure to like and subscribe to our channel to get more Perfect Union in your feed. And if you have ideas for other stories we should investigate, just drop them in the comments below.
The housing market is a catastrophe. Record rental prices across the United States, and something's got to give.
Living in America is freaking ridiculous right now. I can't afford any of these apartments.
$1,800 for a one-bedroom apartment.
$1,400 for 185 square feet.
I have to just live in my truck.
Over a third of Americans are renters, and if you're in that category, you probably don't need to be told that the rental market is out of control. The question is, can anything actually be done about it? A historic wave of tenant organizing, unlike anything we've seen in decades, has found one answer: national rent control.
The tenant movement is absolutely within striking distance of rent regulation at the national level.
But it's not just tenants who are organized. This is also a story about how some of America's biggest landlords, banks, and private equity firms are hiding behind innocent-sounding front groups, all while pooling their money to keep your rent high.
I moved into Waltham Heights in 2018, so I've been here 5 years. And every year since I've been here, my rent has increased. Every time my rent is raised, I'm at a crossroads of being evicted.
Millions of renters like Val are trapped in a rental market that's built to empower abusive landlords who can raise rents each year while allowing conditions to get worse and worse.
The mice, the roach infestations, sometimes they don't pick up our garbage. When I first moved here, I was told that the security gate was going to be fixed. The gate's still not fixed, and so people come in and they sleep in our hallways. I'm afraid sometimes to come in my building at night. My landlord is Landmark Realty, a corporation based in California. They don't care. They just don't care.
Since the last financial crisis, rental units are increasingly owned and operated by corporations like Landmark that are accountable, first and foremost, to their private investors. For tenants like Val, legal protections against abusive landlords are often limited. But she discovered one powerful way to fight back.
So me and my neighbor, my best friend down the hall from me, we just said one day, she was like, let's call KC Tenants. And I said, okay. So I called and I left a message on the hotline. And a couple of days later, I got a phone call back.
A group called KC Tenants were fighting to stop eviction hearings at the Jackson County Courthouse.
Evictions will kill people like me.
Charged crowd packed City Hall for more than 3 hours. The yellow shirts in the room are tenants, each with their own personal story.
In a national housing crisis where rent inflation has vastly outpaced income growth, groups like KC Tenants have given their members power to take on their landlords.
We have written and passed a tenants' bill of rights. We've won free reviews for every tenant facing eviction. We've organized buildings and neighborhoods, and just recently we elected 4 members of city council.
And that movement seems to be growing.
Places like Louisville, Kentucky, Bozeman, Montana, Cape Girardeau, Missouri.
The current surge in tenant organizing is the most significant since the 1970s, and it's allowing renters to fight for the kind of big relief that only the federal government can enact.
There are millions of tenants across the country being squeezed by landlords like Landmark and our federal government keeps saying we can fight back by putting rent control for everyone that walks by.
When Landmark Realty secured a mortgage for Val's building in 2014,
enterprises that purchase mortgages from banks and set terms for them. With 1 in 4 apartment units across the country financed in this way, the government is essentially in business with their landlords. But that may be just the leverage that renters need.
We want to see every dollar of federal financing conditioned on a set of tenant protections. If you're borrowing on really favorable terms, that money is backed by public dollars, you should be on the hook. You shouldn't be able to increase your rent 20% and evict a whole lot of tenants to maximize your profits for your investors. What we want to see is them say, if you're borrowing from a government-backed enterprise, you can't increase the rent more than 3% year over year.
Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac are regulated by the Federal Housing Finance Agency, or FHFA. Thanks to the work of tenant organizers, the FHFA is seriously considering policy along these lines. But there's just one problem. Tenants aren't the only ones who are organized.
We're here at the National Multifamily Housing Council because the rent is too motherfucking high. They've spent so much of their time lobbying to make sure that rent protections don't exist for people like us.
Landlord industry groups like the National Multifamily Housing Council spend millions lobbying Congress and federal agencies to impose rent control. Since the start of last year, the NMHC has spent almost $10 million lobbying against it. The NMHC's members include major banks, private equity firms, and some of America's most notorious corporate landlords, like Greystar, Avalon Bank, and Blackstone. Blackstone is the world's largest private equity firm, and by some accounts, the largest landlord in the U.S. In recent years, private equity firms like Blackstone have increasingly been buying up housing assets, often with lucrative loans backed by Fannie and Freddie. Tenants have complained of rent hikes, evictions, and faceless corporate landlords unresponsive to repairs. The UN even accused Blackstone of worsening the global housing crisis by buying up properties and hiking rents across the world. Meanwhile, Blackstone CEO Stephen Schwarzman earned $1.3 billion last year. For private equity firms like Blackstone, membership in lobbying groups is a way to protect their profits against threats like the current push for rent control. A 2023 lobbying disclosure shows the NMHC has been lobbying the Biden administration against rent control and the FHFA's oversight of Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And it's not hard to guess what their lobbyists are saying in those meetings.
We just had a team of people go into the NMHC offices. We did a meeting with their government affairs director. Cindy told us this is just a problem with housing supply.
That's a common argument from industry lobbyists, that if rent control limits developers' potential for profit, they just won't build as much housing. There's no question we need to build way more housing, and there are vigorous debates among housing advocates about how to do that through policies like zoning reform and public financing. But all of those proposals will take years to have an impact on rents, and the fact remains, renters need relief now. Time will tell if the federal government sides with tenants or corporate landlords like Blackstone. But the fact that these tenants have gotten this far is itself historic, and a sign that those of us who are renters may have more power than we think.
What's your name? It does feel different living here and being a part of KC Tenants. When I would take pictures of the trash and send it to the property manager, he said that I was harassing him, that I needed to move, or he would use my lease to evict me. But when he realized that I had KC Tenants behind me, backing me up, I've heard nothing else from him since.
companies are swooping in to buy water and sewer systems from local governments now. The result for customers? Skyrocketing bills more than double what they used to be, at a time when inflation is hitting Americans' wallets hard.
The motive for investing in utilities is profit, revenue, and that's what matters. It's not water quality. It's not reliability. It's not whether the customers are happy. It's not your neighbor. It's just a money-making machine.
They present their efforts as a win-win scenario to save taxpayers money and local governments from financial ruin.
Aqua pitched it as free money. Money you can do anything you want with.
What really that is just a bait and switch technique. They promise the world, and they deliver pain to the customers who have to foot the bill into perpetuity.
And over the past decade, investor-owned corporations have successfully lobbied many state governments, like Pennsylvania, to make it easier and more attractive for local governments to make the sale. And when those companies come knocking in their town, many people don't know what's happening until it's too late.
It generally isn't done in broad daylight. Nobody's for it.
This is a story about the corporate takeover of one of our most important natural resources, the consequences for communities, and how an unlikely coalition of people are fighting to keep water public and affordable. In 2020, the township of New Garden, Pennsylvania, sold their sewer system to Aqua Pennsylvania for nearly $30 million. Aqua Pennsylvania is a subsidiary of Essential Utilities, a publicly traded corporation that had more than $2 billion in revenue in 2023.
They basically came in and said, Garden, we can give you this money, you can do whatever projects you want to do with it, we'll take over your sewer system, we'll run it better than you have run it, and this will be basically a seamless transaction. There was very little in the way of hearings, very few people knew about it, and quite frankly, very few people were even thinking about it.
We were told that it was a great deal because there was a rate freeze and a limit on how much the rates would go up after the rate freeze. That rate cap and growth rate was eliminated before the sale was executed.
Everything looked about the same for maybe about 6 months to a year, but all of a sudden the rates went up. They started to double and triple, and when people started to see the bills, they basically started to call Aqua and say, why is my bill so high?
My June 2022 bill for 13,000 gallons was $234.27. My very next bill, this is when the rate increase had gone into effect, I used 1,000 gallons less, 12,000 gallons, and the bill was $413.33. Customer service line, they can't help you, they don't know what's going on. People feel frustrated that nobody is taking responsibility for what is happening.
So why are Americans so interested in buying water and sewer systems now? In recent years, more and more states have passed industry-backed laws encouraging these sales. These are called fair market value laws, and in Pennsylvania, they passed one in 2016 known as Act 12.
For a long time, we've had concerns about small water systems in terms of their capacity to be compliant with all appropriate environmental and other regulations. So that became one of the rationales to try to stimulate the market for selling a water system and its assets to a provider that could perhaps bring expertise and capacity to managing that system.
Act 12 created a process by which four factors of income expected to payers reach revenue are included in the value of the system. This usually results in a high sale price.
As high as $1 billion was offered to Bucks County, for example.
In the case of New Garden, the amount offered was 6 times their annual budget at the time. And they see this as, oh, isn't this wonderful?
However, what happens is, who pays for that? Who pays for that are the ratepayers. They get to recoup those costs, and they're recouping significant costs.
Big water companies are making their money back more quickly by charging more for the service, and private systems are generally more expensive. A 2016 study of water rates in the U.S.'s 500 largest water systems found that people
systems paid nearly 60% more for water. In Pennsylvania, it was 84%, adding up to more than $300 per year on average.
You don't really think about it until your system has been privatized and you get a bill that was twice what it was last time.
One of the tactics that they use is basically to say that the infrastructure that we have is very poor. If they took over, then they would do a better job managing the infrastructure.
If the purpose of Act 12 was to help failing systems, that hasn't happened in practice.
Let me also be clear, none of the acquisitions so far have met a criteria or threshold for being treatment systems under the Comprehensive
So far, there have been 21 systems bought under Act 12. The industry's top trade group openly encourages local officials to sell financially stable systems.
They want to get well-run systems because it means that there's less money they have to put into it.
That's currently playing out with one of the biggest water systems in the Philadelphia area, known as the Chester Water Program, or CWA. Aqua is trying to buy the water authority from the city of Chester, which declared bankruptcy in 2022 for $410 million. The board of the CWA says Chester doesn't have the right to sell it. Most of the utilities customers don't even live in the city, but the surrounding areas.
We've been operating quite successfully, quite reliably, award-winning authority, best tasting water in Pennsylvania.
For local officials, selling a utility provides a revenue boost that can be used to pay down debts and invest in other services. But often, residents don't hear the whole story.
The townships are failing their constituents in how they analyze. They see this settlement and, oh, it's wonderful, it's free, except it isn't.
And once the local government sells their water or sewer system, the high cost and limited local government budgets mean it's almost impossible to buy back control of the system.
I have not heard anything about why Act 12 is necessary. It appears that it was lobbying for my Big Water. Big Water has a very effective lobby effort going on in various ways.
As lawmakers debated Act 12 in 2015 and 2016, Aqua spent over $500 million lobbying the Pennsylvania legislature.
There's a lot of work that occurs to grease the skid, so to speak, talking to politicians, attending board meetings, presenting misinformation about what would happen if a company like Aqua comes in and takes over, and they try to garner favor through various means.
Investor-owned utilities have gained more municipal power in Pennsylvania over the last several decades. Mike Torzai was the Speaker of the Pennsylvania House when Act 12 was passed. The same year he retired from the legislature, he became the general counsel for the Natural Gas Division of Essential Utilities, the corporation that owns the industry's top trade group, the National Association of Water Companies, is run by Robert Powelson, a former Trump appointee and member of the Pennsylvania Public Utilities Commission. And the current chair of the commission, Stephen DeFrank, was a lobbyist for Pennsylvania Department of Water and resigned from that job only a day after he was elected to the commission. Over the past 3 years, Essential Utilities has donated nearly $175,000 to candidates across the country, including Pennsylvania, and they're lobbying against repeal or extensive reforms to Act 12.
I believe the changes to how to do Act 12's benefits should carefully be considered. Anything to undo those benefits would result in systems like the ones we purchased or those that may still remain to continue to fail in their service.
Frustrated by their high sewer bills, Bill and some of his neighbors started a group called Keep Water Affordable, and they've testified at hearings and talked to people in other Pennsylvania towns about their experience.
If people fully understood the options open to them, I don't think there would be anywhere near the number of privatizations that have gone on.
Local opposition in Bucks County defeated a $1 billion deal to sell one of the largest sewer systems in the state to Aqua. In Tallahassee, residents changed their town charter to try to stop the sale of the sewer system. Some state political leaders are also calling for changes to the system.
What we oppose is privatization for its own sake, and privatization and consolidation at any cost, or regardless of the cost to consumers.
The Pennsylvania legislature is debating a set of bills that its supporters hope will reduce the number of
But some say those moves don't.
I believe much of what we're doing today is because of the potential transfer of the Chesapeake Water Authority to Aqua. Would these bills stop that transaction?
I don't believe it would.
I think we should repeal Aqua, and I have introduced legislation to do just that.
The other changes that much more open system of communication during the sale process and requiring a ratepayer referendum to approve the sale.
The Chester Water Authority space is now tied up in the courts. Its story could be a cautionary tale for people around the country about laws like Act 12 and corporate takeovers of public systems.
The message I think that I would like to give to ratepayers where there is talk of a takeover or purchase of their public utility system by an investor utility. Don't believe what they're saying. It's a bait and switch game, and your rates are going to skyrocket.
Thank you so much for watching our video. If you'd like to see more stories like this one, be sure to like and subscribe to the channel to get more Perfect Union in your feed. And if you have any ideas for stories that you would like for us to investigate, just drop them in the comments below.
In the world of big business, there is one woman who inspires great fear and thought.
I wanted to have you on a podcast, and Apple asked us not to do it.
The FTC's back in that role of torturing all the companies that are our lives.
The business community feels that the FTC is waging a war against us, and it's time to fight back.
That woman is 34-year-old chair of the Federal Trade Commission, Lena Khan. As FTC chair, Lena Khan has become public enemy #1 for the corporate establishment. But here's an interesting twist. She's also simultaneously managing to bring together an unlikely political alliance from both sides of the aisle.
You are a brilliant woman with a tremendous ability to impact how consumers are going to interface with the digital world.
Outstanding members of the Biden administration, that is Lena Khan.
I look at Lena Khan as one of the few people in the Biden administration that I actually think is doing a pretty good job.
So who is Lena Khan, and what is it about this young FTC chair that makes corporate America shake in their boots, all while uniting politicians like Matt Gaetz and Bernie Sanders? Many political bureaucrats who enter government service do so with a framework of wanting to be seen as fighting on partisan terms for their respective goals. They're often looking ahead to their next cushy job rather than worrying about being strong public advocates in their current roles. Unlike public service of the past 4 decades, Khan enters with a very different framework. She's more interested in analyzing who has too much power and who doesn't have enough. She's not fighting a partisan game. Instead, she's focused on something that she's had her eyes on since she was a teenager, waging battles against powerful, predatory multinational corporations that are exploiting working people. I was thinking back to 2004 young Lena Khan writes about Starbucks at the age of 15. When did Lena Khan get so animated around a vision of wanting to address economic justice, particularly corporate power in America?
You know, from an early age, I was interested in being a journalist. And one reason why I wanted to be a journalist was because, at their best, they hold power to account. After college, I ended up working for an organization where my job was instead to look at how different markets were structured. One of the first areas I did this work was in poultry farming. You have millions of consumers on one end, thousands of farmers on the other end, but they're connected just by a very small number of companies. And practically, that can mean that for a chicken farmer, their entire livelihood is just dependent on one company. And so that company has huge amounts of power over them. And so it was just a clear picture of how concentrated economic power, concentrated corporate power is ripe for abuse.
In 2012, Khan wrote a poignant article called Obama's Game of Chicken, in which she foretold the kind of public servant she would aspire to be, one who stood in sharp contrast to Obama's then legal enforcers at the Department of Justice. In this article, Khan was critical of Christine Martin, the head of the DOJ's antitrust division, for making compromises with power instead of taking it on in court. Marty's approach was simple and mirrored the cautious political approach taken by government regulators for decades. Quote, if you overreach in the courts, you will lose. workers, then the very behaviors you are calling illegal will be validated by the court. According to Marty, the government was unlikely to win against powerful poultry producers in court, and therefore she was unwilling to wage a public legal battle. And she had this to say about the apparently too big to touch corporations gaining a stranglehold over our economy.
You know, in America, we reward success. And I applaud the companies that have been very successful in the last decade, particularly the technology companies.
Like clockwork, Barney left Washington to join Urbana, a fancy corporate law firm in Milan. She now represents wealthy clients who are facing scrutiny from Biden's antitrust enforcers. Corporations such as Paramount, Epic Games, Imperial Sugar Company, and Illumina, to name just a few. 10 years after writing her article, Lina Khan was chosen by Joe Biden to head up the FTC and has since been making very different judgments on behalf of the public interest.
When we spot an illegal merger, we won't hesitate to act, because if we don't do our job, the American people will lose out.
By going to bat for people against predatory corporations that are extorting America, Lina Khan is animating populism that transcends party lines. One that is not Democrat versus Republican, but corporate monopolists versus the people.
For most people, their day-to-day interaction with power is not necessarily with their government, but it's in our economy. And at a fundamental level, if we care about having real liberty for people, real democracy for people, we need to make sure that they're able to feel free, not just in our politics when they go to cast a vote, but also in our commercial sphere.
Khan is putting economic justice at the center of the FTC's policy making, returning the agency to its roots of fighting monopolies and standing up against big business interests.
I mean, all the way back in 1890, you had lawmakers talking about how the railroad monopolies and the great trusts in the sugar industry, the steel industry, were abusing their power in ways that was bad for workers, that was bad for farmers, and they said we need these antitrust laws to protect Americans from concentrated economic power. There have been tools on the books for a long time that our government has not used aggressively and used assertively. This administration has made clear that we are breaking from that past and from that history, and we're going to use all of the tools and authorities that we have to do our job.
And use all the tools they have in industry after industry. Instead of focusing on just one area of the economy to unring, Khan has chosen to go to bat for big pharma, big oil, big ag, military-industrial complex, giant semiconductor chip companies, housing giants, big tech, credit card companies, mega grocery chains, auto dealers, private equity firms, and on and on and on. To understand the power of these enforcement actions, let's dig a little bit deeper. Take big pharma.
The modern inhaler wasn't invented in the 1950s, but in America today, millions of Americans still pay hundreds of dollars just to get an inhaler that they rely on to be able to breathe. Our team took a closer look, and we realized that these inhaler companies, in some cases, had been claiming bogus patents for parts of the inhaler that really shouldn't have been patented. So we sent them letters challenging those patents, saying that those patents were unfairly blocking out competition, blocking out generic, cheaper options. And in response, a whole set of companies ended up delisting their patents and announcing that starting in June, they're going to cap how much any American pays for an inhaler to $35.
Pharma is hardly alone. From drug prices to junk fees, those unnecessary charges on ticket prices and airfares that seemingly come out of nowhere, Lina Khan has used her rulemaking authorities to save Americans money whenever and wherever she has the authority to do so.
Junk fees cost Americans over $90 billion a year. Money that corporations are extracting from Americans just because they can.
She's even gone after those pesky subscriptions that often keep you paying long after you stop using a service.
We've seen too many times companies make it so easy to sign up, but then when you try to cancel, you have to go in person, you have to make a phone call, but there's nobody there to pick up. And as a result, Americans end up paying tens of dollars, hundreds of dollars a month, stuck in subscriptions that they no longer want.
Another way Lina Khan is making her mark, she's using antitrust to protect the workers. Earlier this year, Khan instituted a rule banning non-compete agreements in employee contracts, which could raise workers' wages by nearly $300 billion per year.
Right now, workers are stuck in place because of these non-competes. And so even if they get a wages, with better benefits, they can't actually switch jobs.
In using her litigation power, she has sued to block what could be the largest supermarket merger in U.S. history. Kroger's $24.6 billion acquisition of Albertsons.
The commission alleged that the deal would be bad for shoppers, but also would be bad for unionized workers who in the past had used the competition between Kroger and Albertsons to actually get more bargaining leverage when they were negotiating a contract.
But perhaps her biggest claim to fame is her battle with big tech, a battle she's waged since law school when she wrote a widely cited paper called Amazon's Antitrust Paradox. As the country's top antitrust enforcer, Khan has gone after Silicon Valley's biggest tech giants.
The Federal Trade Commission in 17 states are suing Amazon, claiming it operates an illegal monopoly. Zuckerberg in court today for a hearing surrounding the FTC's antitrust suit against the company.
OpenAI is facing a new complaint filed with the FTC today over the company's popular ChatGPT product.
There's enormous opportunity here for a vibrant market, but we also see risk. We see risk of consolidation, we see risk of monopolization.
As her critics love to point out, not all of the legal battles Khan has waged have been successful, but unlike her predecessors, Khan hasn't taken a play-it-safe approach that worries simply about her record in court. It's about proving that there are people in government who have the courage to wage tough battles in ways that have not been seen in recent history.
People all too often are being pitted against massive corporations that have a lot of power and that feel they can use that power to bully people, to coerce people, to steal from them. And the government is supposed to be on the side of the people and enforce the laws to protect them.
Khan has been so steadfast in her approach to litigation that the FTC is now having a deterrent effect, which means that countless corporations are not even attempting to engage in mergers and acquisitions out of fear that their proposed combinations will be deemed illegal.
What we hear from senior lawyers and corporate executives is that back in the day, if they were proposing a merger, they wouldn't really think about antitrust risk until the very end, if at all. But now, antitrust is being discussed right at the beginning of when a deal is even being considered. And as a law enforcer, our goal has to be to deter illegal behavior to begin with.
All of these actions have made Lina Khan a frequent target of the CEO class in America. Just take a look at the pages of the Wall Street Journal. In those op-ed pages, you'll find more than 100 articles attacking her in just the past few years. As of January, the Journal had run an average of one piece every 10 days attacking her. Big business has been gunning for Lina to be fired. They pounced quickly once Kamala Harris became the Democratic Party's presumptive nominee for president.
I do think that Lina Khan is a person who is not helping America in her job and what she's doing. And so I would hope that Vice President Harris would replace her.
But I will say Jonathan Cantor, Dan, Attorney General, he goes, Congress, these people go.
A number of prominent Democrats have been lobbying Harris to drop people like Lina Khan. Do you think that it's going to happen? And would you lobby for that?
Yeah, I would.
You would?
Yeah, I think she's a dope.
Still, Khan remains undeterred. You've got a whole bunch of conservative actors who want to raise a fuss because, quite frankly, they seem to know that the things that you're doing impact voting rights and affect their power. Can you be bullied?
Absolutely not. This is a job that Congress has given us, and it's no surprise that when you try to enforce the anti-monopoly laws assertively and in a way that's faithful to what Congress told us to do, monopolies are going to fight back.
Lina Khan is revamping antitrust, uniting the people who the FTC was created to fight for and against. She speaks softly while carrying a big stick. With her courage and dedication, Khan has put forth a model for how government officials should use their time and authority while they're serving the public office.
I mean, the problems that Americans are facing in their day-to-day lives are so urgent, are so painful, and we really owe it to them to use everything we have to try to fight for them and protect them when the law's on their side.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe to see more videos like this one. If you ever have any ideas for what more we should cover next, please drop them in the comments. Thanks.
Is the woman convicted of trafficking teenage girls for Jeffrey Epstein cutting a secret deal to get out of jail free? Is the president dangling a pardon to someone who can help him get out of a never-ending bad news cycle? And who exactly does the Justice Department work for these days? Ghislaine Maxwell, who is currently serving a 20-year sentence in federal prison in Florida, just spent 2 days huddled up with Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. You might remember Blanche as Donald Trump's former criminal defense lawyer. Now he's the second in command at the Justice Department, and Trump has given him a special assignment: solve the Jeffrey Epstein problem. As Devin explained back in 2022, the allegations against Maxwell and Epstein were horrifying. Underage victims said Maxwell gained their trust, transported them to Epstein properties around the world, and then groomed them to participate in sex acts with Epstein. They said he used hidden cameras to record the abuse. One survivor said Epstein recruited her when she was a 15-year-old spa attendant working in Trump's Florida country club Mar-a-Lago. The president has floated at least 3 different stories as to why he cut ties with Epstein in the early 90s. Maybe Epstein competed with him on a real estate deal. Maybe he behaved inappropriately toward a girl at the club. Maybe Epstein poached staff. That's the latest.
People were taken out of the spa, hired by him. In other words, God. And other people would come and complain, this guy is taking people from the spa. I didn't know that. And then when I heard about it, I told him, I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people, whether it was spa or not spa. I don't want him taking people. And he was fine, and then not too long after that, he did it again, and I said, out of here.
But before that, Trump and Melania regularly socialized with Epstein and Maxwell, and for some reason, ever since she was arrested, Trump just can't bring himself to condemn her.
I just wish her well, frankly. I've met her numerous times over the years, especially since I lived in Palm Beach, and I guess they lived in Palm Beach. But I wish her well.
All of this is taking place against a backdrop of rising outrage among Trump's base, because for years, Trump and his allies promised that they would reveal the truth about Epstein, including men who participated in abuse with him. They also claimed, without evidence, that Epstein was murdered in his jail cell.
What the hell are the House Republicans doing? They have the majority. You can't get the list? Put on your big boy pants and let us know who the pedophiles are.
Now that podcasters Kash Patel and Dan Bongino are running the FBI, they've changed their tune. They say there's no Epstein client list to release and insist that he died by suicide. And on top of all that, Trump is now suing the Wall Street Journal for reporting that the president contributed a food drawing to a book of well wishes to celebrate Epstein's 50th birthday. And now, the woman who compiled that birthday book and helped run an infamous sex trafficking ring is talking to the Justice Department. And those meetings with Blanche raise serious legal and ethical questions. Could the Trump administration offer Maxwell a pardon or a reduced sentence in exchange for cooperation? Could Maxwell lie to protect Trump and punish his enemies? And if she does, is there anything that can stop her? Ghislaine Maxwell is an Oxford-educated socialite who grew up surrounded by wealth and power. Maxwell's father was a British media mogul named Robert Maxwell, who owned several British newspapers, including the Daily Mirror. In 1991, Robert Maxwell fell off his yacht, christened the Lady Ghislaine, and drowned under mysterious circumstances. After his death, it emerged that Robert Maxwell had embezzled hundreds of millions of pounds from his company's pension funds. His empire crumbled, and the Maxwell name became synonymous with fraud. But Ghislaine moved to the United States and reinvented herself with the help of her new boyfriend, financier Jeffrey Epstein. The source of Epstein's wealth has been an enduring mystery. He began his career as a teacher at prestigious Manhattan prep school, despite lacking a college degree. He was hired by the school's headmaster, Donald Barr, the father of future Trump Attorney General William Barr, because there are only 25 people in all of New York, I guess. Epstein later became a trader at the investment bank Bear Stearns, and after just 4 years made partner. Eventually, he established his own financial operation, claiming that he only would manage money for billionaires, which could be true, I don't know. What is true is that Epstein lived extravagantly. He owned a private island, multiple luxury homes, and 2 private jets. His philanthropic foundation made headlines, but was later revealed to be a tool for image management and tax avoidance, especially after his 2005 arrest in Florida for sexually abusing underage girls. One accuser told the Miami Herald that Epstein was preying on 14-year-old girls who were basically homeless. Another accuser said he tried to rape her. Despite credible accusations from dozens of survivors, Epstein was allowed to plead guilty in 2008 to soliciting a minor for prostitution instead of serial sexual abuse of children. Epstein's all-star legal team, including famous Harvard law professor Alan Dershowitz and former special counsel Ken Starr, negotiated the deal with the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of Florida, Al
Epstein served just 13 months, sleeping in jail at night and free to spend his days out on work release. One of his victims alleged in a lawsuit that he continued to prey on young girls even when he was nominally in criminal custody. Epstein was never really able to rehabilitate his image, but after serving his sentence, he did return to something like his old life. He had enough money. But in 2018, reporter Julie Brown of the Miami Herald wrote a devastating series of articles about Epstein's crimes and the rotten plea deal 10 years before. By then, Alex Acosta was serving as Trump's Secretary of Labor, although he was forced to resign amid public outrage in 2019 when Epstein was re-indicted in New York on sex trafficking charges. Later that year, Epstein died in his jail cell. His estate paid more than $171 million to over 150 women who accused him of abuse. So what does Ghislaine Maxwell have to do with all this? A lot. Maxwell was a constant presence in Epstein's orbit long after their romantic relationship ended. Prosecutors said that she was not merely his confidant or his assistant, but his partner in crime. Maxwell trawled shopping malls, trailer parks, and even a summer camp looking for vulnerable young girls to exploit. She groomed them by posing as a mentor or paternal figure. She took them shopping and invited them to luxurious estates and convinced them that they were safe. And then she introduced them to Epstein, where the abuse began. Maxwell often participated in their exploitation. During her trial, witnesses testified that between 1994 and 2004, Maxwell helped Epstein lure girls to homes in New York, Florida, New Mexico, and England. Victims testified that Maxwell was present during massages that turned sexual. Prosecutors described her as a sophisticated predator who trapped girls in cycles of abuse. In June of 2020, Maxwell was indicted for sex trafficking, transporting minors across state lines, and multiple conspiracy counts. During her trial, 4 women testified that Maxwell groomed them as teenagers. One said that she was just 14 when Maxwell approached her at an arts camp in Michigan. Another testified that she visited Epstein's Florida home over 100 times between 2001 and 2004, often leaving with $300 in cash placed on the bathroom sink. She said that Maxwell once touched her and commented that she had a great body for Epstein and his friends. Prosecutors also introduced financial records showing Epstein transferred over $30 million to Maxwell. In her closing argument, Assistant U.S. Attorney Allison Moe described the payments as "we-molested kids together" money. The jury convicted Maxwell on 5 of 6 counts, including sex trafficking a minor, transporting a minor across state lines, and 3 conspiracy charges related to grooming and transporting minors. She was sentenced to 20 years in federal prison, which she's currently serving in Florida. The sentence was a significant victory for survivors of sexual abuse, but it left many unanswered questions, such as what did Maxwell know about Epstein's finances? Is there video or photographic evidence about other people who were involved in abuse? Are other people complicit, and will they ever be held accountable? Some of these questions could be answered by Epstein's victims who were cut out of the long-ago plea deal in Florida, despite explicit promises from prosecutors to keep them in the loop. That's not who Blanche is talking to. Instead, he's talking to Maxwell alone, and that is deeply problematic because that gives Maxwell all the bargaining chips she could ever hope for, securing a presidential pardon or a sweetheart deal from the DOJ. All she has to do is tell Blanche whatever Trump wants to hear. On the other hand, on Monday, July 28th, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson, one of Trump's most rabid lapdogs, snapped back at the hand that feeds him, urging the president to back down from doing any kind of deal with Maxwell. So it's particularly interesting to see how the media is covering all of this, because when the news broke that Trump's DOJ intended to meet with Maxwell, over 392 news sources reported on it, with about 25% coming from the left, 45% from the center, and 25% from the right. But when you examine the headlines, you see very different frames emerge that shape how readers interpret and understand the events as they unfold. On the left, the common theme is to describe the DOJ's actions as reaching out to Maxwell, suggesting a type of friendly coordination. In contrast, nearly every headline on the right uses the term interview, implying a neutral, fact-finding approach. Though center-leaning coverage remained largely factual and neutral, center sources were just as likely as the left to frame the story within the context of the larger Epstein drama facing Trump, suggesting the meeting with Maxwell is politically motivated. The headlines you read first have immense power to shape how you understand the news, and that's why I like to see the news from as many angles as I can with the help of today's sponsor, Ground News. And right now, they're offering Legal Eagle viewers 40% off their unlimited access Vantage subscription. Scan the QR code or use the link in the description to get the discount for a limited time. Ground News gathers related articles from around the world and across the political spectrum so you can see the bias and compare coverage. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of the political bias, factuality, and ownership of the sources reporting, all backed by ratings from 3 independent news monitoring organizations. And they just added a feature that covers podcasts on major stories. I also love their blind spot feature, which shows you stories that are underreported by either side of the political spectrum, like the story that just broke of Joe Rogan condemning the Trump administration for gaslighting their supporters on Epstein. That story was entirely ignored by right-leaning media, with 75% of coverage on the left and 25% on the center, suggesting coverage was largely partisan-driven. Ground News is my favorite way to get the news, and as a legal geeklet, you can save 40% off the Ground News Vantage subscription by scanning the code on screen or clicking on the link down below. The subscription gives you unlimited access to every feature, including the Bias Insight tool and the Blind Spot feed. By subscribing, you'll support an independent news platform working to make the media landscape more transparent and balanced. So click the link below or scan the code today, or we will see you in the court. Back in 2021, Maxwell's indictment included 2 counts of perjury or false statements made during a 2016 deposition in a civil lawsuit brought by Virginia Giuffra, one of Epstein's victims. She accused Epstein and Britain's Prince Andrew of rape. Under oath, Maxwell denied knowing that Epstein had engaged in sexual abuse and denied any involvement herself. When asked whether Jeffrey Epstein had a scheme to recruit underage girls for massages, she said, "I don't know what you're talking about." When she was asked to name every person under age 18 whom she interacted with at Epstein's property, she said, "I'm not aware of anybody that I interacted with other than, obviously, the plaintiff, who was 17 at this point." She denied knowing that Epstein kept sex toys in his house, and she denied knowledge that Epstein had sex with anyone other than herself and 2 women whom she and Epstein had group encounters with. She said, "I wasn't aware that he was having sexual activities with anyone when I was with him other than myself." She also testified that she had never given anyone a massage, including Epstein. Witnesses testified at the trial in excruciating detail about their abuse, and the jury believed them, convicting Maxwell of participating in sex trafficking of minors. But Maxwell was not convicted of perjury because before the trial, Judge Allison Nathan agreed to bifurcate the case. She hived off the perjury charges for a second trial because evidence that Maxwell was a liar could have prejudiced the jury on the other charges. But after she was convicted on the more serious charge, prosecutors decided not to pursue the perjury counts in light of the victim's significant interest in bringing closure to this matter and avoiding the trauma of testifying again. All of which is to say that Maxwell is a totally unreliable witness. In 2020, the government pointed to Maxwell's willingness to brazenly lie under oath about her conduct, including some of the conduct charged in the indictment, strongly suggesting her true motive has been and remains to avoid being held accountable for her crimes. In her sentencing memo, the government said that Maxwell decides when she wishes to disclose facts to the court, and those facts shift when it serves the defendant's interest. And while she has information about Epstein's crimes, she also has a huge motive to lie about her own conduct and that of other co-conspirators, particularly when the person asking the question has a magic pardon key that will get her out of jail tomorrow. On July 22nd, Todd Blanche tweeted, "Justice demands courage. For the first time, the Department of Justice is reaching out to Ghislaine Maxwell to ask, 'What do you know?'" He wasn't meeting with the victims to hear their stories. Instead, he was heading to a prison in Tallahassee to meet with a woman who showed an utter lack of remorse instead of showing even a hint of acceptance and responsibility. The defendant makes desperate attempt to cast blame wherever she can. Those are the government's own words just 3 years ago. But on July 24th and 25th, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche met with Maxwell for 9 hours. Maxwell's attorney David Marcus reported that she answered all the questions without invoking privilege or refusing to respond. He emphasized that there has been no ask and no promise from the DOJ, nor any discussion of clemency or sentencing relief. Maxwell wasn't willing to say anything when Epstein was alive, but now she's apparently given up 100 names. Does anyone really think that Pam Bondi and Todd Blanche are pressing Maxwell to say what she knows about Donald Trump? To be frank, the whole thing reeks to high heaven. Nothing that Blanche has done here is normal protocol for eliciting testimony from a convicted felon. Here's how it's supposed to go. First of all, having the number 2 guy at the DOJ do a jailhouse interview is wildly out. That is miles below Blanche's pay grade, and it's a screaming crackdown signal that this is a political operation, not a legal one. Second, prosecutors deal with someone known to be a prolific liar. Verifying the truthfulness of anything that person says is a serious challenge. It is not as simple as flipping through the files on the plane down to Florida. These cases involved hundreds of witnesses and millions millions of pages of documents. Evaluating Maxwell's credibility requires a deep working knowledge of the entire case. Otherwise, how are you going to know if something she says conflicts with the record? And that's not something Blanche has. There is someone who does have that granular knowledge. Her name's Maureen Comey, and she was the lead prosecutor on both the Epstein and Maxwell cases. But the DOJ just fired her a couple weeks ago, maybe because of her last name. Trump's still spinning tales about a conspiracy led by her dad, James Comey, the former director of the FBI. I mean, maybe there's another reason she got the boot, just as all this stuff about Epstein is picking up again. In any event, no experienced prosecutor would ever conduct a high-stakes interview like this without another witness present, usually a law enforcement officer. Because if the witness changes her story later, someone needs to be able to testify about what was actually said. Typically, the government will enter into a written agreement with the prisoner to reduce her prison sentence in exchange for testimony or information. If it later turns out that that testimony was false, the government can go into court and formally move to revoke the deal. But in order to do that, you have to have the transcript or an impartial witness. That cannot be the lawyer himself. But according to news reports, the only other people present were Maxwell's lawyers. And if they took notes at all, those notes are protected attorney work product that is not admissible in court. So if Blanche is doing this in a way that ensures there's no written record, one of two things may be happening. Either the government does not intend to put a formal deal out there, so there's no need to develop a record, or the other alternative is that they do intend to reduce this thing to writing, and they're just really bad at it and won't have any recourse if Maxwell lies, or I guess it could be both. In 2023, Todd Blanche left his very prestigious job at a white shoe law firm to set up his own shop. He had one client, and that was Donald Trump. He is now Deputy Attorney General, effectively running the entire Justice Department. His first lieutenant, Emil Beauvais, worked with him to defend Trump in his personal criminal cases. His boss, Attorney General Pam Bondi, represented Trump in his first impeachment. And we're not saying Blanche was down in Florida to make a deal with a child sex trafficker to protect his client. What if he were doing that? Here's how that might go down. One possible route is through what's known as a Rule 35B motion. Under that provision of the Federal Rules of Criminal Procedure, prosecutors can ask a court to reduce a defendant's sentence if the person provides substantial assistance in the investigation or prosecution of others after being sentenced. But Rule 35B1 only allows the government to request a reduced sentence within a year of the defendant's sentencing, and that deadline is already in the rearview mirror. Rule 35B2 provides an exception after the 1 year mark, but only if some specific conditions are met. To qualify, Maxwell would need to offer new information that either she didn't know until more than a year after sentencing, or she knew earlier but didn't become useful to the government until later, or information she could not have known was useful until later, and she promptly gave it to the government once she realized it was. There is nothing Maxwell knows today that she did not know 3 years ago. She has had information that would be critical to cases against Epstein and his associates for decades. Information that prosecutors definitely wanted. Maxwell could have negotiated a better deal for herself if she provided it, and she chose not to. Instead, she chose perjury, and she chose to go to trial. So Rule 35 should not be an option here. The most likely scenario is that Donald Trump will pardon or commute Maxwell's sentence, and Trump's allies in conservative media are already working to shift the narrative to frame Maxwell as a victim. While Blanche was meeting with Maxwell, Trump seemed optimistic.
Todd Blanche is a great justice. He's a great man. He's a great lawyer. He's got a great heart. But he's over there now.
Can you trust what she's telling him? He's a convicted trafficker who's eager to get out of prison.
He's a professional lawyer. I think he's been through things like this before.
Trump has said repeatedly that he has the right to pardon Maxwell, which is true, although the pardon power is supposed to be a solemn exercise of his official duty, not just work of the job, like free Gatorade in the break room. But presidential prerogatives aside, springing a sex trafficker from jail would be politically explosive. Trump's connections to Epstein are well documented, and a pardon or commutation would trigger a public firestorm, especially among the victims. Obviously, Trump and his allies would frame the move as necessary to hold other perpetrators accountable. His media mouthpieces are already laying the groundwork for that. But there's no guarantee that the public would see it as anything other than a quid pro quo. Remember, when Trump was asked about Maxwell in 2020, he said, "I wish her well." Maybe Blanche could convince Maxwell to give Trump dirt on prominent Democrats in exchange for the promise of a future pardon. Just shit, and Trump will do for you what he did for Steve Bannon and Jeanine Pirro's husband and Jared Kushner's daddy. What, am I the only one who remembers that he pardoned all those crooks on the way out the door last time? Pardoning Maxwell to protect the president would be an absurd abuse of executive power, but guess what? That's legal thanks to the Supreme Court ruling that the president can never be prosecuted for anything that falls inside his official duties. And they made sure to say in that opinion that they were definitely including pardons in that category. I mean, it's not legal for Todd Blanche to trade a pardon for dirt on death, but luckily, he knows a guy who can pardon it. Meanwhile, Maxwell is still appealing her conviction. She has never accepted responsibility for the devastating harm she inflicted on these young girls, two of whom later died by suicide. In fact, her petition for certiorari to the Supreme Court attempts to avail herself of the protections extended to the victims in the 2008 non-prosecution agreement. Prosecutors reportedly added a clause granting immunity for co-conspirators to shield girls who were groomed by Maxwell and Epstein and then brought their friends in to perpetuate the cycle of abuse. But Maxwell argues that she, too, is entitled to immunity under this provision. On July 14th, the Justice Department filed a brief urging the court not to take the appeal, although it seems that the DOJ had to think real hard about that one and ask for multiple delays before grudgingly asking the court not to hear Maxwell's petition. Outside the courtroom, Congress has also taken a renewed interest in Maxwell. On July 24th, the House Oversight Committee voted to subpoena Maxwell for testimony. Representative Tim Burchett, a Tennessee Republican, suggested that Maxwell might be able to reduce her sentence by testifying to Congress. At least, I think that's what he's saying.
Because the one thing we got holding over her head is if we find out she lies, she goes back to her original sentence. And that's looking at lifetime. And if she's looking at maybe parlaying this into reducing her sentence, then we could have some leverage there.
Congress doesn't have any control over Maxwell's sentence, but if you're trying to make it sound like this is politics rather than justice for the victims, well, again, not sure what you would do differently. Democrats are screaming bloody murder about the apparent quid pro quo being cooked up at the DOJ. Senator Sheldon Whitehouse questioned whether Blanche was effectively operating as Trump's private lawyer. Is he really going as Deputy Attorney General, or is he going de facto as Trump's personal criminal attorney, Tom Hagen style?
I want to make him an offer again.
Did Todd Blanche take a horse's head into the jail when he met with Maxwell? Well, we don't know, because there was no independent party there to witness it. I mean, Bondi has fired a lot of lawyers for failing to zealously represent their clients, and by their client, she means Donald Trump. On that, she's been entirely clear. She even called the DOJ his lawyers, and you know what they say. If it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's probably a nakedly corrupt quid pro quo being negotiated right in our faces while the real victims are ignored. Again, Maxwell's meeting with Blanche was under proffer immunity, which protects her statements in that interview from being used in criminal proceedings unless she lied. According to her attorney, Maxwell was asked about roughly 100 individuals involved in Epstein's network and answered all questions. Prosecutors have yet to clarify whether that immunity extends beyond the DOJ interview. Meanwhile, we're finally hearing from Maxwell's lawyer about what she wants, and unsurprisingly, she wants a lot. In a letter to the House Oversight Committee, Marcus said, as you know, Ms. Maxwell is actively pursuing post-conviction relief, both in a pending petition before the U.S. Supreme Court and in a forthcoming habeas petition. Any testimony she provides now could compromise her constitutional rights, prejudice her legal claims, and potentially taint a future jury pool. Her legal team demanded formal immunity from prosecution, a deposition conducted outside her Florida prison, advance access to all committee questions, and a delay in testimony until after resolution of her pending appeals, including the one before the Supreme Court. Without those assurances, Maxwell's attorney said she would invoke her Fifth Amendment rights against self-incrimination. The House Oversight Committee has already subpoenaed Maxwell for a deposition scheduled the week of August 11th, but committee officials have signaled that they will not grant immunity, which is a central condition of Maxwell's cooperation. Maxwell's legal team emphasizes that progressing with the deposition without her protections would imperil her rights and potentially bias future criminal proceedings, which, like, yeah, no kidding. Of course she'd prefer to say whatever she needs to say privately to Blanche and get that sweet Trump pardon and then ride off into the sunset. If she gives a deposition, it opens the door to additional prosecutions, and she also does not want to deal with prosecutors that would require her to cooperate with law enforcement and then testify at a bunch of criminal trials as part of an immunity deal. She also doesn't want to face a bunch of righteously angry Democratic and Republican politicians questioning her about all the crimes she committed against children, and it would be nearly impossible for her to give testimony without opening the door to all sorts of questions that would criminally potentially implicate herself and other people. So, I mean, think about it. If she names names, lawmakers are going to want to know all the details. They're going to demand to know what she told Blanche, and they're going to probe what other evidence possibly exists to verify her claims, and she can't get into all that without creating a much bigger problem for herself and possibly for Trump.
Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems, and they'd ask, can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good? And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel? Transparency, accessibility, putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front, and your lawyers only get paid if you do, to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. If we can't represent you, or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a social security or workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could. But what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team.
Breaking news, Obama did a treason. Will we all please stop talking about the Epstein files? On July 18th, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, who recently invoked Trump's wrath for disagreeing with his alternative facts about Iran, found a way to wrest control of the media cycle and perhaps prove her loyalty once again. Gabbard held a press conference to announce her office's sudden findings that during the 2016 election, the Obama administration's investigation into Russian interference was actually treason.
The expressed intent and what followed afterward can only be described as a years-long coup and a treasonous conspiracy.
In the press release that followed, the smoking gun evidence was the fact that the Obama administration acknowledged Russia tried to influence the 2016 presidential election.
In this system, there is to be a peaceful transition of power. So, yes, this is a treasonous conspiracy that subverts the will of the American people.
But MAGA loves a good conspiracy theory. So Tulsi and Trump are swapping out the Epstein conspiracy for the Russia election interference hoax, the Obama connection. After the bizarre press conference, Trump then posted AI slop of Obama getting arrested in the White House, bizarrely said to the Village People's YMCA, which I'm going to replace with whatever I find at the top of North Korea's charts on Spotify. Enjoy. Now, actually charging President Obama with treason would be even more absurd and ridiculous than the press conference or that video, because treason is a very specific, very serious, and very misunderstood crime. No American has been convicted of treason since 1949. But from a lawyer's perspective, absurd and ridiculous is the legal theme of the Trump administration. So Obama needs to lawyer up now. Let's talk about why. And don't worry, we are not going to forget about the pedophile-shaped elephant in the room. In 2016, an age ago, back when most of us thought it was darkly hilarious that someone as ridiculous as Trump was running for president, there were credible reports from intelligence agencies that Vladimir Putin intended to wage a sophisticated cyber warfare campaign against the United States, specifically to hack the 2016 election into the outcome that would most benefit Russia. U.S. intelligence agencies contemplated several dire scenarios, including the possibility of Russia directly hacking into U.S.
U.S. election infrastructure like polling stations. And these fears were well-founded. At this point, Russia had spent years perfecting their cyber warfare toolkit, including the first confirmed cyber attack on a power grid in 2015, which led to outages for over 230,000 Ukrainians. The intelligence community ultimately determined that direct attacks on U.S. election infrastructure were unlikely to be successful in any meaningful way, but they were blindsided by the other cyber weapon developed during its invasion of Ukraine: social chaos fueled by viral social media. The 2014 invasion, to be clear. Now, Ukrainians were mostly immune to these psychological weapons, as the vast majority of Ukrainians despised anything that tasted of benefiting Russia. But here in America, we don't wash our hands before or after gorging on frozen bullshit. And so in 2016, at Putin's direction, Russia fired their cyber weapons onto the U.S. in a highly coordinated, sophisticated, and well-funded campaign of disinformation and social media outrage. This was done with the explicit documented goal to influence the election in Donald Trump's favor and to spread doubt about the integrity of the U.S. election system. And while the extent of Russia's impact remains uncertain and debated, it's quite plausible that this was the cyber warfare version of the Ebola virus. If you're a fruit bat, Ebola gives you a tummy ache. Primate, it liquefies your insides. Now, at the same time that Russian government-produced outrage media was going viral in the U.S., one of Putin's elite hacker force, known in the intelligence community as Fancy Bear, can't make this up, succeeded in a direct attack on the Democratic National Committee's servers. Fancy Bear, under Putin's command, then released a trove of embarrassing emails to the public via DC Leaks and WikiLeaks. This sent Putin's active cyber warfare weapons on social media into overdrive, reaching new heights of virality and appeal. All the while, Russian operatives and spies like Marina Butina and Alexander Torshin wormed their ways into the highest echelons of the GOP and MAGA movement with the same mission: get Trump elected. But how much did Trump himself participate in, endorse, or collude with Russia in these activities? Well, renowned Russian policy expert Andrew S. Weiss and artist Brian Box Brown made a graphic novel about it that illustrates the most salient facts. Candidate Trump's behavior created a counterintelligence nightmare for Obama's national security team. Trump held secret talks during the campaign about a big real estate deal in Russia and lied about it. He repeated prominent talking points on issues like Ukraine, NATO, and sanctions. According to investigators, Trump's campaign had 272 contacts and 38 meetings with Russian government-tied representatives and cutouts. He reveled in Russian-backed disinformation and hacking operations against the DNC. And despite extensive press reporting on Russian interference in the election, the Kremlin formally denied any involvement. Yet by September 2016, Putin was cracking jokes in public about the hacks. You be the judge. But as former CIA Director Michael Hayden put it, Russia election meddling was the most successful covert operation in history. And these are the facts, as established by Special Counsel Robert Mueller, who was appointed to lead an independent investigation into what happened. These facts were confirmed by a bipartisan Senate committee that even included then-Senator, now Secretary of State, and flaccid micropenis Marco Rubio. Of course, Trump has said he didn't bother reading the Senate's report. When asked about the report, he said, "I don't know anything about it. I didn't read it. It's all a hoax." Over the years, the Russian election interference hoax conspiracy theory has become MAGA doctrine. In 2020, the Republicans in the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence conducted their own investigation, nitpicking the intelligence community's findings. The committee issued a document titled Report on the Manufactured Russia Hoax. Their report largely confirmed the key facts of the Senate report and the Mueller report, but they disagreed on the extent to which Trump was involved and the extent to which Putin was motivated by a Trump victory. The matter was settled. Reasonable minds can disagree. But then, on July 25, 2025, Tulsi Gabbard, the controversial head of the Office of the Department of National Intelligence, or ODNI, released a previously classified version of the Republican House Committee's report and accused President Obama and several members of his administration of engaging in a treasonous conspiracy, claiming that their goal was to subvert the will of the American people and enact what was essentially a years-long coup with the objective of trying to usurp the president from fulfilling the mandate bestowed upon him by the American people. But the classified version of the Republican House Committee's report that she released doesn't support those accusations. The report admits that, quote, the bulk of the intelligence community's judgments on Russia's election operations were sound and employed proper analytic tradecraft. So, off the bat, the House report agrees that the intelligence community's assessments were mostly correct. The House committee agreed that Russia engaged in cyber warfare to influence the 2016 elections, that Russia was responsible for the hacking of DNC emails, and that Russia sought to undermine faith in U.S. elections. What the Republicans took issue with was the idea that Putin did this in order to help Trump. They based on insufficient data, ignored contrary information, and wrongly relied on the largely discredited Steele dossier. So, along with the 2020 House report, Tulsi Gabbard's politically captured ODNI released a brief, haphazard-looking memo and a public statement with 6 claims that build their foundation for their treason accusations against President Obama. Let's break these claims down. First, in the months leading up to the November 2016 election, the intelligence community consistently assessed that Russia is probably not trying to influence the election by using cyber means. This is untrue. What the intelligence community actually said is that Russia was not trying to hack election infrastructure. That's different from saying that the Russians weren't trying to influence U.S. elections at all. Even the Republican House committee acknowledged that the Russians did try to influence the election by using social media and hacking and the release of stolen DNC emails. Second, ODNI argued that on December 7, 2016, after the election, talking points were prepared for Director of National Intelligence James Clapper, stating foreign adversaries did not use cyber attacks on election infrastructure to alter the U.S. presidential election outcome. No one disputes this. Neither Obama, nor the bipartisan Senate report, the intelligence community assessment, nor the Mueller report ever claimed that Russia hacked election infrastructure. The investigations on this topic focused on whether Russia attempted to influence the election by using social media and by hacking and releasing damaging DNC emails. And all the reputable investigations concluded that Russia did that. So Clapper's talking point about hacking election infrastructure doesn't show that he or Obama were lying when they later claimed that Russia tried to influence the election in other ways. Next, ODNI claimed that on December 9, 2016, President Obama's White House gathered top National Security Council principals for a meeting that included James Clapper, John Brennan, Susan Rice, John Kerry, Loretta Lynch, Andrew McCabe, and others to discuss Russia. And after the meeting, DNI Clapper's executive assistant sent an email to IC leaders tasking them with creating a new IC assessment per the president's request that details the tools Moscow used and actions it took to influence the 2016 election. It went on to say ODNI will lead this effort with participation from CIA, FBI, NSA, and DHS. This is also true and undisputed, and this is how government works. The president holds meetings and tasks agencies with conducting investigations and assessments. The president gets to choose priorities, and the executive agencies try to deliver on them. This was a fast turnaround assignment, given in early December and due in early January, but that fast turnaround was necessary because Trump was about to take office, and the Obama administration guessed, accurately, that Trump wasn't exactly going to be impartial about fact-finding. Next, ODNI alleged that Obama officials leaked false statements to media outlets, including the Washington Post, claiming Russia has attempted through cyber means to interfere in, if not actively influence, the outcome of the election. But this isn't a false statement, nor is it a leak. Every credible investigation concluded the same thing. Even the House Republican Committee had to agree that Russia tried, via cyber means, to influence the election. Even they conceded that the bulk of the intelligence community's judgments on Russia's election operations were sound and employed proper analytic tradecraft. Their dispute was not whether Russia tried to influence the election, but whether Russia did that explicitly in order to help Trump win. Finally, ODNI claimed that on January 6, 2017, a new intelligence community assessment was released that directly contradicted the IC assessments that were made throughout the previous 6 months. This is also false because, again, the intelligence community assessment didn't contradict prior statements regarding Russia's intentions to and ability to hack election infrastructure. It addressed a totally different question. Did Russia try to influence the election? And, like the Senate and the independent Mueller investigation, the intelligence community concluded that Russia did try to influence the election using the arsenal of cyber weapons and tactics they developed and honed in their war against Ukraine. So it's pretty disingenuous to claim that just because Russia didn't hack voting machines directly, it didn't do anything to try and influence the 2016 election. Curiously absent from these reports and the House committee findings that attempted to distance Trump from its motivations is the fact that on the day after Trump's election, Russian lawmakers broke out a bunch of champagne. Still, according to Tulsi Gabbard, Obama's actions amount to a treasonous conspiracy, and everyone involved, quote, must be investigated and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. So she referred the matter to the Department of Justice, which immediately launched a so-called strike force to, quote, assess evidence publicized by ODNI. Pam Bondi promised to leave no stone unturned to deliver justice. I wonder if she'll read the Senate report. In fact, there's a lot of things that Pam Bondi allegedly has on her desk that need addressing. And if Pam Bondi truly wants to leave no stone unturned to deliver justice, she'll read the Senate report. And hopefully do a smidge of legal research, even though what she'll find is really disappointing. That's because treason is an extraordinary term America's most prolific treasoners are the founding fathers themselves, at least in the eyes of the British courts, which is what we base our own legal system off of. But central to the American legal experiment was the concept that the government was based on the consent of the governed, not divine rule. So in order to have a democracy, citizens had to be empowered to debate and push back against their own government. As Justice Robert Jackson said in Kramer v. United States, the basic law of treason in this country was framed by men who, as we have seen, were taught by experience and by history to fear abuse of the treason charge almost as much as they feared treason itself. In fact, the founders were so concerned about the over-prosecution of treason that they even included the definition of treason in the Constitution. Quote, treason against the United States shall consist only in levying war against them or in adhering to their enemies, giving them aid and comfort. No person shall be convicted of treason unless on the testimony of 2 witnesses to the same overt act or on confession and oath. If the Trump administration were to actually try to pursue treason charges against Obama and his associates, the first prosecutorial question is, were they trying to levy war against the United States? That will be a very tough argument, because the Supreme Court has made it very difficult to demonstrate that someone has levied war against the United States. The most famous case on this topic relates to America's ambitious, anti-slavery, arguably feminist, act fast, think later, original gangsta Aaron Burr. Yeah, that's not the real Aaron. Not long after he turned Alexander, I think President should rule for life Hamilton into a Facebook post, Burr went on to lead a conspiracy to create an independent nation in the American Southwest. Burr and his comrades assembled a private militia and planned to seize enough land to start a new country. His co-conspirators, Bowman and Swartwout, were first to go to trial on treason charges. In their cases, ex parte Bowman and ex parte Swartwout ended up before Chief Justice John Marshall in the Supreme Court. And even then, the Supreme Court dismissed the treason charges, holding that the alleged conduct did not constitute levying war against the United States within the meaning of the treason clause of the Constitution. Chief Justice Marshall found that it was not enough to conspire against the country by recruiting troops, procuring maps, and drawing up plans. Conspiring to levy war was distinct from actually levying war. A person could only be convicted of treason for levying war if there was an actual assemblage of men for the purpose of executing a treasonable design. Burr then got his treason charges dismissed under the same theory. So drawing up maps and recruiting troops isn't sufficient for a treason charge. The allegations ODNI has leveled against the Obama administration definitely wouldn't cut it. The ODNI's public statements and documents the agency released essentially accused the Obama administration of misleading the American public about Russia's influence in the 2016 elections. That's not exactly an act of war, and it's definitely not an actual assemblage of men for the purpose of executing a treasonable design. The second potential path to a treason conviction is if anyone in the Obama administration gave aid and comfort to the enemies of the United States. This, again, would be difficult to argue. Not that some poor attorney at DOJ would be tasked with trying. First, what enemies of the United States did Obama give aid and comfort to? The Russians? The intelligence community report actually clearly identifies the Russians as enemies of the United States, and Obama himself told the Russians to cut it out, according to Much Like. So it's unlikely that anyone could argue that Obama was giving Putin aid or comfort. Or maybe the enemy the Trump administration is referring to is the Democratic Party itself, since he's previously thrown around the accusation that Democrats are the enemy from within. Either way, this is unlikely to stand up. But let's say, for the sake of argument, that the Trump administration could identify an enemy that the Obama administration had assisted. Trump would still have to prove that Obama or his administration gave aid and comfort to that enemy. The standard for that is actually quite high. In the landmark Supreme Court case Kramer v. United States, Kramer was a naturalized American citizen born in Germany and charged with treason for allegedly helping German soldiers sneak into the United States during World War II to launch attacks on behalf of the German government. Once again, the court dismissed the treason charges against Kramer on the grounds that what he did, having some drinks and casual treasonous talk with an acquaintance who was secretly conspiring against the U.S. government, was not legally sufficient to be considered aid and comfort. As Justice Robert Jackson explained, a citizen intellectually or emotionally may favor the enemy and harbor sympathies or convictions disloyal to this country's policy or interest, but so long as he commits no act of aid or comfort to the enemy, there is no treason. On the other hand, a citizen may take actions which do aid and comfort the enemy, making a speech critical of the government, opposing its measures, profiteering, striking in defense plans or essential work, and 100 other things which impair our cohesion and diminish our strength. But if there is no adherence to the enemy in this, if there is no intent to betray, there is no treason. In summary, the Constitution requires both concrete action and an intent to betray the nation before a citizen can be convicted of treason. Expressing traitorous thoughts or intentions alone is enough. So even assuming that by promoting the Russian election influence idea, the Obama administration did somehow aid some enemy of the United States, the Trump administration would still have to prove that Obama and his team promoted that idea with the express intent to help that enemy. That's not supported in any of the documents Tulsi and Modi and I released. Even Trump's usual lick spills know these charges just won't. In a recent conversation between Senator Ted Cruz and Bill Ingram on Fox News, both admitted that Trump wouldn't actually be able to charge Obama with treason.
He's not going to be prosecuted for treason, but he's not going to be prosecuted in all likelihood for treason.
But come on, we know the point isn't the actual charge. The point here is to shift attention from... You might have noticed that we're producing way more content than ever before. That's because the law is now seemingly in the news almost every day, and they can make producing videos like this one increasingly challenging. But we just completed a full video about one of the craziest lawyers gone wild true crime stories that we've ever seen. It follows DC's golden boy attorney Tom Goldstein, who I technically used to work for, and his insane self-destruction from high-stakes poker with billionaires, secret girlfriends, robbing clients, tax evasion, and the Supreme Court. But because it's too hot for YouTube, the only way to see it is by signing up for today's sponsor, Nebula. You can watch all of our videos on Nebula ad-free without sponsorship messages like this one, and early because our videos always go up on Nebula first. Plus, every video we upload to Nebula this year is an extended cut featuring additional analysis and commentary that you can't get on YouTube. And signing up for Nebula is also an excellent way to support this channel and its mission to demystify the legal miasma that we live in. And people often ask if it helps this channel more to watch it on YouTube or Nebula, and the answer is emphatically Nebula. The watch time payouts are bigger, and since my creator friends and I created Nebula ourselves, we don't have to worry about capricious demonetization standards, which have been really frustrating on this year. For example, our recent video on the Diddy trial was age-gated because it showed security footage that was not exactly savory, and one video was demonetized because it showed a single image of the World Trade Center on 9/11. Now that was eventually taken care of, but we lost a huge amount of revenue because of YouTube's mistake. But all this is why Nebula is a better experience for the creator, and it's also a better experience for the viewer and legal eaglets like you. So if you'd like to sign up and get tons of exclusive content on Nebula only, you can get 40% off your annual subscription. You can hear the best content for just $36, or you can even give that to a friend in a Nebula gift card. Or you can check out the lifetime subscription, or for $300 you get access to Nebula forever. But either way, you can click on the link below. So sign up for Nebula, or I'll see you in court. Just for the sake of argument, let's imagine that the Trump administration files criminal treason charges against former President Obama. How would that work next time? Obama has never levied war against America or given foreign aid to an enemy. But let's pretend there is one. How would it play out? The president can't just order someone's arrest. There has to be an investigation to get some evidence, and a prosecutor has to take it to a grand jury for indictment. That's kind of how the rule of law works at its most foundational constitutional level.
An exclusive whistleblower report claims that the Justice Department is asking government lawyers to lie to the courts.
So I've come forward because the Trump administration has put civil servants in this impossible position of fealty to the president and the agenda, or fealty to uphold the Constitution and to uphold the rule of law. Ultimately, I didn't sign up till I was born.
That was whistleblower Erez Rufin, who alleged that DOJ senior officials, including Amy Bobe, who, as Liz and I recently explained, has been nominated to serve as a federal appellate judge, urged DOJ prosecutors to submit misleading information to courts and defy federal court rulings.
Bogey says, and if some court were to issue some order that prevents that from happening, we would have to consider telling that court, well, fuck you.
The conditions Rufin described led to a mass exodus of DOJ lawyers who refused to violate their duties as officers of the court. So, using Bondi's new DOJ playbook, let's imagine how the Justice Department could bring a treason case against Obama. The Attorney General could take the conservative route and appoint a special counsel like Robert Mueller or Jack Smith to investigate and issue recommendations. But special counsels move slowly and are exhaustive investigations. And Republicans have claimed the special counsel statute is unconstitutional anyway, so this may not be Bondi's preferred route. Instead, she could pick a loyal DOJ attorney. Let's call him Ed. And Ed passes the most basic requirements of having a law degree and passing the bar exam. So Ed with a law degree can take this case straight to a grand jury. Before anything hits a courtroom, FBI agents would need to open a formal investigation, gather evidence, and build a legal theory more substantial than I saw on Truth Social. Ed with a law degree would then take the case to a federal grand jury. Federal grand jury is usually 16 to 23 ordinary citizens chosen at random from voter rolls. Grand juries are sworn to secrecy, and their deliberations are strictly protected. Grand juries don't determine guilt or innocence. Their job is to decide whether there's probable cause to believe a crime was committed. The grand jury process is one-sided by design. The defense can't present evidence. Most rules of evidence don't even apply. the standard is just probable cause instead of proof beyond a reasonable doubt. Prosecutors almost always get their indictments, hence the saying that a good prosecutor could indict a ham sandwich. Seriously though, prosecutors usually get indictments because they have evidence that someone committed a crime, and it's deeply professionally embarrassing for a grand jury to say no. But lately, some federal prosecutors aren't even bothering to make the sandwich. According to the Los Angeles Times, U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley, who oversees federal prosecutions in Southern California, has been pushing his office to bring cases that don't meet the DOJ's own standards for prosecution. 3 Justice Department officials say Asaley told a subordinate to ignore the federal government's justice manual, which explicitly instructs prosecutors to only bring charges they believe that they can prove at trial in order to prosecute protesters. Instead, Asaley allegedly demanded that prosecutors press on and secure indictments not based on evidence, but based on orders from Pam Bondi. That's not how the system is supposed to work. But the system can push back. Grand juries have reportedly refused to indict, skeptical of the thin evidence presented in these protest-related cases. Remember, grand juries nearly always indict. When they start saying no, it's a red flag that something is seriously off. And another sign that something is seriously off in the DOJ, court filings show that some prosecutors have refused to sign their names to contentious cases, forcing Asaley and the second-in-command to sign the pleadings themselves. So when your own prosecutors won't touch the case, maybe take the hint. The government's case against Obama would be even more challenging because Washington, D.C. juries tend to be more skeptical of government prosecutions. Add in the fact that many D.C. voters have been laid off or fired by Donald Trump, and Kamala Harris won 92.5% of the district's total vote in 2024. For all these reasons, I think it's pretty unlikely that a D.C. grand jury would ever indict Obama for treason. To actually indict President Obama, Ed with the law degree would probably need to find a district with jurors who are friendlier to Trump. But that would open up a whole other can of jurisdictional worms. It's not like Bondi can just run down to Florida and get a quick indictment against Obama because the alleged criminal acts happened in Washington, D.C. But let's say Ed and Pam actually managed to find a panel of grand jurors who think that it's likely that Obama committed treason, and they vote to indict him. Then from there, the legal process unfolds much like it did in Trump's criminal cases. The indictment would be filed under seal, and the prosecutor would seek an arrest warrant or notify the former president to voluntarily appear in court. So once again, we would see the Secret Service detail flanking the former president as he walks into a courtroom. We might even get a mugshot. Obama would probably be wearing a tan suit, but by the rules of executive immunity that the Trump administration fought feverishly to protect and expand, Obama is immune to criminal prosecution for any actions he took while in office. At least, that's the theory of executive power that the Trump administration has been running with for a year. Obama's legal team would promptly file a motion to dismiss, and the most powerful tool they've got is the same one Trump used to shield himself from criminal prosecution. As Devin explained last year, Special Counsel Jack Smith accused then former President Trump of conspiring with Justice Department officials to pressure states into overturning the 2020 election. But in Trump v. United States, the Supreme Court ruled that presidents are absolutely immune from prosecution for core constitutional acts and presumptively immune for official acts within the outer perimeter of their duties. The decision gave us a presidential immunity map. It starts with a president's core constitutional acts, which are given absolute immunity. These are things like pardons, commanding the military, and firing cabinet officials. These actions are clearly within the president's constitutional powers. The president also has presumptive immunity for acts within the outer perimeter of presidential duties. This is the fuzzier stuff, like communications with the Justice Department, meetings with advisors, and speeches. Prosecutors can try to rebut this immunity, but the burden is entirely on them, and they can't use communications with the president or his inner circle. Finally, the president gets no immunity for unofficial acts. These are things like personal business, campaign activities, or criminal acts done outside the context of the presidency. Crucially, the Supreme Court also ruled that evidence from a president's internal communications, including testimony with private records from advisors, cannot be introduced at trial if it would reveal protected official conduct. This places a significant limit on what prosecutors can use. Although Justice Roberts said no president is above the law, the constraints placed on prosecutors by Trump in the United States makes prosecution of ex-presidents nearly impossible. So under this framework, any charges against Obama would almost certainly fail. Take Tulsi Gabbard's claims. She alleges Obama weaponized intelligence to launch a coup against Trump. But the 2016 Russian interference reports were produced by intelligence agencies and confirmed by a bipartisan Senate committee. Even if Obama shaped the messaging, national security is a core presidential duty, squarely within the immunity zone. She also accuses him of spying on Trump through the FBI's Crossfire Hurricane program. As we've already explained, these kinds of national security decisions, whether good, bad, controversial, are likely well within the outer perimeter of presidential duties, meaning they're presumptively immune under Trump in the United States. The wildest claim? That Trump orchestrated a fake electoral plot in 2016, an election Trump won. Straight out of the Every Accusation is a Confession playbook. Even if Obama had pushed for alternative slates of electors or meddled with certification, what matters is the nature of his acts. Did he talk to his attorney general about it? That's an official act. Courts said such conversations are absolutely immune. That's why Trump couldn't be prosecuted for pressuring DOJ officials. And it's why Obama couldn't be prosecuted for supposedly talking to Eric Holder about helping Hillary Clinton. Even if Obama had gone rogue and, I don't know, offered suitcases of cash to fake electors, prosecutors in the era of the Roberts Court would still face the same impossible burden, proving it was unofficial conduct without using internal communications or testimony from advisors. The bottom line is this: Trump v. United States built a legal fortress around the presidency. If it shields Trump, it should shield Obama too. Unless, of course, the Supreme Court decides immunity only runs in one direction. Even though Trump v. United States established sweeping immunity for a president's official acts, there is little to stop the court's Republican majority from carving out exceptions where it suits them, especially if the target is a Democratic ex-president. The court could narrow the ruling's application by declaring that certain acts fall outside the scope of official conduct. They could also label Obama's actions as personal, politically motivated, or otherwise not tied to core constitutional duties, even if they closely resemble Trump's immunized behavior. In other words, the state court that gave Trump a blank check could turn around and claim that Obama paid his counterfeit. I don't think that's going to happen, but I could have said the same thing about many of the court's decisions during Trump's second term, when SCOTUS has repeatedly made sweeping pro-Trump rulings on his shadow document. With this court, apparently certain precedents only apply when your name is Donald Trump. As Obama put it in his official response to the allegations of treason levied against him, quote, "Out of respect for the office of the presidency, our office does not normally dignify the constant nonsense and misinformation flowing out of this White House with a response. But these claims are outrageous enough to bar me. These bizarre allegations are ridiculous and a weak attempt at distraction." Now, all this highlights why it's so important to get a great lawyer when you're dealing with your own case. Now, after I started this channel, every week I get hundreds of comments and emails from viewers who are dealing with legal problems. And they'd ask, "Can you help me find a lawyer? How do I know if this attorney is any good?" And there's a massive gap in our justice system. It's that people don't know how to find the right lawyer for their specific situation. They're scared, they're overwhelmed, and they end up doing nothing or hiring the first attorney who calls them back. And that really bothered me. So I started to wonder, what if there was a different way? What if we could build a law firm that actually lived up to the values that I talk about on this channel: transparency, accessibility, putting clients first instead of chasing billable hours. A firm where you don't need to pay anything up front, and your lawyers only get paid if you do, to maximize your opportunity for justice. So a few years ago, I decided to fix that problem. I decided to start my own personal injury law firm. And honestly, it wasn't an easy choice. But I realized I was in this unique position. I had this platform, this community, and the experience. Not to get rich, trust me, there are easier ways to make money than starting a law practice. But we did it because access to justice shouldn't be a luxury. Because finding the right legal representation shouldn't feel like playing Russian roulette with your future. And when you work with my firm, you're not just getting a lawyer. You're getting a team that understands that behind every case is a real person with real stakes. When we can't represent you, or you're in a state where we don't practice, we'll take the time to try to match you with an attorney in my personal network of lawyers. A national network of some of the best lawyers in the country who actually specialize in what you're going through, located right where you are, not just whoever happens to be available. So if you're dealing with a personal injury, a car crash, a data breach, sexual harassment, a Social Security workers' comp issue, give us a call at the number on screen or click on the link below. Now, I can't represent everyone that watches this channel. I wish I could. But what I can do is make sure that when you need legal help, you have somewhere to turn to that you can trust. So whether it's me handling your case or the incredible attorneys we've partnered with, you'll get the same principles of honesty and education that we bring to every video. And if you're dealing with a legal issue and you're not sure where to start, check out the link in the description. Let's have a conversation about how we can help you find not just a lawyer, but the right lawyer for your situation. Because at the end of the day, that's what this is all about, making sure that when life gets complicated, you don't have to face it alone. Which is why when you need a lawyer, you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle team. Look, we've all been there. You're trash talking a friend, but you accidentally send the text straight to them. Instead of texting your boss goodbye, you say, "I love you," and you accidentally send all your active war plans to the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic. Whoopsie! Luckily, that party didn't make national security the cornerstone of their existence, because that would be awkward. If there was anyone other than Hillary Clinton, they would be in jail right now.
But this month, the president's highly qualified team of national security experts got together on Signal for a super secret conversation about a military strike in Yemen.
and they invited a journalist from The Atlantic into the text thread. No, this wasn't a rare effort to create more transparency by an administration that seems bent on secrecy, nor was it an effort to reach out to the so-called liberal media that Trump has banned from the White House press room. Instead, it was a colossal, monumental screw-up. Compliments of Michael Waltz, the president's national security advisor, and seemingly the entire Trump cabinet, including Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth and Vice President J.D. Vance. This is a national embarrassment and an unbelievable breach of national security. So what happened and how illegal is it? Well, apparently on March 11th, Jeffrey Goldberg, the editor-in-chief of The Atlantic magazine, received a signal chat invite from someone who shared a name with President Trump's national security advisor, Michael Waltz. Mr. Goldberg wasn't sure if it was really that Michael Waltz, but he was hopeful that it actually was the national security advisor and that Waltz might want to discuss Ukraine, Iran, or some other important national security-related matter. So Goldberg accepted the chat request. Jeffrey Goldberg had good reason to be skeptical that President Trump's national security advisor would reach out to him for a friendly chat because Mr. Goldberg has been the subject of Donald Trump's ire since at least 2020. In 2020, Mr. Goldberg attracted Trump's attention with a story he wrote reporting that Mr. Trump had called members of the American military who died in war suckers and losers. Then, last year, Mr. Goldberg reported that Mr. Trump had said, quote, "I need the kind of generals that Hitler had." In response, then-candidate Trump called The Atlantic a, quote, "failing magazine run by a guy named Goldberg." So it was weird that Waltz had reached out, but things were about to get weirder still. 2 days later, the person purporting to be Michael Waltz added Jeffrey Goldberg to a Signal group chat called Houthi PC Small Group. Now, first, a brief explanation about Signal. It is an open-source encrypted messaging app popular with people who want more privacy than the average text messaging apps provide. It is not, however, approved by any government agency for the transmission of secret or classified information. Signal allows users to set deletion deadlines for text messages, so all messages will be automatically deleted once a specified amount of time has passed, which also makes it ill-suited for government work because deleting messages is a violation of federal records laws. But we'll talk more about that later. Now, soon after inviting Mr. Goldberg, the putative Michael Waltz texted the Houthi PC Small Group and said, quote, "Team establishing a principals group for coordination on Houthis." Waltz was presumably referring to a principals committee spelled P-R-I-N-C-I-P-A-L-S, not P-R-I-N-C-I-P-L-E-S, which is a group of the senior-most national security officials, including secretaries of defense, state, and treasury, as well as the director of the CIA. But honestly, the typo was probably the least of their worries. If Waltz was looking to find principals L-E-S in this administration, probably not a lot. But Waltz's statement about starting a principals group also raised red flags for Mr. Goldberg. As Goldberg pointed out in The Atlantic, quote, "It should go without saying, but I'll say it anyway, that I have never been invited to a White House Principals Committee meeting, and that in my many years of reporting on national security matters, I have never heard of one being convened over a commercial messaging app." Nonetheless, Waltz asked the other group members of the chat to identify the best people on their staff for Waltz to coordinate. Mr. Goldberg watched as several group members, which appeared to include White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Vice President J.D. Vance, I still can't believe it, Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, and numerous others chime in, volunteering various members on their staff. Even the Director of the Central Intelligence Agency offered to name an active CIA intelligence officer. And Mr. Goldberg couldn't believe that the top national security officials would really engage in an unsecured group chat, let alone carelessly include journalists in the chat, so he quite reasonably assumed that this was some kind of elaborate hoax or disinformation campaign. He watched, though, as a surreal policy conversation unfolded between these supposed Trump administration officials as they discussed on Signal how and when to stage an attack on the Houthis and how to message to the public about the attack. As a lawyer, one of the more interesting legal aspects of it is that Goldberg makes it clear throughout this article that at no time did he possess the requisite mens rea to be liable for possessing national security information himself. Obviously, a lawyer read this piece before it went live. But on the morning of March 14th, Michael Waltz texted the group stating, quote, "Team, you should have a statement of conclusions with taskings for the President's guidance this morning in your Highside inboxes." Highside, by the way, is a special segregated computer or communication system which is specifically set up to manage classified or sensitive information. Unlike Signal, Highside systems must comply with the rigorous requirements and are specifically designed to protect sensitive information from cyber threats. So Waltz's message indicates that the information being discussed was sensitive enough to merit the use of the super-secret secure computer system. And we can surmise the President's Highside message apparently instructed the United States military to strike the Houthis, an Iran-backed terrorist organization that had been attacking cargo ships in the Red Sea. J.D. Vance, who so far publicly has made a point of genuflecting to everything that President Trump has said, interestingly appeared to actually disagree with the President's instruction. Vance responded, quote, "I think we are making a mistake," end quote. "I'm not sure the President is aware how inconsistent this is with his message on Europe." What
Vance was referring to was Trump's policy of abandoning our European allies by refusing to provide any more American-funded support for them. Hegseth, the Secretary of Defense, disagreed with Vance, stating, quote, "If I had a final go or no-go vote, I believe we should." Vance replied, saying, quote, "If you think we should do it, let's go. I just hate bailing Europe out again." As an aside, one of the most terrifying, but perhaps not strictly speaking, legal issues here is that these people are deciding to bomb another country, and they don't have clear instructions from the President of the United States. Not great. But Hegseth agreed with Vance's sentiments regarding America's European allies, proclaiming, quote, "VP, I fully share your loathing of European freeloading. It's pathetic. But Mike is correct. We are the only ones on the planet, on our side of the ledger, who can do this." Then SM, who Mr. Goldberg assumed was White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, chimed in, stating, quote, "As I heard it, the President was clear, green light, but we should soon make clear to Egypt and Europe what we expect in return. We also need to figure out how to enforce such a requirement, e.g. if Europe doesn't remunerate, then what? If the U.S. successfully restores freedom of navigation at great cost, there needs to be some further economic gain extracted in return." At this point, Mr. Goldberg says he still remained unconvinced that these were really the nation's top national security and defense officials arguing policy in a signal chat without ever taking the time to consider who else was in the chat. The next day, though, Secretary of Defense Hegseth sent the Houthi PC small group chat a very specific message about the attack that would take place that afternoon in Yemen, including operational details like targets, weapons that would be deployed, and attack sequencing. Vice President Vance replied, quote, "I will say a prayer for victory." 2 hours later, at the time when Hegseth had specified the attack would begin, Mr. Goldberg waited in his car at a grocery store parking lot. He checked Twitter and confirmed that at that moment explosions were being heard all across Sana'a, the capital city of Yemen. And back in the Houthi PC small group chat, the leaders of the U.S. were celebrating with exclamations and emojis. They then moved on to discussing assessments of damage done, including the likely death of a specific individual. At this point, Mr. Goldberg had come to the startling conclusion that the signal group chat really was populated by the leaders of U.S. intelligence agencies who were openly discussing presumptively classified and sensitive national defense information on an unapproved channel. He removed himself from the group, which triggered an automatic notification to the group's creator, Michael Waltz. No one seemed to notice, and no one followed up with Mr. Goldberg about his presence and subsequent absence from the group. Now, if you're using an unsecured device to discuss classified and national defense information with the editor of The Atlantic, you'll probably want a good lawyer. But if you want a great lawyer, let my law firm, the Eagle Team, help. If you've got in a car crash, suffered a data breach, especially if you've got a data breach letter saying your information might have been leaked, or dealing with a workers' comp or social security issue, we can represent you or help find a great attorney. And by the way, we don't get paid unless you do, so there's nothing upfront. So just click on the link in the description or call the phone number that's on screen right now for a free consultation with my team. Because you don't just need a legal team, you need the Eagle Team. Boy, do these guys need a good lawyer. Mr. Goldberg later privately emailed several members of the group to inform them that he had been mistakenly included in the signal chat and to ask about whether the chat was genuine. Brian Hughes, spokesman for the National Security Council, replied back saying, quote, "This appears to be an authentic message chain." Hughes tried to spin the story, arguing that, quote, "The thread is a demonstration of the deep and thoughtful policy coordination between senior officials." John Radcliffe, head of the CIA, also later authenticated the text thread in a hearing before Congress.
So you were the John Radcliffe on that chat?
I was.
Thank you.
And Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth, who some have now started to call Whiskey Leaks, apparently did not get the memo the administration had owned up to the text chain because of a conversation with reporters. He said, quote,
"You're talking about a deceitful and highly discredited so-called journalist who's made a profession of peddling hoaxes time and time again. So this is the guy that peddles in garbage. And you see, we've been managing 4 years of deferred maintenance under the Trump administration."
And J.D. Vance's spokesperson confirmed that Vance had returned to his usual spineless fetal position, saying, quote, "Vice President Vance unequivocally supports this administration's foreign policy. The President and Vice President have had subsequent conversations about this matter and are in complete agreement." And when asked about the Houthi PC small group chat in a meeting on March 24th, President Trump gave a characteristically thoughtful and level-headed response.
I don't know anything about it. I'm not a big fan of The Atlantic. To me, it's a magazine that's going out of business. I think it's not much of a magazine, but I know nothing about it.
And Mike Hot Dog Man Waltz vowed to get to the bottom of how Goldberg could have possibly gotten on the text chain after Waltz had added him to the text chain.
It's embarrassing, yes. We're going to get to the bottom of it. I just talked to Elon on the way here. We've got the best technical minds looking at how this happened.
And it's me, Devin, from the future. Tulsi Gabbard testified under oath that there were no war plans discussed, and whatever was discussed wasn't classified. And White House spokesperson Caroline Leavitt also leaned into a typo-ridden response and claimed there were no war plans discussed, but she still objected to the release of the full text. So Jeffrey Goldberg just released the entire text message chain.
And yeah, it's basically exactly what he described, inclusive of a whole bunch of classified top-secret war plans. As Goldberg wrote, on the day of the attack, Saturday, March 15th, the discussion veered toward the operation. At 11:45 a.m. Eastern Time, Hegseth posted in the chat in all caps, team update. The text beneath this began, time now, 11:44 ET, weather is favorable, just confirmed with CENTCOM we are go for a mission launch. CENTCOM, or Central Command, is the military's combatant command for the Middle East. The Hegseth text continues, 12:45 ET, F-18 to launch, first strike package, 13:45, trigger-based F-18 first strike window starts. Target terrorist is at his known location, so should be on time. Also, strike drones launched MQ-9s, and Goldberg opines if this text had been received by someone hostile to American interests or someone merely indiscreet and with access to social media, the movies could have had time to prepare for what was meant to be a surprise attack on their strongholds. The consequences for American pilots could have been catastrophic. The Hegseth text then continued. 14:10, more F-18s launched, second strike package. 14:15, strike drones on target. This is when the first bombs will definitely drop, pending earlier trigger-based targets. 15:36, F-18 second strike starts. Also, first sea-based Tomahawks launched. More to follow per timeline. We are currently clean on OPSEC. Godspeed to our warriors. But to say this isn't classified or sensitive national defense information is to make the joke from Airplane real.
My orders came through. My squadron ships out tomorrow. We're bombing the storage depots at Daiquiri at 1800 hours. We're coming in from the north, below their radar. I can't tell you that. It's classified.
Following what are obviously war plans, there's a bunch of self-congratulation and real-time intelligence, including a 2 p.m. Pulse response. The first target, their top missile guy, we had positive ID of him walking into his girlfriend's building. It's now collapsed. Vance responded a minute later. Excellent. 35 minutes after that, Ratcliffe, the CIA director, wrote, a good start, which Waltz followed with a text containing a fist emoji, an American flag emoji, and a fire emoji. The Houthi-run Yemeni Health Ministry reported that at least 53 people were killed in the strikes, a number that is not verified. Steve Witkoff replied, prayer emoji, arm emoji, American flag emoji, American flag emoji. The timing is also incredible. Goldberg released the first article the day of the Senate Intelligence Committee hearing on worldwide threats, which allowed Gabbard and Ratcliffe to be grilled just hours after release. And because these are the dumbest people, there's Niles allowed Goldberg to release the full text chain the next morning and allowed Gabbard and Ratcliffe to be grilled again in the second day of the hearing. And they did not disappoint.
So it's your testimony that less than 2 weeks ago you were on a Signal chat that had all of this information about F-18s and MQ-9 Reapers and targets on strike, and you in that 2-week period simply forgot that that was there. That's your testimony?
My testimony is I did not recall the exact details of what was included there.
That was not your testimony. Your testimony was that you were not aware of anything related to weapons packages, targets, and
But experts, lawmakers, and honestly anyone with a brain were very alarmed when the